You're pregnant. I will prescribe some folic acid, calcium tablets, and multivitamins for you. Be sure to rest adequately, the doctor spoke calmly. As I accepted the prescription, I could not help but gently caress my still flat abdomen upon leaving the room, a sigh escaping my lips. Glancing at the meager balance on my phone, I resolved to inquire at a nearby pharmacy, only to discover that the prices were still more favorable at the hospital. At the entrance of the maternal and child health hospital, couples radiated joy, while I stood alone, inevitably feeling somewhat isolated, ignoring the curious gazes around me. I mounted my electric bike and set off towards home. Passing by the vegetable market, I hesitated, contemplating the unformed life within me, and ultimately decided to purchase half a kilogram of shrimp. Though they were small, I spent merely 20 yuan. After wandering through winding paths for quite some time, I finally returned to the quaint village on the outskirts. Along the way, the local women often cast curious glances in my direction. Upon arriving at my modest, dilapidated courtyard, I hurried to the kitchen, retrieving a clay pot and some rice to begin cooking over a gentle flame. As the rice simmered, I settled by the faucet, deftly deveining shrimp. Once the oil was sufficiently heated, I added the cleaned shrimp heads, releasing a vibrant red oil and a delightful aroma. With great care, I blew gently on the steam rising from the pot, stirred it a few times, and upon seeing the rice bloom, I poured in the shrimp oil and added the marinated shrimp. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. After a moment of contemplation, I wiped my hands on my apron, bent down to a seemingly inconspicuous jar nestled among a collection of containers in the corner, and added a pinch of preserved winter vegetables into the porridge. After simmering for a while longer, I ladled a small portion to cool and tasted it, feeling a sense of satisfaction as I carefully lifted the clay pot with a cloth beneath it. Thus, tonight's dinner was prepared. I find myself seated in the dimly lit, desolate hall, quietly savoring my porridge. This marks the third day since I have traversed into this narrative. I have long since realized that I am incapable of making any choices that deviate from the prescribed storyline, such as opting for an abortion. I remain oblivious to the identity of the child's father, for I inhabit the role of the mother of the male protagonist, who meets an untimely demise in this tale of anguish. In the original narrative, my life is claimed by complications during childbirth, with scarcely any mention of my existence. The story predominantly revolves around the male protagonist's harrowing journey, detailing his sufferings and tribulations. Yet now, the beleaguered protagonist resides within me. I possess no valuable information. It appears that all I can do is to cherish this child within me, bring him into the world, and then await my demise. Contemplating this, I cannot help but let out a sigh. I am devoid of wealth, kin, education, and employment, left only with a small harbinger of fate. Not only must I sustain myself, but I must also provide for him. Ah, yes, and I'm also graced with a pleasing visage. I raised my hand to touch my face. My original appearance was merely delicate, yet unexpectedly, I found myself transformed into a stunning beauty. Amid my sorrow and indignation, an inexplicable sense of satisfaction arose within me. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Who could it be? I remained still and shouted, "It's me. I've come to bring you something." It was Grandma Zhang from next door. I hastily rose to open the door. Grandmother Zhang has always been exceptionally kind to me, often bringing over some fresh greens from her garden every few days. "Grandmother Zhang," I called as I opened the door to welcome her in. "Are you eating?" Upon entering, she was immediately enveloped by the rich aroma wafting through the air, which was utterly irresistible. I made some porridge I offered, supporting her frail legs. "Would you like to have a bit?" She nodded, a glimmer of anticipation shining in her eyes. Our homes are separated by merely a wall, and at mealtime, the enticing scent drifts over, making one restless. Even whatever food one might be consuming loses its flavor. I hurried to the kitchen to fetch a bowl and chopsticks, serving Grandma Zhang a bowl of porridge. The aroma intensified, and she eagerly took a sip, immediately revealing a look of satisfaction. This porridge was indeed delightful. She gave her thigh a hearty slap, suddenly recalling the matter at hand. "I came today to discuss something with you," she continued, rubbing her hands together. "My brother's daughter-in-law's nephew is to host a wedding banquet in a few days, but this young man, in his confusion, has forgotten to hire a chef in advance. With the date fast approaching and no chef in sight, his family is in quite a tizzy, and they thought to inquire with you. Her face was etched with helplessness, and I pondered that your cooking is always quite exquisite, so I wanted to ask if you might be interested. We could arrange a salary for you. I instinctively wanted to agree, yet the words lingered on the tip of my tongue before retreating, my heart clouded with hesitation. I placed a gentle hand on my abdomen, fearing that my physical condition might jeopardize this matter. Granny Zhang discerned my reluctance and kindly reassured me. I do not wish to impose upon you, dear. Do not feel obliged to me. If you do not wish to accept, then do not. We shall remain unestranged. Her words filled me with gratitude. It is not that I am unwilling, Granny Zhang. It is simply that I am uncertain whether I should disclose my pregnancy to her, especially since my identification indicates that I have only recently turned 18. If I reveal this, I would inevitably face inquiries about the child's father. Conversely, if I choose to conceal it, it will not be long before my growing belly gives me away. Resolutely, I thought to myself, I am pregnant and likely unable to partake in such a grand banquet. Granny Zhang froze momentarily, gazing at me in disbelief, astonished that this youthful girl could be with child. Reflecting on my solitary existence since my arrival, she hesitated before inquiring about the identity of the child's father. I had already prepared my response. He has gone to Guangdong for work, and he will return once he has earned enough. As for what follows, that is a matter for another time. Granny Zhang regarded me with eyes filled with compassion, clearly perceiving that this sounded like a mere fabrication to a naive girl. She felt a pang of sympathy, pondering deeply, as she believed I might ultimately suffer from the situation. You are still so young, you could take your time. She gently advised, suggesting that without this child, perhaps my life could be more favorable. I sighed softly within, yet a smile of happiness graced my face as I shook my head, waiting for his return. Grandma Zhang seized her persuasion, understanding that she too felt a certain discomfort in advising someone to terminate a pregnancy. At the very least, she promised to look after me more diligently in the future. With renewed vigor, she took my hand and began to impart some essential advice regarding pregnancy, detailing the foods beneficial for my health and those to be avoided. Speaking with great care and thoroughness, I listened intently, my heart brimming with warmth. I have always been a person who adapts to circumstances. Having decided to embrace this child, I must treat him well. The first step is to nurture my health, ensuring he does not enter this world frail and sickly. After Grandma Zhang departed, I found myself lost in contemplation. The stark reality is that I do not have a husband working in Guangdong to provide for us. All of this falls upon my own shoulders. Otherwise, the prospect of bringing a child into this world, let alone surviving myself, becomes a daunting challenge. I absent-mindedly wash the dishes, my mind preoccupied with thoughts on how to generate wealth. I reside on the outskirts of a rural village where the population is sparse. Many villagers toil in the city during the day and return home on motorcycles at night. Suddenly, I recalled passing by a construction site on my way back from the hospital. The city is in a constant state of expansion, with ongoing roadworks and building projects. I remember hearing the workers' grievances as I passed them. An idea struck me. I could sell boxed lunches at the entrance of the construction site. Chapter 2. Stir-fried pickled green beans with minced meat without hesitation. Ding Sha rose early the next morning to procure ingredients from the wholesale market, along with disposable food containers. On her way back, she took a moment to inquire about the ongoing activities at the construction site from the gatekeeper. Once home, she quenched her thirst with a sip of water and took some folic acid before diving into the kitchen. She had already envisioned preparing 3 dishes for the day: stir-fried pickled green beans with mincemeat, stir-fried cabbage with sliced pork, and cold tofu shreds. From a jar of pickled vegetables, she grabbed a generous handful of aromatic pickled green beans, cutting them into small segments. Unable to resist, she popped one in her mouth, crunching delightfully as the tangy flavor danced on her palate, prompting her to hum a tune. In a hot pan with cool oil, she sauteed ginger, garlic, and scallions until fragrant, then added a touch of dried chili and bean paste. Once the oil turned a vivid red and the scent of spice filled the air, she introduced the fresh minced pork, stirring briefly before adding the segments of pickled green beans and fresh cowpeas. As the dish neared completion, She splashed in her secret weapon, a dash of Sichuan peppercorn water, finishing with a few gentle stirs. The delectable, spicy, and sour stir-fried pickled green beans with minced meat was ready to be served. Next, she prepared the stir-fried cabbage with sliced pork. She sliced the pork belly, not overly concerned with the size, knowing that those laboring at the construction site needed hearty meals to sustain their energy. The crisp, fresh cabbage was cut at an angle and set aside. After sought the ginger, garlic, and a few dried chilies for flavor. She sprinkled in just the right amount of salt, sugar, and chicken essence to enhance the taste. Finally, she julienned the tofu skin and combined it with shredded carrots and cilantro, crafting a versatile dressing with a medley of spices to complete the cold dish. With all the meals prepared, Ding Sha assembled a total of 35 lunchboxes, packaging them neatly and placing them in the foam-insulated box secured to her electric bike. Glancing at the time, she locked the door and set off towards the construction site. Just past 11:10 a.m., workers began to emerge slowly from the site. Ding Sha found a nearby shaded spot, placing her sign with a payment code prominently outside. Her beauty soon caught the attention of passers-by, who gathered in small clusters, murmuring among themselves but hesitating to approach. Ding Sha remained composed, waiting patiently. Before long, a robust man with a simple demeanor approached hesitantly. "Are you selling lunchboxes?" he asked. "Yes, 15 yuan each," Ding Sha replied with a bright smile, nodding as she opened the insulated box to display the neatly arranged meals. "Is it really 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable?" he queried, skepticism in his eyes. To ease his doubts, she recounted the day's menu. The man, feeling the rumble in his stomach, recalled his recent meals of takeout from surrounding eateries that had grown tiresome. While the meals provided at the construction site were devoid of flavor, merely boiled vegetables and watery broth, hardly filling. After a moment's hesitation, he decided that this charming young woman would not deceive him. "Then I'll have one to try," he said. After scanning the payment code, he glanced at the sun-baked ground outside the shade and opted to crouch beneath the tree, opening his lunchbox right beside Ding Sha. She offered him a simple stool from her bike's basket without uttering a word. The elder brother settled himself upon the curb, placing the vegetable box beside him, while cradling a bowl of rice in his hands. Ding Sha had generously filled each portion, and the elder brother, upon inspecting the quantity, found himself quite pleased. As he lifted the lid, an aromatic medley of stir-fried dishes enveloped his senses, prompting him to instinctively inhale deeply, and almost instantaneously, his stomach let out a growl. Eagerly, he plucked a piece of fatty meat and popped it into his mouth. Upon chewing, he was met with an explosion of rich, layered flavors, a texture he had never before experienced. Not only was it not greasy, but it was also delectably tender. He paired it with some pickled green beans alongside his rice, and with space still available in his mouth, he stuffed in a generous helping of shredded tofu. The cold dish was a delightful blend of spicy and refreshing, while the shredded carrots offered a crisp, satisfying crunch. Unable to resist, he took another heaping bite. The elder brother could not suppress a blissful squint of his eyes. This meal was simply exquisite. A fellow worker, drawn by the enticing aroma, approached inquiring, "Zhuangge, how is it? Is it tasty?" "Delicious. Absolutely divine," he responded. And to prove his point, he hurriedly devoured a few more bites of rice, then turned to Ding Sha with a garbled question. "Miss, will you be back tomorrow? If it sells well, I shall return," Ding Sha replied with a beaming smile. The worker gazed at her with rapt attention, then glanced at the robust Zhuang, exclaiming, "Beautiful lady, I would like a portion as well." Once received, he promptly settled beside Zhuang, rummaging for space on the small chair. "Is it truly that delightful?" he asked before indulging in a piece of fatty meat. After just a couple of chews, his expression transformed into one of astonishment, and without further ado, he began to relish his meal with unrestrained joy. With 2 enthusiastic patrons devouring their meals nearby, Ding Sha's boxes of lunch were swiftly sold out. Those who had missed out gazed longingly at the lingering aroma in the air, lamenting, "Why didn't you prepare more?" "I shall make extra tomorrow," Ding Sha replied apologetically, her heart brimming with joy as she calculated her profits. Under Zhuang's reluctant urging, she rode her electric bike back to her small courtyard. After deducting costs, she had made at least 200 yuan today, even after accounting for the wholesale price of the lunchboxes, which were quite affordable, with many still remaining at home. If this continued, she could amass a considerable sum by the end of the month. Elated, Ding Sha sat in the courtyard, meticulously arranging the cash she had received within the pages of a book. The sweet and fragrant red date and snow fungus soup she had simmered on low heat before leaving had melded beautifully. Upon lifting the lid, a delightful aroma wafted towards her. She served herself a bowl and leisurely sipped it while seated in the courtyard, which was rather bare of adornments. Ding Sha then took some money and made her way to the carpenter's home in the village. "Is Uncle Wei in?" She knocked on the door. Uncle Wei was the last remaining carpenter in the village, known for his exceptional craftsmanship. However, in this age of machines, the elderly man had sadly retreated to the village to enjoy his twilight years. "Ah, coming." Uncle Wei responded. "What brings you here, little girl?" "I would like to order a rocking chair." Ding Sha gestured, uncertain if he could fulfill such a request. "Of course. Absolutely." The old man beamed with delight, opening the door to invite her inside, where he poured her a glass of sweetened water. "Do you have any specific requirements for the wood?" Uncle Wei rubbed his hands together and took out a rough little notebook. Ding Sha shook her head, stating that ordinary wood would suffice. Uncle Wei jotted down a few words in the notebook and, with a hint of embarrassment, said, "My dear, we carpenters have an old tradition. We must first collect a deposit." Ding Sha smiled and nodded. "Of course. How much do you require for the deposit?" After pondering for a moment, Uncle Wei replied, "Just give me 100. It will be deducted from the labor cost once it is ready." He then tore off a piece of paper and added, "Don't worry, I will write you a receipt." Ding Sha handed him 100 yuan and carefully folded the receipt, tucking it into her phone case. "I shall take my leave now, Uncle Wei." Ding Sha stood up. "I live next to Granny Zhang, so just call me when it's done." All right, all right." Uncle Wei escorted her to the door. "I will complete it as soon as possible." After thanking him, Ding Sha made her way home and was intercepted in the small square at the heart of the village. It was Wang Kun, the youngest son of the village chief. At merely 15 or 16 years of age, he had dropped out of school and spent his days idling around the village, his triangular eyes squeezed by excess flesh, occasionally glinting with ill intent. Wang Kun blocked Ding Sha's path, refusing to let her pass. "Where's the beautiful lady headed? Why not accompany me home? The little woods will do as well." Ding Sha cast him an expressionless glance before circumventing him and continuing on her way. Wang Kun, emboldened by her fleeting gaze, became convinced that this little vixen was attempting to entice him. Eagerly, he reached out to touch Ding Sha's waist. However, she deftly evaded his lecherous hand as if she had eyes in the back of her head. Wang Kun interpreted her avoidance as a coy game, thinking he could not allow her to indulge in such petty defiance. Thus, he arrogantly commanded, "Hey, come over and support me." Ding Sha shot him a look of disbelief before resolutely walking away. Wang Kun, having put on a show of bravado, was left waiting in vain as he watched Ding Sha walk further away, his nose wrinkled in fury. This little vixen must be taught a lesson. Chapter 3. Braised pig trotters with soybeans at the break of dawn the following day. Ding Sha ventured to the market, meticulously selecting and bringing back 2 pig trotters. Perhaps it was due to her pregnancy, but she found herself suddenly yearning for a variety of flavors, contemplating 7 or 8 different dishes throughout the day. After singeing away the remaining hairs on the trotters with fire, she rinsed them under running water. Scrounging through her cupboards, she unearthed several pieces of rock sugar, tossing them into a pot to caramelize. She then added boiling water along with spices and soy sauce, bringing the mixture to a vigorous boil before simmering it gently. Once the trotters became tender, she introduced a bowl of yellow soybeans that had soaked overnight, continuing to simmer on low heat. With some vegetables left over from the previous day, Ding Sha decided to prepare an identical array of dishes. However, she adorned the top of the rice with a layer of aromatic soybeans braised with meat. After everything was beautifully plated, she consumed the remaining vegetables herself. The trotters had become exquisitely tender and flavorful, imbued with a rich, savory aroma, perfectly balancing salty and sweet. The moment it touched her palate, it melted away, rendering indistinguishable the delicate skin from the succulent fat. Having indulged in a hearty meal, Ding Sha rode her electric bike to the construction site, where a considerable number of people were already gathered. Some even brought their own small stools to wait. As soon as she parked her bike, they flocked towards her, clamoring for their portions. Unfazed, Ding Sha opened her box, scanning a code to serve each meal, and within a few chaotic minutes, the crowd had formed an orderly queue. The 50 boxes of lunch were swiftly sold out. A group of burly men sat around Ding Sha, engrossed in their meal, eliciting laughter from passers-by who found the scene quite amusing. One particularly large man had grease smeared all over his face, exclaiming, "This is so delicious. Will you make this again tomorrow?" Ding Sha shook her head, indicating she would prepare something different. Running low on rice and vegetables at home, she planned to carry a bag of rice back and shop for vegetables the following morning. As the robust man savored the yellow soybeans, he remarked on their delightful flavor. Smacking his lips, "Is there meat in this?" Ding Sha nodded, explaining she had braised a pig trotter but lamented the high cost of such an ingredient. The man waved dismissively, stating, "It's tasty, but nothing beats good cuts of meat." Ding Sha chuckled, pondering aloud. "Then perhaps I shall make braised pork belly over rice tomorrow. It's incredibly fragrant." The man grinned broadly, responding with enthusiasm, "Yes, let us have that." Upon returning home with the rice, Ding Sha was pleased with its quality and prepared some ginger rice tea to store for later. Mrs. Zhang approached her with a small bowl of farm-fresh eggs, inquiring, "What have you been busy with lately? I've come by several times and found your door locked." Ding Sha brewed a cup of ginger rice tea for her, assuring her, "I've not been up to much, just preparing some lunch boxes to sell at the construction site." Mrs. Zhang expressed concern, saying, "Be careful not to overexert yourself. How have you been feeling lately? Do you feel heavy?" Ding Sha shook her head, stating she felt perfectly fine, albeit sometimes craving sour foods. "Sour for a boy, spicy for a girl," Mrs. Zhang chuckled, adding, "A boy is good. Once he grows up, he can take care of his mother and spare you some hardship." Ding Sha was well aware that she was carrying a son, and not just any son, but one destined to be a leading character. Alas, his fate seemed a tad unfortunate. Born into a world without parents, raised on the kindness of strangers, enduring bullying at school, and suffering the heartbreak of unrequited love, her life has been nothing short of tragic. "Allow me to bring you some eggs," said Grandma Zhang, placing a basket of fresh, free-range eggs on the table. "They're nutritious and will be good for your health." "Thank you, Grandma Zhang." Ding Sha gratefully accepted the offering, recalling the exorbitant prices she had seen at the market that morning. "No need for thanks. Is anyone home?" Grandma Zhang's voice was interrupted by a knock at the door. Ding Sha paused for a moment before rising to answer it. "Is anyone there? Who are you looking for?" Upon opening the door, she found the village postman, a young man in his 20s, who was responsible for delivering letters and packages to the elderly and vulnerable who remained in the village during the day. "Are you Ding Sha?" the postman inquired, his eyes sparkling with surprise as he held out an envelope. "Yes," Ding Sha replied, slightly puzzled. "Here is your letter." He handed it to her, his expression hinting at a desire to engage in conversation. Ding Sha, still bewildered, took the letter, murmured her thanks, and closed the door. The postman scratched his head and departed. Staring at the handwriting on the envelope, Ding Sha felt a moment of stunned silence. Grandma Zhang, noticing her stillness, asked with concern, "What's wrong, dear?" Shaking her head, Ding Sha remained silent. Grandma Zhang stood up to leave. "I must return home. I have eggs steaming on the stove. If you need anything, do come find me." Ding Sha smiled and escorted her to the door, before returning to her small stool and once again gazing at the letter. The sender was the Nanjing City First Prison. After a brief hesitation, she opened the envelope and began to read. "Sha, how have you been lately? I miss you dearly in our little courtyard. I am sorry for disappointing you, but will you wait for me? I promise to provide you with a good life. I still have not built the swing set you wanted, nor have I planted the grapes you desired. The empty space behind the yard remains unplanted, and the wedding you envisioned has yet to be arranged. Could you come to see me? I truly miss you." The letter was signed, Xiao Sun. Ding Sha read the letter multiple times, her gaze lingering on the name Xiao Sun with a deep sigh. If there were no unexpected turns, this must indeed be the unfortunate child's father. Seated in the small courtyard, Ding Sha found herself lost in thought, her mind blank and devoid of memories. Should she go to meet him? She hesitated. As she stood before the gates of the Nanjing City First Prison, A wave of trepidation washed over her. She instinctively touched her abdomen, as if she could feel a tiny life stirring within. "Miss, is there something you need?" A middle-aged man at the guard post observed the young girl lingering there and, sensing her apprehension, kindly inquired, "Brother, I came to visit someone in prison." Ding Sha replied hurriedly. "Ah, a visit," the man responded, accustomed to such inquiries. He pointed to a small path beside him. "You must go that way. There's a door at the back. Once inside, you'll need to fill out some forms. After approval, you will be allowed to visit." "Oh, thank you, dear brother." Ding Sha did not expect to apply. After expressing her gratitude, she hurried towards that direction. Indeed, she discovered a small door. She knocked gently and heard a voice inviting her to enter. As she stepped inside, she said, "Hello, I would like to apply for a visitation." The young officer momentarily paused, appearing taken aback. "Oh, well, please fill out this form first," he replied, handing her a stack of papers along with a pen. Ding Sha took the papers and quietly moved to a nearby seat to begin filling them out. The officer observed her delicate and graceful visage, feeling a tinge of regret. One could not help but wonder who her acquaintance was on the inside. Lost in thought, Ding Sha soon returned with the completed form, her demeanor betraying a hint of anxiety. "I have finished writing. Is this acceptable?" she asked, a touch of trepidation in her voice. The officer poured her a glass of water and softly encouraged her. "Do not be afraid. Have a sip of water." Afterward, he resumed his seat at the computer, his expression revealing a complex mix of emotions. "You are here to visit Xiao Jun?" he inquired. Ding Xiao was puzzled by the question, but could only nod in response. "Are you his wife?" The officer pressed further. With her head bowed, she affirmed with a quiet "We have agreed to obtain our marriage certificate when we reach the right age," she added. The officer's gaze, filled with a sense of regret, caused her heart to flutter with unease. What exactly was the matter? Chapter 4. Fragrant braised pork. Ding Sha sat uneasily for a moment before following the young officer into an adjacent room. They navigated through a labyrinth of corridors and several doors, finally stopping before a heavy iron door. "You may go in now. I will call for you when the time comes," the officer kindly said, slightly pushing open the door for her. Ding Sha expressed her gratitude with a nod, took a deep breath, and mustered her courage to push the door open. The space beyond was expansive, featuring a large table, behind which sat a buzz-cut youth separated by a transparent wall. He appeared slender, with a scar above his brow, and his gaze upon her was both eager and fervent. Xiao Jun had been waiting for her for quite some time. Seeing her timidly push open the door and hesitate to approach, he felt a surge of anxiety mixed with the fear of frightening her. He stood slightly, leaning against the glass, and gently coaxed, "Do not be afraid, Sha. It's me. Take your time coming over. Don't just stand there, it's tiring. Please have a seat." Instinctively, Ding Sha touched her abdomen, then took hesitant steps towards him. Upon noticing her willingness to approach, Xiao Jun beamed with a radiant and joyful smile, relieved that his Sha was not upset, crying, or ignoring him. As she drew nearer, Ding Sha could hear her heart pounding fiercely in her chest, the urgency of her nerves leaving her breathless. She stumbled a couple of steps, her vision darkening, and instinctively flailed her arms, grasping the back of the nearest chair. Just before losing consciousness, she reflexively protected her belly with her hand. Xiao Jun watched in horror as she fainted, his eyes wide with panic. He leaped up like a leopard, pounding against the wall, helplessly calling her name. Sha, what is wrong, Sha? Someone, help her. Please, someone." His distress attracted the attention of the prison guards, who quickly barged in and restrained him, pinning his hands behind his back. Still struggling, Xiao Jun turned his head to check on Ding Sha, unable to see her face. Only her frail form collapsed on the cold, hard concrete floor. In that moment, he loathed his own helplessness. A young officer, hearing the commotion, opened the door and, upon seeing Ding Sha, hesitated for a moment before rushing in to carry her towards the infirmary. Xiao Jun had regained some composure and ceased his struggles. "My wife is unwell. May I please go to the infirmary to see her?" The guard held him firmly, unwilling to ease his grip. This young man was quite unruly and agile. If he were to escape due to a moment's inattention, it could lead to grave consequences. Xiao Jun yielded to their force but did not resist. "I just want to see my wife. I'm worried about her." The two guards exchanged glances. I will report this to the superior. You return for now, and we will discuss it later. However, Xiao Jun shook his head. I can provide crucial information. But I have a condition. Allow me to see my wife. The guards looked at each other again, realizing this young man was finally willing to speak. After a moment of contemplation, one of them took out a walkie-talkie to relay Xiao Jun's request to the superior. Shortly after, the response from the walkie-talkie affirmed Xiao Jun's request. When Ding Sha awakened, she felt as though she were lying in a warm embrace, albeit one that was somewhat bony. She slightly opened her eyes and saw Xiao Jun holding her with a face full of concern. Before she could express her discomfort, Xiao Jun promptly brought over a glass of water that had been sitting nearby, perfectly warm. How are you feeling? Still unwell? Would you like to drink some water? Ding Sha indeed felt parched. She intended to drink on her own, but Xiao Jun wouldn't allow it. Reluctantly, she took small sips from the glass he held. The doctor from the infirmary emerged with a report, addressing her. Young lady, are you aware of your own health condition? Noticing the seriousness of his expression, Ding Sha bit her lip and nodded. Xiao Jun furrowed his brow, preparing to hear the specifics of Ding Sha's situation. However, the doctor's next words struck him like a thunderbolt, his eyes widening in shock. How could you be running around while pregnant? Are you not aware of how fragile your body is? The doctor reproached her. Ding Sha lowered her head, feeling guilty and silent. Xiao Jun, however, tightened his grip, feeling a surge of anxiety as he held Ding Sha close, softly asking you, "You're pregnant?" "Yes, it's been about 2 or 3 months," the doctor replied. Xiao Jun continued to gaze at Ding Sha, repeating, Sha, "You're pregnant?" Ding Sha affirmed with a soft confirming 3 months. Xiao Jun felt a wave of confusion. He had been gone for barely 2 months, and had he known she was expecting, he would have certainly. Furthermore, Sha had always been so obedient and loving towards him. He mulled over the word pregnant several times before finally feeling a delayed sense of joy. Stammering, he exclaimed, "A child, I'm going to be a father. Sha, I'm so happy." His delight was pure and intense, illuminating his expression. Yet, Ding Sha was at a loss for how to face him, diverting her gaze to the doctor. "Doctor, why did I suddenly faint? Your health is quite poor. You are anemic and malnourished. Naturally, carrying a baby is overwhelming for your frail body," the doctor explained as he sat down on the chair beside the bed. "Make sure to consume more milk and eggs when you return. It will benefit you." Ding Sha listened attentively. Xiao Jun sensed her avoidance, thinking it stemmed from her lingering resentment over his absence, especially now that she was carrying a child. His heart ached deeply, and with a solemn resolve, he made a decision. After exchanging a few words with Xiao Jun, Ding Sha excused herself, claiming she needed to take folic acid, and hurried away. Xiao Jun remained alone in the infirmary for a long time, and only as the sun began to set did he stand up, as if having made a significant decision. "I need to speak with Officer Liu," he stated. The doctor looked at him with surprise. This young man had been reticent since his arrival, yet now, after seeing his pregnant wife, he was willing to speak up. Ding Sha returned home with a tumult of emotions, absent-mindedly boiling eggs by the stove. She had no mental preparation for Xiao Jun's unexpected appearance. Yet, it was undeniable that she did not harbor any aversion towards him. It felt as though they had known each other for a long time. Ding Sha found this peculiarity puzzling, yet she could not pinpoint the reason. She attributed it to the familiarity her original self had with Xiao Jun. Thick slices of pork belly were blanched and removed, then caramelized with newly purchased rock sugar in a hot oil pan before soy sauce and bay leaves were added, simmering over high heat before reducing to a gentle boil. Before long, a rich aroma wafted through the air. Once the stew reached an almost perfect state, the boiled eggs prepared the day before were added to simmer until they absorbed the flavorful essence. Ding Sha selected several pieces of meat and eggs, accompanied by her homemade cold cabbage salad, and delivered a portion to Grandma Zhang. Upon knocking on the door, Grandma Zhang's little grandson was peering at the entrance, his tiny nose twitching. Upon spotting Ding Sha, he shyly retreated to call for his grandmother. Grandma Zhang emerged from the kitchen, inquiring, "What's the matter, dear? What brings you here?" "I made some food for you to try," Ding Sha replied, presenting the bowl. As she lowered her gaze, she noticed a small child peeking around her legs. The little one, feeling bashful, withdrew his head momentarily, only to re-emerge when the enticing aroma wafted closer. Ding Sha smiled and gently ruffled his hair. "You're too kind, dear. Just leave it with me. If you need anything, do let me know," Grandma Zhang said cheerfully, pulling Ding Sha inside to share a bowl of her sweet red sugar water with egg. Ding Sha quickly waved her hands. No. I must head to the construction site to sell meals." Grandma Zhang tapped her forehead, exclaiming, "Oh dear, how could I forget? Off you go. But remember to tell me if you need anything." Ding Sha promised with a smile and briskly made her way back. Upon her arrival, the older boys were already gathered at their usual spot, having set up tables and benches, eagerly awaiting her arrival as if everything was in place, merely awaiting the final touch. De Zhuang jovially helped her unload and arrange the food, promptly becoming the first customer. He could hardly contain his excitement as he took his seat, having been daydreaming about the meat dish since Ding Sha mentioned it the previous day, even salivating in his sleep. Taking a deep breath, he opened the lid to reveal the vibrant, glossy colors. With a gentle poke of his chopsticks, the meat crumbled effortlessly. An enticing fragrance filled the air. Alongside was a halved marinated egg, and the side dishes were fresh and delightful, with the pork belly being rich yet not greasy. As De Zhuang took a bite, tears nearly welled in his eyes. How long had it been since he tasted something so delectable? He eagerly scooped up more rice, casting a glance at Ding Sha, silently wishing for her to continue selling her boxed meals here. Chapter 5. Stir-fried pork with green peppers over noodles. Ding Sha, humming a cheerful tune in her courtyard while clutching her bulging purse, felt that her dreams of escaping poverty were within reach. Just as she was lost in thought, a knock echoed at the door. "Is a girl in?" "It's your Uncle Wei." Ding Sha was taken aback. Had it only been a few days? Could it be that the reclining chair was already ready? She hurried to the door, and indeed, Uncle Wei appeared with a pipe in his mouth, pulling a cart adorned with a beautiful lounge chair. Come in." Ding Sha quickly stepped aside, rushing to pour him a glass of water. After much deliberation, they placed the chair beneath the sprawling shade of the huge phoenix tree in the yard, and she settled the remaining payment. Not only did she complete the payment, but she also ordered a new piece of furniture, a bed. The one in her room creaked incessantly, waking her at night with every shift, leaving her anxious about its potential collapse. Thus, she resolved to procure a new bed for a more restful sleep. Satisfied with the payment, Uncle Wei departed, leaving Ding Sha content as she reclined in her gently swaying chair, closing her eyes in serene repose. Days passed slowly, and her purse grew heavier. She generously treated herself to delicious meals, quickly bringing a rosy glow to her cheeks. She no longer appeared so fragile, as if a gust of wind could sweep her away. One morning, as was her custom, Ding Sha rose early. Her abdomen had begun to swell slightly, resembling the small belly of a gluttonous eater. She felt somewhat unaccustomed to it, moving with caution and care, fearful of inadvertently bumping her belly. She planned to visit the hospital for a checkup once her schedule eased in a few days, recalling descriptions in books about the frailty of male infants, which stirred a sense of unease within her. As she opened the door to head to the market for groceries, her gaze fell upon a boy with a buzz cut squatting at her doorstep. He appeared emaciated, a scar gracing his brow, and his gaze was both eager and anxious as it met hers. It was Xiao Jun. After a moment of silence, Ding Sha sighed. "Come in." Upon receiving her permission, Xiao Jun's face lit up with joy. He strode over to her, scrutinizing her with satisfaction as he noted that she had not lost weight. He then glanced down at her slightly protruding belly, greeting it with a smile. "Hello there, little one. Daddy's back." A flicker of worry in Ding Sha's heart melted away at his playful banter, although she reminded him that it was still early days, only 4 months along, after all. Xiao Jun, with earnestness, supported her as they walked back, asking, "When will we be able to hear her?" Ding Sha counted on her fingers. "It should be about 5 months, I think." He nodded. "Then I'll greet her next month." Just as Ding Sha was reveling in the moment, she suddenly remembered her errand. "Oh, I need to go to the market for groceries. Why don't you rest for a bit?" "I'll accompany you," Xiao Jun insisted, unwilling to let her venture out alone. Reluctantly, she agreed to take him along. However, upon reaching the market and witnessing her bountiful purchases, Xiao Jun expressed his confusion. "Why so many? They'll spoil if we can't eat them all." "For selling, of course." Ding Sha was in a delightful mood today, her fortune shining brightly as she procured fresh tenderloin and pig trotters. However, the vendor, Xiao Jun, appeared utterly bewildered. It suddenly dawned on Ding Sha that she had yet to inform him of her new endeavor in selling box lunches. No sooner had she broached the subject than he grew anxious. No more selling. You are with child and your health is frail. After all this exertion, what do you need to sell box lunches for? I have money. I will support you. Ding Sha felt a pang of discontent. She didn't wish to express her frustration in the bustling market. Thus, she huffed and carried her chosen meat outside. Xiu Yun, Stoltzeth, quickly gathered a heap of vegetables and rode his electric bike to chase after her. Yet, Ding Sha remained silent and averted her gaze, resolutely marching ahead, nearly colliding with passers-by in her determination. Xiao Jun, in a state of panic, implored, "Darling, please don't be upset. I beg you. Is your hand hurting? Let me take the bags. Are you tired? If you're angry, you can ride, and I will walk. Just please don't be mad." Hearing his pleas, Ding Sha felt somewhat exasperated, but her anger began to wane. Onlookers observed the striking couple bickering, occasionally chuckling good-naturedly. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Ding Sha relented, declaring, "Let us go home." She was too weary to maintain her sulk, taking a seat on the back of the bike and gripping Xiao Jun's shirt, her tone fierce. "All right, home it is," Xiao Jun replied cheerfully, pedaling them back. Upon arriving, Ding Sha still held her silence. She turned into the kitchen, and before long emerged with 2 steaming bowls of fragrant noodles. The pristine strands of noodles were nestled in a rich, glossy brown broth, adorned with crisp strips of green pepper and tender morsels of meat, all arranged harmoniously, exuding a mildly spicy aroma that was utterly irresistible. Setting the bowls on the table, she glanced at Xiao Jun, who was eyeing the food hungrily. With a stern expression, she urged, "What are you dawdling for? Come eat." Xiu Yun, already stuffed, wasted no time and sat down, devouring the noodles with gusto. Observing his ravenous appetite tugged at Ding Sha's heartstrings, prompting her to soften her tone. "Eat slowly. Don't choke. There's more in the pot." Xiao Jun, too engrossed in his meal, could only manage muffled responses as he buried his face in the bowl. Once he had satiated his initial hunger, he returned to the kitchen for another generous serving, this time taking a clove of garlic to accompany his meal. His pace slowed, and his demeanor became more civilized. "What did you return?" Ding Sha inquired between bites. "Last night," Xiao Jun replied. "Why didn't you come inside?" "I was afraid of startling you," he chuckled sheepishly, his earlier tension dissipating. "Why did you suddenly appear?" Ding Sha hesitated but asked nonetheless. She was unaware of the circumstances that led to Xiao Jun's prior absence or how he had managed to return, yet considering her recent plight, she couldn't help but acknowledge that having Xiao Jun by her side brought her a sense of security. Xiao Jun finished his bowl of noodles swiftly, seemingly insatiable, and reached for the remnants of Ding Sha's meal. "I'm out now, and 1 tea return. It's a long story, and I will tell you all about it." Ding Sha let out a sigh of relief upon hearing that he would not be returning. Yet a sense of worry began to creep in as she contemplated how long her earnings would suffice. Xiao Jun, feeling somewhat satiated, wiped his mouth, let out a burp, and stood up. "My dear, I have something to show you." Ding Sha was still processing his words when she noticed Xiao Jun lifting the tattered travel bag he had brought that morning. The bag appeared quite full, its contents a mystery. Xiao Jun placed it before her, gesturing for her to open it. With a hint of confusion, Ding Sha unzipped the bag. After just a fleeting glance inside, she nearly gasped in disbelief. It was brimming with stacks of crisp 100-yuan bills, a veritable treasure trove of neatly bundled, brand-new currency. Chapter 6. Chicken Egg Custard. Ding Sha was at a loss for words, while Xiao Jun, initially brimming with pride and anticipation of her praise, finally noticed the unease etched on her face. "Wife, what is it? Where did you acquire such a sum of money?" Upon seeing the considerable amount, Ding Sha's heart began to race, fearing that he might be drawn back into trouble so soon after his release. Xiu Yun, realizing her concerns, quickly urged her to sit down, enveloping her in his embrace, and softly reassured her, "Do not fret, my dear. I shall explain everything in due course." He pondered for a moment, carefully arranging his thoughts, and began recounting the events from the moment they arrived in this unfamiliar place. I took you from the village, bringing you far from home, and I have subjected you to so many hardships. It is my inadequacy that has caused you to endure such suffering and poverty. At that time, someone approached me with an offer. If I were to take the blame for his boss, he would reward me handsomely, at least $1 million. Ding Sha was momentarily taken aback. Before this, she had imagined numerous reasons for Xiao Jun's imprisonment and had prepared herself mentally. But she never expected it was to earn money by taking the fall for someone else. Xiao Jun, reflecting on that time, felt a pang of remorse. They were both young and newly arrived, with his meager earnings from labor insufficient to sustain them, let alone save for their future. Ding Sha worked diligently as well. But every aspect of life, food, clothing, shelter, and transportation demanded money. During this difficult period, Ding Sha fell ill, and they could barely afford medical expenses. He could not bear to witness her gradual decline in health. Thus, when that person approached him with a bag of money, he gritted his teeth and, almost as if compelled by fate, agreed. Yet, once in prison, he regretted his decision. He thought of Ding Sha and feared for her safety. With no turning back, Xiao Jun could only press forward, terrified that his betrayal might bring harm to her. He would rather suffer alone than see her endure pain. It was not until he deeply missed her and worried for her well-being, coupled with the desire to hand over the money he had acquired, that he penned a letter. When Ding Sha arrived, he learned, to his astonishment, that she was pregnant. Overwhelmed with unprecedented regret, he could scarcely find the words. He could not allow her to endure the trials of pregnancy and the perilous journey of childbirth alone. He sought out Officer Liu, who had sensed something amiss and had been trying to persuade him otherwise. The two struck a deal. Xiao Jun would act as bait to ensnare the group that had wronged him. After confirming that there were no loose ends, Xiao Jun cautiously retrieved the money he had hidden away, which he had not yet given to Ding Sha, and returned to the small courtyard. Xiao Jun vowed to protect Ding Sha and their child at all costs. After hearing the entire story, Ding Sha exhaled in relief, only then realizing she was still nestled in his embrace. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she withdrew. What do you plan to do with this money?" she inquired, uncertain if it was considered ill-gotten gains. Xiao Jun reassured her, "Do not worry, it is all for you." Officer Liu hinted that he is turning a blind eye this once. With that, Ding Sha felt completely at ease. "Then, let us save the money. Our baby will need it in the future." "Whatever you say," he replied. Xiao Jun had no objections whatsoever. Ding Sha, gently stroking her abdomen, found herself lost in thought. Xiao Jun's appearance was an unprecedented twist in the narrative. She sensed an inexplicable upheaval in the storyline. Yet, from her perspective, this seemed fortuitous. Even if she ultimately could not escape the fate of a difficult delivery, at least her little one would not be condemned to orphanhood, would they? After pondering for a considerable time, Ding Sha suddenly realized the hour and felt a surge of urgency. She had already squandered nearly half an hour of precious preparation time. In a flurry, she stood up, prompting Xiao Jun to mirror her concern. "What's the matter, my dear? Please, don't fret." It was only then that Ding Sha recalled the presence of an obstacle in the form of her boxed meal business. "I must prepare the lunchboxes now," she replied, momentarily disinterested in his inquiries. Xiao Jun wished to protest, but upon witnessing the urgency and irritation etched across Ding Sha's face, he swallowed his words and instead offered, "Don't worry, I'll assist you. I wouldn't want you to tire yourself." Ding Sha regarded Xiao Jun with mild astonishment, while he playfully brushed his fingers against her delicate nose, declaring, "I am your husband, and my assistance comes free of charge." Ding Sha instinctively touched her nose and, for reasons unknown, found herself smiling. Xiao Jun exhibited remarkable initiative, tackling the tasks with unexpected proficiency. What usually took Ding Sha considerable time to prepare, he accomplished in merely 2/3 of the usual duration. Ultimately, it was Ding Sha who wielded the ladle. Yet the other responsibilities were executed under her command from a small stool on the side. Upon reaching the construction site, they arrived punctually as always, where the foreman eagerly awaited their arrival. To their astonishment, a young man was suddenly seen beside the lovely young woman, inciting envy among the onlookers. Ding Sha, known for her delectable cooking and ethereal beauty, was affectionately nicknamed the boxed meal fairy by the workers, who admired her gentle demeanor. Many of the young men on site were smitten with her, driven by the hope that one day they might muster the courage to confess their feelings. The thought of marrying her was a tantalizing dream. The boldest among them, De Zhuang, was first to approach. He glanced at Ding Sha, then at Xiao Jun, whose handsome features belied a formidable presence, and nervously cleared his throat. "Sister, is this your boyfriend?" It was Ding Sha as first time introducing Xiao Jun to outsiders. Observing the warmth in Xiao Jun's typically indifferent gaze as it shifted towards her, she shyly replied, "He is my husband." In that instant, De Zhuang seemed to hear the sound of many hearts breaking. He glanced back at the line of hopeful suitors behind him, sighing inwardly. However, he maintained a cheerful facade, complimenting their perfect match. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jun's previously frosty countenance softened considerably. He gestured for Ding Sha to sit on the chair he had brought, then turned to take charge of the primary battlefield of the boxed meal operation. One by one, the heartbroken young men stole glances at Ding Sha before casting envious glares at Xiao Jun. Yet this did not deter them from purchasing their meals and heading to the dining area they had set up to indulge in their feasts. Given the time constraints of the day, Ding Sha opted for simpler dishes. A dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes presents a delightful array of vibrant red and yellow hues, tantalizingly appealing to the eye. The tomatoes are sweet and tangy, while the large chunks of eggs are exquisitely tender. Accompanying this is a stir-fry of shredded pork with green peppers. The peppers, heated in oil, take on a deep, rich green, while the marinated lean pork strips are plentiful and elongated, combining to create an irresistible aroma. Finally, a side of cold tossed asparagus, adorned with bright red chili peppers, retains its signature tangy and spicy flavor, which is both refreshing and appetizing. The only downside is that it pairs exceedingly well with rice, leaving one yearning for more even after the meal concludes. After finishing all the boxed lunches, Xiao Jun began to tidy up, preparing to take Ding Sha back home to rest. Ding Sha, who is somewhat introverted and often struggles with the attentions of others, felt a bit overwhelmed. Yet she was indeed weary and acquiesced to Xiao Jun's suggestion. Upon returning home, Xiao Jun settled her in a lounge chair in the yard, poured her a cup of warm brown sugar water, and draped a small blanket over her. "Why don't you rest for a moment? Once I finish tidying up, I'll accompany you for a leisurely stroll," he suggested, his tone inquiring yet undeniably authoritative. Reluctantly, Ding Sha complied and lay back, feeling the warm summer breeze gently lulling her into a drowsy state. Noticing her eyes flutter closed, Xiao Jun lightened his footsteps, efficiently cleaning the somewhat disordered kitchen, all the while noting in his mind what furniture needed replenishing. Once he completed his tasks, he turned to see beads of sweat forming on Ding Sha's forehead, realizing she was not sleeping soundly. He then took a fan and sat beside her on a small stool, carefully fanning her to provide a gentle breeze. Watching her serene, sleeping face, he felt as if he could gaze at her forever. Ding Sha found this slumber to be the most restful and comfortable since entering the novel, feeling neither hot nor heavy. As she drowsily awakened, she saw Xiao Jun still by her side, gently fanning her. "Xiu Yun," she murmured, her voice still thick with sleep. Her adorableness stirred affection within him. "I'm here," he softly replied. "What time is it? Why didn't you wake me?" Ding Sha asked, playfully rubbing her eyes. The sun hung low, painting the sky in fiery hues, indicating it was indeed late. It was nearly 6 or 7 o'clock, time for dinner. Xiao Jun helped her sit up, his fingers gliding through her tousled hair. "Are you hungry?" he inquired. Ding Sha touched her stomach, realizing she was indeed a bit peckish. Xiao Jun felt her forehead and cheeks, confirming she was not sweaty before standing up. "Wait for me a moment," he said. Ding Sha, still somewhat dazed, watched him walk away with curiosity. Before long, Xiao Jun returned, holding a small bowl. "Here, eat this," he said, squatting down to bring the bowl closer to her. "What is this?" Ding Sha asked with curiosity as she reached for it, only for Xiao Jun to evade her grasp. "It's hot," he cautioned, gesturing for her to lift the lid herself. "I'll hold it. You take your time eating." Ding Sha lifted the lid, and the aroma of steamed eggs mingling with the savory scent of soy sauce wafted towards her, accompanied by the subtle fragrance of sesame oil, with vibrant red tomato cubes sprinkled on top. It looked utterly delectable, making her mouth water in anticipation. Ding Sha was instantly captivated, her appetite aroused in an instant. She eagerly grasped a spoon and scooped a generous portion into her mouth. It was both scalding and fragrant. She parted her lips to blow on it, yet was reluctant to expel the delicate egg custard. Xiao Jun, concerned that she might burn her tongue, reached out towards her, urging her to spit it out. However, Ding Sha stubbornly shook her head, chewing a few times before resolutely swallowing it down. Xiao Jun observed her, resembling a small, greedy cat, gazing at him with a pitiful expression, which elicited a bemused smile from him. Was it hot? Ding Sha nodded, covering her mouth. So delicious, Xiao Jun, she exclaimed, but still proceeded to scoop another spoonful into her mouth, savoring each bite. The bowl of egg custard was not large, and it was soon devoured. Xiao Jun returned with the emptied bowl, squatting beside Ding Sha, appearing somewhat hesitant. My dear, shall we visit the hospital for a checkup tomorrow? Chapter 7. Chicken soup with cordyceps the following day, rising early. Xiao Jun passed by the construction site and requested the gatekeeper to inform them that he would not be selling meals today. He then rode his electric bike into the city with Ding Sha. Their first stop was the bank, where they opened an account under Ding Sha's name and deposited a sum of over 500,000. The bank clerk, with a hint of envy, remarked on their affectionate relationship, noting how readily Xiao Jun had entrusted such a significant amount to his wife. Ding Sha blushed and smiled shyly, while Xiao Jun promptly assisted her as she stood. You need not be so cautious. I'm merely 4 months along, Ding Sha chuckled, amused by his overly protective demeanor. However, Xiao Jun was resolute. In his eyes, whether large or small, every aspect was precious, and he could not afford any misstep. Ding Sha led him to the maternal and child hospital where she had established her prenatal records, facilitating her checkups. The corridor was filled with pairs of novice parents, blissfully seated and whispering sweet nothings to one another. The moment Ding Sha and Xiao Jun entered, they drew the attention of many, with several expectant mothers casting envious glances, thinking, with such good-looking parents, their child is sure to be beautiful. Ding Sha stole a glance at her husband, whose goofy expression resembled that of a blissful fool, rolling her eyes internally while silently hoping their child would not inherit his silliness. Xiao Jun gently helped Ding Sha to the only available seat, squatting beside her and holding her hand. Let us sit for a moment. It will be our turn shortly. Ding Sha gazed at him, touched by his concern, reflecting on how she had previously faced this alone, enduring the news of her pregnancy in solitude. Although she appeared composed, fear lingered within her. How could a young girl, untouched by romance, suddenly find herself on the path of becoming a single mother? Yet, with Xiao Jun by her side today, it felt as if she could breathe a little easier, both physically and emotionally, leaning on him for support. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on his hand, contemplating the possibility of a smooth delivery and a harmonious life with him. The thought frightened her, so she dared not dwell on it. Sensing her tension, Xiao Jun inquired softly, "What troubles you?" Ding Sha shook her head and forced a smile. He rose, opened his arms, inviting her to lean into him, whispering reassurances. Are you frightened? Do not worry. I am here with you. If you feel scared, just call for me. Ding Sha remained silent, burying her head in his embrace, while Xiao Jun tenderly patted her shoulder. Number 85, Ding Sha, are you here? Their turn arrived swiftly, and Xiao Jun gently led her into the examination room. The same doctor from their last visit attended them, clearly recalling Ding Sha. As a young woman, visiting the clinic alone left a lasting impression. Fortunately, this time, she had companionship. The doctor glanced at Xiao Jun adjusting the chair for Ding Sha and felt a sense of relief. Welcome back. How have you been? The female doctor greeted her warmly. It is quite good. I have been diligently taking the medication you prescribed. Ding Sha has a deep fondness for this benevolent doctor. This visit is intended for a routine prenatal checkup. The female doctor, smiling, conducted a customary inquiry and subsequently issued several forms. At 17 weeks, it is now time for the Down syndrome screening, along with various other routine examinations that must be undertaken. She provided a detailed explanation of the significance and content of each test. Xiao Jun listened with even greater attentiveness than Ding Sha. This further enhanced the doctor's fondness for him. As the couple appeared quite youthful, the concern lingered that they, being mere children themselves, might unintentionally make a mistake and be unable to bear the responsibility of a new life. However, it seems that both individuals are quite mature and earnest in their approach to life. Xiao Jun hurriedly rushed to pay the fees and inquired with the nurse about the locations of the various departments before returning to escort Ding Sha. She, holding his hand, felt a tinge of fear, recalling her previous visit alone, which had left her feeling somewhat aggrieved. The thought of being left alone again was daunting. Turning around, Xiao Jun noticed his beautiful and obedient wife with tears brimming in her eyes. He quickly kissed the tip of her nose, apologizing. "I was wrong. I shouldn't have left you. Haven't I come back? I swear, I will never leave you again, all right?" As Ding Sha listened to his gentle and patient reassurances while crying, she felt a bit uneasy once her emotions settled. "Let us hurry. It will get crowded soon." Xiao Yun complied, engaging her in conversation about future plans while attentively watching his steps. After completing the examinations and returning to the doctor's office, the results arrived more swiftly than anticipated, though the doctor's expression turned serious after reviewing them for some time. Xiao Jun's heart sank. "What is it, doctor?" "The report indicated that your wife exhibits symptoms of anemia. I personally recommend that you consult a reputable, traditional Chinese medicine practitioner for her." The doctor set the report down. "I have someone in my family who studies traditional Chinese medicine, so I understand a bit. Your wife does not seem to be in good condition overall, and if possible, I suggest seeking further examination. Additionally, she has shown signs of threatened miscarriage." Xiao Jun was taken aback. "If it's possible, we must go. Do you have any recommended doctors?" "Just go directly to the city's traditional Chinese hospital." The doctor waved her hand. "Moreover, she has mentioned occasional bleeding and abdominal pain. I advise administering a progesterone injection and oral progesterone. Once her condition improves, you can take her to see a doctor." Without hesitation, Xiao Jun took the prescription and arranged for hospitalization. Ding Sha showed no signs of opposition. This child had been residing within her for over a month, and she had grown accustomed to the daily discomfort and nausea. She genuinely hoped for the child's well-being. By the time they were truly hospitalized, it was nearly noon. After inquiring about dietary restrictions from the doctor, Xiao Jun procured a meal from the hospital cafeteria, but Ding Sha only managed to eat a couple of bites, finding it rather bland. Observing her lack of enthusiasm, Xiao Jun felt a pang of sympathy. After the injection, Ding Sha fell asleep and, seizing the opportunity, Xiao Jun visited the vegetable market and a traditional medicine shop, borrowing a stove from a nearby inn adjacent to the hospital. After simmering gently for an entire afternoon, a fine concoction of cordyceps flowers and freshly slaughtered hen was prepared, with a handful of mushrooms tossed in for good measure. The bubbling broth, aromatic and enticing, wafted through the air, drawing the attention of numerous patrons curious about the delightful scent. The proprietor, ever patient, explained that someone was utilizing the kitchen to prepare soup. When Xiao Jun emerged with the earthen pot, he was met by a throng of wide-eyed spectators in the hall, all gazing intently in his direction. Unperturbed by the crowd, Xiao Jun placed the pot directly before Ding Sha, disregarding the presence of other patients in the room. As Ding Sha savored the soup, a blend of satisfaction and slight embarrassment washed over her. The chicken was tender and flavorful, the mushrooms sweet and fresh, complemented by the nourishing essence of the cordyceps flowers, making it a decidedly non-greasy delight. Xiao Jun had learned the art of soup making for Ding Sha, who cherished her broths yet remained rather slender. His intention was to help her gain a bit of weight by crafting hearty soups. Once they had both indulged to their fill, Xiao Jun finally revealed the idea he had been contemplating all afternoon. "Sha, shall we consider moving to the city?" Chapter 8. Garlic stir-fried chicken in the city. Medical facilities are excellent, and other aspects of life, such as food, clothing, and transportation, are equally convenient. Now that we have some financial stability, we could rent a small apartment. If you wish to start a snack business, I can handle the business license. Once you are discharged from the hospital, we can look for a suitable storefront. How does that sound? Ding Sha moved her fingers, clearly intrigued by Xiao Jun's proposal. Although life in the village was pleasant, relocating to a familiar city would significantly enhance her living conditions, and it would also make her prenatal checkups much more accessible. Moreover, the consumption level and demand in the city far exceed those in suburban villages. Thus, opening a small shop might allow her to save some money. She counted on her fingers, contemplating seriously, while Xiao Jun quietly watched her, feeling a profound sense of happiness. After a long period of pondering, Ding Sha finally nodded in agreement. Then she hesitated and said, "Ah, Jun, could you help me sell lunch boxes tomorrow?" Feeling a bit shy, she added, "I think I should formally inform the workers at the construction site, as they have always been very supportive of my business." Xiao Jun had no objections. Although he disliked others constantly thinking about his wife, he was a man who valued gratitude. Since the hospital did not allow visitors to stay overnight, he reluctantly rode his electric bike back to the village. As dusk settled, smoke began to rise from chimneys in the vicinity. With keen eyesight, Xiao Jun noticed a suspicious shadow lurking near his front door. Silently, he parked his bike aside and stealthily approached, like a cat, before seizing the intruder by the collar. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Wang Kuan had been scheming for several days to teach Ding Sha a lesson. As he stealthily approached in the darkness, he was puzzled to find the usually open door firmly locked. Just as he peered through the crack to investigate, he was startled by the presence behind him. Turning around, he was met with a fierce-looking face, eyes glinting with menace. Wang Kuan shivered, stammering, I wasn't doing anything." Xiao Jun glanced at the door. "What mischief are you up to? Speak honestly, and you might avoid a beating." Wang Kuan, afraid of pain, quickly shifted his demeanor, his face adopting a sycophantic smile. "Brother, you must be new to our village, right?" Xiao Jun was wary of his intentions, but merely grunted in response, maintaining a firm grip on his collar. "Let me tell you, there's a vixen living in this house, always posing and flirting with men," Wang Kuan said, his face twisted with lewdness as he attempted to share his dubious intel. He thought that by sending this intimidating figure in first, he could enjoy the spoils without risk. Moreover, he believed that the woman would not dare to provoke such a thug. Wang Kuan gleefully imagined the scenario. "This woman has both beauty and charm. What do you say, brother? Shall we collaborate? You go in first, and I'll just tag along for a taste of the soup." Xiao Jun was incensed by his words. He yanked Wang Kuan's collar and dragged him down a somewhat desolate path leading into the woods. It took only a couple of tugs for Wang Kuan to panic. Brother, let's talk this over." "Talk? To hell with that." Xiao Jun violently pulled him into the woods and pressed him against a tree. Without further ado, he unleashed a barrage of powerful punches. His hands were large and powerful, striking Wang Kuan until he cried out in pain and desperately dodged. Only after Wang Kuan's face was bruised and battered did Xiao Jun feel a slight sense of relief. However, the vile words that had escaped Wang Kuan's mouth still left him feeling a lingering disgust. With snot, tears, and blood smeared across his face, Wang Kuan lay on the ground sobbing. Xiao Jun kicked him and commanded, "Shut up." Wang Kuan trembled in fear, whimpering softly. With his head bowed, Xiao Jun posed a question. "Do you know who I am?" Wang Kuan shook his head vigorously. Xiao Jun felt a tickle in his throat, yearning for a cigarette. But thoughts of Ding Sha stopped him from retrieving one. "I am the one whose door you just kicked in. The filthy words you uttered were about my wife." Wang Kuan's crying ceased in sheer terror. "If I hear another vile word from your mouth, it won't just be a beating next time," he warned, his voice low and menacing, sending chills down Wang Kuan's spine. Wang Kuan nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "I won't say anything again. I promise." Xiu Yun snorted coldly, ignoring him as he walked outside to push his electric bike back into the courtyard. He organized the vegetables at home, preparing what he would need for the next day, then took out his phone to search for suitable rental spaces. At the construction site, a group of burly men stood at the entrance, anxiously waiting. It was past the usual mealtime, yet the beautiful figure they anticipated had yet to arrive. A slender man sighed. "Is she not coming today either? Where's that lunchbox goddess gone? I've grown accustomed to her meals. I can't eat anything else." De Zhuang, looking dejected, added, "Who knows? I barely ate anything yesterday, just waiting for 2 lunchboxes." Suddenly, a commotion arose in the crowd as someone shouted, "She's coming." They looked up to see a figure riding an electric bike approaching. However, as it drew closer, they realized it was not the goddess herself but her boyfriend. Though disappointed at not seeing the beauty, the thought of delicious food brought smiles to their faces as they formed a line. Xiao Jun opened the box and scanned the code, paying 15 for his meal. De Zhuang eagerly opened his lunchbox upon receiving it. Today's portions were particularly generous, as always featuring 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable. The hearty potato and green bean stew with chunks of meat was delightful, the potatoes tender and flavorful, the green beans soft and juicy, and the thick slices of pork belly easily pierced with chopsticks, each bite heavenly. The garlic stir-fried chicken was a new dish, its rich garlic aroma wafting through the air. The chicken was cut into small pieces, blanched, and then tossed with ginger, garlic, and fragrant leaves in a hot pan. After achieving a golden exterior, a generous amount of minced garlic was added, frying until aromatic, followed by a splash of water and a sauce made from oyster sauce. Soy sauce, salt, sugar, and pepper simmered until thickened. A bite revealed a delightful harmony of garlic and meat flavors, entirely devoid of any unpleasant odors. Lastly, the spicy and sour shredded potatoes, with their vibrant red chilies, were equally appetizing. De Zhuang took a hearty mouthful of rice, feeling satisfied, noticing Xiu Yun's silence. He attempted to strike up a conversation. "Hey, little boss, what have you been busy with lately? Many of us have been hungry since you stopped coming." Xiu Yun, upon hearing Ding Sha mention him, displayed a softer expression and accompanied Sha Sha for her prenatal checkup. De Zhuang paused, instinctively glancing at the others dining beside him, and in a moment of distraction, he seemed to hear the sound of a heart shattering. Nevertheless, De Zhuang managed to smile and congratulate him, proclaiming it a wonderful occasion. "Congratulations to you both." Xiao Jun expressed his gratitude and pondered, "We will no longer sell lunchboxes here." De Zhuang nearly leaped from his seat, exclaiming, "Why?" "Sha Sha is pregnant, and we plan to move to the city for her convenience," Xiao Jun elucidated. "We intend to open a small shop there, and you're welcome to visit us." With a heavy heart, De Zhuang took another couple of bites of his meal. Suddenly recalling something, he pulled out his phone. "Young boss, let us add each other on WeChat, so we can stay in touch." Xiu Yun exquisite. After they exchanged contact information, Xiao Jun prepared to return home, as he had a viewing appointment with an agent later that afternoon and was pressed for time. Not long after he arrived home, there was a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a kind yet sturdy elderly woman. Grandma Zhang had come from her vegetable garden, clutching a handful of wild vegetables she intended to give to Ding Sha, only to find a young man at the door. Surprised, Grandma Zhang looked at the young boy and nervously blurted out, "Are you the scoundrel who deceived Sha Sha into having a child?" Chapter 9. Tofu and Crucian carp soup. Grandma Zhang sat in the courtyard of Xiao Sun's home, awkwardly rubbing her hands together. Sorry, Xiao. I misunderstood you." Upon hearing Xiao Sun's explanation, Grandma Zhang's cheeks flushed, a rare occurrence for someone of her age, feeling quite embarrassed about the misunderstanding. Xiao Sun, having heard Ding Sha mention Grandma Zhang's care for her, brought over a cup of sweetened water. "It's nothing. Thank you for taking care, Sha Sha," he said. Xiao Sun was generally taciturn. Apart from Ding Sha, he seldom wished to utter even a single word to others. Grandma Zhang waved her hand dismissively. "There is no need for thanks. How could I stand by and watch the young girl suffer alone? We are neighbors. It's only right to lend a hand." Rising from her seat, she added, "I've brought you some pickled vegetables. I need to return now, as I still have to prepare dinner for Sha Sha." Xiao Sun escorted her home and then hurriedly rode off on his electric bike. After spending the entire evening and the morning without seeing Ding Sha, he found himself missing her. Ding Sha had just been monitored by a nurse as she took her medicine and received an injection when Xiao Sun entered hastily. "Accent?" Ding Sha exclaimed in surprise, having thought she wouldn't see him until evening. Bending down, Xiao Sun embraced her before gently sitting beside her. "Have you eaten yet?" he inquired. Ding Sha shook her head. "Not yet, I'm not hungry." Gently patting her head, Xiao Sun said, "Then I'll go get us some food. Shall we eat together?" "Okay," Ding Sha replied obediently. Although she wasn't hungry, the sight of Xiao Sun filled her with a sense of joy, and she began to feel a pang of hunger. Xiao Sun returned swiftly, and the two shared a meal at a small table. Ding Sha's appetite was not robust, and as usual, Xiao Sun finished her leftovers. They only left when it was truly time to go. Xiao Sun, a bit reluctant, said, I'm heading to check on the shop. If anything comes up, just give me a call. Ding Sha gently rubbed her abdomen and promised to do so. Xiao Sun departed, still feeling somewhat uneasy. That afternoon, he visited 3 different shops, yet his heart remained set on the one near the university town. It boasted a high foot traffic and was conveniently close to the hospital. The shop featured a small courtyard at the back, with a second floor suitable for living, making it ideal for their needs, although the rent was somewhat steep. After contemplating the earnings from selling box meals that day and the savings in the bank, Xiao Sun resolutely decided to make this his first choice. However, he still wished to wait for Ding Sha's opinion. If she liked it, they would finalize the agreement. After discussing with the agent, he made his way to the market. The afternoon market was not particularly bustling, yet he managed to find a commendable fish stall. Purchasing 2 crucian carp, each the length of his palm, he then returned to the small inn to borrow the kitchen once more. Upon seeing him, the owner readily agreed, recalling how the delightful aroma of his previous cooking had attracted many customers, resulting in significantly higher sales that day. Unbeknownst to Xiao Sun, the owner had his own motives. He retrieved his small clay pot from the basket of his electric bike and entered the kitchen. The fish had already been cleaned. He rinsed them again, drying them with kitchen paper before gently frying them in oil over low heat until the skin turned golden and the flesh remained intact. He then transferred them to the preheated clay pot, poured in boiling water, and added scallions and ginger slices, requiring little more than a sprinkle of salt to enhance the dish's natural flavors. Zhou Yu entered, captivated by the enchanting aroma wafting from the kitchen. "Dad, what are you cooking? It smells divine. I want some too." Zhou Boss, beaming with joy as he attended to the sudden influx of food orders, replied without looking up. "A young fellow is using the kitchen to cook. I have no idea what he is making." He took a deep sniff, truly enchanted by the scent, recalling that the young man had arrived with fish and tofu, surmising he must be preparing fish soup. Zhou Yu nearly drooled at the thought and couldn't help but wander into the kitchen, where she spotted a figure diligently tending to the simmering broth. Sensing her gaze, Xiao Jun turned to find a stranger staring at him, furrowing his brow but ultimately ignoring her. Initially, Zhou Yu was salivating over the fish, but soon her attention shifted to the man himself. With her discerning eye, honed from countless celebrity crushes, she deemed him exceptional. His mere visage could incite a chorus of gasps. Blushing, she leaned closer. "Handsome, what are you making? It smells incredible. Could I have a taste?" "I'm willing to pay." Xiao Jun, not even glancing her way, coldly replied, "No sharing." "Why not? You can't possibly eat it all by yourself." Zhou Yu persisted. Ignoring her, Xiao Jun added the cubed tofu into the clay pot. As he lifted the lid, Zhou Yu inhaled deeply, intoxicated by the heavenly fragrance. Heavenly! Zhou Yu's heart raced at the sight of the man before her. A true catch, handsome and capable in the kitchen. How could she let this opportunity slip away? With renewed determination, she called out, "Hey, could you please share just a little bit? Just a taste." At that moment, Zhou Boss, who had also been unable to resist the allure of the kitchen, was startled by his daughter's request and hurried in to awkwardly pull her away. "What are you doing?" Zhou Yu protested, trying to break free. "Stay at the counter and help me out. That young man is making soup for his pregnant wife." "What are you meddling for?" Zhou Yu was taken aback. "He is married?" Zhou Boss remained non-committal. "Just mind your own business." Zhou Yu pouted, feeling a twinge of disappointment. She couldn't help but wonder which woman had gotten there first. Meanwhile, Ding Sha, who had already secured her position, waited impatiently for Xiao Jun hesitating. She contemplated whether to call him. Just then, Xiao Jun entered, placing the clay pot before her. "I'm back, Sha. Come, enjoy the soup." As she savored the broth, Xiao Jun showed her pictures he had taken of the shop earlier that afternoon. Ding Sha immediately fell in love with the quaint courtyard in the university town. Delighted, Xiao Jun messaged the agent, expressing his decision to rent the place. The creamy fish soup was so delectable that Ding Sha consumed 2 generous bowls before stopping, while the remainder disappeared into Xiao Jun's stomach. Though he seemed indifferent, each time she observed him finishing her bowl, Ding Sha felt her cheeks heat up in secret. How intimate! By the time Ding Sha left the hospital, Xiao Jun had nearly completed the renovations for the shop. He moved the custom-made lounge chair and bed from Ding Sha to the small shop, where he made some simple renovations. Fortunately, The aesthetic of the previous tenant was quite pleasing, allowing them to retain much of the existing decor without significant alterations. The living area on the second floor and the courtyard space were also thoughtfully planned by Xiao Junding. Xia took a tour and felt immensely satisfied. The sensation of having someone understand your preferences without the need for words was truly delightful. However, the couple found themselves at odds over the shop's name and the type of business to pursue. Xiao Jun suggested that she simply open a small supermarket, where she could sit at the counter and collect payments daily. Yet, Ding Xia was determined to establish a small eatery. Confident in her culinary skills and passionate about cooking and experimenting with flavors. Ultimately, Xiao Jun could not resist Ding Xia's steadfastness and agreed to her desire to open a snack shop. The establishment would be named Xia Snack Shop. Chapter 10. Braised lamb. On the first day of moving, Xiao Jun returned from the market with 2 pounds of lamb. For days, Ding Xia had been eating lightly, and her cravings for spicy food had led her to talk in her sleep at night. Thus, Xiao Jun promised to prepare lamb for her. 1 pound would be braised, and the other pound would be used for a lamb casserole, allowing for a delightful combination. After soaking the lamb in warm water for a thorough cleaning, Ding Xia could not stand the smell, and often retched, Xiao Jun washed it several more times. He set aside diced potatoes and carrots, and casually chopped half an onion. Using cold water, he blanched the lamb with scallions, ginger, Sichuan pepper, and cooking wine to eliminate the gamey odor, then directly transferred it to a hot oil pan where scallions and garlic had been sautéed, causing the oil to splatter audibly. The enticing aroma of the lamb colliding with the hot oil filled the air. After adding dobanjiang, hot pot base, and some spices, he stir-fried it briefly before seasoning with soy sauce. By this point, the small kitchen was suffused with this assertive fragrance, making Ding Xia, who was lounging in a chair in the courtyard, increasingly restless. Xiao Jun merely poured a bowl of boiling water, then added a can of beer. Once it reached a boil, he transferred it to a clay pot to simmer over medium-low heat. He stepped outside to find Ding Xia gazing longingly in his direction, which amused him. The late summer weather still bore a hint of warmth, and Xiao Jun, having removed his shirt, revealed a lean yet muscular physique. Despite his slenderness, he had well-defined muscles, particularly six-pack abs and a pronounced V-line extending into his waistband, igniting boundless imagination. Ding Xia stared at him, momentarily lost in thought. The previous Ding Xia, who had shared intimate moments with Xiao Jun, had never encountered such a striking sight, and her cheeks flushed crimson. Naturally, Xiao Jun noticed this. A mischievous grin crept across his lips as he deliberately approached her, bare-chested. As he drew near, Ding Xia's eyes were glued to his abs. Xiao Jun lowered his voice playfully, coaxing her, "Come, Xia, reach out. Would you like to touch? It feels quite nice." Compelled by his voice, Ding Xia found herself placing her hand on his firm, warm abdomen. The sensation was peculiar, yet captivating, and only after instinctively caressing it a couple of times did she realize her actions. Startled, she withdrew her hand as if electrocuted, awkwardly standing up. "I should go take my folic acid," she mumbled before hastily fleeing. Xiao Jun watched her retreating figure and her flushed ears, bursting into hearty laughter. During lunch, Ding Xia kept her head down, focused on her meal. After Xiao Jun served her 2 pieces of potato, yet saw her still not looking up, he felt a twinge of concern. Perhaps he had gone too far. What to do? After a moment of serious contemplation, Xiao Jun deliberately brought up a topic. "The renovations are nearly complete. I plan to visit the business bureau tomorrow. During the wait for the business license, have you thought about what to sell?" Upon hearing him mention serious matters, Ding Xia finally exhaled with relief and lifted her head. "I've thought about it. Since it's called a snack shop, why not start with snacks? We are in a university town with many students nearby, and a middle school is just down the street. I was thinking we could sell buns. Boil a pot of tea eggs, prepare buns with both meat and vegetable fillings, and then simmer a pot of congee, accompanied by some pickled vegetables for self-service on the table. This way, it would neither be too exhausting nor devoid of business. And special requests for stir-fried dishes could be accommodated during lunch and dinner. What do you think?" After finishing, Ding Xia cast a somewhat anxious glance at Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun took a bite of lamb and replied, "I'll do as you say." With that, Ding Sha felt a surge of contentment as she continued her meal. The lamb was tender and flavorful, its vibrant color enticing. Each bite was both hot and fragrant, warming her throat down to her stomach. Even the potatoes and carrots were saturated with a rich broth and meaty essence, and Ding Sha savored every mouthful. Eventually, she paused after consuming 2 bowls of rice. Xiao Jun, with a hearty appetite, poured the remaining rice into the soup and devoured it in large, enthusiastic bites. Seeing him relish his meal stirred a desire within Ding Sha, but her stomach could not accommodate more, and she was also concerned that overeating might be detrimental to the child. Thus, she held a cup of ginger rice tea, watching Xiao Jun eat. In the end, all the dishes were cleared, and Xiao Jun, satisfied, let out a belch, slumping back in his chair, gazing at the ceiling. Life felt leisurely and fulfilling. This happiness compelled him to glance at Ding Sha, fearing it might all be a dream. While Ding Sha took an afternoon nap, Xiao Jun hurried to purchase a steamer and, under Ding Sha's instructions, negotiated with the vegetable vendor regarding delivery arrangements. He then timed his visit to the business registration office to coincide with their opening hours to apply for a business license. On his way home, he found Ding Sha deeply asleep, and unable to resist, he leaned down to kiss her gently on the tip of her nose and forehead, pinching her fingers and stroking her hair, finally planting a soft kiss on the corner of her lips. Ding Sha, in her dreamy state, felt a ticklish sensation and instinctively reached to scratch, while Xiao Jun slipped off his shoes and climbed onto the bed, carefully wrapping his arms around her, resting his head against hers as they drifted into slumber. They awoke only as dusk approached, shared a simple dinner, locked the door, and Xiao Jun casually chose a nearby university to take Ding Sha for a stroll. The expansive playground was sparsely populated, with most individuals walking laps around the field and a small group playing football. The atmosphere was pleasant and leisurely, prompting one to unconsciously slow their pace. Music filled the air from the broadcast, vibrant and liberating. Thanks to their appealing looks, everyone passing by turned to admire them, offering compliments of awe. If only one person did so, it would delight Ding Sha, but when everyone followed suit, it left her feeling rather awkward. Xiao Jun was lost in thought, observing the flow of university students. Ding Sha shook his hand a few times, but he did not respond. Did he wish to attend university? Ding Sha pondered uncertainly, lacking previous memories and clarity on Xiao Jun's thoughts. Noticing her gaze fixed on him, Xiao Jun turned and playfully pinched her cheek, asking, "What is wrong? Tired? Shall we head back?" Ding Sha shook her head, insisting she was not tired. "Then why do you look at me in a daze?" Xiao Jun teased. "Is it because you adore your husband so much?" Ding Sha felt a bit awkward from his words but leaned closer to whisper, "Do you want to go to university?" Xiao Jun hesitated, his expression turning somber. He led Ding Sha to a nearby bench, stating, "I don't wish to attend university. Since the age of 8, when my mother left with another man, I have not set foot in a school. I have stumbled through life thus far, and it has been tolerable. The village elder often remarked that my mother was a university student, forced into marriage with my father for the sake of fortune. So I hold no resentment towards her for leaving when I was 8. I am merely curious about what a university student truly embodies." As Ding Sha spoke, a vivid memory of Xiao Jun emerged in her mind. Xiao Jun, a child from the neighboring village, was an orphan. His mother had left to work with another man when he was just 8 and never returned. Young Xiao Jun grew up scavenging for food, and the thought of education was far from his mind amidst the struggles of survival. It is not the curiosity about university students that lingers, but rather a yearning to understand what her mother was like. Ding Sha felt a twinge of sympathy for him as she linked her arm with Xiao Jun's and rested her head on his shoulder. Xiao Jun gently caressed her hair and earnestly assured her, "Do not worry, Sha. I will not abandon you, nor will I allow our child to endure the same fate as mine. I will ensure that they grow up in happiness." Yet beneath this facade, there remained an undercurrent of discontent and lingering grievances. After sitting for a while, the pair prepared to return, but as they took a few steps, they were confronted by a middle-aged man with graying hair, who approached with a serious demeanor. He scrutinized their youthful faces and, after a moment of silence, let out a disapproving huff, exclaiming, "Which department are you two from? How can you be pregnant during your time at school?" Such a lack of self-respect. Chapter 11. Pork and cabbage buns. The old professor, perhaps a tad antiquated in his views, maintained a stern demeanor even after hearing Ding Sha's explanation, muttering about how a child ought to be studying. As he ambled away, hands clasped behind his back, basking in the golden hues of the setting sun, Ding Sha observed his receding figure. Though chastised, she understood his good intentions. The wooden plaque ordered from Uncle Wei soon arrived. Xiao Jun borrowed a ladder from the neighboring shop to hang it himself, while Ding Sha stood by the street, directing him. A bit higher, now a bit lower. Xiao Jun glanced at the slope beneath her feet, but said nothing, quietly acquiescing to her guidance. After much effort, the plaque was finally in place. As Xiao Jun tidied up, Ding Sha's gaze fell upon a vendor across the street, selling small oranges. After eyeing the oranges and then Xiao Jun, she suddenly broke into laughter, saying, "You stay right here, don't move. I'll go buy you a few pounds of oranges." With that, she giggled uncontrollably as she went to purchase the fruit. Xiu Yun, who had not received much formal education, was bewildered by her jest and stared in confusion at her delighted figure. A passing young man, feeling familiar, approached Xiao Jun, saying, "Hey, buddy, your wife is joking with you." He draped an arm over Xiao Jun's shoulder, sharing the backstory of her playful comment. "She is trying to make you her daddy, huh?" The boy chuckled, and Xiao Jun paused, a flicker of amusement appearing in his eyes. When Ding Sha returned with the oranges, she found Xiao Jun regarding her with a half-smile, half-skeptical expression. Feeling a bit guilty, she pondered that he likely did not grasp the joke, so she feigned nonchalance, urging him, "Come on, let us go eat the oranges. I just tasted one. It's incredibly sweet." Xiao Jun complied, following her lead while carefully supporting her as they descended the steps. Upon reaching the small courtyard at the back, Xiao Jun turned to gently tap her chin. "So, Sha wants to be my daddy?" Ding Sha nearly choked on her own saliva. You know, I was just joking." Her eyes darted around, caught between embarrassment and a hint of guilt. "I don't mind," Xiao Jun said, his strength evident as he lifted her effortlessly. "You could be whatever you wish to me, as long as you are by my side." Ding Sha felt a swell of emotion at his words. Nestled in his embrace, she caressed his slightly fuller cheeks, vowing silently, "I want to leave you. At least, I want to abandon you. I bought some wood from Uncle Wei. How about I build you a swing in the yard?" Xiao Jun proposed as he carried her to a tree. "Right here. Should it have a backrest, like a wicker chair?" Ding Sha's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really? Then I'll start making it tomorrow." Xiu Yun recognized her enthusiasm. He then carried her to a section by the wall. "Shall we plant flowers here?" A variety of blossoms to fill this area, making it a beautiful sight when they bloom. "And let us plant grapes here too," he continued, setting up a trellis so that when the vines grow, it will create a lovely little gazebo. Here, a small plot is set aside for cultivating vegetables, where one can grow beloved tomatoes and tender greens, along with some peas. When the time comes, I shall pluck the freshest pea shoots to prepare a delightful sour soup noodle dish for you, if that pleases you. Xiao Jun guided her through every corner of the little courtyard, patiently and meticulously explaining each arrangement and plan. Ding Sha could not help but indulge in daydreams about their future life together. Perhaps their child would, when a bit older, fall asleep on the swing, lulled by the cool breeze. Or maybe, as the child learned to walk, they would playfully roll in the mud. She wondered who would take on the role of the stern parent, and who would be the more lenient one. Such intricate happiness occupied Ding Sha's thoughts. Sensing her delight, Xiao Jun offered a gentle smile, placing her on a lounge chair, while he sat beside her, peeling oranges. The more oranges he peeled, the more his fingertips would turn yellow, a hue Ding Sha found unappealing. The little shop quietly opened its doors. On an ordinary morning, the previously shut doors suddenly swung wide. The young proprietor moved several tables to the entrance, followed by 2 large steamers. At the doorway sat a small stove, lively with flames, atop which rested a pot, releasing an irresistible aroma that stirred the appetites of passers-by, even before the morning hunger had fully awakened. A small gap in the steamer revealed plump, steaming buns, each the size of an adult's palm, their fragrance wafting enticingly. Nearby, a large pot bubbled with fragrant century egg and lean pork congee, thick and creamy. The lovely proprietress sat behind the steamer, her smile inviting those who passed by. as if asking, "Would you like to try some breakfast?" Wang Dong, a student from the local middle school, usually ate at home, but recently, his parents had been quarreling daily, leaving him without breakfast. His mother gave him some money to fend for himself, and he hesitated as he surveyed the various breakfast shops, uncertain of what to do. Perhaps he should simply buy a loaf of bread from the school store to make do. However, as he walked along, he was ensnared by an overwhelming aroma that awakened his previously indifferent stomach, now clamoring for sustenance. Wang Dong looked up to see the shop. Was it new? He had never noticed it before. With his curiosity in mind, he approached. Ding Sha noticed the well-behaved boy in a school uniform walking towards her and stood up, asking, "What would you like to eat, young man? Today is our first day of business, and we currently offer only buns, tea, eggs, and century egg congee." Upon seeing the gentle and beautiful proprietress, who resembled a fairy, Wang Dong was momentarily taken aback, and then inquired, "Sister, what fillings do the buns have?" "There are pork and cabbage, as well as chive and egg," she replied, "and both the congee and tea eggs are 2 yuan each." She opened the steamer to show him the buns. After a brief moment of hesitation, Wang Dong said, "Sister, I would like 2 meat buns, 1 vegetarian bun, a tea egg, and a bowl of congee." "All right, please have a seat. I will bring it right over." Ding Sha, having received the payment, promptly called for Xiao Jun to serve congee. She placed 3 steamed buns into a plastic bag and selected a rather large egg to accompany them. At that moment, Xiao Jun returned with a cup of congee. Ding Sha handed him everything, suggesting that if he wasn't in a hurry, he could sit at the small table to enjoy his meal. Wang Dong, indeed unhurried, settled onto a small stool and took a bite of the bun, his eyes widening in surprise. The bun was filled with savory broth. Although it was somewhat hot, he instinctively slurped the steaming liquid, savoring its rich and delectable flavor infused with a hint of grease. Eagerly, he took another generous bite of the bun. It was simply divine. In no time, he had devoured 2 meat buns, and with an expression of anticipation, he took a bite of the vegetarian bun. It was equally delightful, salty and fragrant. It enveloped generous chunks of golden egg, providing an exceptionally satisfying experience. Wang Dong's eating pace naturally accelerated, as every dish, whether it be the tea egg or the lean meat congee, was more delicious than the last. Eventually, he patted his full belly, feeling a tinge of worry. It was his first time feeling so stuffed in the morning. Ding Sha offered him some mints and napkins, inquiring, "How was it, young man? Did you enjoy it?" "It was absolutely delicious," Wang Dong exclaimed excitedly. "Sister, do you sell meals at noon? If so, I shall return." Ding Sha was somewhat surprised, as she had not prepared to serve lunch on her first day. Nevertheless, she smiled and replied, "Of course we do. Just come by when the time comes." Chapter 12. Sweet and savory tofu pudding. A divine restaurant has opened beside the university town. The proprietors possess ethereal beauty, and their dishes are infused with heavenly flavors. Soon, whispers of this culinary haven reach the ears of middle school students in the city, who delight in starting their mornings with a few steamed buns and a bowl of congee, savoring the gentle greetings of the proprietress. The owner occasionally wears a stern expression, but upon seeing his pregnant wife, the clouds of his demeanor part, revealing a bright smile. On this particular day, Wang Dong arrived as usual for breakfast, only to discover that the quaint establishment had undergone a transformation. A large iron barrel, nearly the height of an adult man, stood on the floor, while 2 sizable pots were displayed on a nearby table. Curiosity piqued, he inquired of Ding Sha, "Sister Sha, what is this? A new product?" Ding Sha lifted the lid to reveal a warm, white, and tender tofu pudding that seemed ready to crumble at a gentle poke. The enticing aroma of the beans awakened primal desires, the desire to eat. This was, in fact, a mischievous idea that had sprung from Ding Sha's mind. Wang Dong gazed at the 2 pots, suddenly gripped by a peculiar premonition. "Sister Sha, you wouldn't dare," with a flourish. Ding Sha unveiled the lids of the 2 large pots. Indeed, one contained a thick, sweet syrup of brown sugar, while the other held a savory broth made from sought daylilies, black fungus, and eggs. The harmonious interplay of sweet and savory was utterly irresistible. Staring in astonishment at the 2 pots, Wang Dong eventually lamented, "Sister Sha, how could you do this?" Ding Sha laughed heartily. "Which flavor do you wish to try?" After a moment of internal conflict, he declared, "I'll have a bowl of the savory one." Although he had always favored sweet tofu pudding throughout his life and scoffed at the notion of savory, this time felt different. An inexplicable trust in the craftsmanship of this little shop enveloped him. Fixating on the tofu pudding for a moment, Wang Dong took up a spoon with a solemn expression, resolutely scooping a small bite into his mouth. He chewed thoughtfully for a few moments. It's delicious. Unable to resist, he indulged in several more spoonfuls, finding the broth savory and smooth, the tofu tender yet fragrant. Wang Dong confirmed to himself that savory tofu pudding was far from unpalatable. In fact, it was extraordinarily delightful. Savoring the dish, he ordered a steamed bun to accompany his savory tofu pudding, feeling utterly content. Passers-by, intrigued by Ding Sha's unconventional approach, were drawn inside, eager to taste for themselves and justify their opinions. Two young ladies opted for different flavors and, after finishing their meals with satisfaction, began to bicker. Sweet tofu pudding is the best. It's so delicious. Nonsense. Savory tofu pudding is far more fragrant. Do you even have taste? You lack taste. You just don't appreciate the exquisite beauty of sweet tofu pudding. Ding Sha approached with 2 bowls of tofu pudding in hand, smiling. Why not try taste first? Only by sampling each other's preferred flavors can we understand one another's perspectives. The young ladies paused, blinking in surprise, and fell into a contemplative silence. Upon sampling a spoonful of the silky tofu, Xiao Zhao's eyes widened in delightful surprise. It was not nearly as unpalatable as she had anticipated. Another nearby, evidently sharing the same sentiment, took a couple of sips and, with a shy demeanor, apologized. "I'm sorry, Xiao Xiao. I shouldn't have implied you lack taste." "I am at fault too," she replied. The 2 young girls clasped hands and, with joyous hearts, headed off to school. Meanwhile, Wang Dong could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. A thought crossed his mind. If only his parents could comprehend each other better. Xiao Jun strolled over from the backyard, pouring a large basin of freshly prepared savory stew into a pot. "Are you hungry?" he inquired. Ding Sha shook her head, indicating she was not at all hungry. Recently, she had entered a phase of relentless morning sickness, where everything she consumed ended up rejected, and she even found herself unwell from not eating. In just a few days, the weight she had gained previously had vanished. Xiao Jun watched her with concern, perpetually seeking ways to prepare something nourishing for her. As the morning crowd gradually dispersed, Ding Sha reclined in a chair, engrossed in her phone. Suddenly, she stumbled upon a video that made her mouth water. "What's wrong?" Xiao Jun approached, carrying a large bundle of flower seedlings. "Can you make this?" Ding Sha eagerly showed him her phone. Xiao Jun set the seedlings down, wiped his hands with a towel, then leaned closer, asking, "Would you like to try? Tomato and preserved plum?" "Absolutely," she exclaimed. Chapter 13, Milk-Steamed Egg. After the final philosophy class of the morning, Zhou was in the midst of packing her bag when she was called by her roommate. "Xiao, are you going home for dinner today?" Du Ro approached her, book in hand. "I suppose not," Zhou contemplated before responding. "Then let us dine at the restaurant in the university town," Du Ro exclaimed with delight. "I've heard there's a new place that not only boasts a handsome owner, but also serves delectable dishes. My younger brother has been raving about it at his middle school." With a free afternoon ahead, Zhou readily agreed. "Sure, I could use a meal to elevate my dining experience." The 2 girls, books in hand and arms linked, made their way to the eatery. "Shasha's Snack Shop?" Zhou read the sign aloud at the entrance, finding it quite intriguing. With that thought, she entered alongside her friend. "Hello there. What would you like to eat?" The young and beautiful owner, resembling a celestial being with her clearly pronounced pregnancy, greeted them with a warm smile. Zhou gazed at her in admiration, unable to suppress a sigh at the apparent favoritism of Enhua. "Is a goddess Enhua present? Have you fallen asleep? I am too ugly to find rest." Before Zhou could finish her musings, Du Ro eagerly began ordering. "Excuse me, lovely lady, do you currently have the egg yolk and small potatoes?" she inquired with anticipation. Ding Sha, the owner, smiled at her. Has this guest visited US before? However, the egg yolk and small potatoes are more of a light snack, primarily intended to satiate children's hunger. I can order it separately. Du Ro quickly interjected. having listened to her brother rave about the dish for nearly 3 days. She was determined to try it upon returning to school. "Certainly, I will prepare a special portion for you," Ding Sha replied, still smiling sweetly, appearing remarkably easygoing. Nearby, not only were they dining, but a table of men, seemingly not impoverished but rather disheveled, were enjoying stir-fried pork with garlic sprouts alongside their drinks. One man, with a lewd gaze, stroked his chin and called out, "Miss, why not join us for a chat?" "Exactly. Let us have a conversation." Ding Sha's expression turned cold, disregarding them entirely as she continued to await Du Ro-Ro's order. Du Ro-Ro was startled by the men's advances and worried for the owner's safety, hastily concluding her order of 2 dishes. The men glared at Ding Sha as she took the menu back to the bar, one reaching out to grab her arm. "Didn't I tell you not to leave? Can't you understand human language? Try touching my wife with your filthy hands again." Xiao Jun emerged from the kitchen, brandishing a gleaming knife. His dark, brooding eyes radiated menace, and the scar on his brow indicated he was not to be trifled with. Though the man internally recognized defeat, he stubbornly attempted to salvage his pride. "I'll let you off today, but don't forget, if I catch you alone, I won't care whether you're a pregnant woman or not." Had he remained silent, it would have been better. However, his words struck a nerve with Xiao Jun, igniting fury within him. His expression darkened further as he glared at the man, his eyes seemingly ready to bleed. Striding forward, he demanded, "Repeat that." The man opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from speaking. They merely passed through this neighborhood, their eyes drawn to the attractive shopkeeper, yearning to seize the opportunity. It had yet to escalate to life-threatening stakes. The man, somewhat apprehensive, was tugged by Xiao Jun at the collar. Xiao Jun could readily discern that he was all bravado, possessing thieving intentions without the courage to act. After releasing his grip with a hint of disdain, he dusted off his hands and said, "You would do well to remember my words." Without waiting for the man's reaction, he turned to check on Ding Sha, asking if she was frightened. "No," Ding Sha replied, handing him the menu. "Here, aside from the egg yolk potatoes, you can prepare everything else." Du Ro-Ro was engrossed in watching the beautiful shopkeeper and her boyfriend display their affection when she suddenly heard Zhou Yu exclaim excitedly, "It's you?" "Young man." Du Ro-Ro paused. "Xiao Yu, do you know the owner?" Ding Sha was taken aback as well. "Ah Jun, is this your friend?" Xiao Jun cast a disinterested glance at Zhou Yu and, under her expectant gaze, replied flatly, "I have never seen her before. I do not know her." "It's me. Remember when you cooked in my father's shop? We even spoke." Zhou Yu exclaimed with enthusiasm. Ever since that encounter, Zhou Yu could not forget him. Often dreaming of that day, where the young man was gentle and prepared delicious food for her, smiling warmly. Gradually, Zhou Yu began to believe that there was a mutual affection between them. In a vast sea of people, although the young man had not returned, meeting him again now felt like destiny. Zhou Yu mused that she and the young man were surely fated to be together. Ding Sha understood, realizing that love was blossoming. Xiao Jun, indifferent to Zhou Yu, turned his gaze toward Ding Sha, softening his demeanor and expression, asking, "Would you like to sit for a while? I have prepared milk and egg custard with caramelized sugar on top, soft, sweet, fragrant, and smooth." Ding Sha patted her stomach. "I'm not hungry at all. I don't wish to eat." Zhou Yu snapped back to reality, witnessing Xiao Jun's tenderness toward the beautiful woman, feeling a twinge of defeat. Yet, she secretly resolved to harbor a flicker of hope that one day he would treat her with the same kindness. As she opened her mouth to speak, Du Ro-Ro quickly pulled her down. "Xiao Yu, what are you doing? You're making me cringe. Do you not see they are a couple having a conversation? Why must you intrude? Are you out of your mind?" Du Ro-Ro found Zhou Yu's behavior incomprehensible. Though Zhou Yu had a tendency to fawn, she usually maintained a semblance of normalcy. Why had she suddenly become so fixated on the shopkeeper? Did she not notice the piercing gaze directed at them? Du Ro-Ro couldn't help but feel a sense of annoyance. While Zhou Yu was shameless, she still desired the young man herself. Yet Zhou Yu, brimming with excitement, narrated their fateful connection to Du Ro-Ro. Her cheeks flushed as she proclaimed that they would surely find happiness together. Du Ro-Ro, incrédule, thought to herself that they had only met twice and exchanged barely a few words. How could Zhou Yu possibly envision the rest of her life with him? It was utterly absurd. Dururu felt overwhelmed and decided to rise and relocate to another seat. Apologetically, she addressed Ding Sha. "Excuse me, can I place a new order?" "Of course." Ding Sha responded, somewhat taken aback by her abruptness. Dururu then ordered a dish of fish-flavored shredded pork and some egg yolk potatoes before closing the menu. Zhou Yu, perplexed, exclaimed, "Ruru, what are you doing?" Dururu huffed, "Your actions are beyond my comprehension, and I have no desire to understand your mindset. Fundamentally, I cannot accept this. We simply have different paths." Zhou Yu paused, raising her voice. "Are you severing ties with me?" Dururu shook her head. "Severing ties is a term for children. As adults, we should politely drift apart." Zhou Yu, now irritated, failed to grasp why her friend could not empathize with her infatuation. She slammed the menu down on the table, declaring, "Order already." Ding Sha chuckled, "What would you like to eat?" Zhou Yu crossed her arms defiantly. "I want the Crucian carp and tofu soup and the milk steamed egg." Ding Sha recognized her intent and suppressed her smile, adopting a serious demeanor. "I'm sorry, but our small establishment does not serve those dishes." "How can that be? I insist on ordering." Ding Sha replied, "Our little shop cannot accommodate a guest of your stature." Having stood for a while, she felt a twinge of discomfort in her back and leaned on the counter for support. Xiao Jun approached with a grave expression, assisting her while casting a disapproving glance at Zhou Yu. To him, this woman's behavior was excessively noisy. Zhou Yu, however, felt the situation was unbearable and shouted, "Without a marriage certificate, you aren't truly married. Therefore, I have the right to compete fairly with you." Upon hearing this, Dururu felt not only anger but also a twinge of pity. Fair competition? Compete over what? Are you foolish? Ding Sha, however, smiled and replied, "Although Ajun and I have yet to reach the legal age for marriage, we are nonetheless recognized as a de facto marriage under the law. No matter how you embellish your actions, you are merely attempting to intrude upon someone else's marriage. And besides, my husband has no interest in you whatsoever." Chapter 14. The little yellow potato Zhou Yu found it impossible to accept Ding Sha's words, her gaze involuntarily drifting to Ding Sha's protruding belly. The sight of the two standing together was painfully vivid. A thought crossed her mind. If this child did not exist, would her beloved brother no longer be with this woman? Zhou Yu's penetrating stare at Ding Sha's abdomen sent chills down the latter's spine. She instinctively retreated, cradling her belly, until she found solace in Xiao Jun's embrace. Xiu Yun, noticing Zhou Yu's expression, stepped protectively in front of Ding Sha, his face a stormy shade of blue. "I warn you, do not dare to test my limits. Brother, listen to me. She is certainly no good." Zhou Yu suddenly beamed a smile. "Just look at her. You can tell she is restless. Although she appears particularly obedient in your presence, the moment you leave, she will be tempting other men. That baby inside her is an illegitimate child. If I help you rid her of it, we can be together." A nearby man, who had been watching the spectacle, shivered at her words. "This woman must be insane, right?" Duro Ro was equally astonished. She had never witnessed Zhou Yu in such a frenzied state. Xiao Jun glanced at Duro Ro. "Do you have her home phone number?" Duro Ro shook her head, explaining that she and Zhou Yu were merely roommates and had never visited her home. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Her family runs an inn. The phone number must be available online. Please look it up and let me know if you find it." Xiao Jun requested in a low voice. "What do you intend to do?" Zhou Yu asked, puzzled. She would soon find out. After obtaining the number, Xiao Jun called Zhou Yu's father. "Hello. 4 seasons in. Hello. Is this Zhou Yu's father?" "I am. Do you remember me?" Zhou's father paused. "I recall you. What is the matter?" "Your daughter has taken up residence in my establishment, attempting to meddle in my marriage with my wife, and even threatening my pregnant spouse. You should come and take her away promptly." Xiao Jun recounted the situation with an impassive demeanor. Zhou's father was taken aback, nearly toppling from his chair. He quickly inquired about the address and rushed over. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu felt her heart shatter. "How could you do this to me? You clearly like me." Xiu Yun, with a serious expression, turned to Ding Sha. "Trust me, I do not know her. She is unwell." Ding Sha laughed softly. "Oh, come now. I can see your hair is growing back nicely. I trust your virtue remains intact." Xiao Jun muttered, "Your virtue was given to you." What did you say?" Ding Sha inquired, not quite catching his words. Nothing, just asking if you would like to sit for a moment. Siu Yun lifted her hand, kissing her fingers gently. Zhou's father arrived swiftly, and upon entering the small establishment, he found his daughter with tearful eyes, staring enviously at the affectionate couple across from her. In that moment, it seemed as though she were the true victim. Boss Zhou was nearly overwhelmed with anger. He approached Zhou Yu and insisted, "We are going home." "Father, I refuse to go home," Zhou Yu protested vehemently. "Get back." The embarrassment and lack of cooperation from his daughter ignited Boss Zhou's fury. "If you still wish to acknowledge me as your father, then you will return home this instant." Zhou Yu was taken aback by his shout. After a moment of silence, she sniffled and, with her head bowed, walked out. Boss Zhou, stooping slightly, apologized to Ding Sha, saying, "I am sorry, I have spoiled her and caused you trouble. Xiao Yu has some issues stemming from her mother's past. I ask for your understanding. What kind of trauma she has endured is of no concern to us, nor are we interested." Xiao Jun replied with a half-smile. "Boss Zhou, keep a close eye on your daughter. Ensure she does not return here. I am indifferent to whether she is a woman or a patient." Boss Zhou readily agreed and muttered a couple more apologies before turning to leave. "Why the sharp words? Are you a rose?" Ding Sha jabbed him lightly at the side, provoking a tense glare from him. Such individuals must be dealt with directly. Otherwise, he would not be able to reign in that neurotic. Xiao Jun took a few menus and stepped back. Ding Sha smiled at Dururu, saying, "Just a moment. The dishes will be ready shortly." Dururu shook her head. "It's fine. I am not in a hurry." Once Xiao Jun finished cooking, Ding Sha began preparing the salted egg yolk potatoes. Choosing locally sourced small round potatoes, known for their soft and starchy texture, she cleaned and peeled them, soaking them for a while. In a pot, she boiled the potatoes in salted water until they were nearly cooked, then fried them twice in oil. In the remaining oil in the pan, she added 2 salted egg yolks and the yolk of a boiled egg, and them over low heat until they bubbled. She then added the fried potatoes, ensuring they were evenly coated with the egg yolk mixture before serving. Ding Sha promptly presented the dish to Dururu while it was still warm. The aroma of the salted egg yolks filled the air, causing Dururu to turn her head repeatedly in anticipation. At last, she saw Ding Sha emerge with a plate of golden potatoes. As the plate reached the table, Dururu eagerly picked one up and took a bite. The taste was a delightful combination of savory and rich. The unique flavor of the salted egg yolk was utterly irresistible, while the outer layer of the potato was crispy and fragrant, enveloping a soft and sticky interior. Each bite released steam. They were hot and delectable. Dururu squealed in surprise from the heat, yet could not resist devouring more. Finally, she was savoring the egg yolk potatoes that her brother had raved about daily. Soon, she could boast triumphantly to her brother at home. Dururu tucked gleefully. Ding Sha, too, was filled with joy as she clutched her belly and hurriedly sought out Xiao Jun. "Ayun, Aoyun, I'm here. What is the matter?" Upon hearing her call, Xiao Jun, who had been watering in the backyard, rushed over. "Quick, quick!" Ding Sha excitedly pressed his hand onto her belly. Siu Yun, bewildered, cautiously touched her abdomen. "What is it? Does your stomach hurt?" He is moving." Ding Sha managed to suppress a bit of her excitement. That peculiar sensation, though not entirely comfortable, evoked an indescribable feeling within her as she contemplated the little one stirring inside her. Xiao Jun paused momentarily, kneeling to gently caress her abdomen, and the baby responded with remarkable vigor, soon causing Xiao Jun to feel a distinct push against his hand. At that moment, even the typically composed Xiao Jun lost his calm. "It moved?" Ding Sha gazed at him with a smile. Xiao Jun pressed his face against her belly once more, quietly absorbing the moment. But perhaps the baby had grown weary, as there was no further movement. With a hint of disappointment, Xiao Jun rose to his feet. Ding Sha offered comforting strokes to him. In a couple of days, during the prenatal checkup, they would be able to conduct a 4-dimensional ultrasound, allowing them to clearly observe the baby's condition. Chapter 15. Double-skin milk. Ding Sha sat at the table, her belly protruding as she slapped the small ledger, calculating their earnings with fervor. Xiao Jun, disliking the tediousness of such meticulous work, moved a stool over to watch her, observing her furrowed brow as she bit her pen, diligently assessing the financial status of their modest household. He was well acquainted with her writing style, having spent countless hours in the village's less-than-stellar school, secretly watching Ding Sha over the past decade. At that time, he had just been abandoned by his mother, frail and small, dirty and shunned by other children, who would hurl stones at him, calling him trash, proclaiming he was unwanted. The adults feigned kindness, whispering behind his back that he was a harbinger of misfortune, doomed to bring calamity to his parents. Xiao Jun, in his innocence, could not comprehend their disdain, often feeling it was his fault, bearing the weight of unjust blame and quietly yearning for forgiveness, hoping for companionship in their games. The darkness of solitude in that vast, shadowy room was frightening. A fleeting smile crossed his face as he reminisced, finding humor in the absurdity of his childhood. A forsaken little rabbit, who would care for you? Dingsha looked up puzzled. What's wrong? She asked, her gaze searching his. Did you just say something? No, Xiao Jun replied, affectionately ruffling her hair. Hurry and finish calculating. Once you're done, we can rest. Didn't you say we'd go shopping tomorrow? As he watched Ding Sha engrossed in her calculations, the icy chill of his memories melted away, rekindled by warmth. His childhood experiences bore little value in reflection, save for the moment he met Ding Sha. On the day they first encountered each other, he had been ravenously hungry. The harvest that year had been poor, leaving no family with surplus food to share. He had climbed to the back mountain to forage for wild vegetables and fruits to quell his hunger. However, the edible bounty had already been stripped away by the village women, leaving the earth nearly barren. Young Xiao Jun felt dizzy from starvation and eventually succumbed to tears atop the hillside, his sobs resonating in the stillness. Perhaps his sorrow was so profound that it drew a lovely, fair-skinned girl to him. Little Ding Sha approached, inquiring, "Why are you crying? Did someone bully you?" The young boy, still a man at heart, wiped his tears, stifling his sobs, only for his stomach to audibly protest. The realization dawned on Ding Sha. You're hungry. From her pocket, she produced a small, clean handkerchief, unwrapping it to reveal a golden piece of millet cake, fragrant and enticing. Xiu Yun instinctively swallowed hot. Sitting beside him, Ding Sha divided the treat into 2 equal portions and offered one to him. Overcome by hunger, Xiao Jun, oblivious to the concept of refusal, found a millet cake irresistibly sweet and soft, devouring it ravenously. Seeing him eat with such fervor, Ding Sha hesitated for a moment before offering him the other half. Only after consuming both pieces did Xiao Jun's gnawing hunger abate slightly, and he began to feel a tinge of embarrassment. Ding Sha, with a smile, asked, was it delicious? I made it myself. Xiao Jun was still savoring the flavors lingering in his mouth, delectable, yet insufficient to satiate his hunger. He mused that if only such a large steamed bun could truly fill him. Xiao Dingsha paused for a moment, her irritation evident. She was at a loss for words to express her feelings, and ultimately rose in frustration and departed. Xiao Jun remained unaware of the cause of her discontent, only finding the sweet rice cake delightful and the young girl charming. It was later revealed to him that Xiao Dingsha had given her entire lunch to him, attending school on an empty stomach. Having endured hunger for years, Xiao Jun regarded it as the most unbearable plight, and he was profoundly touched that the young girl would sacrifice her meal for him. He resolved to repay her kindness, yet found himself devoid of means or ideas on how to reciprocate. He recalled older children proclaiming that a life saved warranted a pledge of devotion. Thus, Xiao Jun secretly vowed to dedicate himself to her. He stealthily ventured to the village school to observe Xiao Dingsha during her classes, watching her sit upright, reciting her lessons diligently. He witnessed her tears when she struggled with mathematics and admired her as she returned home from school during harvest season, her pigtails bobbing with each step. This silent admiration persisted for a decade. Xiao Dingsha blossomed into a graceful young woman, her large eyes and delicate features exuding tranquility and beauty. Young men from miles around harbored secret affections for her. Yet, upon facing her rejections, they resorted to slandering her character. It was during this time that Xiao Jun honed his fighting skills. When Xiao Dingsha tended to his wounds, she chided him. Have you been fighting again? With a nonchalant grin, Xiao Jun replied, they were worse off than I am. It's nothing. She glared at him. Was it a gang fight? No, it was just me against many. he retorted, dissatisfied. Xiao Dingsha playfully pressed on his swollen eye, eliciting a sharp cry from him. Be careful, she cautioned, softening her touch. I've told you countless times not to concern yourself with their opinions, yet you persist in returning battered. Xiao Xiaojun remained unyielding, his language as foul as a cesspool, refusing to cleanse himself. Aware of his obstinacy, Xiao Dingsha resigned herself to stockpiling more medicinal supplies at home. The year Xiao Dingsha graduated from high school, her stepmother proposed a marriage to a widower in the village, believing it would provide the means to send her younger brother to the city for education. Xiao Dingsha recognized the man's age and his violent past with his late wife. Understanding the gravity of her situation, she realized she must escape, lest her life be irrevocably ruined. She clandestinely procured her household registration and separated from her family. At the village entrance, she spotted Xiao Xiaojun, lost in thought as he smoked a cigarette. Approaching him, she found herself unable to speak, tears cascading down her cheeks. Xiao Xiaojun discarded his cigarette and, with calloused fingers, tenderly wiped away her tears, enveloping her in his embrace. Do not cry. I will take you away. That night, they boarded a train bound for an uncertain destination. Their tickets hastily acquired. The train was crowded, and Xiao Xiaojun held Xiao Dingsha close, allowing her to rest in his arms. He dare not sleep, eyes vigilant like a young wolf, keenly aware of the unfamiliar world surrounding them. The only constant companion was the comforting scent of tobacco that clung to Xiao Xiaojun. It was not until they arrived in Nanjing City that they finally exhaled in relief. Upon disembarking from the train at the bustling station, Xiaojun found himself momentarily disoriented. He observed numerous young ladies clutching cups filled with a creamy, egg custard-like delicacy. Turning his gaze toward a nearby shop, he instructed Ding Sha to take a seat while he procured a cup of the delightful treat known as double skim milk. Ding Sha's expression was a mix of surprise and playful reproach. Together, they indulged in this exquisite, silken dessert, which was far more delectable than tofu, cool and sweet, with hints of red bean sweetness permeating through. As Xiao Jun emerged from his reverie, he rose and made his way to the kitchen. When Ding Sha looked up, she was met with Xiao Jun's warm and gentle smile as he presented her with a cup of double-skim milk. Do you remember this? Chapter 16. Millet Cake. Ding Sha found herself momentarily frozen, a flicker of guilt washing over her. She was devoid of memories. For the first time, she confronted a question she had long chosen to ignore. She was not the Ding Sha that Xiao Jun adored. She was merely a wayward spirit from another realm, bearing the name Ding Sha, yet not the original. A wave of agitation surged within Ding Sha, the confusion of not remembering, not knowing. Couldn't she be left in peace? She closed the ledger, rising to retreat to her room. Xiao Jun, watching her departing figure, felt a sense of helplessness. Seated on her bed, regret began to seep into her consciousness. Why had she unleashed her temper upon Xiao Jun? It was she who owed him an apology. Xiao Jun glanced at the double-skinned milk in his hands, untouched, and returned it to the refrigerator. Eating alone held no joy. That night, Ding Sha tossed and turned, unable to find rest. Xiao Jun, lying on the other bed by the window, sensed her distress. He rose, approached her, and gently grasped her calf. Another cramp? His hands moved with tenderness and patience, massaging her leg. Guilt washed over Ding Sha once more. She yearned to say something, but before she could speak, Xiao Jun began to hum a soft tune in an unfamiliar language. His mother, belonging to a minority ethnic group, had once lulled him to sleep with such melodies during his childhood. Although he could not recall her visage, the tune lingered like a shadow in his dreams. Slowly, Ding Sha drifted into slumber. In her dreams, there was a young boy with a tear-streaked face, the sweet aroma of millet cake, and the silhouette of a boy smoking at the village entrance under the night sky. The dream was long and dark, yet the gentle melody accompanied her, offering solace. When she awoke, dawn was just breaking, and Xiao Jun had already left to procure supplies. Ding Sha sat on the edge of her bed, feeling as though she had traversed realms. Rubbing her eyes, she cradled her stomach as she washed up and eventually made her way to the kitchen. The refrigerator seemed sparse, save for a cup of sweet double-skim milk adorned with red beans, reminiscent of her dream. Ding Sha retrieved some millet, resolved to make millet cake for Xiao Jun. She was uncertain why that memory had surfaced, yet she felt certain that if Xiao Jun returned to find the millet cake, it would surely bring him joy. She soaked the fresh millet in water and set it aside. Then, she separated 3 eggs, placing the egg whites in one bowl and the yolks in another. Adding lemon juice and sugar to the egg whites, she whisked them until they reached a creamy consistency, setting them aside for later use. Next, she combined the soaked millet, the 3 egg yolks, and a drizzle of corn oil in a blender, creating a smooth millet batter. Finally, she folded the egg whites into the millet mixture in a small basin, giving it a gentle stir, and topped it with a handful of raisins. With water boiling vigorously, she steamed the mixture until it was fully cooked. Just as she finished, the doorbell rang. Xiao Jun had returned. Hearing commotion in the kitchen, he hurried over, only to find Ding Sha, perspiring and carefully lifting the lid off the steamer. "Let me help," Xiao Jun exclaimed, startled, fearing she might scald herself. Ding Sha smiled warmly, inviting him to uncover the dish. As he lifted the lid, he was greeted by the sight of golden millet cake, fluffy, soft, and sweet. Words escaped him in that moment. He was aware of Ding Sha's fondness for gourmet food, her passion for both eating and cooking. Hence, he often found himself contemplating new dishes to prepare. Nevertheless, throughout the years, his all-time favorite remained the millet cake he cherished during his childhood. The sweetness of that delicacy seemed eternally etched in his soul, growing richer with the passage of time. Whenever hunger struck, the first thought that came to mind was invariably that piece of millet cake. "Accent?" Ding Sha called, noticing him lost in thought, and gently patted his shoulder. Xiao Sun responded with a hum, retrieving the millet cake and slicing it into 4 pieces. Watching as Ding Sha picked up a piece, he took a bite himself, savoring the flavor. It was as delightful as he remembered, a taste that was still sweet and soft. He glanced at Ding Sha, reflecting on how the beautiful little girl from his past had now become his wife. The mere thought sparked a wave of joy from deep within, invigorating his limbs. His wife, their little life together, them. How wonderful it all was. Xiao Sun could not help but squint his eyes with delight. After finishing breakfast, he accompanied Ding Sha back to the maternal and child health hospital for a checkup. The crowd was sparse that day, and they were soon called in for a 4-dimensional ultrasound. Xiao Sun entered with Ding Sha, holding her hand tightly as they nervously watched the doctor lift her shirt to reveal her round belly, applying a gel to the surface. The doctor pointed at the screen, saying, "Look, here is the baby's head, and here are the tiny hands. He is curled up inside his mother's belly. A very healthy baby." The young couple exhaled in relief. Once they left the hospital, they headed to a nearby street filled with baby supplies. "What should we buy?" Ding Sha pondered, holding a blue and a gray outfit, torn between the two. "They're both lovely. Let's get them both," Xiao Sun declared, taking them and placing them directly into the shopping basket. Ding Sha turned around to see that the basket was overflowing with items. She picked up a particularly beautiful pair of pink baby shoes. "What do we need these for?" "For our daughter to wear," Xiao Sun replied matter-of-factly. Ding Sha hesitated, unsure whether to inform him that they were expecting a boy. The basket was filled with numerous pink garments, shoes, bibs, towels, and an assortment of diapers. Xiao Sun confidently stated, "I added the midwife on WeChat. She sent me a list of essentials, and I've purchased everything she recommended." Ding Sha returned the pink items to the shelf. "What if it's a boy? Will you dress him in pink?" Xiao Sun dismissed her concerns, asserting, "It's impossible for it to be a boy. It must be a girl." Ding Sha selected a few pieces in a soft yellow. "How about these? They can be worn by either gender." Reluctantly, Xiao Sun acquiesced. As they made their way home, Xiao Sun was laden with bags, his back burdened with even more. Resembling a refugee fleeing from calamity, he paused to adjust a slipping package, contemplating the necessity of purchasing a car, as it would be more convenient once the child arrived. Fortunately, their small shop was not far from the maternal and child health hospital, and they soon arrived after a brief walk. From a distance, they noticed someone lingering at their doorstep, and Ding Sha initially thought it was a customer who hadn't realized the shop was closed for the day. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the robust figure of De Zhuang from the construction site. He was pacing at the entrance when he heard a voice calling out, "Big brother?" Turning around, De Zhuang saw Ding Sha, clad in maternity wear, Her face had rounded slightly, yet her physique remained quite slender, with the most prominent feature being her baby bump. Xiao Jun stood behind her, burdened with a pile of items. Ding Sha opened the door, inviting him in to sit, and asked what he would like to eat today. De Zhuang surveyed the interior, which was more spacious than he had anticipated, furnished with 7 or 8 tables, all impeccably tidy and arranged. The decor exuded a traditional Chinese elegance, presenting a unique charm. He casually ordered a dish of twice-cooked pork and, feeling a bit sheepish, added, "Sister, brother-in-law, I have a favor to ask you this time. I wonder if our little establishment is hiring?" Chapter 17. Twice-cooked pork. A few days ago, Ding Sha was deliberating with Xiao Jun on whether to hire additional help. As their modest establishment flourished, the duo found their division of labor increasingly burdensome. Xiao Jun neatly arranged the items and settled beside Ding Sha, inquiring, "Brother De Zhuang, are you no longer working at the construction site?" "It's not me. It's my spouse," De Zhuang replied, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. "She wishes to find some work." He hesitated, feeling the weight of the situation. "However, there is something I must inform you." "What is it?" Ding Sha asked, intrigued by his evident distress. "Well," De Zhuang bit his lip, "she is not alone. She must care for her aunt." As the words left his mouth, De Zhuang felt a bit relieved yet profoundly ashamed. He knew Ding Sha was a kind-hearted person, which prompted him to muster the courage to ask. "My aunt has had some mental health issues in the past, but she is not aggressive and can still lend a hand." "Absolutely not," Xiao Jun interjected firmly, his concern for Ding Sha's well-being evident. He was reluctant to introduce any unstable factors into Ding Sha's life, especially someone with a history of mental illness. De Zhuang quickly countered, "Brother Xiao, please hear me out. My aunt would never harm our sister. You see, she was once renowned for her straightforwardness, and her husband was diligent and honest. They had 2 children, a son and a daughter, both bright and well-mannered. Everyone in the village envied their prosperous life." With a sigh, De Zhuang recounted a tragic event from a few years prior. One day, the family went out to celebrate their little girl's birthday. Just as they lit the candles at the restaurant, an explosion occurred in the kitchen due to a gas leak. The 2 children perished instantly, and my uncle, after several days in the hospital, succumbed as well. My aunt, who had stepped out to buy ice cream for the children, was the sole survivor. In the days that followed, her mental state deteriorated. She became withdrawn, would not speak, and would tear up at the sight of children or flames. My aunt had cared for our family, providing the items for my marriage to Chuyer. We owe her a debt of gratitude and decided to bring her to live with us. Chuyer had been taking care of both the children and my aunt at home while I worked at the construction site. Now that my aunt's mental state has nearly returned to normal, Chuyer suggested we help her find some work to ease our household burdens. De Zhuang rubbed his hands together. That's the crux of the matter, but unfortunately, there's still many places that won't accept her. I felt compelled to come and ask you both. Before Xiao Jun could respond, Ding Sha interjected, "Could we meet your sister-in-law and aunt?" "Of course. Absolutely," De Zhuang exclaimed, overjoyed, as he promptly pulled out his phone to make a call. "Ding Sha, I think." Xiao Jun began, furrowing his brow. Ding Sha immediately covered her ears. "I don't want your opinion. I want my own." After declaring this, she observed Xiao Jun's reaction, and indeed found him utterly perplexed. He has never heard of Ming Shui, she thought with a chuckle, linking her arm with his. "Oh, we're just going to meet them first. I haven't decided to hire them yet, so no need to rush. If it turns out that our meeting is unsuitable, we can address it then. Conversely, if it is suitable, we shall spare ourselves the effort of recruiting again." She gently shook his arm. Xiao Jun affectionately tousled her hair, his gaze imbued with tenderness. This was the most familiar aspect of Sha Sha to him. "Sha Sha, since my return, you have distanced yourself from me considerably. Do you?" Xiao Jun pondered whether to inquire if she minded his previous incarceration. Yet, Ding Sha, feeling guilty, mistakenly assumed he had uncovered her secret. "What did you say?" Ding Sha feigned ignorance of his words. However, Xiao Jun discerned her desperate attempts to conceal her anxiety and confusion. Was she indeed bothered by it? De Zhuang returned with a phone call. "I spoke with Chuyer. They will arrive shortly." Xiao Jun stood, saying, "You stay here. I will prepare dinner." With that, he donned an apron and headed to the kitchen. He placed large chunks of pork belly into cold water, simmering them with ginger, garlic, and cooking wine until tender. Then slice them thinly. After frying them in oil to render the fat, he added fragrant slices of ginger and garlic, followed by a spoonful of bright red spicy bean paste, allowing the oil to take on a vivid hue. He seasoned it based on his experience. Every chef's rendition of twice-cooked pork differs. Xiao Jun preferred to crisp the fatty portions, finding the inherent saltiness of the bean paste sufficient. Thus he added a touch of cooking wine, salt, and sugar, finishing with a splash of light soy sauce. Finally, he tossed in a handful of garlic chives, stirring them together before serving. Emerging from the kitchen with his culinary masterpiece, Xiao Jun found Ding Sha seated at the bar, diligently calculating the previous day's accounts, while De Zhuang eagerly prepared a bowl of rice. "You have no idea how much I crave this," De Zhuang exclaimed, stuffing his mouth full, savoring the flavor. Especially after such a hectic period, the workers are so exhausted that they collapse in a bed. "We've all been dreaming of your twice-cooked pork. You must come often from now on." Xiao Jun placed a jug of water on the table and offered him some pickled vegetables that Ding Sha had prepared. Not long after they finished their meal, two women entered, Cui Er and her aunt. De Zhuang hastily departed. "I need to return to the construction site. If I'm caught, there will be fines. Cui Er, please inform me whether you succeed or not." After a brief exchange, he hurried off. The women stood awkwardly, hesitant to move. They appeared older than their years, likely due to years of hard labor, their hands calloused and cracked, dressed in floral blouses with neatly arranged hair. Despite her slender frame, her aunt had a round face, exuding warmth and cleanliness, appearing quite amiable. "Please take a seat. It must be tiring to have traveled so far. Have some water," Ding Sha offered, pouring 2 glasses of cool water onto the table. The women gratefully accepted. Perhaps it was Ding Sha's gentle demeanor that eased their apprehensions. The woman, still somewhat nervous, introduced herself. "Hello, I am Tong Chui, 35 years old. This is my aunt, Zhuang Qiangying, who is 48. As she spoke, she pulled out 2 stacks of paper. "Here are the medical checkup reports for my aunt and me, and this is her diagnosis. She is truly in good health now." Xiao Jun examined the items closely, while Ding Sha turned her gaze towards Zhuang Qiangying, who offered her a warm smile. "Madam, I am now fully recovered. I am capable of performing general tasks such as washing dishes, cleaning, and preparing vegetables. Additionally, I am proficient in bookkeeping." She appeared to be in excellent health. Xiao Jun proceeded to ask a few more questions and, with Ding Sha's consent, ultimately decided to retain both of them. "There are vacant rooms in the west. You may tidy one up for your accommodation," he instructed, preventing Ding Sha from rising. He then led them to the backyard, where the restroom was located, and the kitchen was nearby. Given that meals and lodging were provided, the salary would not be particularly high. "My wife is currently pregnant, so there are many things that are inconvenient for her. I trust you will take extra care of her," Xiao Jun reiterated. After imparting his instructions, he added, "That will be all. You are free to move about." With that, he went to accompany Ding Sha, still pondering the earlier topic. Xiao Jun was a tenacious individual. He wished to inquire if Ding Sha truly minded. Chapter 18. Fish fragrant shredded pork. Ding Sha, brimming with joy, approached him with a small ledger, eagerly laying it open before him and pointing at a particular figure. "Ao Yun, look, we've earned a substantial amount, more than we initially estimated." Xiao Jun cast a glance at the net profit, then at her flushed face, animated with excitement. In that moment, the pent-up frustration he had been harboring dissipated. Disdain be damned. Her happiness was paramount. At worst, he would strive to treat her even better, ensuring no one could rival his efforts. Supporting her, Xiao Jun exclaimed, Sha, you truly are remarkable. We have earned so much." Ding Sha nestled the ledger against her arm, beginning to count on her fingers. "Well, it's not that much, really. We still need to buy you a car, some clothing, and furnish the house with appliances. Autumn and winter are approaching, and we'll need to purchase thick blankets and warm clothing." As she spoke, a sigh escaped her lips. Money just seems to vanish so quickly. Xiao Jun pressed his lips together, reassuring her, "I will earn it." Noticing a hint of melancholy in his gaze, Ding Sha gently caressed his face. "I know, and I believe in you. We are improving our situation, and we can save money." Xiao Jun merely hummed in agreement, his thoughts consumed with how to generate more income. Ding Sha's body was becoming heavier, and she had grown increasingly lethargic, often not waking until nearly noon. Zhuang's wife worked as a waitress in the dining area, occasionally washing dishes when things were slow. She was accustomed to these tasks, executing them with great efficiency. Meanwhile, Zhuang's aunt prepared ingredients in the kitchen before moving to the front to manage the cash register. Xiao Jun observed her adeptly tallying the accounts, rarely making mistakes. "Young boss, there is something I wish to discuss with you," Zhuang's wife said hesitantly while washing vegetables. Xiao Jun, who was cutting potatoes nearby, looked up and replied, "Go ahead." With autumn approaching and the boss lady's belly growing, it's time to buy her some warm clothing. Zhuang's aunt had long wanted to mention this, but had hesitated. Moreover, as her pregnancy advances, she will become increasingly uncomfortable. We need to prepare various items, such as cushions and pillows. Upon hearing her concerns regarding Ding Sha, Xiao Jun set aside his tasks, listening intently. "Please make a list of what needs to be purchased. I'll go shopping this afternoon when I have time." Zhuang's aunt breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "All right, I'll write it down after I finish here." Seeing that Xiao Jun was not as intimidating as he appeared, she felt emboldened to engage in casual conversation. "I think the boss lady is about 5 or 6 months along. Isn't she? Almost 6 months." Xiao Jun's expression softened unconsciously. Without any experienced female relatives around them, he had harbored some worries. Now that someone was willing to chat with him, he was eager to listen. "That boss lady is too thin," Zhuang's aunt frowned. "Is she suffering from severe nausea? She has been throwing up everything lately. Only craving sour plums," Xiao Jun lamented. Subsequently, he hesitated to allow Ding Sha to sit in the small shop and breathe in the oily fumes. So he moved a reclining chair to the entrance for her to rest. She was feeling somewhat better now, yet her appetite remained diminished, claiming that just a few bites were sufficient. "Love sour food? That might indicate a boy," Aunt Zhuang remarked. "However, the morning sickness is indeed unavoidable. We should prepare a variety of dishes for her. The more she eats, the better it is for her health and the baby." Xiao Jun nodded, contemplating what to prepare. Aunt Zhuang continued, "By the way, I heard there was a milk delivery outside yesterday. Have you ordered milk for the boss's wife?" Xiao Jun shook his head. "I have always bought packaged milk for Sha Sha." Aunt Zhuang disapproved, shaking her head vigorously. "That won't do. She needs to drink the fresh milk that farmers squeeze daily. It's both delicious and nutritious, and boiling it creates a layer of cream on top, fragrant and sweet." Xiao Jun took note. "I will inquire about it shortly and place an order for Sha Sha." Pleased, Aunt Zhuang waved her hands. "Exactly. Drinking more milk will ensure the little one grows fair, beautiful and tall." Xiao Jun could not help but imagine the appearance of their baby, and, lost in thought, he smiled softly. Aunt Zhuang added, "You both are quite handsome, so the child will undoubtedly be even more attractive." Aunt Zhuang lifted the curtain and began to stir-fry some fish-flavored shredded pork and prepare a bowl of rice. Xiao Jun skillfully selected the necessary ingredients from the platter: shredded pork with ear mushrooms, green peppers, and carrots, along with some shredded bamboo shoots. The pork was marinated with salt, cornstarch, soy sauce, and cooking wine, followed by the preparation of a fish-flavored sauce without any fish. In a hot pan with cold oil, he stir-fried the pork until it turned pale, then set aside. Using the remaining oil, he sauteed ginger, garlic, and scallions until fragrant, added to banjiang to release its red oil, and then tossed in the vegetables until just cooked. Finally, he incorporated the pork and drizzled the fish-flavored sauce, stir-frying briefly. A sweet and spicy fish-flavored shredded pork dish was ready. Aunt Zhuang ladled a bowl of rice and brought it out, placing it before a lone customer in the shop, a boy whose clothes were worn and faded. He sat nervously at the table. The fish-flavored shredded pork was the cheapest item on the menu. He had heard Wang Dong speak highly of the dishes here and longed to try them himself. Aunt Zhuang placed the rice and dish in front of him, exclaiming that the food was ready. Startled, he stammered, "Teach. Thank you." Fond of children, Aunt Zhuang patted his head, urging him to eat while it was hot, mentioning the free egg drop soup available for anyone feeling parched, pointing to a tin bucket nearby. The boy's eyes brightened. The portion sizes were generous, and he was sure he would be full. With a quick thank you, he grabbed the chopsticks and began to eat heartily. The sweet and spicy dish was incredibly appetizing, and as he stuffed his cheeks, he could feel his mouth salivating profusely. concerned he might choke. Aunt Zhuang poured him a cup of warm water and brought over a bowl of soup. Poor child, she mused, remaining at the entrance with Aunt Tong. Whispering to one another, he looks so famished, and I wonder what the adults at home are doing. Sister Tong nodded sympathetically. In the end, the boy devoured every morsel of rice and dish, leaving the plate impeccably clean. He even drank 3 or 4 bowls of soup before shyly wiping his mouth. Aunt Zhuang greeted him with a warm smile as he approached to settle the bill, asking if he was full. Yes, the boy replied, nodding bashfully. How much is in total? 16, Aunt Zhuang replied. I had 2 bowls of rice, the boy said, pulling out 2 crumpled 10 yuan bills from his pocket, which should have amounted to 18. Aunt Zhuang returned him 4 yuan, explaining that they charge by head count rather than by bowl, at 2 yuan per person. Only then did the boy accept the money. From that day forward, the boy visited every 3 days. Aunt Zhuang became familiar with him and learned his name was Si Lu, a student from the city's junior high school. Si Lu was good friends with Wang Dong, who often found creative ways to feed him, as Si Lu came from a less fortunate background. His mother, having given birth to him out of wedlock, drank heavily every day, leaving Si Lu to frequently find her in a state of inebriation at home. He not only had to care for her, but also bear the burden of their living expenses. At such a tender age, he balanced his studies with collecting bottles for odd jobs to earn money. He understood that education could alter his fate, so he studied diligently and earnestly. However, during his growth spurt, he found himself starving too quickly, as his planned daily food budget was insufficient, often leaving him with a burning sensation in his stomach. Wang Dong informed him that Aunt Zhuang's establishment offered both delicious and reasonably priced meals. After enduring hunger for several days, Si Lu could no longer resist. Regardless of taste, he prioritized affordability and generous portions. Upon hearing his plight, Aunt Zhuang wiped her tears and offered him some of her personal savings, but Si Lu declined. Unable to contain her emotions, Aunt Zhuang spoke to Ding Sha and Xiao Jun about the situation. From that day on, the portions of Si Lu's meals increased, and sometimes he was even able to take home leftovers. Grateful for the owner's kindness, Si Lu vowed to repay them in the future. As autumn's wind swirled, bringing down the withered yellow leaves, the weather seemed to change overnight, turning cold. Ding Sha donned thick cashmere trousers and a warm maternity dress, enveloping herself in comfort. One evening, after reconciling the accounts with Aunt Zhuang and preparing to close the shop, she noticed a dark lump lying in the corner outside the door. Upon closer inspection, Ding Sha realized it was a child who had fainted. Chapter 19. Tomato dumpling soup. Ding Sha, clutching her abdomen and unable to bend down, urgently urged Aunt Zhuang to ascertain whether the small figure was indeed a child. Aunt Zhuang, unable to contain her anticipation, swiftly lifted the child from the ground. The little one appeared to be around 3 or 4 years old, filthy, with a face smeared as if it had been painted by a mischievous cat. Aunt Zhuang carried the child into the house, while Ding Sha strained her voice to call for Xiao Jun. Where did this child come from? Xiao Jun was taken aback. I found him at the door, Ding Sha replied, gripping his sleeve tightly, her mind elsewhere. As a pregnant woman, she could hardly bear to witness a child in distress. Her heart ached at the sight. Yun comfortingly pets her shoulder. It's all right, don't worry. Aunt Zhuang and I will take him to the hospital. You and your sister stay home and wait for us. I will call you. Aware that her insistence on accompanying them would only add to Xiao Jun's worries, she reluctantly agreed. You must call me. Yun nodded. Noticing the child's thin clothing, Aunt Zhuang went back to fetch a blanket to wrap him in, lamenting. Poor thing, wearing nothing but a single layer in this cold. Xiao Jun summoned a vehicle, and Ding Sha transferred 20,000 yuan into his phone, remarking, This is for the medical expenses. Let me know if it's insufficient. He kissed her forehead, assuring her understood. Just stay home and don't fret. Upon arrival, Xiao Jun and Ding Sha waved goodbye as they, along with Aunt Zhuang, got into the car heading to the nearest maternal and child hospital. Aunt Zhuang could not hold the child for long, so Xiao Jun took him and rushed into the emergency department. Hello, this child is unconscious, he stated. The nurse promptly guided him to a bed, placing the child down, while another nurse dashed off to summon a doctor. Xiao Jun let out a sigh of relief and stood quietly beside Aunt Zhuang as they awaited the doctor's return. After a thorough examination, the doctor reassured them. There's nothing serious. He was likely just hungry. We'll run a blood test and administer some fluids. He should regain consciousness shortly. The doctor handed a form to Xiao Jun, asking, "Are you a relative of the child? Please pay the fees to establish a medical record." Xiao Jun replied, "I don't know this child. He collapsed in my shop's in trance, and I brought him here." While he had no qualms about covering the expenses, he knew they would have to wait for the child to awaken to learn his name for the medical record. The doctor adjusted his glasses. There's no rush. "You may take a seat for now. We'll see if we can contact his parents when he wakes up." Xiao Jun nodded and proceeded to pay the fees. Upon returning, the doctor noted the stack of receipts in Xiao Jun's hand and remarked, "You could wait for his parents to arrive to settle the payment. There's no need for you to cover it up front." It wasn't he that he doubted Xiao Jun's integrity. He had witnessed parents who shirked medical bills. Observing that the boy's clothing was tattered and that he had fainted from hunger, the doctor surmised that the child's parents might not be the most responsible. Xiao Jun shook his head. "I'll pay for it now." He held little hope of finding the child's parents. After all, he couldn't expect the hospital to cover the costs. It wasn't out of pure kindness. He simply feared that when Ding Sha eventually went into labor, the hospital might hold it against them. Though he understood it was unlikely, he couldn't help but entertain such chaotic thoughts. Xiao Jun retrieved his phone to inform Ding Sha of the specific circumstances. Aunt Zhuang had borrowed a pack of wet wipes, dampened them with warm water, and gently wiped the child's face. "Ah, what a handsome little lad he is." Once his face was cleared, the visage of the young boy was revealed. Aunt Zhuang tenderly wiped his unpricked hand, remarking that Sha should also come and see this beautiful child. After all, a child born can also possess beauty. As she spoke, she engaged Xiao Jun in a discussion about the folk remedies circulating among the pregnant women in the village. There were tales of how if a pregnant woman indulged in grapes, her baby's eyes would be large, and how if a pregnant woman surrounded herself with beautiful people, her child would also emerge pleasing to the eye. Xiao Jun listened with rapt attention. Little Stone, in a state of drowsiness, felt as though he lay in a warm embrace, even sensing that his small belly was not quite as hungry anymore. "Is it my brother? Has he come to find me and take me home?" Blurrily, he opened his eyes to behold a pristine white ceiling. His hand's back ached slightly, as if it had been held warmly by someone. He gazed blankly at the unfamiliar aunt and his brother who stood by the bedside, chatting and smiling. The room was bustling and noisy, yet Little Stone felt no fear. Aunt Zhuang noticed the small hand in her palm stir slightly, and turning around, she met the gaze of a pair of misty, large eyes looking back at her. The little one even smiled and called out Annie. Aunt Zhuang, filled with joy, responded with an exclamation, asking, "How are you, little one? Is there anywhere that hurts?" Little Stone shook his head and patted his belly, indicating his hunger. "Oh dear, how pitiful," Aunt Zhuang said, stroking his small face. "Once this is done, we shall head home for a meal." Seeing him awaken, Xiao Jun went to fetch the doctor. After a thorough examination and reviewing the blood test results, the doctor assured there were no issues, and that the child could not remain hungry for long. Once the was completed, they could leave. With a smile, the doctor inquired, "Little one, what is your name?" Little Stone, the child answered in a sweet, childish voice. "And how old are you this year?" "4 years old," he replied. "Good boy," the doctor said, pinching his little face. "And where are your parents?" Little Stone lowered his head, remaining silent. The doctor asked again, yet the child still did not respond. Realizing the situation, the doctor pulled Xiao Jun aside, expressing concern that the child might have been abandoned by his parents. Xiao Jun shook his head, uncertain. "I will take him home for now. It is too late. Tomorrow, we will visit the police station to see if we can contact his parents." "That sounds reasonable. Thank you for your efforts, my friend," the doctor replied, patting his shoulder before being called away. A nurse removed the and Aunt Zhuang wrapped him in a blanket. "All right, let's head home." Little Stone obediently nestled against her shoulder, casting a somewhat fearful glance at Xiao Jun. He remained silent, taking out his phone to send a message to Ding Sha. The lights outside the small shop still glimmered. Upon entering, he found Sister Tong supporting Ding Sha, urging her to sit down. "Xiu Yun's told or tu esis Ding She. You're back." She smiled at him. "Are you cold?" "Not at all," Xiao Jun replied, frowning as he grasped her icy hand. Why aren't you inside? I couldn't sit still, she admitted. Ding Sha, feeling somewhat sheepish, indulged in a playful display of affection. Aunt Zhuang placed the little one on a chair, while Ding Sha poured a small cup of warm milk for him. Has the little stone awakened? The child blinked and gazed at Ding Sha for a moment before exclaiming, "Fairy sister." Ding Sha chuckled, gently ruffling his hair. Are you hungry? The little stone took a sip of the sweet milk and, after patting his belly, nodded in affirmation. Yes, I am hungry. Ding Shi talked as Xiuyun. I prepared some dumpling soup. It's just in time, as everyone has been waiting for quite a while. Why not enjoy a late-night snack together? Jun shot her a disapproving look. You're cooking? Ding Sha playfully shook his head, gripping his arm. With a resigned sigh, Xiao Jun headed to the kitchen to serve the dumpling soup. As he lifted the pot lid, a wave of savory steam enveloped him, revealing a vibrant medley of colors. The bright red of tomatoes, the golden hue of scrambled eggs, the verdant greens of vegetables, and the dark strands of wood ear mushrooms, all floating among the white dumplings. It was neither extravagant nor costly, yet stirred a deep yearning in the stillness of the night. Perhaps it evoked memories of a mother's comforting flavors or the enticing aromas of meals prepared in neighboring homes during carefree childhood days. Undeniably, upon encountering it, one would be jolted awake by a sudden realization. Ah, I am truly hungry. Gathered around a single table, everyone savored the steaming dumpling soup. The little stone, wielding a small spoon, eagerly embraced his bowl, relishing each bite. Sister Tong could not help but exclaim, Sha Sha, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. Indeed, while Xiao Jun's dishes were also delightful, after tasting Ding Sha's cooking, one might find Xiao Jun's offerings lacking in comparison. The sounds of slurping echoed throughout the hall, and before they could finish, a hurried knocking resounded at the door. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 20. Pickled cabbage and chestnut cake. Aunt Zhuang rose from her seat, exclaiming how peculiar it was to be so busy this evening. As she approached the door, she found Si Lu standing outside, panting heavily. Xiao, Aunt Zhuang gazed at him in surprise. Si Lu, his face flushed, replied, I only knocked after seeing the light on. Is something wrong? Aunt Zhuang urged him to come inside promptly. Sila hesitated before speaking. Do you have? Upon entering, he noticed a small child at the table, savoring his meal. Xiao Shurtu, where have you been? I've been searching for you everywhere. The little boy, upon seeing his brother, was unafraid and stretched out his arms, softly calling for a hug. Silo lifted him into his arms, first catching a whiff of the sweet scent of milk, followed by the delightful aroma of food. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Xiao Shurtu offered his dirty bowl to him, saying, Gidge, eat. Si Lu chuckled softly. Brother won't eat. Xiao Shurtu will eat. Aunt Zhuang, astonished, asked, Is Xiao Shurtu your child? Sister Tong served Si Lu a bowl of noodle soup. Come, sit and eat. Take your time, she encouraged. Si Lu, feeling a bit shy, settled down, with Xiao Shurtu beside him, licking his bowl. Xiao Shurtu is my brother, Si Lu explained, but we do not share the same father. My mother only discovered her pregnancy when her belly was quite large. That man had no children, and my mother agreed to bear Xiao Shurtu for a sum of money. She did not care for him. That man did. Once Shurtu was born, he was sent away, and I had never even seen him. Recently, Shurtu was returned because that man had a DNA test done and claimed Shurtu was not his child. My mother ignored him, and the man abandoned him, leaving me to take care of him. Sila scratched his head, but I truly lacked time, so I made him wait at the school gate. I forgot to bring him something to eat today. He might be hungry. Aunt Zhuang's eyes welled with tears as she could not help but cradle Shurtu in her arms. What a pity, such a small child, and he has to go to school as well. Ding Sha pondered for a moment, realizing this situation was untenable. How about this? When you go to school, you can leave Xiao Shurtu here. Sila blinked in surprise, his eyes widening in delight, but then he hesitated, asking, Is that really okay? Would it trouble you? Not all, Xiao Jun assured him. Having a little radish head around is no trouble. Silu fumbled in his pocket. I can pay you. Ding Sha shook his head. You don't need to pay. Just help me with something instead. Silu, curious, inquired, What is it? I will definitely do it. There are many students who want to order meals from us, but we can't keep track of everything. Could you help us tally what they would like to order? Ding Sha suggested. Have them report to you by class. and we will deliver to the door. Bring the money and the list to collect it. I will pay you a salary each month." Sile eagerly nodded, exclaiming, "I can do it. I will have everything organized in no time." Ding Sha handed him a stack of cards, saying, "During the break between the previous 2 classes, I asked Sister Tong to wait for you at the door. Just hand her the list." Upon receiving the thick bundle of cards, Sile felt a surge of motivation. He was determined to accomplish the tasks entrusted to him by the proprietress. As the weather gradually turned colder, Ding Sha rose early that day. She pulled Xiao Jun to help her retrieve the old marinade she had previously sought from Granny Zhang in the village, digging through a collection of jars. Fresh white radishes, carrots, cowpeas, and a mix of small and large chili peppers alongside green bamboo shoots were all washed, chopped, and dried. She also sliced some ginger and garlic, preparing a generous handful of chili and Sichuan peppercorns. Unfortunately, there was no tender ginger for soaking at the moment. The meticulously prepared, oil-free jars were filled with the vegetables, followed by a few pieces of rock sugar, bay leaves, and star anise. The chili and peppercorns were tossed in, and finally, boiling salted water was poured over the ingredients, along with a couple of spoonfuls of the old marinade. The jars were sealed tightly with water and placed in a cool, shaded area to ferment. Typically, they would be ready to eat within a week, tangy, spicy, and crisp, perfect for whetting the appetite. However, Ding Sha often retrieved them after just 3 days, cutting them into small pieces, drizzling a bit of chili oil and vinegar, and serving them with congee or rice, which were always a hit. Ding Sha's pickled vegetables were also a popular item in her small shop. They were delicious and free of charge. It was common to see burly men from the northwest munching on garlic while enjoying the pickles with satisfied expressions. Ding Sha had finally bid farewell to her pregnancy nausea and entered a phase where everything she saw ignited her appetite. Her belly swelled rapidly, resembling a balloon, giving her a round appearance. Xiao Jun, clearly experiencing the anxieties associated with impending fatherhood, found it increasingly difficult to sleep. Each night, he dreamt of Ding Sha going into labor, his face betraying his worry. Ding Sha, unable to remain idle, called Sister Tong to buy a bag of chestnuts from the door. When they had some free time in the afternoon, they washed, steamed, and peeled the chestnuts. After blending them with milk until smooth, they mixed in honey and butter and cooked the mixture gently in a small pot until it thickened. Finally, they used molds to shape the freshly steamed chestnut cake. In the biting cold wind, a bite of the steaming chestnut cake felt like a warm embrace against the chill. A small warming box filled with the sweet delicacies was placed at the shop's entrance, attracting not just children who could hardly resist, but also adults picking up their kids after school, all eager to buy a pound to take home. While the treats were delightful, they were also labor-intensive. Aunt Zhang rubbed her back, exhausted from the effort of making just a few batches. They opted to sell them occasionally, not frequently, and decided to keep some for themselves. Ding Sha gently patted the little one beside her, who was happily gnawing on a chestnut cake. "I must go fetch the list. We can't delay Xiao Li's class." Sister Tong hurriedly packed some chestnut cakes into a box and rushed towards the local middle school. After a considerable wait, Ding Sha finally saw Sister Tong returning with the bruised and battered Sile. "What happened?" Ding Sha exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Jun frowned and stood up, retrieving the first aid box from the back. Sister Tong gently urged Si Lu to take a seat. After a brief moment, I noticed him approaching with a furtive demeanor, prompting me to retrieve him from the teacher's office. "What transpired?" Xiao Jun inquired sternly while tending to his wounds. Si Lu hesitated momentarily before confessing. "I was beaten up by a boy from the neighboring class. His family runs the cafeteria, and lately, everyone has been ordering meals for me. So he sought to provoke me." Si Lu candidly admitted I couldn't overpower him, but I did scratch his face. Ding Sha, initially quite vexed, couldn't help but chuckle at this revelation. "Well, if you can't win, you should just run away," Xiao Jun advised, softening his tone. "Once you're healed, I'll teach you how to fight." "All right," Si Lu exclaimed, clenching his fist with enthusiasm. Ding Sha playfully nudged Xiao Jun. "You're not teaching him anything useful." With utmost seriousness, Xiao Jun replied, "I'm teaching him self-defense. Otherwise, how will he protect Xiao? Sure to. Not to mention safeguarding a wife." Si Lu interjected hastily, "I don't want a wife." Aunt Zhuang was the first to break into laughter, soon followed by Sister Tong and Ding Sha. Even Xiao Jun displayed a faint smile. Xiao Shi too, unaware of the jest, joined in the silly laughter. Silu scratched his head, insisting, I don't want a wife. He genuinely had never contemplated the notion of marriage. He was still quite young. Xiao Jun ruffled his short hair and declared, Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to speak with your teacher. Huh? Brother Xiao, what are we going for? Sile asked, puzzled. Xiao Jun chuckled softly. We're going to stir up some trouble. Chapter 21. Spicy Beef Awful. Si Li's homeroom teacher is a young woman who graduated from university just a few years ago. She often feels an inexplicable fondness for Si Lu, who appears to be quite well-behaved. Upon seeing Si Lu arrive at school, she called him into her office during the break, inquiring, How is your injury? Si Lu smiled and replied, I'm fine now, Teacher Ma. Remembering Xiao Jun's words, he added, Teacher Ma, my brother said he would come to see you later. Brother? Teacher Ma expressed surprise, recalling that Si Li's file did not mention a sibling. Si Lu felt an unusual excitement. Throughout his life, no elder of the same gender had ever come to school to support him. Yes, a particularly wonderful brother. Thus, during the extended break, Teacher Ma met Si Li's exceptional brother, who also happened to be exceptionally handsome. She couldn't help but steal a few glances at him. After spending her days surrounded by balding old men at the school, encountering such a striking figure was indeed a delightful surprise. Hello, I am Siun. Here on behalf of Si Lu, he stated directly. Teacher Ma immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Her passion for teaching stemmed from her love for children, and upon hearing the matter at hand, her attention shifted away from the handsome visitor. I run a small shop in the university town, Xiao Jun explained. Si Lu assists me by collecting orders from his classmates during their free time, and I pay him a monthly salary. He briefly outlined the arrangement. However, he continued, yesterday, Si Lu showed up in this condition. He gestured toward Si Lu, whose injury had yet to fully heal. After much questioning, he revealed that he was attacked by the child of the cafeteria contractor. I find this situation rather absurd, Xiao Jun remarked, and I wanted to see what sort of cafeteria would coerce students into eating there. Teacher Ma involuntarily imagined the cafeteria's environment and food, suppressing a gag. She was taken aback to learn that Si Li's injury stemmed from such circumstances. Rest assured, Si Li's parents, I will ensure his safety, she assured, instructing a student who had come to submit homework to fetch the boy in question, while simultaneously calling the boy's homeroom teacher. Xiao Jun glanced at the bright-eyed Si Lu beside him, realizing that he had likely endured bullying in silence for far too long. This reminded him of his own past, prompting him to gently pat Si Li's head. I had Sha to protect me, and now I shall safeguard this little green onion. The boy arrived tardily, even after the class bell rang, sauntering in without a word of acknowledgement. Which teacher is looking for me? He asked. Zhu Yaozu was a notorious troublemaker among teachers, consistently struggling academically and often bullying classmates, particularly female ones. His beady eyes glimmered with mischief, eliciting discomfort in those around him. Scanning the room, his gaze settled on Si Lu. Oh, the little weakling is calling for his parents now? He sneered, glancing at Xiao Jun with ill intent. Who is this little lover of your mother? Zhu Yaozu. Si Li's face flushed with indignation. Teacher Ma's expression darkened as well. Zhu Yaozu clearly held her in contempt. As Teacher Zhao entered through the door, he fortuitously overheard Zhu Yaozu's remarks. He was a middle-aged educator, known for his rigid demeanor and stern disposition, intolerant of any ambiguous utterances from his students. Pausing momentarily, he bellowed, Zhu Yaozu. The latter trembled in fear, exclaiming, Teacher, Zhao has arrived too. With a somber expression, Teacher Zhao strode in, his mouth seemingly primed to unleash a torrent of reprimand. Zhu Yaozu, visibly displeased, pursed his lips. Teacher Zhao then turned his attention to Teacher Ma, asking, Xiao Ma, did you call for me? Teacher Ma succinctly recounted the events that had transpired. Teacher Zhao lifted his gaze towards Xiao Jun and Si Lu. Enough of this trivial matter. Zhu Yaozu, apologise tout ci deux. And Si Lu, refrain from such behavior in the future. He stated with neither excessive severity nor leniency, emphasizing the necessity for students to dine in the school cafeteria rather than perpetually eating outside. Xiao Jun raised an eyebrow. questioning if this was a case of equal punishment for both parties. Si Li's face flushed with indignation. Teacher, if I have done nothing wrong, why must I cease my actions? Teacher Ma also expressed his dissatisfaction. Teacher Zhao, have you never partaken of the cafeteria's meals? What does that matter? Students should learn to appreciate hardship. If they're always indulging in enjoyment, how can they focus on their studies? Teacher Zhao replied, his expression growing stern. Teacher Ma laughed in disbelief. Is that what you call appreciating hardship? It resembles pig slop more closely. Teacher Zhao's face lengthened with disapproval. Young comrades must respect their seniors. Teacher Ma rolled his eyes in response. Let us not waste any more time. Classes are commencing, Teacher Zhao urged. Xiao Jun inquired of Teacher Ma. Is the principal in today? Zhu Yaozu, still reveling in the chaos, blurted out, for such a trivial issue, you're seeking the principal? Xiao Jun ignored him, while Teacher Ma perked up. I'll take you. Teacher Zhao interjected a couple of sounds of acknowledgement as he observed them leave without a backward glance. Teacher Ma led Xiao Jun into the principal's office, where the principal, an elderly gentleman with graying hair and an intellectual demeanor, adjusted his glasses. Xiao Ma, what brings you here? Teacher Ma briefly summarized the situation, prompting a serious expression from the principal. Call that student to my office and have the teacher accompany him as well. Teacher Ma swiftly made a phone call. Before long, Teacher Zhao entered with Zhu Yaozu in tow. I have gathered all the necessary information regarding this matter, the principal stated directly. This student must apologize to Si Lu. Should such incidents occur again, a reflection at home will be in order. Zhu Yaozu, intending to protest, ultimately lowered his gaze, casting a reluctant glare at Si Lu before muttering an apology. Teacher Zhao, please remain. The others may leave for now, the principal smiled, evidently wishing to engage in a private conversation with Teacher Zhao. Si Lu proceeded to class, while Xiao Jun returned to the shop. The shop was nearly empty, with Ding Sha seated at a table, eagerly awaiting his return. Ayun. Upon seeing him, Ding Sha rose with delight. What is the matter? She inquired. Craven spicy beef offal. Ding Sha smacked her lips. She suddenly yearned for the dish, but with both Sister Tong and Aunt Zhuang vigilantly overseeing her, she was forbidden from cooking, leaving her to wait for Xiao Jun's return. Xiao Jun rolled up his sleeves and entered the kitchen. The piquant and tangy flavor of pickled chili peppers wafted through the air as they were retrieved from the jar, enveloping the entire kitchen in an appetizing and exhilarating aroma. The beef offal had been meticulously prepared by Aunt Zhang, and as Xiao Jun ignited the stove and poured in the oil, the fragrance of sauteed garlic slices filled the room. He then added a medley of pickled peppers, stirring them briefly, which further intensified the enticing aroma, compelling even passers-by outside to take deep breaths of the delectable scent. How delightful it was! After tossing in the beef offal and giving it a quick stir, Xiao Jun sampled the dish. The offal, previously marinated, melded beautifully with the pickled peppers, creating a delightful symphony of sour and spicy flavors that left one yearning to scoop up generous portions of rice to accompany it. Ding Sha had already prepared his rice and juice, eagerly awaiting at the table. When the beef offal was served, the intoxicating scent set his stomach rumbling. He eagerly picked up his chopsticks to indulge, when suddenly, a voice from the neighboring table exclaimed, "Boss, I'd like a serving of that as well." Chapter 22. Crispy fried chicken. Ding Sha turned her head to see a young man in his 20s, wearing glasses and holding a selfie stick with a phone. When he noticed her gaze, he shyly smiled. Would you like to order the spicy beef offal? Sister Tong approached with a radiant smile and warmly inquired. The young man pondered for a moment and replied, "Could you please show me the menu?" Sister Tong handed him a piece of paper. The young man was taken aback by its thin, flimsy texture. Is this really the menu? It's just a piece of paper, he thought, beginning to question whether his decision to enter, lured by the aroma, was indeed the right one. Sister Tong, noticing his uncertainty, explained with a smile, "Our menu changes daily, depending on what the market brings in every morning. This is handwritten by our owner." The young man suddenly understood, scratching his head as he remarked, "That sounds rather interesting." He perused the menu and said, "I will have the spicy beef offal, a crispy fried chicken, and a cola, please." Sister Tong nodded, jotting down his order. "All right." Please take a seat. I will prepare it right away. With that, she headed to the kitchen. The young man adjusted his phone to an appropriate angle and spoke in the screen. All right, now we just wait for the dishes to arrive. Ding Sha glanced over, noticing the stream of text rapidly flowing on his screen. He must be live broadcasting. The young man, Zhou Fei, was a somewhat renowned food live streamer. Initially, he had intended to check in at a trendy Western restaurant that had gained significant online popularity, but the tantalizing aroma drew him in instead. The comments overflowed with laughter. Zhou Fei, where's that upscale Western restaurant you promised? And honestly, this place seems quite intriguing. What's the address? Zhou Fei, tell us the truth. Is this a scripted scene designed for advertising this restaurant? Zhou Fei hastily replied, I truly haven't accepted any sponsorship. I'll just follow my nose in here. He even showcased the reservation page for the Western restaurant from another phone to his viewers. I swear, if I had taken a sponsorship, I would never get a reservation at Coastline again. Coastline was Zhou Fei's favorite restaurant, where he almost weekly live-streamed his dining experiences. His viewers, intrigued by his solemn vow involving Coastline, grew more curious about the enticing small eatery. As he contemplated this, he noticed Zhou Fei tilting his head and taking a deep sniff. Friends, the aroma is intensifying. Just then, Sister Tong approached with a plate of spicy beef offal. Would you like a bowl of rice with that? Zhou Fei waved his hand dismissively. No, this is perfect. He eagerly picked up a piece of food and tasted it. Indeed, the aroma had suggested that this dish would be delicious. His viewers, observing his rapturous expression, felt a pang of envy. How is it? What does it taste like, Zhou Fei? After savoring the dish, he responded, the flavor of the spicy peppers is exceptionally rich, with a perfect balance of sourness and heat. The beef offal has been marinated, enhancing its taste, and after stir-frying, it became even more flavorful, tender yet crunchy. As he relished another bite, he exclaimed, delicious, unbeknownst to the multitude watching, as Xiao Jun emerged with crispy fried chicken. Zhou Fei was adjusting the camera to capture the decor within the room. Upon spotting Xiao Jun, the barrage of comments fell momentarily silent, only to erupt into a cacophony of astonishment. Who is this handsome man? Is he truly not a celebrity? Could it be that a film crew is nearby? Please, do not move the camera. I must capture a screenshot. Before Zhou Fei could fully comprehend the situation, Xiao Jun set down the chicken and approached Ding Sha, who had finished her meal, offering her a cup of warm water. Are you full? Ding Sha, gently caressing her stomach, gazed longingly at the remaining beef offal on her plate. I'm full. I feel as though I might be sick if I eat more. Xiao Jun naturally took a seat beside her, embracing her affectionately before indulging in the remnants of her meal. Ding Sha caught sight of the phone, still trained on them, feeling a bit embarrassed. You needn't eat anymore. Xiao Jun cast a cool glance at Zhou Fei, who suddenly realized and redirected the camera towards the still steaming fried chicken. Cough, cough, the chicken will get cold. The comments promptly erupted into laughter at Zhou Fei's timidity. With effortless grace, Xiao Jun inquired of Ding Sha, are you tired? Would you like to take a nap? She quietly clutched her stomach and retreated to the room. Oh my, the lady is so beautiful. Her belly is quite pronounced. Is she a little pregnant? Is she the proprietress? What a stunning couple they make. Though I cannot partake in the beef, offal, or fried chicken, I am certainly indulging in a feast for the eyes. Zhou Fei aimed the lens at the fried chicken, revealing the rare sight of unbattered fried chicken. He lifted a drumstick, golden brown and fragrant, its aroma wafting enticingly. A delicate bite revealed a crisp exterior and succulent meat, bursting with flavor, complemented by a perfectly balanced saltiness. A sprinkle of chili powder from the plate heightened the experience to an irresistible degree. This is far superior to that fast food chain, Zhou Fei mused, tearing apart a piece of chicken for the screen, the shreds still steaming, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. Upon closer inspection, a glossy sheen of juices adorned the surface of the meat. Instantly, the screen was flooded with cries of despair. Oh my heavens! What sin have I committed to witness you frying chicken during the last half-hour of class? I haven't even had breakfast. I confess, I am tempted. Today's lunch is already ordered, fried chicken. Ah, I recognize this place. I shall be there shortly. This comment ignited a flurry of warnings akin to a blade, especially as they observed Zhou Fei engrossed in his meal, oblivious to the chat The lamentations and complaints reached a crescendo. Yet, some remained skeptical, suspecting he was merely promoting a product. How could it possibly be that delicious? I've had fried chicken before. Innards, as long as they're not foul. All taste the same, don't they? I followed Afei because he always speaks the truth, whether something is delectable or not. But Afei, you have changed. You too have begun to accept advertisements? Best wishes, I shall unfollow. The shopkeeper's payment has been duly noted. Is it not merely an attempt to sensationalize the charming proprietors? Perhaps they aspire to leap into the realm of entertainment? As Afei raised his gaze, he chanced upon these lines and was instantly incensed. If I were to engage in such promotion, I would twist your head off and use it as a ball. A comment swiftly echoed back. You said it. Afei deliberately brought him onto the live chat, noticing that this individual had been the most animated moments prior. Indeed, I did say it, Zhou Fei remarked. But what if you lose? I lose. If I lose, I shall live-stream myself consuming a keyboard. The individual covered the camera, leaving only the voice of a man audible. Very well, I shall send you my address privately. When you come, summon me as well. I am eager to witness how you manage to lose. Sister Tong entered, holding the medicine that Ding Sha typically consumed, as the stakes were raised outside. She recounted the events to Ding Sha, stifling a laugh. I am quite curious to see how that person intends to eat a keyboard. Well, that's simple. In a couple of days, we shall see who orders fried chicken. Ding Sha replied with a smile, confident in the dishes offered at her establishment. Indeed, it was not long before a dapper gentleman strode in, surveying his surroundings before directly requesting one portion of crispy fried chicken. After relaying this to Sister Tong, she hurried towards Ding Sha's room, exclaiming, "Here it comes. The keyboard is on its way." Ding Sha immediately sat up, urging, "Help me up. I wish to witness the spectacle." Chapter 23. Sweet and sour ribs. As the crispy fried chicken was served, the man leisurely extracted a pack of wet wipes from his bag, meticulously cleansing his hands and the table. He then captured several photographs of the dishes with his phone before retrieving a pair of chopsticks from the holder. Picking up a piece of boneless meat, he placed it in his mouth, and the texture instantly conjured four words in his mind: crisp, fragrant, juicy, tender. He was thoroughly satisfied. The meat appeared to be from the chicken breast, a cut that many often ruin, rendering it dry and tough. However, this piece was both tender and succulent, bursting with juice upon biting. Maintaining a leisurely pace, he finished his meal and beckoned the waitress over, perusing the menu for some time before ordering a serving of sweet and sour ribs. The waitress took the order to the kitchen. After a prolonged observation, she noticed Ding Sha stroking his chin, pondering. It didn't resemble that keyboard. Just as he was musing, he observed the man elegantly rinsing his mouth with mouthwash, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. The man then began typing on his phone, pausing occasionally to reflect, as though he were composing something. The sweet and sour ribs were soon presented. As per his routine, the man photographed the dish before picking up a new pair of chopsticks to savor a piece of the richly glazed, mahogany-hued rib. The portion was substantial, larger than what is typically served in most restaurants. The texture was solid and fulfilling, providing immense satisfaction and surprise. The taste was perfectly balanced between sweet and sour, intriguingly enhanced by the addition of pineapple. One could only wonder where the pineapple came from in this season. Yet its refreshing aroma and slight acidity undeniably elevated the dining experience. Discovering the juicy pineapple amidst the dish was yet another delightful surprise. The man continued to savor the meal at a deliberate pace. After wiping his mouth and arranging himself, he proceeded to the front desk to settle the bill. Once the payment was completed, he courteously clarified his purpose for visiting. "Hello, I'm an editor for a culinary magazine. I discovered your establishment through a Phase livestream and came specifically to experience it. May I speak with your chef or owner?" Aunt Zhuang was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at Ding Sha, who was approaching. "Hello, I'm the owner of this restaurant. What can I assist you with?" The man repeated his introduction. "My name is Hu Jilin." Ding Sha led him to a stone bench in the courtyard. "How was your meal? Did you enjoy it?" Ding Sha asked, requesting Tong's sister to bring a cup of hot water. It was well worth the visit. Hu Jilin offered a high praise. Xiao Jun was still occupied in the kitchen, and Hu Jilin seemed eager to pose some questions to both of them. engaging Ding Sha in casual conversation until Xiao Jun finished and joined them. I would like to feature your quaint eatery in our magazine, accompanied by photographs and text. Would that be agreeable to you? Xiao Yun glanced at Ding She, contemplating. That is acceptable, but we prefer not to have people photographed. Hu Jilin agreed. I am quite intrigued by the name of your establishment, Shasha's Little Shop. It sounds uniquely thoughtful. Is there a story behind it? Hu Jilin retrieved a recording pen, activating it and placing it beside him. Shasha is my wife. Xiao Jun's gaze softened slightly. She has always had a passion for cooking since childhood and has often envisioned the kind of quaint little eatery she desires. If circumstances permit, we will undoubtedly fulfill her dream. Hu Jilin chuckled, his refined demeanor revealing a few fine lines at the corners of his eyes. And the warmth of his sentiments would elicit a smile from anyone who heard them. Are the boss and the lady boss childhood friends? Their bond is quite admirable, he remarked. Indeed, we've grown up together, Ding Sha replied, taking Xiao Jun's outstretched hand upon hearing his words. So, what will be our signature dish? Hu Jilin jotted down a few notes in a small notebook. Xia is the signature. With her in the kitchen, every dish is a hallmark, Xiao Jun declared. Hu Jilin paused for a moment, then laughed. Well, when the lady boss gives birth to a little one, I shall return to savor the signature dish. You're most welcome. Their conversation, though brief, concluded on a delightful note as Xiao Jun and Ding Sha escorted Hu Jilin to the door. Hu Jilin quickly waved his hands. No need to see me off. I shall take my leave now. He added, once the magazine is published, I will send you a copy. Ding Sha gazed at Hu Jilin's retreating figure and pulled Xiao Jun, exclaiming, wow, am I dreaming? A gourmet magazine is interviewing us. Xiao Jun chuckled at her exaggerated astonishment, his eyes curving into crescents, and playfully ruffled her hair. What's the matter? Are you happy? Of course. Ding Sha sighed, feeling a sense of validation. Xiao Jun embraced his buoyant little wife as they returned home. Why such joy? Naturally, this is a gourmet magazine. Ding Sha couldn't help but pace around the yard, excitement bubbling within her. Yes, a gourmet magazine. Xiao Jun followed closely behind her, casually engaging in conversation. Ding Sha turned to shoot him a playful glare before retreating indoors to rest. Xiao Jun touched his nose, feeling a bit sheepish, and settled at the front counter. An amiable elderly lady peeked in. Ah, is this the shop opened by little Sha? Xiao Jun looked up to see Grandma Zhang. Upon spotting him, Grandma Zhang beamed and entered. Is little Xiao here? It seems I've come to the right place. Where's little Sha? Xiao Yun will Kim he zu sit down. Sha is resting. She's quite tired with her pregnancy. Grandma Zhang nodded. That's only natural. Pregnancy is a strenuous journey for women. You better not take little Sha for granted. She is carrying your child and working so hard at such a young age. You must cherish her. Xiao Jun nodded earnestly. I certainly will. Satisfied, Grandma Zhang produced a small basket. I calculated the days, and little Sha will be giving birth soon. I brought some eggs for her. The eggs from our free-range chickens are far more nutritious than those from the city, aren't they? Boil her 2 each day to help her recover. She has suffered greatly in the early stages, and we cannot let that go unchecked. She will pay for it in her later years. Grandma Zhang continued to chat, reminiscing about how, when little Sha lived next door, she would rise with the dawn to earn a living, always remembering to prepare delicious meals for her little grandson. She was also inclined to be more affectionate toward Xiao Sha. The child was both obedient and capable, even more endearing than her diligent daughter-in-law. Xiao Jun poured her a cup of warm water and brought over some easily digestible pastries. Grandma Zhang, please take a moment to rest. I will go wake up Sha. What are you calling her for? Grandma Zhang reproached him with a glance. The needs of a pregnant woman come first. Let her sleep well. She suddenly recalled something. Oh, right. I have a piece of advice you might want to heed, whether you like it or not. Please go ahead, Xiao Jun replied, pursing his lips. Labor pains are excruciating, and you must not allow her to bear that burden alone, Grandma Zhang advised earnestly. And do you think childbirth is the end of it? I assure you, the real challenges lie ahead. The baby will cry at night and during the day, constantly needing the presence of an adult. One must remain vigilant. Otherwise, a moment of inattention could lead to trouble. You're running a shop now, so I believe it would be wise for you to hire a nanny specifically to care for Sha and the baby. A new mother's emotions can be quite volatile. You must keep a close eye on her, you understand? See you know that you understand, Kama-shang. I have already been looking for a nanny and wish to find the most suitable one to care for Sha. That's good, very good, Grandma Zhang responded with satisfaction. Now I must take my leave. It's getting late, and I need to return home to tend to the chickens and prepare meals. There is much to do. I will see you home, Xiao Jun offered, rising to his feet. He had quickly learned to drive and already obtained his license, though he was still waiting for Ding Sha to help him choose a car. No need, no need. I can take a car myself, Grandma Zhang insisted. Xiao Jun supported her to the door. Even if you won't let me see you off, I must return home as well. Sha wants to ask Uncle Wei to make a crib for the baby, so I need to deliver the blueprints to him. Only then did Grandma Zhang relent. Xiao Jun borrowed a vehicle from the hardware store owner and drove back to the small village. Grandma Zhang praised him from the passenger seat. Very good. It's commendable to learn a skill. In our day, only state employees could drive. After dropping Grandma Zhang off at home, Xiao Jun went to Uncle Wei's house, leaving the blueprints and requirements along with a deposit of 200 yuan before heading back to the shop. He drove steadily and swiftly, anxious that Sha might wake and not find him there. Indeed, as soon as he parked and stepped out, he spotted Ding Sha peering out from behind the counter at the door, her eyes lighting up upon seeing him. You're back. Where's Grandma Zhang? Chapter 24. Roasted sweet potatoes tonight. The moon hangs exceptionally full in the sky. The little courtyard is enveloped in profound stillness, as Sister Tong and Aunt Zhuang have already retired for the night. Xiao Jun sets up a small stove beneath the porch, within which lie several elongated, succulent sweet potatoes. Ding Sha, wrapped snugly in a thick blanket, reclines on the couch, while Xiao Jun sits beside her, serving as a soft cushion for her to lean against, his hand gently caressing her rounded belly. What shall we name the baby? Ding Sha muses, gazing at the quiet, withered rose vines against the courtyard wall, eagerly anticipating the beauty of their blooms in the coming spring. I have contemplated for quite some time, yet I wish to decide together with you. Xiao Jun leans his head against hers. How about we call him Xiao Xijin? It signifies thoughtful and beautiful jade, with a promising future. All right, I shall defer to your choice. Xiao Jun agrees without hesitation. A quiet sigh of relief escapes Ding Sha. The male protagonist in the original narrative bore a different name, likely due to a lack of care in his early years, and was later sent to an orphanage, adopting a casual name, Su Li, given by the director. The homophone for leave implies a sense of parting that has lingered. Ding Sha wishes to bestow upon this child something distinct from the very outset, such as a name brimming with beauty and hope. Suddenly, Xiao Jun inquires, what shall his nickname be? A nickname? Ding Sha pauses, taken aback. I haven't considered that yet. Why not let you choose? Let us call him Pinyin, Xiao Jun suggests, tilting his head to glance at her. It signifies peace for both mother and child. Ding Sha gasps suddenly, the baby just kicked me. Xiao Jun too feels the movement beneath his hand, as if the little one wishes to join their conversation. But it's only 8 months along. Ding Sha gently pats her belly. Little Pinyin, could you please wait a little longer? Wait until your father and mother have prepared toys and a little bed for you, all right? A gust of cold wind sweeps through, prompting Xiao Jun to snugly wrap Ding Sha in her blanket. He then bends down to extract a small sweet potato from the stove, the delightful and unique aroma wafting through the air. Ding Sha gazes longingly at the sweet potato he is peeling, her mouth watering at the delightful scent. Xiao Jun methodically finishes peeling, seemingly unbothered by the heat, and blows gently before offering it to her mouth. Be careful, it's hot. Ding Sha looks at the vibrant orange sweet potato, takes a bite, and finds it both sweet and warm, as if it were oozing with honey. With the new year approaching, Xiao Jun prepares a wet tissue and hands it to her to wipe the remnants of the sweet potato from her face. Shall we go look at cars tomorrow? My driver's license has arrived, he announces. It's quite affordable before the new year. What kind do you fancy? One with comparable performance, ample space, and a high safety rating. Ding Sha counts on her fingers, assessing for cost-effectiveness. Then shall we go tomorrow? Yes. As the night deepens and the wind picks up, after finishing the sweet potato, Ding Sha returns indoors to lie down. Xiao Jun, weary from the day, finds Ding Sha lying still, her complexion slightly off. What is wrong? He approaches, lifting the blanket. A cramp? Ding Sha hesitantly covers herself with the blanket, and Xiao Jun pauses, suddenly comprehending. He retrieves fresh sleepwear and undergarments from the wardrobe, gently assisting her to sit up. Let me help you change. He recalls that pregnant women in their later stages may experience involuntary leakage, a fact imparted by the midwife. Ding Sha gently pushes him away. I can manage myself. Xiao Jun, unwilling to persist, stood up and headed to the bathroom. I proceeded to freshen up, assuring him that if he needed anything, he could simply call for me. Ding Sha, feeling somewhat awkward, changed her clothes, but when she attempted to replace the bed sheets, she found herself lacking the strength. Exhausted and panting, she became increasingly agitated and uncomfortable, ultimately succumbing to tears. Xiao Jun, hearing the commotion from the bathroom, quickly rushed out. Sha. Ding Sha, clutching her abdomen, sat on the edge of the bed, weeping sorrowfully. She could not comprehend why she had become a pregnant woman, nor why she had to endure such humiliating and uncomfortable experiences. This world was clearly not hers. Her beloved was not hers, and nothing belonged to her. Even her affection for Xiao Jun left her with a sense of guilt, as though she were stealing something that wasn't rightfully hers. Ding Sha felt utterly wronged as she cried. Xiao Jun's soft attempts to comfort her only deepened her sorrow and frustration. Unable to contain herself, Ding Sha pushed Xiao Jun away, exclaiming, "You know nothing. Stay away from me." The sound of her cries disturbed the already sleeping Sister Tong and Aunt Zhuan, who hurriedly knocked on the door, asking what's wrong. What happened? Sha, little Xiao boss? As Ding Sha's pregnancy progressed, her weight remained surprisingly light. Not only did Xiao Jun struggle to sleep at night, but even the two women found it difficult to rest, fearing that Ding Sha might go into labor unexpectedly. Xiao Jun replied, "It's nothing." Ding Sha got out of bed and opened the door. "Sister Tong, may I sleep with you?" Tears still stained her face, her thin clothing barely providing warmth, her long hair cascading down as she cradled her large belly, looking pitifully at Sister Tong. "Of course, you can," Sister Tong replied, her heart aching for her. Xiao Jun, clutching her own blanket, said, "I'll sleep upstairs." "Sister, please keep an eye on Sha." Sister Tong sighed and helped Ding Sha back to bed. Xiao Jun had already changed the sheets and laid out a small cushion. Upon seeing this, Sister Tong understood what had transpired. Without asking questions, she let Ding Sha lie down. As everyone settled in, the night returned to tranquility. Ding Sha looked at Sister Tong, feeling a sense of security akin to being in her mother's embrace. Sister Tong was gentle, and Ding Sha held a deep fondness for her. Sha, are you still feeling unwell?" Sister Tong asked, gently patting Ding Sha's shoulder. "I feel better now. I just suddenly felt a bit unhappy," Ding Sha replied, having regained her composure. "It's normal. Everyone goes through this," Sister Tong smiled. "When I was pregnant, I couldn't stand Zhuang when he returned home. He was such a large man, yet I cried so much that I didn't know where to put my hands and feet, eventually collapsing to the ground." Ding Sha exclaimed in surprise, "Wow. So you see, it's quite normal. Mothers in labor often have fluctuating tempers. Don't be afraid." Ding Sha wanted to express that she was not afraid, but upon reflection, she realized she indeed was afraid of her feelings for Xiao Jun, afraid of a difficult delivery, afraid her child wouldn't thrive, and afraid that Xiao Jun might leave upon discovering her fears. She gave a soft affirmative. "Let us sleep now. I'll stay with you. Tomorrow is another beautiful day, bright and sunny." When they awoke, indeed, the weather was splendid, and even the persistent breeze had ceased. Ding Sha observed Xiao Jun as he entered the room, placing a set of clean clothes by her bedside. He leaned down to tenderly kiss her forehead, coaxing her gently. "Darling Sha, it's time to rise. We need to go purchase a car." Rubbing her eyes, Ding Sha sat up, while Xiao Jun helped her into her clothes and then knelt to assist her with her shoes. Her feet were notably swollen, necessitating special footwear designed for expectant mothers to ensure comfort. Ding Sha gazed down at him, apologizing. "I'm sorry for losing my temper with you yesterday." "Was that losing your temper?" Siu Yun Xiaokut. That was more akin to a kitten displaying its claws. Once they had prepared themselves and had a light meal, they hailed a taxi straight to the dealership. Ding Sha found every vehicle appealing, yet the sales representative's explanations left her in a haze. Noticing her eyes swirling with confusion, Xiao Jun took the reins of the conversation, suggesting, "Let us take a look over there." Although the sales representative felt a tinge of disappointment, she quickly regained her enthusiasm. While selling high-end vehicles might be elusive, there was still commission to be earned on the more modest options. Furthermore, the couple's striking looks and evident affection for one another brightened her spirits, making her eager to assist them further. Ultimately, Xiao Jun and Ding Sha settled on a white M model that met all their requirements. The sales representative efficiently handled the paperwork and meticulously explained the subsequent processes and preparations before bidding them farewell. "We'll pick up the car in a couple of days. I'll search for a parking space," Xiao Jun remarked as he led Ding Sha towards the hospital. Their frequent visits to the medical facility had become routine, and Xiao Jun was already in discussions regarding her impending hospitalization. With the child's due date approaching around the new year, he harbored some concerns. By the time they returned to the shop, dusk was settling in. Inside, an elderly gentleman was seated, leisurely puffing on a pipe. It was Uncle Wei who had arrived. Chapter 25. Sichuan-style spicy hot pot. Uncle Wei has arrived? Ding Sha felt a surge of joy upon seeing him, as she had a plethora of tasks she wished to undertake. Uncle Wei stood up and exclaimed, "Oh, I'm here. This little brother asked me to craft a crib, but I've encountered a few issues and came to seek your guidance." "What is the matter? Has something happened?" Ding Sha inquired hastily. "Nothing too serious," Uncle Wei replied. "I recently acquired a batch of excellent timber, all of fine quality. Among them is a type of cherry wood, which boasts remarkable stability and an attractive grain. However, it is somewhat pricey, so I wanted to check if you would be interested." He gestured animatedly. His old friend had imported this high-grade wood from the international market, claiming it to be of C9 quality. Although he was unfamiliar with grading systems, he recognized that the wood appeared solid, felt dense to the touch, and produced a satisfying sound when struck, a testament to its superior quality. Xiao Jun nodded. "We shall take it. Uncle Wei, you can proceed with the work." Ding Sha concurred, adding, "Just ensure it has a simple and elegant design, as I worry about it being rough on the baby." Uncle Wei rubbed his hands together in delight, stowing away his pipe. "With your assurance, I am at ease. Rest assured, I will utilize only the finest materials. Once completed, I, Old Wei, will personally deliver it to you, and I guarantee your satisfaction." With that, he departed eagerly. After escorting Ding Sha back to the house, Xiao Jun set out to find a parking space, eager to complete all necessary arrangements promptly. He wished to have everything settled before the need arose, avoiding any last-minute complications. In 2 or 3 days, he successfully secured a parking spot, affixed the license plates, and completed all the requisite paperwork. Meanwhile, Ding Sha took Sister Tong to the local market, returning with an abundance of ingredients for a hot pot feast. With Xiao Jun absent, she directed Aunt Zhuang to prepare the base for the broth. First, they simmered a pot of beef bone and chicken soup, allowing the fragrant aroma to waft through the air. Next, she instructed Aunt Zhuang to chop dried chilies after boiling them, slice scallions, and prepare a generous platter of cilantro, onions, and small scallions. They also wrapped some bay leaves, cinnamon, star anise, and other spices in white liquor to infuse and crush. Once the stove was lit, they poured in a generous amount of beef tallow, waiting for it to heat up. They first fried the scallions and cilantro until aromatic, then removed them from the pot. Following this, they added the chopped chilies, bean paste, a special chili sauce, and the spices sequentially, stirring until well combined. They then poured in a can of beer and a handful of rock sugar. Finally, they tossed in a mix of green and red Sichuan peppercorns. After allowing it to cool, a pot of spicy and fragrant beef tallow was ready. The kitchen was a spectacle of oil, and the air was thick with the essence of hot pot. As Aunt Zhuang washed the ingredients, she urged Ding Sha to go change her clothes. Upon emerging from her room, dressed anew, Ding Sha was greeted by Xiao Jun's return, who carried a paper bag in hand. She inhaled the delightful aroma and asked, "Are we having hot pot tonight?" "Indeed, we are," Ding Sha replied with a smile, welcoming him. Xiao Jun gestured for her to sit and handed her the paper bag. "This is a gift for you." "A gift?" Ding Sha queried, her lips curling into an involuntary smile. "Would you like to take a look?" Xiao Jun watched her with eager anticipation. Ding Sha opened the crimson paper bag, revealing a red box. As she lifted the lid, she discovered a stunning jade bracelet, vibrant and translucent. Xiao Jun helped her fasten it onto her delicate wrist, which accentuated its beauty. "It's exquisite," she remarked, admiring the elegant piece. Xiao Jun indeed found it quite pleasing. Ding Sha's wrists were bare, which he always found unappealing. Now at last, it felt right. He contemplated the pie and buckle pendant he had seen earlier, thinking it would suit Sha Sha perfectly, and decided to purchase it for her on his next outing. "Dinner is ready. Dinner is ready," Sister Tong announced as she brought out the dual-flavored hot pot. "Little Xiao is back?" Xiao Jun assisted in setting up the induction cooker. "Yes, just got home. Quickly wash your hands. Dinner is served." "We have quite a spread today," Sister Tong chattered as she returned to the kitchen. Ding Sha also stood up, saying, "Shall we go? I am absolutely starving." The four of them laid out a lavish feast, featuring delicacies such as yellow throat, tripe, fatty beef, and spicy beef, each dish presented in abundance without fear of leftovers. Xiao Jun's appetite had notably increased. No matter the quantity prepared, he could consume it all with unwavering composure. "Ah, Jun, have you grown taller?" Ding Sha remarked, gazing at Xiao Jun's slender, resolute jawline. Xiao Jun lowered his gaze to meet hers, uncertain. "I haven't noticed. I was paying attention lately." "I believe you have. When you first returned, I could see your chin, but now I have to look up to see it," Ding Sha mused. "With such hearty meals, and in your growing years, it's only natural to gain some height." Sister Tong tossed spicy beef and tripe into the hot pot. "Why haven't you gained any weight?" Ding Sha asked, her concern evident as she scrutinized Xiao Jun's face and lean physique. "Are you ill?" "Ha ha ha, not all. Once you reach your full height, you'll naturally gain weight," Aunt Zhuang replied cheerfully. Ding Sha touched the tip of her nose and lowered her head to eat. "I have gained a little," Xiao Jun whispered. "I used to weigh 110 pounds, but now I'm 130. Ding Sha glanced at him. "A bit of weight is good. Not that I'm unhappy about gaining weight. It's just that I don't want to seem unappealing." She added, "By the way, with the new year approaching, are you and Zhuang going home or staying here?" Ding Sha suddenly noticed the calendar hanging nearby. "We promised the children we would buy them new clothes for the new year," Sister Tong said apologetically, "so we want to be able to celebrate with you." "That is perfectly fine," Ding Sha smiled at her. "It's only right to go home for the new year. Xiaola will soon be on winter break. I'll have them stay here to celebrate. I don't place much hope in their mother," Ding Sha continued. "Whatever you decide," Xiao Jun said as he served Ding Sha a generous portion of vegetables and meat on her plate. Sila would soon be on winter break. He dutifully carried his backpack and little Shirtu to the shop. Upon returning home, he found his mother once again missing, likely off drinking, and with an expressionless face. He tidied up the messy room before taking the sleeping Shirtu to the shop. Shirtu had become chubby and adorable from dining at the shop daily, his big, watery eyes fixed on others in a most endearing manner. Sila had also grown taller and sturdier. He no longer felt overwhelmed by fatigue, and instead experienced joy each day. Early one morning, he received a package in the mail. Upon opening it, he discovered a magazine. "Aoyun, editor, who sent the magazine?" Ding Sha exclaimed joyfully. Xiao Jun emerged from the kitchen. "Has he?" Ding Sha, unable to contain his excitement, joined him to peruse the article. The feature on the quaint shop commenced with several photographs of delectable dishes and the shop's charming decor, followed by extensive passages of text, including the interview content and the home cooking recipes carefully prepared by editor Hu. Ding Sha was thoroughly engrossed. The conclusion of the interview remarked, "While I cannot speak for others, to me, this establishment is not merely a haven of delightful cuisine, but also a sanctuary filled with warmth. The owners share a profound affection for one another. The food is exquisite, and life here is joyous. I am genuinely fond of this world." Unable to resist, Ding Sha jotted down this sentiment in her notebook. Editor, who also included a handwritten letter, his elegant penmanship executed with a fountain pen, exuding a sense of ritual. It mirrored his humble and cultured demeanor. "Mr. Xiao and Madam, as the year draws to a close, I find myself quite occupied. The magazine has been published, and we've received numerous inquiries regarding the shop's location, which speaks to its popularity. I intend to return on New Year's Eve to capture the festivities of the family reunion dinner. I have your permission?" "Hu Jilin." Ding Sha presented the letter to Xiao Jun, who appeared somewhat troubled. "Sha Sha, your due date is at the end of the year, I fear." Ding Sha gently caressed her belly, then let us return. In her eyes, nothing in the vast world held greater significance than the life growing within her. Chapter 26. Pork and shepherd's purse dumplings. Ding Sha had purchased a small oven, diligently following a recipe she had learned at school to bake delightful little cookies. Nanjing City, a considerable urban center, saw an influx of returning residents as the year drew to a close, resulting in a noticeable decrease in the local populace. The once bustling small shops were now rather tranquil. Xiao Jun granted time off to both Sister Tong and Aunt Zhuang, encouraging them to seize the opportunity to shop for festive goods. The two women, filled with joy and money in hand, ventured out while Ding Sha continued to ponder over her buttery cookies. Xiao Jun tended to the small vegetable garden in the backyard, loosening the soil and adding a layer of fertilizer, eagerly awaiting the right moment to sow seeds. As he lifted the thick curtain separating the courtyard from the main hall, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Unlike the fragrant allure of traditional Chinese cuisine, this scent evoked memories of serene, leisurely afternoons spent beneath a sunshade, basking in the sun with delightful pastries and a cup of tea by one side. Lying on the lawn, it felt as though surrendering an entire afternoon to slumber was a reward in itself. Xiao Yun applauded Ding She, observing her carefully monitor the cookies that were puffing up in the oven. "It smells wonderful," he remarked. Ding She nodded. "I've baked plenty. I'll share some with Sister Tong, Aunt Zhuang, and Xiaolo. If time permits, I'll also take some to Grandma Zhang and Uncle Wei, leaving a bit for ourselves to enjoy." Xiao Jun tidied up the mess on the table. "All right, when they return, shall we head out to buy some small bags?" Ding Sha nodded in agreement. Xiao Jun returned to the backyard, immersed in some mysterious task, seemingly elusive as he was often absent even at night. Ding Sha furrowed her brow, determined to uncover what he was up to. As dusk fell, Sister Tong and Aunt Zhuang returned, their arms laden with large and small bags, their faces beaming with delight. "The pre-New Year sales are genuinely affordable. I bought so many things." Sister Tong, usually composed, displayed a rare, radiant smile. Aunt Zhuang rummaged through her purchases and triumphantly revealed a plastic bag containing fresh shepherd's purse, which was surprising given the season. "It's quite odd to find fresh shepherd's purse at this time, but I thought it looked good, so I bought some. We'll make dumplings for dinner," she announced cheerfully. Indeed, it had been a while since they last enjoyed dumplings. Xiao Jun returned to knead the dough, for he relished wheat-based dishes. He had ample experience in dough preparation, knowing precisely how to achieve the perfect consistency, ensuring that both his hands and the bowl remained clean. After covering it with a damp cloth, he set it aside for later use. Meanwhile, Aunt Zhuang prepared the dumpling filling, washing the shepherd's purse thoroughly to remove any bitterness. Adding a blend of 3 parts fatty pork to 7 parts lean, she seasoned it with soy sauce, salt, and pepper, sprinkling a touch of MSG and dark soy sauce for depth. A hint of sugar was added to enhance the flavors. After mixing vigorously, she pounded the mixture in the bowl until it became dense and cohesive, incorporating fried scallion oil and finely minced ginger. The chopped shepherd purse was salted to extract excess moisture before being mixed into the meat filling. With everything combined, the aromatic and enticing dumpling filling was ready. Xiao Jun then retrieved the dough, rolling it into thin strips and dividing it into pieces for wrappers. The dumplings, thick in the center and thin at the edges, were neatly arranged on the bamboo steamer, plump and inviting. 3 individuals busily crafted them while Ding Sha observed. Once the water boiled with a hint of salt, the dumplings were lowered into the pot. For people prepared 3 steamers, an entire pot wouldn't suffice. The dumplings were tender-skinned and succulent, and upon taking a bite, one could glimpse the crisp greens within, resembling little meatballs in their filling, perfectly seasoned and utterly delightful. Ding Sha, for the first time, devoured over 20, while Xiao Jun likely consumed an entire steamer and more. Sister Tong spoke with pride, proclaiming that my aunt's dumpling-making skills were renowned far and wide. Ding Sha gazed longingly at Xiao Jun, who was engrossed in his meal. She felt she could eat no more, lest she risk nausea. "Aunt, would you consider selling dumplings at the shop after the New Year?" Ding Sha inquired. "I would offer you a chef's salary." Aunt Zhuang was momentarily taken aback. "Is that possible?" "Of course," Ding Sha smiled. "Your dumplings are simply exquisite." Without much hesitation, Aunt Zhuang readily agreed. The following day, Uncle Wei arrived with a cart, delivering a beautifully crafted crib made of softly interwoven light-colored wood, precisely following Xiao Jun's designs. He had thoughtfully modified the crib's base to serve dual purposes. It could be firmly placed on the ground or propped up to become a rocking cradle. Ding Sha was enamored with the crib. Uncle Wei also provided an array of whimsical toys, a little horse, a dragonfly, and a rabbit, each one animated and charming, crafted from leftover materials deemed worthless, which he insisted were a gift. Ding Sha promptly settled the payment for the crib and toys, and Uncle Wei, feeling somewhat bashful, accepted it. Very well, I shan't push back on this, and if you require further items in the future, I shall offer you a discount, he said, to which Ding Sha happily agreed. Uncle Wei, content, ambled away, puffing on his pipe while pulling the cart, and Ding Sha placed the crib beside her own bed. Unable to resist imagining little Ping and nestled within, playing with tiny feet. At the entrance of the shop, a counter was set up displaying an assortment of delightful pastries crafted by Ding Sha during her leisure. Customers passing by were often unable to resist taking a few with them. An elderly man, his hair a mix of white and gray, yet still sprightly, entered with a furrowed brow, seating himself without a glance at his surroundings. Sister Tong handed him a menu, but before he could respond, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen, sighed, and answered, "Hello? What is it?" "I'm fine, really, just out for a stroll. I'll return shortly after I've eaten." "Don't worry." After a brief conversation, he hung up and looked at a framed photograph of a father and son on the table, shaking his head with a sense of melancholy. "Sir, what would you like to eat?" Sister Tong inquired. "Just something simple," he replied, flipping through the menu. "Do you have noodles?" "Yes," Sister Tong responded. "What kind would you like?" Hearing this, the old man lifted his gaze, curious. "Can you make any type?" Sister Tong harbored no doubts regarding Xiao Jun's culinary skills. Moreover, if all else failed, there was still Ding Sha to rely on. The elderly gentleman's curiosity was piqued. His expectations were not to be underestimated. He furrowed his brow in contemplation and requested, "Could you prepare a serving of zhajiangmian for me? Is that feasible?" Sister Tong responded affirmatively, assuring him that it could indeed be done, and asked him to wait a moment. The elderly man took a napkin and wiped the chopsticks he had drawn from the holder, patiently arranging them before finally lifting his gaze to survey the decor of the establishment. The ambience and interior design were quite commendable. After a thorough inspection, he noted an absence of grease, which pleased him somewhat. However, his anticipation regarding the chef's capabilities only intensified. There was quite an art to preparing zhajiangmian, and he was eager to discern whether this seemingly unpretentious little eatery could truly deliver an exceptional rendition of the dish. Chapter 27. Old Beijing fried sauce noodles. The elderly gentleman, with a round face that radiated warmth and familiarity, bore the marks of age. His cheeks sagged slightly, resembling a jovial Maitreya Buddha. He eagerly gazed at the entrance where Sister Tong had just emerged, muttering to himself about the intricacies of fried sauce noodles. Authentic old Beijing fried sauce noodles, which were not merely about the noodles themselves, but a matter of considerable finesse. Just then, Aunt Zhuang called for Sister Tong to serve the dishes. Lifting the curtain, Sister Tong emerged with a rather large tray, laden with an array of bowls and plates. After meticulously arranging them, she brought the elderly gentleman a pot of water before returning to the kitchen to attend to her tasks. Unable to contain his anticipation, the old man picked up his chopsticks and eyed a bowl of fried sauce set apart. The sauce glistened with fragrant oil, and lo and behold, it was composed of diced meat and scallions, a delightful sight. He took a small amount and tasted it, exclaiming in delight at its savory essence. Pouring the sauce into his bowl of noodles, he noted the perfect texture of the handmade noodles, neither too thick nor too thin. Adjacent to the neatly arranged condiments were shreds of cucumber, carrot, as well as eggs and shrimp, along with the indispensable yellow beans. He eagerly mixed everything into the large bowl. With a hearty appetite, he scooped a generous mouthful, savoring the harmonious blend of meat, scallions, and the fragrant sauce. His enjoyment was palpable as he hunched over his meal, thoroughly engrossed and blissful. Hearing the slurping sounds, Sister Tong could not resist lifting the curtain to ask Aunt Zhuang, "Shall we have fried sauce noodles for dinner too?" The old gentleman is relishing it so much. And Zhuang chuckled. There is still plenty of sauce that Xiao Xiao prepared. You can cook noodles freely for dinner. The old man, with grease adorning his lips, finally paused to wipe his mouth, declaring, truly delectable. He called out to Sister Tong. Little sister, may I meet the chef behind this exquisite dish? Sister Tong patted her head. Please wait a moment. I will ask the boss. As the old man patiently awaited her return, he speculated that the owner must indeed be a seasoned chef with years of culinary experience. Pondering why such a talent would choose to remain anonymous in this humble establishment. Perhaps there was a hidden story. Suddenly, he was taken aback by the sight of Xiao Jun stepping out. Xiao Jun, equally perplexed, recalled Sister Tong mentioning that the elder had been thoroughly enjoying his meal. Why the sudden request to meet him? Was there something amiss with the noodles? Observing the neatly arranged empty bowls on the table, he inquired, Did you find something wrong with the noodles? Young proprietor, did you prepare this meal? The elderly gentleman asked, skepticism lacing his voice. His mind struggled to reconcile the image of a seasoned chef with the youthful and handsome figure before him. Indeed, I prepared it, Xiao Jun affirmed with a nod. Just then, Ding Sha also emerged from the back, asking, What is the matter, Jun? The old man was startled to see the young woman with a noticeable belly. Oh, take care, please sit down. Xiao Jun assisted her into a seat, reassuring her, It's nothing to worry about. The old gentleman exhaled in relief, remarking that he sought the authenticity of the noodles and had hoped to meet the chef, expecting an old friend from his hometown. To his surprise, the young man before him was quite youthful. Upon realizing that the young chef was not being approached due to any issues with the meal, Xiao Jun felt a sense of ease. As long as the customer was satisfied, that was sufficient. Young proprietor, do you prepare other dishes from Beijing? The elderly man inquired, rubbing his hands together. I am quite advanced in age and find it difficult to travel far, yet I long for this taste. I have yet to experience such authentic Beijing cuisine in Nanjiang. Xiao Jun pondered briefly. What else would you like to savor? Roast duck. The elder replied without hesitation. Xiao Jun paused, and the old man, realizing his eagerness, sheepishly rubbed his hands again. The round dream buns and crispy meat slices would also suffice. It would be splendid to have some rice noodle with meat as well. Xiao Jun deliberated and concluded that these dishes were not overly complicated to prepare. You may come by another day, and I shall cook for you. However, given your advanced age, you should consider moderating your meat intake. Are you not concerned about high blood pressure or cholesterol? The old gentleman hesitated, recalling his partner's admonitions, feeling somewhat guilty. I won't consume it all in one day. Xiao Jun understood the implications and suggested, How about this? You could come every few days, and I will prepare a meal for you. Daily cooking is not feasible. That sounds perfect. The old man exclaimed, delighted. Next time, I shall bring my partner along. After settling the bill, the elderly gentleman cheerfully hummed a tune as he departed. Outside, the sky was shrouded in a mist, hinting at impending snow. Ding Sha observed passers-by at the entrance, their coughing and sneezing indicating the cold was increasingly severe, prompting her to express concern. It's growing colder, and many are catching colds. Xiao Jun instinctively tightened his embrace around her. I will prepare ginger soup with a bit of brown sugar to warm the hall. Everyone who visits can enjoy a bowl to stave off the chill. Ding Sha turned to him, gently feeling his forehead. Be sure to drink plenty. Do not fall ill. I shall not fall ill, I assure you. Ding Sha chuckled at his bravado. Is that so? Just because you say you won't be sick means you won't? Xiao Jun smiled lightly in response. Indeed, I declare it, as long as I am by your side. Illness shall never find me. However, experience teaches that such bold declarations often invite misfortune. Merely days later, Xiao Jun found himself bedridden, weak and feverish. His eyes glazed and nose reddened, barely able to discern his surroundings. Ding Sha remained by his side, torn between concern and amusement. The little eatery had temporarily closed, with Aunt Zhuang now entirely responsible for the meals of several individuals. Ding Sha, pregnant and eager to care for Xiao Jun, found herself at a loss. That night, Xiao Jun, in a hazy state, called out for water. Yet, upon sitting up, he found himself unable to stand. With great effort, Ding Sha rose from the bed to pour him a glass. After taking a few sips, Xiao Jun felt slightly more alert and noticed Ding Sha standing at the bedside in her nightgown. "Aren't you cold?" he asked, lifting the covers to reveal warmth within. Ding Sha, feeling drowsy and unthinking, climbed into bed beside him. Xiao Jun set the cup on the bedside table and lay down, tucking her in gently before encircling her with his arms, succumbing to slumber himself. When Ding Sha woke, she found the bedding pleasantly warm, a stark contrast to the icy chill that typically greeted her each morning, leaving her at a loss for how to linger in bed. She shifted her feet and then her arms, only to realize that her feet were ensnared within a pair of large ones, while a gentle pair of hands rested upon her abdomen. For a fleeting moment, her mind faltered, and it was only then that Ding Sha discovered she was lying on Xiao Jun's bed. As she gradually regained consciousness, memories began to resurface. She recalled how, in a daze the previous night, she had followed Xiao Jun's words and nestled herself within a quilt. In that instant, Ding Sha yearned to return to the previous night. After moving a couple of times, Xiao Jun stirred awake. He lifted his hands to assist Ding Sha in lying flat, asking if that position was comfortable and if it would feel constricting. "It's fine," Ding Sha replied. In truth, as time progressed, she found discomfort in any position. It was merely a matter of which was the least impactful. Xiao Jun, feeling a slight headache, covered his mouth and nose with his hand. "Wait a moment. I'll help you sit up. Remember to drink some ginger soup and avoid taking medicine." He felt a surge of irritation at himself for allowing Ding Sha to become so closely entwined with him in his drowsy state. What if he inadvertently transmitted something to her? Chapter 28. A medley of delights in a clay pot as Ding Sha emerged. Sister Tong had just finished a phone call with De Zhuang, while Aunt Zhuang was engrossed in the television. The news anchor, clad in a crisp shirt, reported today's headlines with a serious expression. Upon seeing Ding Sha, Aunt Zhuang hurriedly set a stool for her, placing a soft cushion atop it. "You're up. How is Xiao Xiao doing? Is he feeling better?" Aunt Zhuang inquired. "Much better. The fever has subsided," Ding Sha replied as she took a seat. "That's good to hear. Would you like some steamed buns? I made them this morning, and they're still warm," Aunt Zhuang offered. "Yes, please," Ding Sha nodded. Aunt Zhuang went to fetch the buns, while Sister Tong sighed. "The news has been quite alarming. It's truly frightening." "What happened?" Ding Sha asked. "This morning, they reported that the authorities are urging us to be cautious, to pay attention to rest and daily hygiene." She sighed again. "I just spoke with the Zhuang about it, but he is so used to his rough ways that he gets impatient when I remind him to take care of himself. It's infuriating." Aunt Zhuang returned with a bowl. "Don't let it bother you too much. Otherwise, you'll be the one suffering while he remains oblivious to your distress. And that is truly disheartening." Sister Tong pouted. "I won't concern myself with him. Let him be as he wishes." Xiao Jun was sleeping inside, having eaten very little over the past few days. Ding Sha looked at his gaunt figure with concern and stood up to take a stroll in the kitchen. "Aunt, did the vegetable shop deliver anything this morning?" she asked. "Yes, indeed. I've already arranged everything," Aunt Zhuang replied as she followed her in. "Are you planning to cook?" Ding Sha nodded. "Xiao Jun hasn't eaten well lately. I worry about his strength and nutrition." "All right then. Tell me what you need, and I shall prepare it," Aunt Zhuang said with a nod. Ding Sha stepped aside to clear the main area, slice some pork, tripe, and chicken. Boil them with ginger, scallions, and rice wine. And don't forget to skim off the foam. The chicken should cook for half an hour. The meat for about 40 minutes should suffice, while the tripe requires over an hour to tenderize. Once done, remove them and cut them into small pieces for later use. Next, take some minced meat, 3 parts fat to 7 parts lean, and mix in chopped scallions, ginger, pepper, salt, rice wine, and a bit of starch with water. Stir it continuously in one direction to develop a good texture. Grease a plate, form the meat mixture into balls, and place them on it before steaming. Also, let us steam those shrimp dumplings we made last time. Blanch some baby bok choy in boiling water until softened, then lay it at the bottom of the clay pot. Soak some vermicelli in hot water and place in the pot as well. Steam a handful of large dried shrimp with rice wine and scallions. Then add them to the pot. Beat 2 eggs, make an omelet, and cut it into strips to toss in as well. "This will smell delightful," Aunt Zhuang exclaimed, moving with agility as she prepared the meal. "A light dish will be perfect to nourish Xiao Xiao." Ding Sha peered into the clay pot in a moment and Please mix everything inside to combine evenly. Absolutely, Aunt Zhuang assured. Next, it was time to prepare the vegetables. Carrots, green celery, and winter bamboo shoots were sliced in strips, and shiitake mushrooms were also cut into similar shapes. All these were arranged in a clay pot alongside the meat that had been prepared earlier. The meatballs and shrimp dumplings, which had just been steamed, were added as well. A sprinkle of salt, sugar, and pepper was mixed into the chicken broth, which was then brought to a boil before being poured into the clay pot. The lid was placed on the pot, allowing it to simmer until it reached a rolling boil, ready to be savored. After a flurry of activity, it was nearly midnight, and Aunt Zhuang remarked on the considerable effort that had gone into preparing the meal, which was indeed both troublesome and intricate. However, the aroma was delightful, tantalizing the appetite. Ding Sha took a small covered bowl, serving a portion for his son, urging the others to eat first, as she wasn't particularly hungry at the moment. As she pushed open the door, Xiao's son was already sitting up. "Have you been cooking?" "I can smell it," he said. "Not me. It's Aunt's doing," Ding Sha replied, as she placed the bowl on the table. "Would you like to give it a try?" Xiao's son, clad in his robe, got out of bed, exclaiming, "It smells amazing." "Is it a mixed clay pot dish?" Ding Sha chuckled, noting his keen sense of smell. After indulging in the steaming meal, Xiao's son broke into a sweat. "You should head back to sleep. You'll feel better after some rest," Ding Sha encouraged. Xiao's son sighed. "Fine, I'll go to sleep. But do call me if you need anything." I will, Ding Sha reassured him, watching as he settled back down before leaving the room. Days passed, and the streets grew increasingly deserted. Those who did venture out did so with a palpable sense of tension. Sister Tong continued to call Brother de Zhuang daily, who had come to grips with the gravity of the situation and dutifully reported his status every day. Aunt Zhuang kept up with the news, exclaiming, "Oh dear, the new year is fast approaching, yet the situation remains so dire currently. The busiest places were the pharmacies and hospitals. It was said that doctors and nurses were working tirelessly, barely having time to change shifts." "Sister, why don't you just return home tomorrow?" Ding Sha suggested, aware of their eagerness to leave. "Return? How can I possibly leave you and Xiao's son here alone?" Aunt Zhuang shot her a disapproving glance. Under normal circumstances, one could come and go freely, but now is an extraordinary time. Neither of you should be left unattended. "I won't go back either," Sister Tong added. "It's safer to stay put. Wherever we go, there's always an air of anxiety." Ding Sha ceased to press the matter, acknowledging the truth in their words. Thankfully, Xiao Sun had recovered from his fever a few days prior, though he still appeared a bit under the weather and did not require a hospital visit. Aunt Zhuang glanced at the clock and sighed. "Oh dear, it's already time to prepare dinner, yet I'm not even the slightest bit hungry." Aside from cooking at regular intervals, there was little activity to engage in. Fortunately, they had a courtyard. Otherwise, they might feel completely stifled. "What shall we have for dinner?" Sister Tong inquired with a smile. "It seems we've had too much idle time lately." Aunt Zhuang contemplated preparing roasted lamb legs in the courtyard. "Whatever you like. I've noticed a lot of people online are making hot and sour soup. Shall we give it a try?" "Sure, I leave it to you," Sister Tong replied, her interest in food waning as she had been consuming without moving much, resulting in some extra weight. "I'll handle it," Ding Sha declared, before Aunt Zhuang could rise. She noticed that Ding Sha's expression was rather unusual. "What's the matter, Sha?" Since getting out of bed, Ding Sha had been feeling a bit unwell. From the afternoon onward, she had been experiencing intermittent abdominal pain. Just moments ago, she suddenly felt a warm liquid trickling down her leg. The reminders from the doctor and midwife during her prenatal checkups flashed through her mind, and her complexion turned somewhat pallid. "I think my amniotic fluid has broken." Chapter 29. Mother Esho Flower Sister Tong stood up in shock. "The amniotic fluid has broken?" Aunt Zhuang hurried over, lifting her skirt to examine. After a moment, she raised her head. "Kuya, Code 120. The amniotic fluid has broken." Sister Tong's face turned as pale as a sheet of paper. This in a frenzy. She fumbled for her phone, dialing 120, but the line was constantly busy. "What do we do? I can't get through." She paced anxiously, uncertain if it was a psychological effect. Upon hearing Aunt Zhuang confirm the breaking of the amniotic fluid, Ding Sha suddenly felt the pain intensify. Her hands trembled in agony. Sister, take my phone. I have the number of a doctor from the maternal and child hospital." Call her right away. Sister Tong rushed to Ding Sha's bedroom. Sha, don't be nervous, Aunt Zhuang held Ding Sha's hand, trying to comfort her. Perhaps due to overwhelming anxiety, Ding Sha began to bleed. Upon seeing Sister Tong, pale and drenched in sweat, burst in, Xiao Jun asked, "What is wrong, sister? What happened? Is Sha's phone here?" Sister Tong, unable to explain, replied hurriedly, "It's here." Xiao Jun pointed to the bedside table. "What is going on?" Sister Tong grabbed the phone and dashed out, but upon hearing Xiao Jun's question, she trembled slightly. Sha's amniotic fluid has broken. Xiao Jun felt as if he had been struck by lightning. But it's not her due date, yet he jumped out of bed, but Sister Tong hurriedly stopped him. "Don't go out, Xiao. You're still in quarantine. What if Sha falls ill too?" Xiao Jun froze, blinking as if processing Sister Tong's words. "I can't go out for the first time." The usually decisive Xiao Jun appeared as a bewildered child before her, his eyes red as he asked, What can I do? What should I do? How is Sha yet?" The questions lingered on his lips, unarticulated. Sister Tong felt a pang of compassion. "Aunt and I will certainly take good care of Sha. Don't worry too much." She closed the door behind her, though uncertainty gnawed at her. With hospitals overflowing, the inability to connect with emergency services underscored the dire situation. Ding Sha took the phone, inhaling deeply as she dialed the doctor's number, but after several attempts, no one answered. "They must be busy," Ding Sha murmured, persistently dialing. At the maternal and child hospital, a young nurse rushed to Dr. Liu, who had just emerged from the ward. "Dr. Liu, your phone has been ringing nonstop for quite a while." Dr. Liu, drenched in sweat and weary, inquired, "Who is calling?" The nurse replied, "It seems to be a pregnant woman, likely one you've examined before." Dr. Liu paused, an uneasy premonition creeping in. "Has she been calling continuously?" "Yes." The nurse nodded. Dr. Liu strode back to her office, opening the drawer to reveal a string of missed calls on her phone. Before she could return the call, the phone rang again. She immediately answered the call. "Hello, this is Lu Li. Dr. Liu, this is Ding Sha. My amniotic fluid has broken." Ding Sha exhaled, relieved yet apprehensive. Dr. Liu recognized that the situation she dreaded most had indeed occurred. "How are you feeling now? Are you experiencing contractions?" she inquired swiftly, dispatching a nurse to assess the conditions in the ward and operating room. Currently, all medical resources were in short supply, and she could not guarantee that Ding Sha would have the smooth delivery she had once anticipated. "I've been in pain since morning," Ding Sha reported, enduring the discomfort. "Take it slow, breathe deeply, do not rush," Dr. Liu reassured her. "Is there anyone with you?" "Yes, my sister-in-law and Aunt are here," Ding Sha replied, handing the phone to Aunt Zhuang. "Hello, doctor," Aunt Zhuang answered. "What is the current condition of the pregnant woman?" Dr. Liu promptly asked a series of questions. Aunt Zhuang responded to each query, but then moved away slightly, covering the phone, and whispered, "Doctor, Sha has started to bleed." Dr. Liu was taken aback. "Bleeding? This situation cannot be delayed any longer. Prolonging it would be detrimental to both the child and the mother." She decisively instructed, "Can you find a vehicle? Please ensure proper precautions and come to the hospital immediately." Aunt Zhuang hesitated. The only one who can drive is still isolated in bed. "Ding Sha," she called back, sensing Ding Sha's gaze directed behind her. "What is it?" Dr. Liu insisted on heading to the hospital, but Aunt Zhuang replied, "But Xiao." Ding Sha bit her lip, feeling the pain intensifying and becoming more persistent. The discomfort and the sensation of dampness caused her to be increasingly alarmed. She needed to ensure the safe delivery of her child. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "I will drive." "What?" Aunt Zhuang exclaimed. "That's impossible. You're about to give birth. There are no other options. There isn't a single car on the street. Everyone is reluctant to go to the hospital." Ding Sha braced herself against the table. "I need to hurry. I can't hold on much longer." Sha. Xiao Jun's voice emerged from behind the curtain. "I'm Fine." Ding Sha attempted to sound relaxed. "I'm just going to have a baby to bring Xiao Ping into the world." Xiao Jun longed to say, "I will accompany you. I will take you. I will be with you." He had imagined countless times what it would be like to be with Ding Sha in the delivery room, to kiss her when the child arrived, and assure her that the child would always be second in his heart. She was the first. Yet, he could not even step through that door. He could not take her to the hospital, could not be by her side. Once again, he found himself leaving her alone in a moment of helplessness. Ding Sha leaned against her belly as she approached the curtain, refraining from lifting it, and gently said, "You be good. Wait for me and Xiao Ping in to return. When we come back, will you make me the pig trotter soup? I really want to eat it." "Okay," Xiao Jun responded, his voice thick with emotion. "I'm going now," Ding Sha said. "We'll see each other soon." Sister Tong received the car keys, and Aunt Zhuang swiftly gathered all the necessary items, stuffing them into a large bag before tossing it into the back seat. Ding Sha fastened her seatbelt, grateful that the hospital was not far away. She bore the increasingly intense pain, which soon rendered the inner side of her thigh and thermal leggings completely soaked. The car seat stained with crimson. Sister Tong's eyes glistened with anxiety. The streets were deserted as Ding Sha diligently drove towards the maternal and child hospital. At the hospital entrance, Dr. Liu, fully equipped, along with a young nurse, anxiously awaited while pushing a stretcher. "Is the delivery room and the ward ready?" Dr. Liu inquired. "The delivery room can be available in an hour, but the ward cannot accommodate any more patients," the nurse replied, her expression troubled. The corridors were filled to capacity with patients. Dr. Liu pondered for a moment. "Let us move her to my office. She cannot be treated elsewhere. I hope this delivery goes smoothly," he thought, trying to suppress the unease that lingered in his heart. Soon, the vehicle arrived. "Doctor," Liu approached as it came to a halt. "Where is the patient?" he asked. Ding Sha unbuckled her seatbelt and opened the door. "I'm here, doctor." Liu was taken aback. "You drove the car?" He hurriedly coordinated with the others to lift Ding Sha onto the stretcher. She pressed a blood-stained bank card into Sister Tong's hand, saying, "There's 20,000 yuan on this card. The password is 622627. If it's not enough, fin ayunyo." Before she could finish, her hand fell limply. Observing this, Dr. Liu swiftly pushed her towards the hospital. "The patient has fainted." Chapter 30. Mother S. Hoof Flower to Dr. Liu. The fetal position is abnormal. The midwife had long been on standby in the delivery room. So as soon as Ding Sha was wheeled in, she began to assess her condition. Dr. Liu felt a pang of anxiety. Had her medical records been located? A nurse produced a substantial file, confirming that her last prenatal checkup before the flu was normal. This indicated that something had changed in the past few months. Dr. Liu gently palpated her abdomen. "Prepare for a cesarean section." Her husband was not present, being quarantined at home. The nurse appeared troubled, as outside were her colleagues. "Let us proceed with the routine examinations first." As she spoke, Dr. Liu did not pause, preparing for an ultrasound and fetal heart monitoring. "Her amniotic fluid has ruptured early," Dr. Liu stated. "If we delay, the baby may suffocate." "Yes," both the nurse and the midwife replied in unison, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, and immediately set to work. Sister Tong and Aunt Zhuang waited anxiously in the crowded corridor, beads of sweat dotting their foreheads. Suddenly, Sister Tong's phone rang. It was a call from Xiao Jun. "Hello, Xiao. Don't worry, she is already in the delivery room, and Dr. Liu and the team are all here." Sister Tong quickly reassured him. Xiao Jun sat restlessly at home, his hands and lips trembling. He could hardly bear to envision Ding Sha giving birth in the delivery room. Hearing Sister Tong's words brought him some solace. Yet he reiterated, "Please call me immediately if anything happens." "All right." Sister Tong decided to keep the call open for ease of communication with Xiao Jun. Doctors and midwives scurried about, their protective goggles fogging up from the exertion. At last, all examinations were completed. Dr. Liu shook her head, wiping the stinging sweat from her eyelashes. "The fetal position is abnormal. We must proceed with the cesarean section." She informed Sister Tong with urgency. "We need to deliver the baby quickly. The amniotic fluid has already ruptured, and the baby is at risk of suffocation." Dr. Liu's words were relayed in their entirety to Xiao Jun's ears, prompting him to shout, "Doctor! Liu, doctor!" Sister Tong handed the phone to Dr. Liu. "Hello, this is Liu Li. Dr. Liu, I'm Xiao Jun, Shasha's husband." He spoke hastily. "You may record what I am about to say. I entrust Shasha's care to you. If anything happens, please ensure Shasha's safety. He could forego the baby, but he could not lose Shasha. In his envisioned family, she was indispensable." "Understood." Dr. Liu paused momentarily. "But rest assured, we will do our utmost to protect both mother and child, given the circumstances." With that, she entered the delivery room. Xiao Jun fell silent, sitting on a stool, his heart pounding violently as if thunder echoed in his mind. His entire body convulsing as if electrified. He was terrified. Ding Sha lay on the operating table, her consciousness fading, connected to four and various instruments. Dr. Lu glanced at the midwife. "Let us begin." The midwife nodded and exposed Ding Sha as abdomen. The surgery commenced, with the petite nurse attentively on standby, vigilantly monitoring the necessary instruments and the condition of the mother. Sister Tong and Aunt Zhuang clasped each other's hands tightly, gazing anxiously at the delivery room door. Gurneys draped in white cloth were wheeled past, and Sister Tong understood that they bore the departed. The anguished cries of relatives followed closely behind, as the crowded corridor could scarcely contain the spectrum of human sorrow and joy. Unable to contain her tears, Sister Tong wiped her eyes, prompting Aunt Zhuang to grasp her hand, urging her not to cry for fear of infection. With a sigh, Sister Tong lamented, "I just feel, it's so difficult. How did it come to this?" The red light outside the delivery room remained aglow. "We see the child," the midwife exclaimed, but unfortunately, the umbilical cord is wrapped around the neck. Dr. Lu furrowed his brow, working swiftly to extricate the child. "Yes," the midwife began her task. "Doctor, the mother's heart rate and blood pressure are plummeting." Dr. Lu commanded, "Administer adrenaline." "Yes." The nurse deftly injected the medication into the four. "It's alleviating," she reported. "We must accelerate the process," Dr. Lu insisted. "Faster," the midwife urged. Doctor, save my wife. She just gave birth. How could she be taken from us now?" A man, overcome with grief, burst forth from the shadows, attempting to breach the delivery room. Sister Tong, startled, rushed to intercept him. "You cannot go in. They are delivering a baby." The man shoved her aside, declaring, "I don't care who is delivering. I only know that the doctor must save my wife." Aunt Zhuang stepped in. "You cannot act like this. Seek out other doctors. Get away." The man persisted, pushing towards the delivery room. Aunt Zhuang clung to him, resolutely stating, "You cannot enter." A tense standoff ensued, as the indifferent crowd in the corridor watched the commotion, preoccupied with their own safety, indifferent to the fates of others. Before long, an elderly woman approached, weeping. "Deheo, come, let us take your wife home." "I will not go. Xiaoyan can still be saved. I must find a doctor to rescue her." The man protested. "Deheo," the woman admonished, "Xiaoyan has always been a good doctor. Must you cause such a ruckus that she cannot find peace?" Sister Tong stood in stunned silence. "She is a doctor?" The woman approached, guiding the now defeated man, who wept softly. "I am sorry. My son cannot accept the loss of his wife." Sister Tong felt a chill wash over her as she grasped the harsh reality of this flu epidemic. "Aunt, once this is over," Sister Tong suddenly suggested, "let us return home and have a good night's sleep." "Yes," Aunt Zhuang replied, her heart heavy with conflicting emotions. Inside the delivery room, the midwife joyfully announced, "The baby is here." "Is everything clean? How is the child?" Dr. Lu inquired. "All is normal. We shall begin suturing." Dr. Lu exhaled in relief. "Dr. Lu." Suddenly, the nurse pointed to the machine and exclaimed, "The patient's condition has deteriorated. Continue with the push. Administer adrenaline." Dr. Lu furrowed his brow. The nurse promptly injected the medication. "It's not working," she cried, gazing at the still plummeting numbers. Dr. Lu's heart sank. "Prepare for resuscitation. Summon additional assistance," he commanded. "Dr. Lu, there is excessive bleeding," the midwife suddenly reported. "What is happening?" Dr. Lu shouted anxiously. "Placental adhesion." The midwife's expression was grim. "I will issue a blood transfusion order. You head to the blood bank," Dr. Lu instructed the nurse. "First, attempt manual separation. If that fails, we may need to consider a hysterectomy." The nurse quickly took the transfusion order and dashed out. Sister Tong anxiously inquired, "Nurse, how am I, Sha?" The nurse had no time to respond, as the doctor emerged shortly thereafter. With the nurse gone, Sister Tong felt an overwhelming sense of unease. Dr. Lu stepped outside and said, "The patient is experiencing severe hemorrhaging. In the worst-case scenario, a hysterectomy may be required." Unable to make a decision, Sister Tong trembled as she called Xiao Jun to inform him of the situation. Without hesitation, Xiao Jun replied, "I agree. as long as Shasha's life can be saved. Chapter 31. Red bean cakes. The sun shone brightly outside, casting dappled shadows from the trees as hurried passers-by rushed about, books clutched in their arms, eager to make it to class before the bell rang. Ding Sha sat by the bright and pristine floor-to-ceiling window, reluctantly closing her exquisitely designed copy of Zonquilu. She brushed her short hair behind her ear, contemplating the prospect of trying her hand at cooking, though lamenting her lack of culinary skills. After placing the book back on the shelf, Ding Sha glanced at her watch and strolled slowly towards the library entrance. It was nearly noon. What would she have for lunch? As she pondered this, a girl with curly hair and a round face called out to her from the library entrance, waving her hand. Sha, let's go eat. Ding Sha smiled upon seeing her. I'm coming. She ran a few steps, but then hesitated, her mind racing to recall the girl's name. The girl noticed her pause and approached, linking her arm with Ding Sha's as they walked out together. Hurry up. If we don't, the snack street will be crowded, and I really don't want to stand in line in this heat. Ding Sha was momentarily lost in thought. But that strange sensation faded away. What was she just thinking about? Being pulled along, she shook her head, dismissing her wandering thoughts, and smiled. Got it. Let us hurry then. As they walked, many classmates greeted them with cheerful smiles, and the girl waved back enthusiastically. We're going to eat. There are so many delicious treats at the snack street. Aren't you going to class? You're going to be late. They're taking attendance today. Is something wrong with Sha? She seems fine to me. How can you tell she is unhappy? Ding Sha hesitated. Were they really that well liked? Upon reaching the school gate, she instinctively turned left, only to be stopped by the girl. Sha, where are you going? Didn't we agree to go to the snack street? Confused, Ding Sha pointed to the left. Aren't we going to the snack street? But the snack street is to the right, the girl replied, puzzled. Sha, have you been reading too much? Ding Sha paused, taken aback. To the right. Why did she feel compelled to turn left? The girl tugged her towards the right, urging her to follow. Come on, I told you reading too much can make you daft. You need to get out more, especially to join me for meals. Ding Sha couldn't help but glance back towards the left path, a sudden discomfort swelling within her. The snack street was bustling with activity, and the girl cheerfully squeezed into the crowd. Phew. Luckily, the dishes I love didn't have long lines. Otherwise, I would have been furious. By the way, I just got my allowance. What do you want to eat, Sha? It's on me. The enticing aromas wafting through the air made Ding Sha feel a bit hungry. She looked around and pointed to a nearby Chinese restaurant. How about we just order a couple of dishes? How can we eat that when we're at the snack street? The girl exclaimed dramatically. We must indulge in all sorts of snacks. Ding Sha responded with a slight, contemplating then. How about the little potatoes? Spicy wolf-tooth potatoes. The girl, with her keen eyes, spotted an elderly woman's potato stall by the roadside and eagerly pulled Ding Sha along. Grandma, one serving of sweet and sour spicy potatoes, please. The grandmother swiftly filled a portion, generous in size. Ding Sha took a skewer and bit into it. The potato skin was not crispy enough. Its interior lacked the desired softness, and the seasoning was overpowering, too much soy sauce. As she continued to eat, Ding Sha suddenly froze. How could she know? Hesitantly, she took another bite, and those questions resurfaced in her mind. Yet, she clearly did not know how to cook. What's wrong, Sha? The girl shook her gently. You're acting quite strange today. I'm Fine. The peculiar feeling in Ding Sha's heart grew increasingly pronounced. Do you want a red bean cake? The girl pointed to a nearby cart. Sure, Ding Sha replied, her gaze drifting toward a chestnut cake nearby. I think I've made chestnut cake before, Ding Sha said, her voice wavering. What a joke. Since when can you cook, Sha? We've grown up together, and I had no idea. The girl laughed. Ding Sha surveyed the crowd around her. The sense of dislocation became more apparent. She glanced at her reflection in a glass surface, revealing an ordinary face. Ding Sha touched her face. Did she really look like this? So unfamiliar. She turned to the girl beside her. What was her name? Was this truly her university? Where was this street? Where was the snack street she remembered? Steamed egg custard, assorted casserole, shredded potatoes, braised lamb, rocking chair, crib, sycamore tree. An array of images and memories swirled in Ding Sha's mind, and she began to dash towards the left path she had initially noticed. Her intuition told her that the answer she sought lay there. There was something she yearned to uncover. The figures behind her and the cacophony of vendors momentarily froze, their outlines blurring into shadowy silhouettes, the edges producing gear-like floating shadows. The world halted like a pause presentation, with everyone appearing like flimsy paper figures, their expressions stiff and artificial. Breathless, Ding Sha reached what she felt was the right spot to stop. It was a quaint little shop, steeped in antiquity. The sign, draped in cobwebs, was barely legible, and the entrance was set slightly further inside than the other shops. Beside it stood a tall, ancient sycamore tree, grand and towering, trembling as it shed its leaves. Without hesitation, Ding Sha pushed the door open. It swung ajar, and she stepped inside. The interior was a chaotic array of dilapidated furniture, thickly coated in dust, devoid of any signs of life. Yet, Ding Sha felt as though she had encountered its former vibrant self, alive and bustling with energy. Faintly, she heard voices. "Dr. Liu, the patient has gone into cardiac arrest. Continue the resuscitation. Don't stop." Who was speaking? Ding Sha couldn't discern the words clearly. The voices faded away as she pushed open the back door. She found herself on a lush, verdant hillside where a delicate-looking boy, dressed in tattered clothes, was burying his face in his knees, weeping sorrowfully. Ding Sha couldn't help but approach him. "What's wrong?" The young boy lifted his head, revealing a tear-streaked face. "Sha, where are you?" Upon seeing that familiar visage, Ding Sha's eyes widened as if struck directly in the heart. "Xiao, see you, no." Ding Sha crouched down, clutching her head as a torrent of memories surged through her mind, flashing by like a film and fast forward, presenting a chaotic array of images. The little boy continued to cry out loudly, "Sha, don't leave me." Ding Sha raised her head, pressing against her heart. In the delivery room, the indicators on the monitor gradually began to rise, prompting a young nurse to exclaim joyfully, "It worked. It worked, Dr. Liu." She hurriedly continued her tasks while stealing glances at the mother's face. On the operating table, the barely conscious Ding Sha slowly opened her eyes. Chapter 32. The mother's trotter soup. When Ding Sha truly awakened, Xiao Jun no longer needed to be in isolation. She lay in a hospital room that Dr. Liu had painstakingly secured, striving to slightly open her eyes. Xiao Yun sat vidibly here bedside, his bloodshot eyes revealing his exhaustion. "You scared me," he finally uttered after a prolonged silence, his voice thick with emotion. Ding Sha responded faintly. "I waited for you at home for so long, and you never came. I thought you had abandoned me. How could that be?" Ding Sha managed a faint smile despite her weakness. "I simmered a large pot of trotter's soup, eagerly anticipating your return." Xiao Yun tenderly caressed her petite cheek. "I had a dream." Ding Sha softly grasped Xiao Jun's hand in a gentle return. "What was it about?" He leaned closer, eager to hear her thoughts. It was quite pleasant, she reflected, unable to resist delving into the dream. "But you weren't there. None of this existed in my dream." Ding Sha smiled faintly, recalling her past as an orphan, devoid of parental figures, introverted with few friends. She had long hair and a delicate appearance, skilled at creating delectable dishes. Later, she became a pregnant woman with an absent lover, possessing lustrous dark hair and an ethereal beauty, still adept at culinary arts. Ding Sha pondered whether that starkly contrasting dream was a constant reminder for her to awaken, to realize that someone awaited her return. "Fortunately, you chose a world with me." "Xiao Yun the Maltz." Ding Sha smiled at him, feeling weariness wash over her as she gently closed her eyes. As she sifted through the newly emerged memories in her mind, she found herself filled with numerous theories to explore. The memories unveiled further details, revealing how she and Xiao Jun had discovered that quaint village, the unspoken shyness shared on a particular night, and every promise he had made to her. She recalled the complexity and determination in his gaze on that fateful day when he last appeared before her. She remembered the youthful passion in his eyes, brimming with fervent love and unyielding devotion. The existence of these memories undeniably affirmed her identity. She was indeed Ding Sha. There had always been but one Ding Sha. She couldn't help but feel a mix of joy and confusion. Why had she ventured into another world, assuming a completely new identity? And why had she returned to this one, Setting aside these ponderings, could she then embrace her feelings for Xiao Jun without hesitation? Ding Sha unburdened herself of everything from that other world. A solitary figure by nature, she had little to cling to, and instead, everything in this world stirred her heart. She cherished the sun that rose early each day, the towering phoenix tree at her doorstep, the especially bright stars and moon at night, the bustling crowds, and the vibrant atmosphere of life. Most importantly, she adored her little family. She loved Xiao Jun, the wrinkled little Ping, and was for the first time remembered by his parents, as Sister Tong brought him over to show them. He was a healthy, robust boy. Little Pingyan slept soundly with his eyes closed. Xiao Jun cast a glance at him. The new father possessed a curiosity that rivaled that of the child. "May I hold him?" "Of course," Sister Tong replied, carefully placing the baby in his arms and guiding him on how to hold the child. A wave of tenderness washed over Xiao Jun. In that moment, all his worries and anxieties dissipated. He truly had a home of his own now. "Look, does he resemble you or me?" Xiao Jun handed the baby to Ding Sha. "I can't quite tell, but I have a feeling he will look like you," Ding Sha remarked after scrutinizing the baby for a while, finding him to resemble a rosy little monkey. All right, I've seen enough. I'll take him back now." "Babies need their sleep," Sister Tong gently reclaimed the child. Xiao Jun tucked Ding Sha's blanket, having inquired with the doctor that typically, a cesarean section patient could be discharged after about a week. However, given her unique circumstances, she needed to remain under observation for a month. He paused. "But do not be afraid. I will be by your side." Ding Sha smiled and nodded. Once Ding Sha felt well enough to sit up, Xiao Jun, with the consent of the doctor and nurses, returned home to bring a pot of pig-s trotter soup, omitting the dipping sauce due to Ding Sha's special condition. Nevertheless, she savored it immensely. The trotters were tender and delicate, melting in the mouth, and the soft taste of the beans filled her with satisfaction. "I made plenty. I'll bring you more tomorrow," Xiao Jun said, instinctively picking at the bottom of her bowl. Previously, Ding Sha would feel uneasy, but now, a sweet warmth blossomed within her heart, causing her to feel butterflies. "Sha sha, sha sha." Xiao Jun waved his hand in front of her eyes. Ding Sha snapped back to reality. Ever since she recognized herself as Ding Sha, she found herself captivated by Xiao Jun's gaze. "Huh? What's wrong?" She feigned nonchalance. Xiao Jun furrowed his brow in suspicion. "What are you daydreaming about?" "Nothing. Could it be that you are mesmerized by me?" A sudden epiphany struck Xiao Jun. Cough, cough. Ding Sha jumped. "I am not." Xiao Jun smirked, choosing not to press further. However, after yet another instance of Ding Sha being lost in thought, he refrained from calling her out. Ding Sha recovered remarkably quickly. Merely 20 days later, Dr. Liu cheerfully announced she could be discharged. Xiao Jun completed the necessary paperwork and brought her back to their little home. "It's been a long time since we were back," Ding Sha remarked as she stood at the doorway. Her abdomen still bore some swelling, not yet returned to its former state. Xiao Jun approached with the baby, while Sister Tong and Aunt Zhuang carried in a multitude of items. "At last, we are home," Sister Tong expressed, filled with mixed emotions, recalling how they had spent the new year in the hospital. "Now that the situation has improved, after some time, I'll grant Sister and Aunt a break." Ding Sha smiled as she looked back. Her hospitalization had indeed stretched on for quite a while, nearly spanning the new year. Xiao Jun had already prepared the essentials in their bedroom, with the crib positioned not far from his bed. Ding Sha gently touched the crib, pondering. "Isn't the crib a bit too far for me?" "Not far away. During the nighttime, when the baby cries, I can reach out to you. You should rest well." Xiao Jun is gathering the necessary items, such as wet wipes, to attend to the baby. Ding Sha smiles slightly, pressing her lips together. Little Ping lies in his crib, wide-eyed and gazing around. He has grown a bit, no longer resembling a tiny monkey but rather transformed into a soft, fair-skinned cherub, seldom crying, akin to a little angel. His exquisite and adorable features have led all who have encountered him to marvel at the significance of genetics. Ding Sha, having feasted on her mother's pig trotter soup for an entire week, now feels a touch of nausea at the mere sight of it. "No more, no more. Let us have something else," she exclaims, noticing Xiao Jun carrying a clay pot. Xiao Jun, having amused her, clarifies that it is not the pig trotter soup, but rather brown sugar eggs. Ding Sha breathes a sigh of relief, Thank goodness it's not the trotter. I truly feel on the verge of vomiting. Xiao Jun chuckles. All right, from this moment on, I shall cease making it. It is then that Ding Sha's spirits lift. The television is continuously broadcasting news until little Ping grows a bit more, beginning to bubble and coo, demanding his milk. Finally, the news announces the development, and everyone exhales in relief. The streets gradually fill with people, transforming the once desolate avenues into lively spaces. As the small shop remains closed for business, Ding Sha stands inside, cradling little Ping and against the glass, gently singing lullabies while observing the world outside. Little Ping is remarkably well-behaved, always gazing around with curiosity, only crying occasionally when hunger strikes. Sister Tong and Aunt Zhuang have returned home, leaving Ding Sha to rely daily on phone calls for assistance in caring for the baby. Xiao Jun enters, holding the phone. Sha. The landlord says he intends to transfer the property. Chapter 33. Silver Ear and Steamed Chicken Transfer. Ding Sha cautiously cradled Xiao Ping and turned around, taken aback by the suddenness of the moment. Indeed, I feel the same. Xiu Yun, with nothing pressing to attend to, has taken to studying wood carving, contemplating fashioning a small cat for Xiao Ping. What do you think? If it's feasible, we could pool our resources to purchase this place. If we find it unappealing, we can always seek another location. Ding Sha pondered for a moment. They had not resided here for long, barely a year, and many of their belongings were newly acquired. Moving now seemed rather impractical. Could we possibly negotiate with the landlord? Ding Sha suggested, expressing her fondness for the place. I will return the call to the agency shortly. Xiao Jun replied, brushing off the wood shavings from his clothes. What would you like for dinner tonight? Shall I prepare it? I'll take care of it. You can entertain Xiao Ping in the yard for a while. Ding Sha had not cooked in a long time and felt a longing to do so. Xiao Jun readily agreed, as he too missed her culinary delights. Wrapping Xiao Ping snugly in a small blanket, Ding Sha observed his innocent, sparkling eyes curiously surveying the surroundings and could not resist planting a kiss on his cherubic face. Oh dear, I simply cannot help but shower him with affection. Although one ought to refrain, how can my son be so utterly adorable? Ding Sha gently spun in place, playfully engaging her child. Xiao Jun leaned against the table, a smile gracing his lips as he watched the tender interaction between mother and son. Once the playful moments had concluded, Ding Sha reluctantly placed Xiao Ping into Xiao Jun's embrace and turned to the kitchen, retrieving a 3 yellow chicken to thaw. While it was preferable to use a hen that had not yet laid eggs, given the circumstances, this would suffice. Ding Sha drew a knife, scraping it against her thumb, satisfied to find the blade exquisitely sharp. Without hesitation, she deftly sliced through the chicken's spine, intending to separate the bones. With a few swift motions, she expertly removed the chicken legs and wings. Next, she carved out the breast meat, meticulously detaching the remaining bones from the thighs and wings. Chopping the meat into pieces of moderate size, she marinated it with cooking wine, salt, pepper, and starch, adding a touch of egg white to bind it all together. She then tore the silver ear mushrooms into small florets and soaked them in water. After a brief blanching of 3 to 5 minutes, she set them aside. Ding Sha carefully placed the marinated chicken into the water in which the silver ear mushrooms had been cooked, allowing it to simmer into small, round morsels. Once cooked, she rinsed off the scum with cool water. From the depths of the cupboard, she gingerly retrieved a large clay steamer she had commissioned from a master craftsman years earlier. She placed the chicken and silver ears into the steamer, sprinkling in a handful of goji berries, along with segments of green onion and slices of ginger. Mixing hot water with a splash of cooking wine, salt, and pepper, she stirred it together to create a broth. This broth was then poured into the steamer, which was set atop a pot of boiling water, wrapped in a towel at the base, and left to simmer. After approximately an hour and a half, the dish, once a delicacy served at state banquets, was completed. Xiao Jun squatted in the yard with Xiao Ping admiring his eclectic collection of wood carvings. Pointing at a wooden sculpture with short legs that barely resembles a horse, he said, "Son, this is a pony." Then, gesturing toward a plump figure that resembled a duck, he continued, "And this is a swan. When you grow older, your mother will tell you the tale of the ugly duckling transforming into a beautiful swan." Ding Sha emerged from the kitchen, mocking him, "You shouldn't instill incorrect notions in Ping, and or what if he fails to recognize real horses and swans when he grows up?" Xiao Jun furrowed his brow, pondering the severity of the situation. Is it really that bad? I think it's quite charming. The more I look, the more delightful it becomes. Ding Sha approached him, cradling his face with a serious expression. How can someone so young have such poor judgment? Unconsciously, Xiao Jun pouted adorably, revealing a rare innocence. Ding Sha felt a stir in her heart and gently leaned in to kiss his cheek. Xiao Jun was momentarily taken aback, his gaze softening with tenderness. Unable to resist, he leaned in, following the path she had taken to her rosy lips. Ding Sha sensed his intentions. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she slightly turned her head, her actions seemingly consenting. In her arms, little Ping watched curiously as his young father fervently kissed his beautiful and gentle mother. The youthful mother's ears glowed like the sunset on the horizon. The kettle in the kitchen let out a joyful whistle, prompting Ding Sha to hurriedly rise. Fidgeting with her clothing, she stammered, "Dinner is ready. Wash your hands and prepare to eat." She tidied her hair and returned to the kitchen. Xiao Jun licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with a playful intensity. Little Ping, restless, stretched out an arm, seemingly seeking his father's attention. Xiao Jun gently placed the soft little arm back under the blanket, saying, "Come, son, it's time for dinner." Later that night, Ding Sha tidied up the bed as Xiao Jun entered, drying his hair. He noticed that his bed by the window had been stripped of its linens, leaving only the wooden frame. "Sha." Xiao Jun approached her, first teasing little Ping and until he laughed before asking, "Where is my bed?" "You can sleep here from now on." Ding Sha indicated her former sleeping space. "Last night, Ping nearly fell off the bed. It scared me to death." "You should sleep on the outside to keep him safe," she remarked, wrapping the squirming Ping back in his disheveled blanket. "Why are you so restless, little darling? You frightened your mother." Xiao Jun nodded, observing as Ding Sha secured her hair back with a clip, though a few rebellious strands escaped, threatening to unravel her neat bun. He reached out to tidy her hair and said, "The agent mentioned that the landlord will come by tomorrow for a meeting. How much do you think it will cost to buy this place?" Ding Sha couldn't help but inquire. Xiu Yun replied, conservatively, "It would take around 2 million to purchase." "Do we have enough money?" Ding Sha's expression turned troubled. She had hoped life would gradually improve, only to find themselves facing destitution once more. "Don't worry, we can see if we can arrange for installment payments with the landlord. If that doesn't work, we can consider a loan." In the afternoon, Xiao Jun had contemplated several thoughts in his mind. Ding Sha let out a sigh, suggesting they would wait until tomorrow to see what the landlord had to say before making a decision. The earliest to awaken the following day was Xiao Ping. He glanced around, noticing that his parents were soundly asleep, and furrowed his little brow, letting out a couple of soft puffs. Xiao Jun, still in a daze, caught a whiff of an indescribable foul odor, awakening from his dreams with a resigned sigh. Observing Ding Sha, who seemed on the verge of waking, and the innocent-eyed Ping gazing up at him, he sighed again and lifted the child to change his diaper in the bathroom. The landlord arrived quite early. Having just finished breakfast, Xiao Jun was persistently attempting to teach Ping to speak. "Come on, call for mama. Monantai, hey inkrith." As he walked around the hall with the little one in his arms, while Ding Sha sat engrossed in the latest episode of a drama on her phone. There was a knock at the door. An elegantly plump elderly lady dressed in fine attire stood outside. Xiao Jun opened the door, greeting her with hello. The lady showed him her chat history with the agent, saying, "I am the landlord here. I heard you wanted to discuss the property, so I came over." Xiao Jun invited her in and offered her a seat, while Ding Sha poured a cup of hot water. The elderly lady glanced at the child in his arms and remarked, "What a lovely little one you have." Xiao Jun squeezed Ping's tiny hand, prompting, "Now, Ping, say thank you to Grandma." The little boy smiled obligingly. After playing with Ping for a moment, the elderly lady officially broached the topic of the property. "The price for this house is a firm 2,300,000. If you pay in full now, I will accompany you to complete the transfer immediately." Chapter 34. Black Sesame Tofu. I find myself in a predicament. This house was purchased by my spouse and me in our youth. After all these years, it is with great reluctance that I consider selling it. But my son and daughter are both unemployed, and with a whole family to support. I have no choice but to part with it, the elderly lady lamented with a furrowed brow. Madam, could you perhaps offer us a discount? We have only recently embarked on our business venture, having rented this property for less than a year. Moreover, our child has just been born, and it is truly challenging for us to gather such a substantial sum all at once. Would it be possible for us to make payments in installments? We could provide you with a portion now and then remit the remainder biannually, ensuring we settle the full amount as swiftly as possible, she continued, her tone pleading. Child, you must understand my position as well. The elderly woman sighed. 230,000, not a penny less, she stated firmly. Ding Sha found herself in a quandary, glancing at Xiao Jun, who was gently soothing the little one, lifting his gaze momentarily to say, we truly cannot afford that amount. How about this? We will ensure to vacate the premises before next month. The elderly lady paused, for in her heart, she believed this young couple to be the ideal candidates. She had observed the bustling business in the area and surmised they must have earned a considerable sum. Yet, despite the circumstances, she was reluctant to lower the price, yearning to sell the house quickly. Noticing her expression, Xiao Jun understood her thoughts. Miss, won't you reconsider? This property is situated in a prime location, and it will be difficult to find another like it, the elderly lady remarked, suppressing her impatience. We cannot afford it. We should explore other options, Ding Sha replied, her understanding of the situation prompting her to maintain a calm demeanor. We have prepaid several years' worth of rent, so please remember to refund us when the time comes. She bore no resentment, realizing that in such situations, prioritizing one's own needs was not a grave transgression. The elderly lady then inquired, what price do you have in mind? Xiao Jun had already opened his phone to search for new properties. Ding Sha recognized his desire to leave this place and smiled without responding. The elderly lady sighed again, somewhat discontented, stating, I have never encountered such a manner of negotiation. Xiao Jun replied with a smirk, Madam, do you think I am unaware that this house could be acquired for 180,000? You demand an additional 50,000, and you expect me to agree without question? The elderly lady faltered. Why can't the young show a little understanding of others' difficulties? At my age, I still have 2 families to support. I simply wish to save a little more money. She reiterated the merits of her property, criticizing the young couple's lack of appreciation and their perceived disrespect for elders, continuing her monologue without pause. A hint of impatience crept into Xiao Jun's demeanor as he thought, why must I shoulder the burden of your children? I do not wish to rent or buy any more. Are you trying to coerce me into supporting your family? Yun, Ding Sha quietly interjected, pulling his arm out of respect for the elder. Despite her annoyance at his words, she felt compelled to maintain decorum in their interaction. The elderly lady, exasperated, trembled as she pointed at him, exclaiming, You, vacate my house at once. Xiao Jun smirked slightly and retorted, Sure, but first, kindly return the excess rent we've paid. Legally, the sale of a property does not void a lease. As long as you refuse to refund my rent, I am entitled to reside here until the day I should leave. The elderly woman's anger escalated to the point where she nearly rolled her eyes in frustration, snorting as she squeezed herself out the door. Before long, Xiao Jun received a call from the real estate agent. The rent would be refunded within a week. Xiao Jun responded affirmatively and continued scheduling viewings for new places. This time, he had his eye on a quaint little building located in the southern part of Nanjing City. Why do you always look at these small houses with yards? Ding Sha inquired with a hint of curiosity after glancing at the property. Don't you like them? Xiao Jun replied, perplexed by her question. Xiao Jun visited the house alone and swiftly made a decision to secure it. This is definitely your style, he said mysteriously. With nothing pressing to do, the two began packing their belongings, eagerly awaiting the return of Tong's sister-in-law and her family so they could move together. However, they lamented the loss of their old customers, wondering if there was a way to inform them of a new shop address. As Ding Sha swept the floor, she collected a sizable bundle of hair. Pausing, she reached up to touch her scalp and exclaimed, Ah Jun, what is it? Xiu Yun replied, startled. Ding Sha anxiously asked, Am I losing my hair? So much has fallen out. Assuming it was something serious, Xiao Jun sighed in relief. No, you still have plenty of hair. Skeptical, Ding Sha tossed down the broom, I need to get some black sesame seeds. She dashed into the kitchen with a hint of exasperation. Xiao Jun picked up the broom and resumed sweeping, playfully addressing the curious baby in the crib. Look at your mother, so jumpy and adorable. If Pingyan could comprehend, he would surely find it amusing. Ding Sha emerged from the kitchen carrying a large jar of black sesame seeds, which she toasted in a pan over low heat for 6 or 7 minutes. After tasting a handful, she found them delightfully crunchy. Pouring the toasted seeds into a blender with water, she blended them into a smooth paste, filtering it for a finer texture. To maximize the yield and reduce waste, she added more water to the leftover pulp and blended it again. Next, she steamed some red dates until soft, transforming them into a paste. Finally, she combined the black sesame paste with glutinous rice flour mixed with water in a pot, cooking it while gradually adding sugar. As the mixture darkened, she incorporated the prepared date paste and a touch of rose jam for beauty and nourishment, continuing to simmer. Once it reached the desired consistency, Ding Sha ladled a bowl of thick, aromatic black sesame pudding and stood at the kitchen door to savor it, feeling her anxiety about hair loss diminish. She refrained from serving Xiao Jun, fearing it would tempt little Pingyan. Instead, she urged Xiao Jun to enjoy the black sesame pudding while she playfully walked around the room with baby Pingyan, who clung to her clothing. Drawn in by her delightful scent, Ding Sha felt a dampness on her shoulder and, upon glancing in the mirror, discovered that Pingyan's drool was nearly cascading like a waterfall. A rare sense of guilt washed over her, prompting her to swiftly change her attire and provide Pingyan with a fresh bib. As time passed, a few small restaurants tentatively opened their doors, but Ding Sha remained somewhat apprehensive, allowing only limited operations. The influx of patrons was sparse, rendering her days pleasantly leisurely. Hello, may I inquire if you are open for business? Ding Sha, cradling the child, looked up to see a middle-aged man with a square face assisting a frail yet kindly old lady. Apologies, but not yet, Ding Sha replied with a smile. Currently, we are only offering takeout. May I place an order for a few dishes? The middle-aged man inquired. Certainly, Ding Sha responded, handing him a menu. The man did not take it, stating, I would like to order the round dream pancakes, crispy fried meat slices, and rice vermicelli with meat. Ding Sha paused momentarily. Those dishes sounded vaguely familiar, reminiscent of what an elderly gentleman had mentioned wanting before. She regarded the middle-aged man, feeling an inkling of recognition. Have your elders visited here before? Chapter 35. Dreaming of pancakes. Ah, yes, he has visited. A flicker of joy finally graced the troubled face of the middle-aged man. My father came once, claiming that the fried sauce noodles were particularly to his liking, and he praised them endlessly, stating he would bring us all to enjoy them next time. Ding Sha listened with a smile, remarking, the old gentleman even mentioned wanting to eat those dishes again when he left. You bear a striking resemblance to your father. I recognize your face immediately. The middle-aged man nodded in agreement, affirming that his mother often said he was a spitting image of his father, especially with their square faces. As he spoke, he introduced the elderly lady beside him. This is my mother. Ding Sha promptly arranged 2 stools, urging, please take a seat. I will have the kitchen prepare the dishes right away. Xiao Jun was in the back, packing some pots that were not currently in use. Upon seeing Ding Sha enter, he inquired, is someone here? Yes, it's the family of that old gentleman from before. It's still those 3 dishes. Please have them packed for takeout. Ding Sha replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. You can take a break before continuing with the packing. There's no rush. Xiao Yun nodded, stood up, and drank a large glass of water, responding, I'll heed your advice. The elderly lady surveyed the decor of the room, remarking, your establishment is well decorated, unlike others that are dirty and dim, which ruin the dining experience. The middle-aged man quickly whispered, Mother. The elderly lady smiled apologetically. I merely meant that your place is quite nice. Ding Sha shook her head, expressing gratitude for the compliment. Where is the old gentleman today? Why didn't he come along? The middle-aged man's expression turned somber, while the elderly lady merely smiled. He could not make it. Ding Sha looked at her, puzzled. The middle-aged man continued. My father has grown old. He fell ill and did not pull through. We just held the funeral a few days ago. Ding Sha was taken aback, struggling to believe it. She vividly recalled the old gentleman's joyful demeanor while enjoying his fried sauce noodles, so lively and endearing. How could he be gone just like that? Ah, my condolences. It's all right. We are both in our 70s. Having lived long enough and experienced so much, we've had our share, the elderly lady said with a broad perspective. Everyone must eventually pass. Living too long would turn one into a ghoul. Wouldn't it? I just feel a bit of regret. What regret? Ding Sha inquired. I am from the south, and my husband was from the north. We never shared a meal together in our lifetime. He enjoyed his fried noodles, while I savor my wontons. And we spent our days bickering. Doesn't that seem rather extraordinary? The elderly lady smiled as she reminisced. He always said I was reluctant to embrace new flavors. Yet he still prepared wontons for me daily, talking this and that, while consistently cooking southern dishes for my entire life. My mother was a landlord's daughter when young, and my father was a kitchen helper, the middle-aged man explained, clearly having recounted this tale many times before. Throughout my life, it was my father who cooked, managing to present a variety of cuisines at every meal. Ding Sha envisioned the scene and couldn't help but smile. As the moment drew near, I had scarcely indulged in the Beijing cuisine he had extolled throughout his life. The elderly lady felt a twinge of nostalgia. I recalled that day when he returned. His spirits buoyant, humming a tune he hadn't sung in ages, his steps light and sprightly. He spoke of having savored the most delectable zhajiangmian and expressed a desire for me to join him next time. Alas, the elderly lady gently caressed the bracelet on her wrist, lost in reminiscence, lamenting that I had yet to experience it. The middle-aged man sighed in sympathy. The atmosphere thickened, an unnamed sorrow enveloping everyone present. Life is both beautiful and fragile. Though he is no longer with us, the bonds of affection endure. Xiao Jun emerged from the kitchen, carrying a takeout box of crispy, stir-fried pork, placing it on the table before glancing at Ding Sha. What is the matter? He inquired. Nothing, Ding Sha replied, looking up at him, unable to resist, pouting slightly. Xiu Yun affectionately pincetic. Good girl. He then returned to the kitchen, bringing forth a glass of freshly squeezed juice, reminding her to drink. The elderly lady gazed at Ding Sha with tenderness, remarking on the couple's evident affection. Just married? She asked. Our child is only 2 months old, Ding Sha replied, pointing to the back where the baby was sleeping. The elderly lady's demeanor softened further, and she merely sighed. How wonderful. Xiao Jun began steaming the rice noodle pork and preparing the yuan meng xiaobing, a dish authentically representative of Beijing cuisine. Legend has it that Empress Dowager Cixi once dreamt of eating a bun filled with minced meat, and upon waking, she found the dish prepared for her, thus naming it yuan meng xiaoing. He combined all-purpose flour, sugar, and yeast to form a slightly firm dough, cutting out small pieces to mix with oil and setting them aside. He then shaped regular-sized dough balls, flattening them out to enclose the oiled pieces, dipping them in syrup, and coating them generously with sesame seeds, pressing gently to form thick little buns about the size of half a palm. After allowing them to rise until doubled, he baked them for 15 minutes, resulting in fragrant, soft buns. In a hot pan with ample oil, he sauteed the minced meat until it turned pale and crumbly. He then added diced water chestnuts and minced ginger, seasoning with cooking wine, soy sauce, salt, sugar, and pepper, stirring a few times before removing it from the heat. The rice noodle pork was also ready to be taken off the stove. Xiao Jun packaged both dishes and brought them out, finding the elderly lady lost in thought, likely reminiscing about the old man who would have been delighted by such delectable fare. The middle-aged man settled the bill and assisted his frail mother as they departed. Xiao Jun lingered at the door, watching them for a while before suddenly stating, "We must die together. We shall not abandon one another." Goodness, the year isn't over yet, Ding Sha exclaimed, playfully swatting at him. What nonsense are you talking? But Xiao Jun was earnest. I mean it. We must die together. I cannot bear the thought of leaving you alone in this world, nor can I imagine remaining here without you. Ding Sha felt a swell of emotion, standing on tiptoe to stroke Xiao Jun's head. All right, I will do my best. There is a saying, to share the same bed in life and the same grave in death. Xiao Jun wrapped his arms around her, whispering, in this lifetime, it shall only be you with whom I share my bed and my grave. Ding Sha, with a cheerful smile, extended her little pinky finger, inviting a pinky swear. Xiao Jun joined her in this innocent gesture, sealing their promise. However, Ding Sha felt an unsettling sense of forgetfulness creeping in. She scratched her head, reflecting on the adage that pregnancy dulls the mind for 3 years. Indeed, her memory seemed to be fading. Observing her deep in thought, Xiao Jun raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Suddenly, Ding Sha smacked her forehead in realization. Little Pingyan, I completely forgot about Little Pingyan. Like a whirlwind, she dashed inside, finding Little Ping and wide awake, holding back a flood of tears, gazing at the doorway with a woeful expression. Ding Sha quickly scooped her up, soothingly singing, "Good baby. Mama will sing for you." At this, Little Ping and managed to stifle her tears, babbling in a language that Ding Sha couldn't comprehend. Fortunately, Little Ping and was easily comforted. Even after being momentarily forgotten by her mother, she looked back at Ding Sha with warmth and laughter. Meanwhile, Xiao Jun began to gather the belongings he intended to take with him. Before long, the middle-aged man returned. "Hello, is there something I can assist you with?" "Xiu Yun inquired, somewhat perplexed. "It concerns my father," the man replied, producing a meticulously wrapped cookbook. "I would like to present this recipe book to you." Chapter 36. The recipe. Xiao Jun gazed at the middle-aged man in astonishment, unable to grasp the situation. "Can we speak inside?" he inquired. "It's a long story," the man replied, a hint of melancholy in his tone. Of course, Xiao Jun welcomed him inside. "My name is Wang Zhengyang. My father, Wang Hai, is the authentic 8th-generation heir of Shandong cuisine. This recipe book is a culmination of my father's teachings and his innovations over the years, painstakingly crafted." Xiao Jun's expression grew serious. He had heard of Wang Hai's esteemed reputation, though he had never encountered him, unaware that he was the venerable elder renowned for his culinary expertise. "I cannot accept this recipe book." Xiao Jun shook his head. "Such a precious item deserves to be the prized possession of any restaurant." Wang Zhengyang chuckled softly. "Do not be hasty. Allow me to elaborate. Recently, my father and I had a disagreement, as my obstinate son declared he would rather learn Western cuisine than follow in his grandfather's culinary footsteps. This saddened my father, prompting him to run to your establishment. Upon returning home, my father sighed, stating that if the child was unwilling to learn, he should not be forced. Yet, I too feel a sense of regret." Wang Zhengyang observed Xiao Jun's questioning gaze. "Though I have apprenticed under my father, I find myself lacking the talent. I can only replicate the dishes precisely as they are written. While laymen may find them delightful, connoisseurs recognize the rigidity in my cooking. I cannot discern the nuances of flavor, nor can I conceive how to alter ingredients or methods to elevate the dishes. It is simply not my calling. I manage our family restaurant well, but I am unable to carry forward the legacy of Wang family cuisine." Gently caressing the recipe book in his hands, Wang Zhengyang continued, "Rather than letting it gather dust, I would prefer to entrust it to you, so you may refine and elevate it. My father would be pleased. He has devoted his life to cooking, and now I seek to find a worthy home for his recipes. In a century, I wish to leave him a legacy." Xiao Jun looked at the recipe book anew, perceiving it not merely as a collection of recipes, but as a profound vision and responsibility. He solemnly declared, "I can only promise that I will not bring shame to Wang family cuisine. Every dish that leaves my hands will embody the esteemed name of Wang family cooking." Wang Zhengyang cast a lingering glance at the book before handing it to Xiao Jun. "We have tasted your dishes, and they are exquisite. My mother agrees as well." A gentle smile graced his face as he reminisced about his mother. "When do you plan to officially open? I would like to bring her for a meal. Do you know how to prepare local Shanghai dishes?" he asked. "My mother is from Shanghai, but she hasn't enjoyed authentic local cuisine in ages. I wish to fulfill her dream." Xiao Jun pondered for a moment. "I can prepare pickled pork and fresh bamboo shoots. They will be in season soon." Wang Zhengyang was elated. "My mother adores pickled pork and fresh bamboo shoots." Xiao Jun then provided him with the new address of the restaurant before escorting him out. As he returned, cradling the weighty recipe book, he sighed deeply. "What troubles you?" Ding Sha asked as she approached, holding little Pingyan. "Come, Pingyan." Give your father a smile. Little Pingyan seemed unsure if he could understand, yet he obediently flashed a broad smile. Xiao Jun relayed Wang Zhengyang's situation to Ding Sha. ultimately expressing his exasperation as he struggled to articulate his thoughts, only managing a sigh. Ding Sha took a moment to peruse the menu and noted that the renovation next door provided an opportunity to list several dishes from Grandpa Wang, separately under Wang family cuisine. What do you think? I was thinking the same, Xiao Jun replied, concerned that she might strain her arm while holding the child, and took little Ping and into his arms. The landlord was quite amiable, and the new location offered a larger space. I thought that if the situation allowed, I could save enough money to eventually purchase it, so I casually mentioned it to the landlord, who agreed. Therefore, we can thoughtfully consider the renovation. Now that the pandemic is gradually under control, we could schedule a meeting with a designer to review design plans. What do you think? That sounds wonderful. Ding Sha expressed her delight. Perhaps it is a common sentiment among our people that the stability of owning a home fosters a sense of belonging. Ding Sha was no exception. As she spoke, she pulled out her phone to search for renovation designs. Is there a particular style you have in mind? She inquired. Xiao Jun succinctly replied, whatever you prefer. Ding Sha was indeed his preference. For Xiao Jun, there was always an affirmative response when it came to Ding Sha. After considerable deliberation, Ding Sha ultimately decided on a traditional Chinese style of decoration. She saved an appealing design and presented it to the designer they had arranged to meet. Can this be done? Certainly. The designer assessed it quickly and understood the concept, though she noted that such wooden furnishings might not align with your tastes. No problem. I can have them custom-made. Ding Sha waved her hand, expressing her satisfaction with Uncle Wei's aesthetic and craftsmanship. It's settled then. I will be overseeing the renovation in the coming days, and I will call you if anything needs to be finalized. The designer, a decisive professional woman, softened her demeanor once the discussions concluded. How old is your little one? Just a few months, right? Only 3 months, Ding Sha smiled. So adorable. At that age, my daughter likely cried incessantly, as if her father had just passed away. Ding Sha paused, taken aback by such a description. The designer smiled at her, revealing, my ex-husband cheated on me during my pregnancy. Ding Sha was unsure how to console her. You can express your condolences, the designer playfully winked. After all, I consider him dead. Ding Sha chuckled. She found the designer quite amusing. Not only was she carefree, but she also managed to sidestep any direct connection between Xiao Jun and herself during the renovation discussions. According to the designer, it was to avoid any unnecessary complications. The designer glanced at the sky and noted the time. It's getting late. I still have to make a trip to the building materials market. I'm not sure which stores are open. Wait, it's quite late. Let's eat before you go, Ding Sha quickly interjected. The designer initially intended to decline, yet her stomach audibly protested, prompting her to take a seat. Well, she thought, I might as well eat, especially since I'm feeling hungry too. What would you like to eat? Ding Sha inquired, offering her the menu. After perusing it briefly, the designer opted for something simple and nourishing, 3 shredded vegetables. A bowl of rice? Ding Sha suggested, but the designer swiftly waved her hand, asserting that a refined and disciplined urban professional does not consume carbohydrates in the evening. With a chuckle, Ding Sha snatched the menu from her and handed it to Xiao Jun. The 3 shredded vegetables is, in fact, a wholly vegetarian dish from Huaiyang cuisine. It consists of shredded white radish, carrot, and green radish blanched in water, then combined with a broth made from crucian carp, seasoned with a sprinkle of salt and pepper, and steamed for 10 minutes before being topped with a thin layer of egg omelet. The dish is not only refreshingly sweet and crisp, but also imbued with the rich aroma of the fish broth, embodying both healthfulness and delectable taste. The designer savored every last bite, contentedly patting her stomach as she made her way to the building materials market. Ding Sha, clutching a collection of furniture images, asked, take a look at these. Is there anything you wish to exclude or add? We need to present this to Uncle Wei soon, and it will take considerable time to prepare. As Xiao Jun examined the images, the first thing that caught his eye was an oversized bed marked by Ding Sha. Measuring over 2 meters in length, it appeared exceedingly grand. Unable to resist, Xiao Jun found himself lost in fanciful thoughts while gripping his phone. Chapter 37. Spicy Hot Pot. Ding Sha turned around and noticed Xiao Jun staring at the blueprint, lost in thought. She couldn't help but inquire, what are you looking at? Thoughts of Siu Yun responded, nothing at all. He glanced down at the large bed's blueprint, and then approached to embrace the still awake little Ping-Yin. Let me take care of him. You often mention your back pain, don't you? Ding Sha handed the child to him, noting that Ping-Yin seemed restless, wanting to play for a while. Why don't you entertain him for a bit? I'm going to take a shower. My hair feels rather unkempt. With a change of clothes in hand, she headed to the bathroom. Xiao Jun, distracted by the gentle sound of running water, held little Ping, and who was bubbling with curiosity, gazing at him. As he paced back and forth, his expressions oscillated between smiles and frowns, his face occasionally flushing with color. When Ding Sha emerged from the bathroom, towel in hand, she found Xiao Jun standing by the window, gazing vacantly outside, deep in contemplation. What's wrong? She asked. Nothing. Nothing at all, Xiao Jun replied, startled by her sudden appearance. You seem a bit odd today, Ding Sha remarked, puzzled by his demeanor. Little did she know, Xiao Jun's mind was preoccupied with extravagant car fantasies. I'm all right, he deflected, setting Ping down. It's getting late, we should rest. Ding Sha, weary after a long day, stifled a few yawns and headed back to find a hairdryer. I'll dry my hair and then sleep. You go ahead. Xiao Jun, however, found it impossible to sleep. Even after Ding Sha lay down, he remained wide-eyed, gazing at her with bright, shimmering eyes. What is really going on with you? Ding Sha felt an air of peculiarity about him. I. Xiao Jun felt a wave of heat wash over him, his imagination overwhelming. He found himself inching closer, uncertain whether to confide in Ding Sha. The intensity of his emotions washed over her, and she instinctively buried her face in the blanket, struggling to articulate her thoughts. I'll just go to the bathroom, he stammered as he hurriedly left, the sound of fabric rustling and his footsteps echoing in a rush. The showerhead in the bathroom unleashed a cascade of water, drowning out the barely audible sound of his breath. Ding Sha peeked out from under the covers, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. She blinked at the peacefully sleeping Ping-Yin, exhaling slowly. By the time Xiao Jun returned, Ding Sha was already drifting off. Accidentally brushing against Xiao Jun's cold skin sent a shiver through her. Are you cold? He asked, rubbing his arms. I'll warm up soon, he said with a hint of pride, deliberately omitting the earlier incident. Ding Sha stared at the ceiling, waiting until Xiao Jun's breathing steadied before whispering, Not now. Just wait a moment. Xiao Jun instantly perked up, his youthful excitement evident, his arms tightening around her as he cleared his throat to respond. Ding Sha found tranquility after speaking her mind. She wished to live a good life with Xiao Jun nestled under the covers. She reached for his hand, intertwining their fingers, and murmured, Sleep well, good night. Xiao Jun responded with a soft hum. The room returned to serenity, occasionally interrupted by the gentle babbling of their child in slumber. The next morning, both awakened late, having slept until the sun was well overhead. Remarkably, little Ping-Yin stirred without fussing, amusing himself by playing with his hands while observing his parents. Ding Sha, resting sweetly on Xiao Jun's shoulder, felt content. Xiao Yun was here for a moment, and as her eyes fluttered open, he pressed a gentle kiss upon her lips. We haven't even brushed our teeth, Ding Sha grumbled, slightly displeased. And you didn't even stick out your tongue, Xiao Jun retorted boldly, licking his lips with a playful candor. Ding Sha paused momentarily, then kicked him lightly before rising to wash up. Xiao Jun, on the other hand, scooped up little Ping-Yin, praising him for being such a good son, calm and placid. But their serene son let out a resounding fart, leaving the new father holding his breath in disgust as he prepared to change the diaper. When Ding Sha emerged, she caught sight of Xiao Jun's exasperated expression, a smile escaping her lips. That diaper is truly foul, Xiao Jun said, half in complaint, half in jest. Ding Sha dismissed his words, reminding him that he was the one who always hurried away when it was time for a change. Men, ever so contradictory. Settling into a soft, blanket-covered lounge chair with a baby, Ding Sha intended to read a story to little Ping, and when she received a call from Grandma Zhang. Hello, Grandma Zhang, she exclaimed. Sancha, I heard you've given birth. How is everything? Yes, I've given birth on the first day of the new year. It's a boy, and we've named him Ping-Yin, Ding Sha replied, her heart swelling with joy at the sound of her grandmother's voice. How wonderful! What a lovely name! Grandma Zhang exclaimed, her happiness evident. Have you been taking good care of yourself? How is Xiao Jun treating you? He's attentive. I have a plethora of nourishing postpartum meals every day. I'm nearly overwhelmed with it. Ding Sha chuckled. That is splendid. But remember, postpartum care is of utmost importance. You must avoid drafts and no washing your hair or bathing. Better to rest in bed, understand? Ding Sha, having just washed her hair and taken a bath the previous night, felt no guilt as she assured, I understand, Grandma Zhang. I will. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Grandma Zhang ended the call, and Ding Sha let out a sigh of relief. Just then, Xiao Jun appeared, bearing a large tray. Here, it's time to eat. Ding Sha's expression darkened at the sight of the peculiar assortment of postpartum dishes, her appetite waning. Xiao Jun served her, encouraging, eat up. Noticing her reluctance, he added, if you can't finish, I will. As was customary, whatever Ding Sha could not eat, did not wish to eat, or merely nibbled on, ultimately found its way into Xiao Jun's stomach. Perhaps the postpartum meals truly nourished, for Xiao Jun had grown taller and sturdier. No longer did he resemble the frail boy he once was. Now, he bore broad shoulders and a resolute countenance, embodying a man capable of supporting his wife and child. Ding Sha gazed at him, observing his unselective appetite. Everything he consumed seemed to be delectable. She exclaimed. Huh? Xiao Jun momentarily faltered. A rare occurrence. Prepare me spicy hot pot, she commanded with a fierce glare. Very well, he acquiesced after a brief contemplation. The broth of the hot pot simmered in milk for 10 minutes, erasing any trace of its raw scent. Using a small strainer, he fished out the remnants from the pot, resulting in a thoroughly satisfying broth. Xiao Jun added some of Ding Sha's favorite fatty beef slices, followed by an assortment of vegetables such as mushrooms, green asparagus, and lotus root. After preparing some sesame sauce, he retrieved the cooked ingredients and placed them into a large bowl, adding a couple of spoonfuls of the fragrant broth. The aroma was simply tantalizing. Ding Sha eagerly picked up a slice of fatty beef, dipped it in the sesame sauce, and savored it with delight. This was the flavor she longed for. Ultimately, she finished an entire bowl, remarkably leaving no remnants for Xiao Jun. He teased her lightly, and she shot him a reproachful glance, fierce yet reminiscent of a little kitten. By the way, Sha, have you ever considered keeping a cat? Chapter 3 opt. Kat for adopting a cat. Ding Sha reflexively questioned. Where's the cat? In our new home, Xiao Jun replied with a smile. The landlord mentioned that the current resident in the yard is a single mother cat. She has a swollen belly and sunbathes there every day. By the time we move in, she will likely give birth to kittens. If we want to adopt her, we should bring her back now. Otherwise, she might get frightened when the renovations start. Without hesitation, Ding Sha declared, let's adopt her. A few days later, Xiao Jun returned with the trembling mother cat, a beautiful tabby with a slender body and a noticeably large belly. She was both cautious and wary when meeting new people. Ding Sha felt a pang of sympathy as he gently stroked her. You must be terrified. Xiao Jun was busy unloading supplies from a car, cat litter, a litter box, food bowls, cat food, treats, and a cozy bed, all hastily purchased. He removed his mask and took a breath. I took her to the pet hospital. It's not advisable to vaccinate her while she's pregnant. I fear she might have an adverse reaction. We'll wait a few days before taking her back for a bath. Ding Sha nodded in understanding. When Xiao Jun returned after washing his hands, he cradled the little one in his arms while Ding Sha crouched down to observe the timid tabby curled up in the corner. Considering her recent arrival, Ding Sha mixed a bit of cat food with goat's milk and placed it in front of the tabby. Are you hungry? Why not have a little something? The tabby watched her warily, remaining motionless. Ding Sha set down the bowl and urged Xiao Jun, stop staring at her. She'll become frightened. Let us go about our business normally. She'll settle in soon enough. Xiao Jun followed her, somewhat confused. Ding Sha organized the scattered cat supplies Xiao Jun had brought home and then slipped into the kitchen. Are you hungry? Xiao Jun inquired as he followed her. I'm not. Ding Sha shook her head. I'm preparing a meal for the tabby. But there is cat food. Isn't there? Siu Yun est possible. Of course. But cats deserve a more varied diet, especially since she is a mother, Ding Sha asserted with conviction. She should eat well. Oh. Siu Yun nodded, understanding her perspective. Ding Sha opened a refrigerator. Where did you put the chicken breast we bought? On the bottom shelf, Xiao Jun pointed out. There's also some basa fish. Perfect. Ding Sha retrieved both to thaw. Do we have any shrimp? What about beef? She inquired, uncertain, as she hadn't been the one cooking in recent days. We have both on the second to last shelf. Just take a look. Xiao Jun suggested after a moment's thought. Little Ping strained his neck to see Ding Sha rummaging for ingredients, and when Xiao Jun attempted to adjust him, he protested, pouting as if about to cry. All right, I yield to you, Xiao Jun chuckled, squatting down to allow Ping a better view. Ping gazed curiously at Ding Sha's hands, eager to reach out. Ding Sha evaded his grasp and shot a glance at Xiao Jun. You're spoiling him. P.S. getting more adept at fake crying. Every time he desires something and can't have it, he pouts, becoming increasingly unruly. Xiao Jun remained unfazed. P.S. still small. Once he grows a bit more, he'll learn his lessons. Ding Sha slipped her icy hand, which had just touched the frozen goods, directly into his clothing, exclaiming, "What are you doing? This is wrong." Xiao Jun, taken aback by the cold, grimaced and protested. I was just joking. How could I ever strike our precious son? Ding Sha shot him a sidelong glance. He is still so small. We can teach him when he is older and can speak, Xiao Jun mumbled. You just indulge him. Ding Sha rolled her eyes. Xiao Jun, grinning, turned to see Little Ping and nibbling on his fingers, eyes wide and unblinking, and planted a kiss on the cherubic face of his son. My darling. Little Ping erupted in a fit of giggles. Ding Sha, witnessing this tender father-son moment, couldn't help but smile. Gathering her ingredients, she stood up. Let us move outside. It's rather cramped in here. Xiao Jun cradled Little Ping and began to walk in circles, making playful airplane sounds. Ding Sha chuckled and shook her head. You two are like children. The chicken breast and beef were diced into small pieces and roughly blended in the food processor, becoming noticeably finer. Shrimp and fish were ground into a paste, and once all the meats were combined with an egg yolk and mixed thoroughly, Ding Sha set aside a small portion in a glass bowl, steaming it until cooked, then stirring it to cool. The remainder was carefully wrapped in cling film and placed in the freezer. Once the steamed meat paste had cooled, it would be served to Little Li Hua. Ding Sha sought out Little Li Hua, who still hesitated in the corner. A small amount of cat food lay untouched before her, as she seemed uncertain whether to eat it or simply disinterested, having only moved it a few times. Ding Sha placed the meat paste before her, then relocated the food bowl to a larger corner next to her bed. Little Li Hua silently observed Ding Sha's actions, eventually letting out a soft mewl. Ding Sha turned, pleasantly surprised. Little Li Hua meowed again softly. Ding Sha couldn't help but encourage, go on, eat up, it's delicious. Slowly, Little Li Hua lowered her head to lick the meat paste. Finding the flavor agreeable, she licked her lips and glanced at Ding Sha before diving into her meal. Ding Sha squatted nearby, waiting for Little Li Hua to finish before retrieving the bowl. In the corner, she had prepared a water bowl for her, and as she watched Little Li Hua, now content and lazily grooming herself, she felt an irresistible urge to pet her. Yet before she could reach out, Little Li Hua swiftly lifted her head, her large eyes filled with caution. Ding Sha understood that the cat had yet to feel completely at ease in her new home and retracted her hand, exchanging a few more words before departing to attend to her own tasks. Little Li Hua remained, seated quietly, watching Ding Sha leave with her calm, languid yellow-green eyes. Her life had transformed into one where she enjoyed meat every other day, and the comforts of her new home with a caretaker were a stark contrast to her previous existence of uncertainty and hunger. She often sprawled out in the sun, basking lazily, occasionally seeking closeness with Ding Sha, nuzzling against her calves. However, the moment Ding Sha attempted to crouch down for a gentle touch or embrace, Little Li Hua would dart away, as if they were strangers, remarkably unfeeling. Ding Sha let out a sigh and continued her diligent care for the little tabby. Within just a few days, the kitten began to round out. Her once sharp little face transformed into a plump visage, her fur becoming lustrous and sleek, a clear indication of her well-nurtured status. Ding Sha had initially thought it would take a considerable amount of time before she would bond closely with the little tabby. But one day, quite unexpectedly, the kitten became noticeably restless. She scuttled around Ding Sha, her mews losing their soft and sweet tone. even resorting to nibbling on Ding Sha's pant leg. Ding Sha, somewhat bewildered, wondered what was troubling her little companion. The kitten, fondly referred to as Egg Yolk due to her particular fondness for the delicacy, had always deigned to allow Ding Sha a gentle touch in exchange for a taste of her beloved treat. The little tabby meowed anxiously, her moist eyes pleading with Ding Sha. It dawned on her that the little tabby might be on the verge of giving birth. Hastily, she retrieved the birthing supplies she had prepared earlier. Once Egg Yolk entered the makeshift birthing room, she seemed to settle a bit, though her meows persisted. Ding Sha, equally anxious, remained vigilantly by the birthing room, unwilling to leave. After a long night of anticipation, Egg Yolk finally delivered 2 kittens. One resembled her mother, a mini tabby, while the other appeared to be a small ginger cat. Ding Sha breathed a sigh of relief. It was said that the fewer kittens a cat carried, the more difficult the delivery, and now the ordeal was over. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder about the identity of the irresponsible father cat, speculating that, judging by the color of the kitten's fur, he was likely a hefty ginger Tom. Chapter 39. Kung Pao Chicken. The joy of nurturing a small kitten momentarily allowed Ding Sha to forget about her own hungry child. The little tabby, Egg Yolk, gradually grew closer to her, no longer shying away. Instead, it would leap on her lap, softly purring and kneading. It would follow Ding Sha around the house, bringing the tiny kitten to her, seeking her assistance and watching over it. Ding Sha delighted in stroking the increasingly plump tabby, listening to its sweet, gentle calls, and feeling its soft, rosy paw pads, leading her to believe that life could be no more fulfilling. The 2 kittens transformed remarkably day by day. Initially, they appeared somewhat pitiful at birth, covered in amniotic fluid, frail and weak. However, after receiving meticulous care and abundant nourishment from their mother Egg Yolk and Grandma Ding Sha, the kittens began to grow fur and flesh, gradually becoming round and adorable. They not only emitted soft, delicate mews, but also playfully collided with one another, often landing at Ding Sha's feet, rolling onto their backs, and gazing up at her with watery eyes, seeking affection. Their tiny paws would stretch into the air, rhythmically kneading as if nursing. They generously displayed their tender little paws for Ding Sha to admire. Ding Sha could only reluctantly squat down to pet the pitiable little creature, checking for any injuries. Meanwhile, Ping observed Ding Sha, who often sat in the corner watching the kittens, with a hint of bewilderment. Recently, their mother had ceased to smile at him with such adoration. Xiao Jun was making final adjustments in the kitchen. They hadn't opened the door for several days. Due to the lack of paint, the renovations of the new house had progressed faster than anticipated. In 3 to 4 days, they would be able to move in. Tomorrow, Sister Tong and Aunt Zhuang were preparing to return. After the start of school, Sila would need to prepare for the high school entrance examination. Little Stone had been sent to preschool, perfectly entrusted to the teacher. Ding Sha felt a twinge of reluctance for the loyal customers and old neighbors she would leave behind. Each day, she would greet them with a smile upon opening her door, and occasionally, they would visit the shop to indulge. As Ding Sha wandered the yard, feeling nostalgic, she suddenly heard a voice from the hardware store next door calling her over the wall. Sha Sha, Sha Sha, hey, I'm here. Ding Sha replied. Sister? What is the matter? She hurried to the wall to stand by. I heard you're moving? The woman inquired. Yes, we'll be moving a couple of days. Ding Sha answered. Is it because of that old lady? So miserly. When I moved in, there was nothing in the house. Yet she was already thinking of raising the rent. Seems she has an eye for money. While others lower their rents, she insists on increasing hers. It's exhausting. By the way, I saw her around. Is she planning to raise your rent as well? The landlady wants to sell the house, but we can't afford it. So we're looking for a new place. Ding Sha considered her words and chose not to speak ill of the woman. Moving might be for the best. That old lady is always causing trouble, the neighbor woman remarked. Where are you moving to? Please leave us an address. My husband loves your marinated dishes with his drinks. I'll come to support you when you settle in. Ding Sha smiled as she provided her new address. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they each went their separate ways. In a hazy moment, it seemed as though someone was knocking at the door. Ding Sha picked up the little Ping who was playfully wriggling on the bed, and went to open the door. A young man with dyed red hair stood there, not particularly tall and appearing slightly plump, despite his arrogant demeanor. He paused for a moment upon seeing Ding Sha. "Hello, we are not open for business today," Ding Sha hurriedly explained, assuming he was a patron wishing to dine. "I'm not here to eat. I heard that Xiao Jun is here, and I'm looking for him." The young man shook his head. "What do you need Xiao Jun for?" Ding Sha inquired, somewhat puzzled. It was the first time someone had come looking for Xiao Jun. "My name is Wang Wenhao. My father is Wang Zhengyang, and my grandfather is Wang Hai." The young man introduced himself. Ding Sha took a moment to comprehend, but once she did, she smiled and welcomed Wang Wenhao inside. "Xiao Jun is in the back. I'll go get him. Please wait here for a moment." Xiao Jun was equally surprised to hear that the son of Wang Zhengyang was seeking him. "Looking for me? What for? Do you think he is here to ask for the recipe?" "I'm not sure." Ding Sha shook her head. "He just wants you to give it to him, but you'll need to call Mr. Wang first." "Let's go see," Xiao Jun replied, setting down what he was holding and stepping outside. "Hello, I am Xiu Yun." He introduced himself as he faced the young man. "Hi." The youth appraised Xiao Jun from head to toe. "I'm Wang Wenhao. What can I do for you?" Xiao Jun asked directly. "I heard from my father that he gave you our family's recipe, so I came to see if you're worthy of it." Wang Wenhao smirked. "And?" Xiu Yun fit bemusel. "Do you want to take the recipe with you?" "I'd like to order a dish, Kung Pao chicken," Wang Wenhao suddenly stated. Xiu Yun glanced to him, somewhat irritated. "Sorry, I don't know how to make that." Wang Wenhao looked incredulous. "You don't know how to make Kung Pao chicken? How can you call yourself a chef? What business is that of yours?" Xiao Jun crossed his arms, observing him. Surprisingly, Wang Wenhao was not offended. "Immediately did in Kung Pao chicken. You've cooked for my grandfather, my grandmother, and my father. Why not for me?" Without a second thought, Xiao Jun replied, "Because I don't want to." Ding Sha tugged at him, urging, "Don't be like that." After all, he did bring the family recipe. Xiao Jun clicked his tongue, furrowing his brow, yet ultimately heeded Ding Sha's words. "Wait," he called out as he strode into the kitchen. He diced boneless chicken thighs, seasoning them with salt, sugar, and pepper before adding an egg and cornstarch, drizzling in a bit of oil and mixing well. He then prepared a Kung Pao sauce with the right proportions of salt, sugar, vinegar, soy sauce, and cornstarch. With a hot pan and ample oil, he sauteed the chicken until cooked through, then set it aside. After leaving a small amount of oil in the pan, he added minced garlic, dried chili peppers, and Sichuan peppercorns, followed by scallions for fragrance. He returned the chicken to the pan, drizzled it with chili oil, and poured in the Kung Pao sauce, finishing with a toss of peanuts. A fragrant and spicy Kung Pao chicken was ready. Xiao Jun placed the dish before Wang Wenhao. "Here you go." Wang Wenhao looked at the dish. "Is this the Sichuan style?" "Indeed," Xiu Yun replied. Xiao Jun was not surprised that he could discern this, as he hailed from a family of chefs and possessed a fundamental understanding of culinary arts. Wang Wenhao fell silent, lifting his chopsticks to taste a morsel that was unlike any Kung Pao chicken he had ever savored. The chicken was tender yet crisp, and the peanuts were generously enveloped in a rich Kung Pao sauce. Before he realized it, he had devoured the entire plate. "How is it? Does it meet your expectations?" Xiao Jun leaned against the wall, arms crossed. Wang Wenhao paused in contemplation, then suddenly rose and approached Xiao Jun. The latter regarded him with caution, inquiring, "What do you intend to do?" Without uttering a word, Wang Wenhao remained silent for a moment before clasping his fist in a gesture of respect, exclaiming, "Master, please teach me how to cook." Chapter 40. Spicy Kimchi Soup in Our Family. The culinary legacy is passed down through generations. My grandfather wished to impart his skills to my father. Despite his eagerness, lacked the innate talent for it, as noted by Wang Wenhao with a shrug. Eventually, my grandfather offered to teach me, yet I found myself unwilling to learn. Growing up in the kitchen, I was often teased by classmates for the lingering scent of smoke that clung to me, and they deemed cooking a pursuit reserved for young girls. Although I recognized the fallacy in their words, I felt an uncomfortable resistance to pursuing culinary arts any further. My grandfather was disheartened, but he still hoped I would return to learn. Wang Wenhao's expression was complex, yet my reluctance to learn remained steadfast. In retrospect, I realized that this was merely a jest among children, yet I instinctively shied away from the topic. "Then why have you returned?" Xiao Jun inquired after I finished speaking. "Perhaps to avoid future regret," I replied. I graduate tomorrow. Yet whenever I contemplate my future profession, my immediate thought is always to carry forward the culinary traditions of the Wang family, to elevate them further. Regrettably, it seems I have arrived a bit too late for my grandfather to witness this. As apprentices, our wages are modest and the work is arduous. Suddenly, Xiao Jun stood up. Are you certain you wish to stay? I am. Wang Wenhao exclaimed joyfully. Very well, when I move in a few days, you may assist me. You can either stay at the inn or find accommodation elsewhere. There are plenty of rooms in the new house for you. Xiu Yun glänzt, Wang Wenhao is flamboyant here. Remember to dye your hair back. Huh? Wang Wenhao lamented as he touched his head. Are there restrictions on hair color and styles here? I thought there weren't any. There aren't, but it strains my eyes, Xiao Jun replied as he walked away. Go home. The shop is closed for now. I'll inform you ahead of time. When we reopen, Xiao Jun added. All right. Wang Wenhao grinned, unperturbed, and decided to take care of his hair. Xiao Jun waved his hand, choosing not to elaborate. What is the matter? Ding Sha asked upon his return. Nothing much, Xiao Jun simply stated. I've taken on a young apprentice. Ding Sha expressed a few sentiments before falling silent, as little Ping and was stirring his crib, surprisingly managing to roll over. Did you see that? Ding Sha exclaimed, nearly losing his voice in excitement. Ping and can roll over. I saw. Xiao Jun responded, equally exhilarated, regretting that he hadn't recorded this milestone moment on his phone. The only calm presence was Ping and himself, who looked at his parents and babbled in a language only he could comprehend, rolling over once more. Ding Sha was speechless with joy, while Xiao Jun pulled out his phone, capturing the precious moment without blinking. Ping and smacked his lips, appearing drowsy, yawning with his eyes half closed, utterly adorable. All right, let him sleep. It's his usual bedtime, Ding Sha remarked, covering Ping in with a small blanket and gently pulling Xiao Jun towards the door. Xiao Jun felt a twinge of reluctance. I didn't even get to film it. Next time, let's take a photo, Ding Sha suggested. Quickly tidy up and prepare to move some things over there. It's quite a lot to handle. We can't keep delaying this. All right then, Xiao Jun replied, putting away his phone. Ding Sha pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket, saying, I've noted the order for moving things each day. This way, it will be easier to organize once we arrive, though we're still waiting on Uncle Wei's furniture. Take your time, no rush. Xiao Jun remarked as he stood up to push the lounge chair outside. These larger pieces will be loaded onto the truck later. Early the next morning, Xiao Jun began loading items onto the vehicle. As Ding Sha stayed home to look after the child, Xiao Jun pondered and called Wang Wenhao for assistance. Master, which items should I move? Wang Wenhao, full of energy, had his hair trimmed short, presenting himself as quite the spirited young man. Xiao Jun pointed out what needed to be moved. Wang Wenhao gasped so much. Otherwise, why would we call it moving? Xiu Yun quipped. The two worked energetically, while Ding Sha helped by passing items. Little Ping and had not yet woken up, so Ding Sha pushed the crib out, placing it in a spot where the child could be seen in the hall. A girl observed for a moment and asked, Boss lady, are you moving? Yes, we're relocating, Ding Sha replied, recognizing the familiar eyes above the girl's mask. Does that mean I won't be able to eat here anymore? The girl exclaimed. Ding Sha suddenly recalled who she was, Du Ru. Du Ru looked somewhat dejected, saying, I thought after the pandemic, I could come here every day to indulge. But now you're moving away. Ding Sha reassured her, we're not closing down. If it really comes to it, you can order takeout. Takeout won't be as good. Du Ru argued, presenting her point earnestly. She inquired about the new shop's address, and upon receiving it, her eyes widened in surprise. My grandparents live nearby. Du Ru exclaimed, her spirits lifting. I can visit every day. Ding Sha found her quite endearing and couldn't help but smile. After her excitement subsided, Du Ru hesitantly asked, Boss lady, can I order something today? What would you like? Ding Sha did not refuse her. Du Ru thought for a moment, expressing, I haven't had much of an appetite lately. I'd like something sour and spicy. Ding Sha suggested, how about some spicy kimchi soup? The kimchi has been particularly good lately. Yes. Du Ru nodded enthusiastically. Bacon and pork belly were cut into small pieces, and tofu was diced. Some accompaniments were prepared, scallions, onions, and garlic, sliced and set aside. The sour and spicy kimchi was also chopped into smaller bits. In a hot pan, oil was added, and the bacon and pork belly were sautéed until fragrant. A bit of minced ginger, cooking wine, and chili powder were added, followed by the kimchi, which was stir-fried until aromatic. Water was then added to bring it to a boil, along with the onions, scallions, and minced garlic. After boiling again, the tofu was introduced. After simmering for a few minutes until the tofu absorbed some flavor, it was ready to be served. As Ruru inhaled the delightful aroma, her appetite surged. She removed her mask and watched as Ding Sha approached, her eyes sparkling. Today, I'll make an exception and let you eat here. But from now on, it will have to be takeout. Ding Sha, with a smile, served her a bowl of rice. Ruru expressed her gratitude with a simple thank you and eagerly took a spoonful of soup. The broth was smooth and tantalizingly sour and spicy, instantly alleviating the discomfort that had plagued her stomach for days. Ding Sha, cradling the drowsy little Ping and beside him, watched her eat while occasionally teasing the child. What a charming little one, Ruru remarked, a mix of admiration and envy in her voice. Ding Sha responded with a gracious thank you. Before Ruru could finish her meal, Sister Tong and Aunt Zhuang entered, laden with bags. As soon as Aunt Zhuang stepped in, she tossed aside her belongings and rushed towards little Pinyin. Oh my, is this not little Pinyin? I missed you dearly. Chapter 41. Little Lionhead, come give Grandma a hug. After washing her hands, Aunt Zhuang hurried over and gently touched Pingyin's face. Startled by the presence of a stranger, Pinyin instinctively shrank closer to Ding Sha's embrace. Aunt Zhuang withdrew her hand, her face beaming with affection. How lovely. You're back. Ding Sha replied joyfully, yes, De Zhuang drove us home. Aunt Zhuang chuckled. De Zhuang heard you had a baby and prepared some homemade goodies for you. They're quite safe, you needn't worry. Sister Tong, having arranged the items at the back, came over to admire little Pinyin. He is really robust, Sister Tong remarked, having not seen Pinyin in quite some time. Indeed, he eats 8 meals a day and cries for more shortly after. He is turning into a little chubby pig. Ding Sha adjusted Pingyin's clothing. Eating well is a good sign. It means he is less prone to illness. Aunt Zhuang's admiration for Ping and was evident. What about De Zhuang? Is he outside too? Ding Sha inquired, glancing towards the door. You want to park the car? It's quite tricky to find a spot here. I pointed out a place for him to look for, Sister Tong replied, waving her hand dismissively. Why not let De Zhuang stay for a meal? Ding Sha suggested, rising to check the abundant ingredients in the kitchen. He has been eager to stay for dinner. At home, he can barely contain himself, constantly talking about our restaurant-esque dishes. As soon as he heard we were coming, he became extremely attentive, Sister Tong chuckled. Ding Sha found this amusing. Duel, with a hint of envy, bit her spoon and exclaimed, how wonderful. Boss, are you hiring part-time help? I could do it. Ding Sha paused, but we're moving away. We haven't even started school yet. It's uncertain when we'll begin. We might not even start at all. Ruru continued. Even if we do, it will be online classes. I'm in my 3rd year now, and there aren't many classes left. Before Ding Sha could respond, Ruru added, besides, my grandparents live nearby, so you need to worry about me. Ding Sha contemplated, realizing the necessity of a part-time assistant. With Pinyin requiring constant attention and only Xiao Jun in the kitchen, Aunt Zhuang would be overwhelmed along with Sister Tong. Let us discuss this after we move. Ding Sha neither accepted nor declined. Could you leave me your contact information? Absolutely. Ruru quickly provided her number to Ding Sha. When Xiao Jun returned, Ding Sha had already started Aunt Zhuang on preparing the ingredients. Da Zhuang, with his earnest demeanor, entertained little Pinyin. During the pandemic, he had grown lazy with grooming, sporting an unkempt beard, making silly faces at Pinyin. Initially, Pinyin frowned, displaying a hint of disapproval, but soon burst into delighted laughter. Wang Wenhao, drenched in sweat, collapsed at the table, panting heavily, prompting Xiao Jun to frown and ask, haven't you practiced flipping a ladle? With that little strength, how can you handle a pot? Wang Wenhao hesitated, feeling somewhat guilty. I practiced when I was younger, implying he no longer did so. Xiao Jun silently abandoned his original plan and resolved to start anew from scratch. Wenhao, why not stay and share a meal? Ding Sha stepped outside, announcing that the evening was bustling and lively. Wang Wenhao blinked and replied, teacher's wife. During these extraordinary times, We should avoid gatherings and adhere to the practice of individual dining. Ding Sha was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Jun tugged at his collar and urged him out. It's getting late. You should head home. Wang Wanhao glanced up at the blazing sun in the sky. Pausing for a moment, Ding Sha stood at the doorway, chuckling. Ah Jun, stop being mischievous and come inside. You both aren't wearing masks. You might get caught. Xiao Jun silently pulled Wang Wanhao back in. Ding Sha retrieved a meal tray, saying, we are all set and will eat separately using these trays. Wang Wanhao had merely intended to jest, yet he was genuinely impressed by Ding Sha's preparations, conceding defeat. Teacher's wife, you are truly remarkable. Ding Sha affectionately ruffled his hair, explaining that it was De Zhuang who suggested this for safety. Everyone should eat their own portions. The lunch was quite sumptuous, consisting of 6 adults and 1 small child, featuring 7 dishes and a soup. The little one was engrossed with a bottle of milk. However, the star of the meal was undoubtedly the small lion's head dish that Ding Sha had personally crafted. This time, she used a combination of fatty and lean pork belly, finely minced after removing the skin. Hand-chopped meat is far more aromatic than that produced by machines. She added scallion ginger water with a splash of rice wine to the minced meat, followed by salt, starch, and pepper, mixing it all thoroughly. After achieving a uniform consistency, she incorporated more scallion ginger water and a touch of flour, continuing to mix. Ultimately, an egg was added to the mixture, beaten until sticky, along with flour, 5-spice powder, and dark soy sauce for seasoning. Fresh water chestnuts and lotus roots were diced and folded into the mixture. In a hot pan, she heated oil, sauteed scallions, ginger, and garlic until fragrant, then added soy sauce and water, along with dark soy sauce and spices. A drizzle of rice wine, pepper, and a hint of sugar enhanced the flavor. Once the broth simmered, she carefully shaped the meat mixture into small balls and placed them into the pot. After gently simmering for a quarter of an hour, the dish was ready to serve. Though boiled, the meatballs were as delectable as the braised lion's head. With each bite, they were crisp, bouncy, and bursting with flavor, healthy and delicious. The bowl was quickly emptied by everyone. Having not shared such a lively meal with so many people in quite some time, Xiao Jun and Ding Sha felt a wave of emotion. Xiao Jun observed Ding Sha beside him, holding the small ping and with a gentle and serene smile, and felt overwhelmed with sentiment. What's on your mind? Ding Sha noticed his gaze, and despite her inquiry, she reached for his hand, intertwining their fingers. Nothing much, just happiness, Xiao Jun replied. Suddenly, Xiao Jun pulled a small box from his pocket. Everyone turned their attention to him as he spoke. I never dared to imagine such a blissful life. It always felt unreal. For so many years, it has been just the two of us. While I have never felt lonely, I still feel remorse for having you accompany me, appearing as a reclusive oddity in the eyes of others. I am truly happy in these days. Thank you, Sha, for always being by my side, waiting for me, and giving me a perfect home. Yet, I feel a sense of guilt. Xiao Jun's eyes were somewhat reddened. I greedily drew warmth from you, yet it seemed I always brought you some unhappiness. Whether it was my absence during your pregnancy or the burden of becoming a mother at such a young age, these were my failings. I owe you so much. Xiao Jun confessed, but I wish to gradually make amends. He rose, opening a box that contained a ring, its platinum band adorned with a dazzling diamond. Sha, will you marry me? Xiao Jun gazed deeply into Ding Sha's eyes, slowly kneeling on one knee, his eyes filled with intense and fervent affection, a love that surged forth. Ding Sha felt a lump in her throat. At that moment, she was barefaced, the scent of cooking oil still lingering. Her abdomen not yet fully returned to its former state, cradling their child tightly. She choked, I am willing. Chapter 42. Sesame sauce pancake on Ding Sha's ring finger adorned a beautiful ring, which Xiao Jun declared to be an engagement ring. He mentioned that in the future, there would also be wedding rings, 5th anniversary rings, 10th anniversary rings, and even rings for the 50th anniversary. However, what Ding Sha yearned for was not merely the rings, but rather the anticipation of traversing 50 years together with him. The monumental task of moving commenced with great fervor, involving their own vehicle, De Zhuang's car, and the truck from a moving company. Thus, they toiled tirelessly for nearly an entire day. The first outing was met with such a grand spectacle that it frightened the little one, who scurried into Ding Sha's embrace, clinging tightly around Ding Sha's neck. He refused to let go. The moment Ding Sha set him down, he burst into tears. Left with no choice, Ding Sha carried the little one and walked about, soothing him for nearly an entire day. By the time dinner arrived, his wrist ached so much that he could scarcely lift his chopsticks. Upon hearing the cause of his discomfort, Xiao Jun's expression darkened considerably. He first fed Ding Sha before retreating to the bedroom to hold the little one, regardless of whether he could comprehend, chattering away for an hour, only ceasing when he had sufficiently exhausted himself. The little one, lulled by the stories, was soon drowsy. Alongside the little one, the little tabby and her playful offspring also exhibited signs of stress, meowing loudly from within their carrier. Upon arriving at the new home, they hesitated to emerge, cautiously observing their surroundings for a while before daring to extend their tiny paws. The decor of the new shop was significantly more exquisite than the previous one, with furniture crafted by Uncle Wei gradually being transported over. The kitchen was now spacious enough to accommodate a plethora of ingredients and tools, and there were also several independent compartments, enhancing their living area considerably. Xiao Jun flipped through the calendar and set an opening date. In the yard, the forsythia bloomed, and while the little one napped, Ding Sha picked up a small basket to gather a bounty of forsythia flowers. The menu for the shop was yet to be finalized, and Ding Sha contemplated dyeing some paper to use as a base. Xiao Jun assisted her, though his true desire was simply to be close to Ding Sha. With the days bustling with activity, Xiao Jun felt as if he had not seen Ding Sha in ages. Finally, as everyone busied themselves with their own affairs, he dawdled over to her side. Holding a sheet of A4 paper, Ding Sha joked that while ancient people dyed paper to express their feelings and convey poetry, she was doing it to present dishes. As she spoke, her hands busily worked. By the time the paper dried, delicate yellow stars had appeared at the corners and center, creating a beautiful effect. Xiao Jun fetched a brush and ink, and Ding Sha first wrote a few standard dishes before putting the paper aside, deciding to complete the rest later that day. Xiao Jun contemplated obtaining firecrackers, but upon realizing that they were prohibited in the area, he abandoned the idea. On the day of the opening, a tinge of anxiety lingered. However, the business exceeded their expectations remarkably. Many familiar patrons arrived with smiles, expressing their delight. I've long been eager to savor your dishes, but previously lived too far away to come often. Now that you've moved closer, I must indulge, they exclaimed, with others chiming in. Indeed, no matter the distance, I shall be here. Even if your family were to relocate to Mars, I would find a rocket to transport myself there for a meal. Among the happenings, they were graced with a special guest. The editor of a culinary magazine, Hu Jiling, arrived bearing small gifts. Editor Hu, Ding Sha exclaimed with evident delight upon seeing him. I happened to come by today, having heard from the neighbors that your family has moved here, so I thought I would pay a visit, Hu Jiling remarked, glancing at the baby in Ding Sha's arms. Is this the little one? Absolutely adorable, he said with a soft gaze, clearly fond of children, recognizing the promise in them. What mother does not relish praise for her child? Ding Sha, in high spirits, welcomed him to sit down and handed him the menu for the day. Mr. Hu, please take a look and see what you would like to eat. Hu Jiling had indeed come for this purpose. He perused the menu and added, I also wish to conduct another interview. Given the current unique circumstances, we are primarily working in the format of an electronic magazine. Ding Sha responded, Oh, of course. You decide what to eat, and I will call Jun out shortly. Hu Jiling, examining the menu in hand, said, I will have a beef vermicelli, a fish drizzled in oil, sweet and sour pork, and a sugar pancake. Ding Sha joked, I didn't realize you had a penchant for sweets. But can you finish all this by yourself? I am not alone. Hu Jiling gently shook his head. My spouse's student is currently interning with me, and she loves sweets. Oh, I see. I will let the kitchen know right away. How soon will she arrive? Ding Sha inquired, slightly taken aback. She will be here shortly, Hu Jiling replied. Ding Sha tore off the order slip and handed it to Wang Wenhao, who nimbly took it and began preparing the ingredients. The sugar pancake could also be referred to as a sesame pancake, for it is generously slathered with a rich layer of sesame paste, making it both fragrant and indulgent. For every pound of flour, Approximately 5 to 6 ounces of water should be added, kneading until a soft dough is formed, achieving a smooth consistency. Remember to incorporate a bit of oil into the dough, as it enhances the flavor and flakiness of the final product. Xiu Yun, Bisi Sao Ding, took a moment to check on Wang Wenhao's dough. To his surprise, Wang Wenhao's work with the dough was exceptional, especially with items like steamed buns, which turned out soft and delectable. "It's ready, master," Wang Wenhao announced with a smile. The dough then required a resting period of about 10 to 20 minutes, after which it was rolled into a somewhat thick large pancake, generously coated with a thick layer of sesame paste. The paste used is that of the Beijing variety, known for its superior aroma compared to pure sesame paste. However, one must always inquire about guest allergies to peanuts before using it. Once the thick paste was evenly spread, fine granulated brown sugar was sprinkled on top, and the pancake was rolled from one edge to enclose the sesame paste and sugar within. After slicing it into 2 pieces, care was taken to seal the edges to prevent the filling from leaking out. Finally, it was rolled again into a thick pancake, which was then placed in a greased pan for cooking. After covering it, it was allowed to cook for a while before flipping, until both sides turned a delightful golden brown and crispy, signaling that it was ready to be removed from the pan. Cut into small pieces, Wang Wenhao presented a piece to Xiao Jun. "How is it, master?" Xiao Jun sampled it and replied, "Quite good." With a light step, Wang Wenhao placed the sugar pancake at the service counter. As Ding Sha arrived, she noticed the intern already seated across from Hu Zhilin. The young lady was exceptionally beautiful, dressed with impeccable taste. "Oh, sesame paste pancakes, and my favorite sweet and sour pork tenderloin. Brother Hu, my admiration for you knows no bounds." As Ding Sha departed, she overheard the girl express her unreserved delight. A frown crossed her face, feeling somewhat uneasy, given that this girl was a student of Mr. Hu's beloved. Why did she speak to him in such an overly familiar tone? The two quickly finished the dishes on the table, and, as usual, Hu Zhilin settled the bill, then awaited the interview with Xiao Jun. "How was the food?" Xiao Jun assisted Ding Sha in taking a seat. "It was delicious, especially the pancakes, crisp and flaky, sweet and fragrant upon the palate." The girl interjected eagerly. Hu Zhilin maintained a gentle demeanor. "Indeed, I found this meal even more delectable than my last visit. Yet, I still missed the dishes personally prepared by the proprietress, which is a bit of a disappointment." The interview proceeded swiftly and pleasantly, and as Ding Sha escorted them out, she noticed the girl tugging at Mr. Hu's sleeve, who instinctively seemed to protect her. Upon returning, Xiao Jun conversed with Wang Wenhao, while Ding Sha lingered at the entrance. Spotting Hu Zhilin leaning down to fasten the seatbelt for the girl in the passenger seat, Ding Sha crossed her arms, feeling her fondness for Hu Zhilin dissipate entirely. She wondered if Mr. Hu's beloved was aware of this. She assumed she must be. A foreign voice interrupted her thoughts. Chapter 43. Spicy hot pot. Ding Sha was taken aback and turned to the side, where she beheld a youthful and refined gentleman. Upon noticing her shock, the man offered an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry for startling you." "No worries," Ding Sha replied, shaking her head. She recalled his previous inquiry. "Do you know Mr. Hu?" To some extent, he responded with a faint, emotionless smile, glancing up at the restaurant sign. "Ah, it's a dining establishment. Shall we step inside for a moment?" Ding Sha suggested, noticing the displeasure etched on his face. "Certainly," he agreed cheerfully, following her into the restaurant. Upon entering, he spotted Sister Tong cradling a small child, and his expression softened. "What a darling little baby." "Yes, that's my son," Ding Sha beamed, greeting the little one, who responded with 2 adorable dimples. "Quite charming," the man remarked with a hint of envy. "Would you care for something to eat?" Ding Sha offered him the menu. He perused it briefly before closing it again. What did Hu Zhiling and the others order? Ding Sha hesitated. "Would you like to order the same?" He shook his head. "I merely wished to reference their choices." Ding Sha recounted the dishes to him, prompting a smile from the man. "I won't choose those. I'm not fond of sweet flavors. I prefer something spicy." He then ordered a spicy hot pot. "This will suffice. I have a modest appetite, and ordering more would lead to waste." Aunt Zhuang took the order slip and retreated to the kitchen. Ding Sha pondered for a moment before pouring a cup of warm red date milk for him. "How is this?" The man hesitated. "It's quite good, I suppose." Ding Sha pushed the milk toward him. Would you like to chat? You seem a bit downcast. He touched his face. Is it that obvious? Just a tad. Perhaps it is my heightened sensitivity since having a baby. Ding Sha chuckled softly. My name is Lin Jiayu, he said slowly. I know who Jiling and Sun Yuzhu. After this brief introduction, he fell silent. Curiosity piqued. Ding Sha understood it was unwise to pry into someone else's sorrow. Just as she was about to rise and leave, Lin Jiayu spoke again. We've been together for quite a while, since our school days. Our bond was strong, filled with love, and even during the most challenging times, we never abandoned one another. Yet, now it feels somewhat ironic. They say it's easy to share hardships, but difficult to enjoy prosperity together. I once disbelieved this, but now I find there is some truth to it. Lin Jiayu maintained a calm demeanor, his voice smooth and gentle, indicative of his refined character. Even in the face of such distressing revelations, he exhibited restraint, merely reddening his eyes as he smiled at Ding Sha. He offered a self-deprecating smile. Let us not dwell on it. Discussing it too much feels trite. Ultimately, it's just a cliché and melodramatic love story. When those who love each other fall out of love, the tale of three is seldom a beautiful one. Lin Jiayu let out a sigh of relief. It was indeed fortunate to receive such news in time, avoiding a lifetime of foolishly and naively believing in one's own happiness. Ding Sha understood that Lin Jiayu did not require consolation or sympathy, but merely needed a moment to process this revelation. He possessed a heart that was both gentle and resilient, unwilling to entangle himself in the mire of despair, instead striving to extricate himself and rise above it. Ding Sha began to admire him. Frankly, had she been in such a predicament, she would likely have succumbed to profound anguish. Apologies for my verbosity, Lin Jiayu chuckled. Offering a smile, Ding Sha shook her head and rose to head to the kitchen. Earlier that morning, she had attempted to bake a cake. Though she had faced several failures, she had also experienced success. She emerged from the kitchen with a mousse cake, the only dessert that could be prepared without baking. Please, enjoy the cake, she said, placing it before him. Thank you, Lin Jiayu replied, accepting it graciously. Though he was not particularly fond of sweets, he perhaps sought solace in the dessert. The spicy hot pot arrived promptly. Lin Jiayu took out his phone to snap a photo, exclaiming, "It seems I have stumbled upon a hidden gem." He then picked up his chopsticks, sampling a slice of ham luncheon meat that was fragrant and tender. Have you made this yourselves? I've never encountered such exquisite luncheon meat on the market. Indeed, we made it ourselves, Ding Sha said, giving a thumbs up. It contains both chicken and beef, resulting in a rather unique flavor. Lin Jiyu's interest was piqued. Initially, he had only wished to know what the two individuals had dined on, but he was pleasantly surprised. He then grabbed some tripe, which was perfectly chewy and not at all tough, an impressive feat in terms of cooking. He continued to sample duck blood, discovering that there were two varieties, one being the more common type found in markets, which was well-seasoned and delightfully spicy, and another, more rare type, typically seen in southern hot pot restaurants, characterized by its irregular shape and delicate texture, which crumbled effortlessly upon contact with his chopsticks. Even the bean sprouts retained their crispness, remarkably flavorful without losing their crunch. Lin Jiayu could hardly put down his chopsticks, his lips stained with the vibrant colors of the dish. The hot pot soon reached the bottom of the bowl, while the rice remained largely untouched. You certainly have a strong tolerance for spice, Ding Sha remarked, surprised by his ability to handle the heat. In her household, they used specially sourced Sichuan peppers for such dishes, whose intensity would typically leave most gasping for water after only a few bites. Yet Lin Jiayu, with his seemingly unassuming demeanor, devoured it with ease. Ding Sha was thoroughly impressed. Lin Jiayu wiped his mouth and declared, "This is truly delightful. I believe I will return in the future." He appeared rejuvenated, devoid of the previously shadowy gloom that had enveloped him. Ding Sha felt a surge of happiness. "I'm glad you enjoyed it. You are welcome to visit again anytime." Lin Jiayu began to savor the delightful small cake, which was indeed exquisite. In the end, Lin Jiayu finished the entire cake. "I hope that the next time I visit, if cakes are available, could I possibly reserve a blueberry-flavored one?" he inquired, expressing his fondness for blueberries. "Of course," Ding Sha replied, handing him a business card, suggesting he could call in advance. Ding Sha found himself tempted to offer him a unique kind of treatment, as Lin Jiayu, resembled a precious young master, refined and nurtured in luxury. How could anyone bear to cause him harm? Even after Lin Jiayu had walked away, Ding Sha remained puzzled. Xiao Jun emerged and asked, "What is the matter? Who was that person?" A hint of jealousy tinged his tone, questioning why Ding Sha treated that individual so differently. Ding Sha cast a glance at him, feeling inexplicably irked, and snapped, "Why do you care so much?" Xiao Jun replied, "What is wrong with me?" Chapter 44. Honey Osmanthus Stewed Milk. What Ding Sha did not anticipate was Wu Jilin's return the following day. This time, he appeared remarkably different. His tie clashed with the color of his suit, his hair fell untidily across his forehead, and the usual air of calm composure was conspicuously absent. Even the stubble on his chin was unkempt. Upon entering, he hurriedly sought out Ding Sha and inquired whether a man clad in a brown coat, approximately 1.78 meters tall and strikingly handsome, had visited the previous day. Ding Sha immediately thought of Lin Jiayu. Her wariness piqued. "What do you want to know that for?" she asked, sensing his urgency. It seemed he had indeed been here. Wu Jilin's expression oscillated between laughter and tears, revealing a palpable sense of disorientation. "If he returns, could you please notify me?" Wu Jilin implored. Ding Sha found his behavior perplexing. Why was Wu Jilin seeking Lin Jiayu? When she posed this question, Wu Jilin's face reflected a mix of discomfort and reticence, leaving his answer unspoken. Just then, Lin Jiayu's voice resonated from behind. "You need to call him." "I'm right here." Wu Jilin almost instinctively turned around, his expression a curious blend of relief and anguish upon seeing Lin Jiayu. "You've come," he said. Lin Jiayu chose a seat without responding directly, instead smiling at Ding Sha and requesting, "Could you prepare 2 cups of that milk from yesterday? We might need to use your space to discuss some matters." Ding Sha nodded with a smile and led Sister Tong back to the kitchen. "Jiayu," Wu Jilin began, eager to speak but at a loss for words, left standing in silence. "How long have we known each other?" Lin Jiayu gently asked. 15 years. Wu Jilin replied instinctively. 15 years, nearly half my life, Lin Jiayu murmured, her gaze lowered. Sorry. Wu Jilin's face betrayed his remorse. Indeed, an apology was warranted, yet forgiveness was a matter beyond his control. Lin Jiayu maintained a gentle smile, adding, "After all, in my view, your affair with Yu Zhu is quite revolting." Wu Jilin's expression turned even more shamefaced. He fumbled to explain, but upon the words reaching his lips, he faltered. "You're right. Are you about to preach the theory of true love?" Lin Jiayu traced her fingers along the warm cup's rim. "Please don't. It makes me feel nauseous. We've been classmates since high school, and after all these years, I never imagined you would engage in such actions, let alone that the other person would be Yu Zhu." Curiously, Lin Jiayu suddenly chuckled. "Was it you who initiated it, or did Yu Zhu take the lead?" "May I know?" "It was me," Wu Jilin admitted. "That was to be expected," Lin Jiayu remarked. "Ultimately, who initiated it is inconsequential, for I know you would claim it was your doing." Receiving such a response did not surprise her. It merely confirmed that he had not become entirely unfamiliar. All of Lin Jiayu's sadness and sorrow seemed to have been thoroughly processed as she donned a respectable coat, her demeanor light and airy, unlike that of a person betrayed. Wu Jiling's expression was one of panic and sorrow, which struck Ding Sha as somewhat amusing. Why should someone who has erred present themselves as a victim? It was akin to a farce. "Does Yu Zhu know you are here?" Wu Jiling shook his head. "Jiling, let us cease all communication henceforth," Lin Jiayu declared. "I wish for there to be no trace of you in my life." "Very well," Wu Jiling replied after a moment of silence. "I will reach out to Yu Zhu myself," Lin Jiayu continued, lowering his gaze. "There is something rather excessive I wish to mention. I truly adore this establishment and will frequent it often. You." "I understand," Wu Jiling hastily interrupted. "After this interview, I will not return." "Thank you." Lin Jiayu smiled faintly. Wu Jiling sat on the stool, his fingers tightly clasped together, as if struggling to articulate his thoughts. "Jiayu, he stammered, "I never intended to hurt you, but I saw you with Yu Zhu." Lin Jiayu interjected, "There is no question about that. Do you wish to argue further?" "I am not." As an eloquent editor, Wu Jiling found himself at a loss for words, his normally straight posture now slumped. Lin Jiayu remained composed. "Do not blame me for being heartless." No. It was my fault." Wu Jiling shook his head. Let be, Lin Jiayu said, falling silent thereafter. Hu Jiling looked up several times, on the verge of speaking, but ultimately swallowed his words. Goodbye. In the end, all he could utter were those two words. Lin Jiayu, with his head bowed in contemplation, offered no reply. Ding Sha busied herself in the kitchen, having entrusted Ping into Sister Tong, and immersed herself in her culinary endeavor. She intended to prepare a small dessert for Lin Jiayu. She took 2 fresh free-range eggs, separated the yolks, and combined the egg whites with fresh milk that had just been delivered, straining the mixture twice for a finer texture. She then added a sprinkle of sugar and a dash of lemon juice, blending it well before sealing it with cling film and steaming it on low heat for 15 minutes. Once done, she drizzled a touch of honey over it and sprinkled in some dried osmanthus, allowing it to steep in the pot for an additional 3 minutes. The result was a remarkably simple yet delightful dessert: honey osmanthus steamed milk. Ding Sha carefully brought it out after allowing it to cool slightly. Lin Jiayu remained seated, motionless, as if lost in thought. The sound of the porcelain bowl clinking against the table roused him, and upon catching a whiff of the sweet aroma, his gaze softened as he looked at Ding Sha. Thank you. Ding Sha smiled. Would you like a try? Lin Jiayu did not decline her kindness, taking a small spoonful. The flavor was sweet and smooth, not cloying, melting in his mouth without a hint of the usual egg or milk taste. It's delicious, he said softly, not lifting his gaze. Yet, Ding Sha could see tears cascading into the bowl, leaving her momentarily unsure of how to respond. Lin Jiayu wiped his brow with a handkerchief, the smile that once graced his lips finally fading away. He sat up straight, his gaze upon Ding Sha filled with sorrow and despair. I apologize, but would you care to hear my story? No one could refuse such eyes. Thus, Ding Sha took a seat and solemnly replied, right. She assured him that she would confide in no one. Lin Jiayu pondered for a long while, contemplating where to begin. Perhaps from 15 years ago, when he and Hu Jilin were high school classmates, sharing the same desk, exuberant and carefree. Their parents were acquainted, having grown up together as childhood friends. With both sets of parents preoccupied with work, he often stayed at my home, accustomed to looking after me. Yet at that time, none could have anticipated. None could have foreseen that Jilin and I would end up together. Chapter 45. On who ate beef noodle, he held a deep fondness for children. Alas, our union would never bear offspring. Lin Jiayu's expression remained perpetually vacant. I had not anticipated his association with Yuzhu. In truth, there were numerous inquiries I wished to pose. Yet after a sleepless night of contemplation, I realized that asking them would yield little significance. It was best to let bygones be bygones. Until Lin Jiayu departed, Ding Sha's emotions were far more tumultuous than his own. That evening, as she lay restless in bed, Xiao Jun inquired, "What troubles you?" "I just feel unwell," Ding Sha replied. "I never expected editor who appears so genteel, would act in such a manner. What is there to be surprised about?" Xiu Yun responded, drawing her closer. "People are complex. It is not something you can easily comprehend. Do you think I am foolish?" Ding Sha looked up at Xiao Jun, her expression enigmatic. "I do not." Xiao Jun quickly interjected, "I meant to say you are endearing." "Really?" Ding Sha was skeptical. "Indeed," Xiu Yun swore. Ding Sha nestled against his shoulder. "I want to say, I would not," Xiao Jun stated emphatically. "You know what I was about to say, yet you insist you wouldn't." Ding Sha attempted to lift her head, but Xiao Jun gently pressed her back down. "I know," he affirmed, "I would never betray you." Ding Sha fell silent. "You don't believe me?" Xiao Jun urged her to look at him. "Look at me. What am I looking at?" Ding Sha was perplexed. "Look into my eyes." As she gazed into Xiao Jun's eyes, her cheeks flushed within moments. What are you doing? Did you not notice?" Xiu Yun chuckled softly. "I harbor intentions towards you. My gaze is far from innocent." Ding Sha's heart raced. Xiao Jun turned his body to embrace her. "My body desires you, and you alone. From my mind to my heart, and then to my body, each aspect bears your imprint. I belong to you, and you possess all rights over me." The undeniable warmth pressed against Ding Sha's form, and she found herself leaning in closer. After some time, when Xiao Jun attempted to release her, she instead nestled against him. Sha. Xiao Jun felt himself unraveling. "Ping is sleeping with Sister Tong today," Ding Sha stated succinctly. Xiao Jun leaned in and captured her lips with his own. Outside, it seemed to be raining, the droplets pattering gently, nourishing the newly blossomed flowers, rendering them particularly vibrant. Faint, delicate sound were carried away by the gentle breeze and rain. The following day dawned bright and sunny. The sun illuminated the flowers by the bedside, casting a rosy hue upon Ding Sha's sleeping visage. Xiao Jun, invigorated, exercised in the courtyard while little Ping cried, searching for his mother, only to be intercepted by Xiao Jun. With a playful squirt, little Ping retaliated by urinating on his father. The man, now unrestrained, took it in stride. His spirits lifted as he merrily carried Ping to change his clothes. By midday, Ding Sha was still asleep, while the little shop began its operations. A small sign hung at the entrance, proclaiming today's special, various noodles. The reason being, Xiao Jun had inadvertently prepared an excessive amount of dough, resulting in a daunting pile that was quite intimidating to behold. A Fei entered with his new live-streaming equipment and asked, "Sister-in-law, why is it just noodles today?" Sister-in-law Tong, wanting to spare Xiao Jun's feelings, replied, "Perhaps the boss is in a good mood today." However, a Fei was perplexed, questioning the connection between the boss's good mood and the sole offering of noodles. He then decided to order an authentic Anhui beef noodle dish. Sister-in-law Tong exited, and the barrage of comments erupted in laughter. Is it the genuine Anhui noodle dish that only exists in Hebei? As someone from Anhui, I've never tried it, haha. A Fei chuckled, recalling his own experience of tasting this so-called authentic Anhui noodle during a family visit, which he found utterly delightful. He vividly recounted the flavors and textures, leaving viewers salivating. All right, this Hebei native is heading downstairs to seek out the Anhui noodles. Are they truly that delicious? I'm craving them. I must visit Hebei. Xiu Yun, having overheard the noodle order, chuckled softly while pulling a clump of noodles. Wang Wenhao instinctively moved aside to stretch the noodles. With a low flame, he fried onions, ginger, garlic, and various spices in oil. After removing them, he added soaked dried chili peppers and continued to stir-fry. Next, he incorporated the prepared beef, salt, and doubanjiang, adding a touch of hot pot base for flavor. He poured in hot water, along with light and dark soy sauce, chicken essence, oyster sauce, and rock sugar, followed by some cinnamon and bay leaves. Once boiling, he added the prepared tofu skin and eggs, bringing it back to a boil before simmering on low heat. The beef Xiao Jun used had been previously marinated, allowing it to absorb flavors quickly. Fresh meat would have required a day of marination to achieve the same taste. Wang Wenhao's noodles were nearly ready as he dropped a handful of greens into the pot to cook, then placed them in a bowl, pouring the aromatic broth over it. A bowl of authentic Anhui beef noodles, typically unavailable in Anhui, was finally served. A Fei meticulously captured every detail for the viewers on screen, ensuring that they were drooling before taking a generous bite. "Oh, boss, is there any delightful surprise I am unaware of?" The comments quickly indicated that the dish was undoubtedly delicious, chewy, flavorful, and perfectly spicy. A Fei, in bliss, ordered a bottle of cold cola, though those who couldn't handle the spice might have a tough time. The comments mercilessly mocked a Fei's flushed face and lips. He relished the meal, feeling thoroughly satisfied. After recovering, he began to slowly showcase the ambience of the room to his viewers. The menu, its colors were dyed by the boss's wife, and the writing is her handiwork. Isn't it beautiful? Many of the furnishings are handmade. What an impressive aesthetic, right? The decor was also personally chosen. What do you think? Isn't it remarkable? The audience found his proud tone amusing. A Fei, you speak as if it's your own home. A Fei, confess, what is your relationship with the boss? By the way, where's the boss? Show me their face. I was left feeling quite disgusted after a blind date with an average guy. The boss was absent, but the boss's wife was present. Ding Sha appeared, supporting her waist as she walked out. Her disheveled ebony hair framed a face flushed with color, her striking features emanating an irresistible charm, unwittingly captivating those around her. A Fei, observing Ding Shashui's affectionate gaze, felt an inexplicable shyness wash over him, instinctively diverting his gaze from the camera. Oh, how healing this moment is. Dear beauty, I am enchanted. This sensation is quite intoxicating. It is an unspoken understanding. Let us refrain from discussing it further, lest we face repercussions again. Upon noticing Ding Sha's presence, Xiao Jun stepped forth, inquiring, "Sasha, have you awakened? Are you hungry?" A face silently regarded Xiao Jun as he busied himself with fetching a chair, pouring water, kneading her waist, and massaging her shoulders. Unable to suppress a sigh. "How servile! Do you not comprehend, my friend?" Wang Wenhao emerged from the shadows. "Do you know what this is called?" A face shook his head. "This is what one might refer to as the treatment reserved for favored ones." Chapter 46. Braised pork trotters with plums today marks the official settling-in day for young Xiao Sijing, and Xiao Jun has specifically set aside time to prepare for a celebration. Clearly, Xiao Sijing is blissfully unaware of this occasion. The impact of the pandemic has gradually diminished, and life seems to have returned to its previous rhythm. With a warm spring breeze, the streets are once again bustling with activity. Du Ro dashed in through the door, exclaiming, I almost arrived late." Wang Wenhao, seated in the hall peeling potatoes, glanced at her with a smirk. "Could you not arrive at the last minute? You're always cutting it so close, I just dawdle a bit." Du Ro replied with a hint of resignation. "If you know you're dawdling, why not hurry up?" Wang Wenhao retorted. "I understand. I'll be more mindful next time." She insisted. "If you could actually be mindful, that would be great." Wang Wenhao scoffed, clearly unconvinced. With a huff, Du Ro grumbled as she washed her hands and settled down to peel the potatoes. "Why are there so many potatoes? Just peel them and stop asking so many questions. You would understand anyway. You really can't go a day without teasing me, can you?" Du Ro pouted. "I'm not." Wang Wenhao quickly denied. "PFF, as if I do want to engage with you." Du Ro tossed the potato aside and went off to find Ding Sha. Wang Wenhao watched her retreating figure with a twinge of regret. "Why do you like her yet treat her so harshly?" Xiao Jun quietly remarked, having observed for some time. Startled, Wang Wenhao nearly sprang from his chair. Upon realizing it was Xiao Jun, he sighed in relief. "Master, you nearly gave me a heart attack. Do you really think this approach will win her heart?" Xiu Yun inquired. Wang Wenhao hesitated, at a loss for words. After waiting in vain for him to speak, Xiao Jun returned to the kitchen. When Du Ro emerged, she found Wang Wenhao suddenly calling out to her, "What kind of boyfriend do you like?" Du Ro was taken aback. "Why do you ask?" "Just curious. I like someone handsome, wealthy, and kind to me," she replied vaguely, listing a few traits. Wang Wenhao felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. "Oh," he muttered sullenly. "Why do you seem so odd?" Du Ro asked curiously. Is it she playfully draped her arm over Wang Wenhao's shoulder, her demeanor light and teasing, moving closer to him with a mischievous air. Wang Wenhao's heart raced, wondering if she knew, but Du Ro leaned in conspiratorially and whispered, "Is it that your mother is pressuring you to go on blind dates?" Wang Wenhao paused, shaking his head with a smile. "No." He looked at Du Ro's expression and decided to take it slow. Xiao Jun had hired a postpartum caregiver for Ding Sha to assist her, as well as to help with the baby. He didn't want Ding Sha to place her entire focus on Pinyin, so he meticulously selected a caregiver who would suffice for the task. Initially, Ding Sha felt it was unnecessary, but by the first day of the caregiver's arrival, she visibly relaxed, feeling a considerable weight lifted off her shoulders. No longer must she rise in the middle of the night to feed the baby, nor endure the exhausting task of carrying the child throughout the day. She is free from the burdens of diaper changes and the incessant cries of her little one. Instead, she has found herself with ample time for personal pursuits, whether it be honing her culinary skills or simply unwinding. She even managed to visit a museum during a weekday. Zhang, in a hurried manner, entered and exclaimed, "Sister, I have a favor to ask. After much contemplation, I believe you are the most suitable person for this task. Could you assist me?" "Speak freely," Ding Sha replied with a generous spirit. "It's this. There is a plot of land in the Xiqing district earmarked for construction, and I am keen on securing the contract. I have finally arranged a dinner with the decision-maker, and I thought it fitting to ask for your help." Zhang appeared slightly embarrassed. "I've done my homework, and it turns out he is particularly fond of Cantonese cuisine. Would trouble you two?" Ding Sha pondered briefly. "Certainly. Are there any dietary restrictions? When shall they arrive? How many will there be?" "There are no restrictions. He simply enjoys authentic Cantonese dishes. They will come tomorrow afternoon, approximately 6 or 7 individuals." "Very well. Just bring them straight to the private room. After finalizing the arrangements, Ding Sha slipped into the kitchen to inspect the ingredients. She planned to prepare steamed fish belly with black bean sauce, taro steamed ribs, squid with broccoli, braised pig's trotter with preserved plums, and char siu rice. These dishes are quintessential Cantonese fare, and she felt quite adept at preparing them. Ding Sha called the vegetable vendor to order the necessary produce and reminded Aunt Zhuang to tidy up the private room. Early the next morning, Ding Sha commenced her preparations. She cleaned the freshly delivered pig's trotter and parboiled it to eliminate any gamey odor, then gently caramelized sugar. After briefly sauteing the trotter, she added cooking wine, oyster sauce, and soy sauce, followed by 5 to 6 preserved plums, and continued simmering with boiling water. Once transferred to a clay pot, she included scallions, ginger, and the preserved plums, adding a few cardamom pods and allowing it to boil vigorously. After approximately 40 minutes, the braised pig's trotter was ready, exuding a delightful aroma of sweetness mingled with the fragrance of preserved plums. Zhang arrived late with the partners, and the representative expressed his disdain. "Is this the kind of establishment you brought us to?" While the restaurant may have been modest, the culinary creations of the proprietors were nothing short of exquisite. Zhang remained confident. The partners, suppressing their dissatisfaction, awaited Ding Sha's dishes. The first course served was the steamed fish belly with black bean sauce, which was tender and succulent. Upon tasting, the representative beamed. "This is the flavor. Though I have not returned to my hometown in a long time, the taste remains vividly etched in my memory." As the remaining dishes were successively presented, the partners found it difficult to set down their chopsticks, much to Zhang's delight. One could hardly predict that their burgeoning satisfaction would lead to a swift agreement on the contract. After a satisfying meal, the partners, with full bellies, engaged in discussions with Zhang about the new project, patting their round stomachs with feigned modesty. Upon their departure, Zhang returned with exuberance, nearly leaping with joy. Sister, thank you. I closed the deal." His booming voice summoned the attention of everyone present, and seeing his gleeful expression, Sister Tong could not help but chuckle. "Congratulations. Once the work is completed, we shall host a celebratory banquet for you," Xiao Jun jested. Da Zhuang, brimming with pride, declared, "When I, Da Zhuang, take charge, excellence and efficiency are guaranteed." Day after day, he eagerly awaited the arrival of the contract from his partner, yet time dragged on without a word. Da Zhuang found himself in a state of confusion. How could the dispatch of a contract take so long? After yet another day of anticipation, he could no longer contain his anxiety and began to pace at the doorway. Unable to resist the urge, he dialed the contact number provided, seeking clarification on the matter. The partner's receptionist responded with gentle courtesy, apologizing, "I'm sorry, but we have already signed with Longting Company for this project." The rest of her words faded into oblivion for Da Zhuang, as his mind was consumed by 2 resounding characters. "It's over." Chapter 47. Steamed pork patty with salted egg. "I sincerely apologize, my friend." Da Zhuang has once again contacted the representative of the partnership with whom he had dined previously. Upon hearing Da Zhuang's words, the representative smacked his forehead in realization. This matter reflects poorly on us. He had initially felt quite pleased at the prospect of having a place to seek out the flavors of home whenever he missed them, yet unforeseen troubles have arisen. "Allow me to make a phone call to inquire." "Do not fret." As he spoke, the representative's expression darkened, and he dialed his manager. "Hello, General Manager Liu." The manager's voice was laced with undue flattery. "Xiao Liu, I need to ask you about the situation with the project in the western suburbs. Did I not instruct you on this matter?" General Manager Liu's tone lacked the anticipated severity. The manager, oblivious to the brewing storm in Liu's demeanor, replied, "Ah, yes. General Manager, I investigated, and it turns out that Li Zhuang's team is merely a small workshop. Entrusting a project of such magnitude to them is quite risky. They are not Longting Company, which possesses a reputable standing and experience. I just thought, you thought perhaps it is time for you to take over as the owner of this company. Is that it?" The implication hung thick in the air. "General Manager?" The manager, despite his lack of intelligence, sensed the shift in tone. "I have reviewed the qualifications of Li Zhuang's company, and they are quite commendable. Furthermore, the projects they have completed are exceptionally well executed, General Manager Liu stated gravely. Do you harbor any dissatisfaction with my judgment? That was not my intention. I was merely considering the best interests of our company. The manager's voice trembled with anxiety. Enough. The more I hear, the more irked I become. Pack your things and head to Human Resources to process your paperwork. You are free to join Longting as a manager. General Manager. The manager's protest was abruptly cut off as Liu hung up the phone. I truly apologize, my friend. It is rare for General Manager Liu to lose face in such a manner. He had assured De Zhuang with unwavering confidence that the project would be his, even sharing drinks and brotherly camaraderie, only to have his subordinate undermine him. Li Zhuang felt a wave of dejection wash over him, realizing that this matter was unlikely to have any favorable turn. He mustered a forced smile. Well then, thank you, General Manager Liu. Feeling lost, he pondered how to explain this to his comrades. Do not leave just yet, my friend, Liu called out, seemingly moved by Da Zhuang's despondent expression. With a newfound resolve, he added, I have another project. Li Zhuang's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. General Manager Liu briskly returned to his desk, opened a drawer, and retrieved a meticulously preserved document, handing it to Da Zhuang. Take a look at this. See if it is within your capabilities. Da Zhuang wiped the perspiration from his palms and took the document, his eyes widening in astonishment. It was a government building renovation agreement. I have only recently secured this contract, Liu said with a serious countenance. Being a small company, this contract is of great significance to me, so it is imperative that we execute it flawlessly. Li Zhuang scrutinized the areas requiring renovation and the timeline specified. I can do it. We can accomplish this within the stipulated time frame. As he spoke, he mentally filtered through suitable building materials. After a brief pause, Liu inquired, Brother, could you provide me with a proposal? There is no need for excessive formality. Just convey what needs to be conveyed so that I understand you are aware of the situation. No problem. Da Zhuang Heajili agreed, saying he would wait for you at the small shop at the same time tomorrow. Is that acceptable? Certainly. President Liu happily concurred. Upon returning home, De Zhuang immediately immersed himself in his room, so much so that he couldn't be called out even at mealtime. Sister Tong brought him a bowl filled with an abundance of dishes and rice. As she exited, she was still smiling, wondering what he was writing inside, unable to recognize all the characters and needing to consult a dictionary. Nonetheless, it was a joyful moment. Ding Sha had just been informed by De Zhuang that he would be inviting President Liu tomorrow, asking her to prepare a few items. A glimmer of hope is certainly better than none. After dinner, Ding Sha was in her room exploring recipes for royal pastries when Sister Tong knocked and entered. Sha, are you busy? Not really, just browsing and pondering, Ding Sha replied, inviting her in. What's the matter, Sister Tong? Well, regarding De Zhuang's meals and hosting these past few days, you can just deduct it directly from my wages. Sister Tong said somewhat shyly. She felt a bit embarrassed, not only living here for free, but also hosting guests. No need for that. Ding Sha shook her head. It's just a meal. There's no need to spend money. How can that be? This is certainly not free, Sister Tong said with a gentle yet stubborn demeanor. Despite Ding Sha's prolonged persuasion, she could not sway Sister Tong, ultimately agreeing to her request, while secretly contemplating a minimal deduction as a compromise. The following day, Ding Sha first checked on the little Ping who was just waking up and babbling in an unintelligible language. She kissed his little face and played with him for a while before heading to the kitchen to inspect the ingredients for the day. She planned to make stewed duck with dried tofu, steamed pork patty with salted egg, and finally, a dish of oyster sauce with greens. A piece of lean meat was cut into chunks and then minced, mixed with soy sauce, oil, salt, and starch until well combined, spread evenly on a plate, and topped with 2 salted egg yolks, ready to be steamed. The steamed pork patty with salted egg is a dish cherished by the elders in Guangdong, perhaps due to its traditional roots. Ding Sha recalled that President Liu had enjoyed his meal that day, particularly relishing the traditional Guangdong dishes, and she thought he would surely like this steamed pork patty as well. Indeed, when President Liu saw the meal, his eyes lit up. Steamed pork patty with salted egg? He eagerly took a bite and exclaimed, delicious. He spoke a few phrases in Cantonese as he ate, though it seemed slightly less authentic, perhaps due to his prolonged absence from home. Nevertheless, he was clearly delighted. By the end of the meal, All that remained were empty plates, and President Liu sighed, saying, "It's been so long since I've tasted the flavors of home. After all these years of drifting away, my household registration has changed. My accent has changed, and sometimes I truly wonder if I'm still a Guangdong person." He reminisced about his childhood, playing in the streets, and ultimately sighed deeply. As he was leaving, Ding Sha handed him a neatly packaged takeout box. President Liu paused for a moment. "A little snack for you," Ding Sha said with a smile. He accepted it, and on his way back to the office, he could not resist opening it while sitting in the car. Inside was a box of beautifully arranged bowl cakes, all neatly displayed. Mr. Liu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. In truth, he harbored no fondness for the traditional steamed rice cake, known as bozai gao. During his childhood, his family operated a stall selling this delicacy, and thus, regardless of hunger or cravings, it was always the only treat available to him. On one occasion, he even experienced a bout of nausea after indulging. He had once believed he would never again partake in bozai gao. However, after leaving home, he had not tasted that particular flavor again. Mr. Liu sat in silence for a while before picking one up and placing it in his mouth. The flavor was unchanged, reminiscent of the taste he had longed to escape from in his youth. Yet this time, he consumed it rapidly and with great delight. Perhaps it was a pang of homesickness that prompted his appetite. Mr. Liu wiped his face with his hand. Chapter 48. The icy delight of spring. Without waiting for Sister Tong to receive her salary, Dazhuang hastily packed a small bundle and moved to the construction site. The weather swiftly turned warm, prompting some on the road to don short sleeves. Xiao Jun could no longer bear the heat. He perspired easily and frequently lifted the hem of his shirt to wipe away sweat, revealing his chiseled 8-pack abs, which never failed to leave Ding Sha in awe. As the temperature rose, business began to wane slightly. Du Ruru and Wang Wenhao sat in the hall bickering, while Ding Sha argued with Xiao Jun over whether to purchase domestic or imported formula for little Ping'an. After a protracted debate, they shifted their focus to the optimal time for weaning Ping and off breast milk. Aunt Zhao, the nanny, cheerfully washed little Ping'an's clothes in the backyard, occasionally glancing over at them. This truly was the most comfortable and gentle family she had ever encountered. Not only were her needs for food and shelter met, but the child care was also a breeze, accompanied by delicious meals. This was her first time caring for a little one, and she had even put on a bit of weight. The air conditioner that Xiao Jun had ordered arrived, and the workers, drenched in sweat, busily installed it in various rooms. Ding Sha handed little Ping and over to Aunt Zhao and made her way to the kitchen. She retrieved the new green beans purchased this year, washed them thoroughly, and placed them in a pot to boil. Once the water reached a rolling boil, she uncovered it and simmered it on low heat until the beans softened and began to bloom. She then poured the beans along with the water into a blender, added a handful of sugar, and blended it into a rich green bean paste before continuing to cook it, adding a bit of honey. After boiling, she portioned it out to cool, even adding ice cubes to expedite the process. Once the workers, their faces flushed and bodies slick with sweat, completed their task, they were rewarded with the chilled green bean paste from the boss lady. Refreshingly cool, it was a delightful respite from the heat. They exchanged glances, all feeling a sense of satisfaction from their labor. The foreman, smiling, thanked Ding Sha, handing her his business card. "This is my number, should your air conditioning malfunction. Feel free to call me for repairs." Ding Sha accepted the card and saw Xiao Jun promptly tuck it into his pocket. Amused, she approached him teasingly. "Are you really feeling jealous over this? Where did you acquire such vinegar?" "Authentic Shangxi aged vinegar," Xiao Jun quipped, casting her a sidelong glance. With a smirk, he swiftly pressed a kiss upon her lips, teasing, "How does it taste? Sour or not?" Ding Sha, blushing, playfully swatted at him before retreating back into the kitchen. Wang Wenhao and Du Ruru headed to the nearby wholesale market to pick up the ice cream ordered by Xiao Jun unbeknownst to them. They had developed a habit of whispering sweet nothings to each other. Each time Ding Sha saw Wang Wenhao's cheerful expression, she couldn't help but chuckle. Checking the time, she noted that it was still early. She opened the forbidden recipes of the Liu mansion, eager to craft a traditional Chinese pastry. The pastry cabinet ordered from Uncle Wei had been idle for quite some time, and now seemed the perfect moment to put it to use. After perusing her options, She ultimately decided to make a delicacy called Yangshun Baishua, which sounded refreshingly delightful. She ground together poria, yam, fox nuts, and lotus seeds into a fine powder, mixing it with glutinous rice flour, and white sugar, ensuring an even blend. Next, she added water, kneading it into a suitably soft dough. The traditional Yangshan by Shui cake can be easily shaped and steamed to perfection. However, Ding Sha pondered for a moment and decided to incorporate the leftover red bean paste from yesterday's red bean buns, enveloping it within appropriately sized dough. She then pressed it into a small wooden mold to form floral shapes. After steaming for 20 minutes, the delightful treat was ready to be savored. The Yangshan by Shui cake not only bolsters the spleen and alleviates fatigue, but also aids in reducing swelling and dispelling dampness, while providing energy and calming the mind. Ding Sha presented a plate for everyone to taste. Du Ruru was the first to dash to the table, unceremoniously grabbing a piece, exclaiming with delight as she took a bite. "Oh my goodness, this is absolutely delicious. Ever since I started this part-time job, I've gained so much weight. Yet, I simply cannot resist. Why aren't you gaining weight, boss?" she exclaimed, her mouth full, reaching for another piece. The others showered praise upon the cake. Ding Sha arranged all the Yangshan by Shui cakes on the counter, adorning them with pink floral stationery and elegantly penned descriptions placed at the forefront. Du Ruru gazed at her in envy. "Sister Sha, what a treasure you are. How can you do everything? You are so talented and beautiful. And it's not just you. Your husband is equally flawless, handsome, talented, and wholly devoted to you. I feel like I'm eating lemons here." Wang Wenhao mercilessly teased her, prompting Du Ruru to chase him around the room, playfully hitting him. After catching her breath, Du Ruru returned to Ding Sha, inquiring, "Sister Sha, do you intend to sell pastries here full-time?" Ding Sha nodded. "When I'm not particularly busy or have new treats, I plan to sell them." Du Ruru stroked her chin thoughtfully. "Sister Sha, with your vast array of skills, have you considered sharing these online?" Ding Sha shook her head. "I don't enjoy being in the spotlight. It makes me uncomfortable. But you could just showcase the pastries." Du Ruru insisted, unable to contain her desire to flaunt such beautiful creations. "These are exquisite. They are traditional delicacies. We could share them with everyone." Ding Sha felt a flicker of interest. Although she had made traditional pastries a few times, the turnout had not been as plentiful as she had hoped. People seemed indifferent, even suggesting that those pastries paled in comparison to a slice of layered cake. She yearned to convey the uniqueness of traditional pastries to them. It appeared to fall on deaf ears. They cherish traditional culture, music, and craftsmanship. Why not also appreciate these pastries? Du Ruru reconnaissait Ding Sha's growing enthusiasm. "I promise. I won't take any pictures of you, only of the pastries." After a moment's hesitation, Ding Sha agreed. Xiao Jun, having listened intently, suggested, "If we're going to take photos, I can tidy up that room at the back of the first floor to serve as your pastry studio." The room Xiao Jun referred to as once a shed, remodeled by the previous tenants into an unrecognizable form, which they had dismantled upon moving in. With no immediate plans for its use, it had remained vacant. Now, after a bit of organization, it could beautifully complement the blooming flowers nearby. Du Ruru exclaimed joyfully, "Great. It must look wonderful." The charming Shasha sister crafting exquisite pastries in a delightful setting. "Ah, a feast for the connoisseurs." Wang Wenhao couldn't resist and made a cheeky remark, prompting Du Ruru to squeal and chase after him to playfully hit him. Ding Sha glanced apprehensively at Xiao Jun. "Do you think what I'm doing is right?" "Yes," Xiao Jun replied with unwavering certainty. "Really?" Ding Sha appeared somewhat skeptical. "Indeed," Xiao Jun affirmed with resolute nods. "What if I mess it up?" "You won't," he assured. "How can you be so sure?" Ding Sha shot him an annoyed glare. "Because it's you," Xiao Jun smiled. "Because I believe in you." Chapter 49. Cold noodles with sesame sauce. The forbidden formulas of the Liu Mansion is, in essence, a medical compendium. It contains various nourishing recipes worth exploring. While it is beneficial to peruse this tome, one must always seek medical attention at a hospital when ill. One should never recklessly experiment at home. A pair of pristine white hands lifted the steaming lid, delicately retrieving the translucent spring cakes with a pair of bamboo chopsticks, arranging them neatly on a wooden platter, exuding a refreshing allure. She could not resist pausing the video, swallowing hard, though she had just finished her meal. Stumbling upon this dessert video stirred her appetite irresistibly. It was merely a cake made of poria and yam. Yet why did it appear so delectable on screen? The gentle voice in the background, the slender fingers, and the graceful silhouette only heightened her curiosity. Reclining back on the sofa, she yearned to catch a glimpse of the true visage of the content creator. Meanwhile, Xiao Jun, having watched the video, was silently brooding. Du Ro awkwardly approached Ding Sha, inquiring if she had offended him. "Don't worry about him," Ding Sha replied. "Just attend to your duties. I will soothe him when I have a moment." Despite her outward composure, Du Ro felt a flutter of anxiety within. Each time she witnessed the aloofness of her boss and the way his wife coddled him, she felt a pang of admiration. Sighing, she touched her round face, contemplating how one could indulge in both love and culinary delights without succumbing to weight gain. "Sister-in-law, what as for dinner tonight?" Wang Wenhao observed Du Ro's figure with a puzzled expression, wondering what preoccupations consumed a girl's mind throughout the day. Ding Sha prepared the necessary items for tomorrow's video shoot before seeking out Xiao Jun at the swing. His face bore little expression, seemingly lost in thought. Ding Sha approached, ruffling his freshly cropped hair, sensing his lingering resentment. "Still upset?" she inquired. Xiao Jun remained silent, burying his head in her embrace, feeling the unspoken affection from her partner. Ding Sha smiled softly, questioning how much longer he intended to sulk. "Just a little longer," Xiao Jun mumbled, tightening his grip around her waist. After a few moments of silence, Ding Sha gently asked again, "Are you feeling better yet?" "Not yet," Xiao Jun replied, prolonging his words, "just a bit longer." Ding Sha stroked the back of his neck, waiting patiently for another 3 minutes. "Still not better?" "Not yet," he insisted, holding her even more closely. "Just a little while longer." Ding Sha playfully nudged him. "Hey, why do you say one thing and do another?" Xiao Jun remained steadfast in his embrace, silent. Ding Sha could only pat his back, curious about the cause of his jealousy. "What is the matter? Why are you feeling this way?" "I didn't take anyone's business card," she reassured him. "Many people call you wife." Xiao Jun's voice emerged, tinged with a hint of grievance. "But you are clearly my wife." Only in front of Ding Sha did Xiao Jun transform into a petulant boy, seeking affection and solace, and she was more than willing to indulge him. Upon hearing Xiao Jun's words, she couldn't help but chuckle and playfully remarked, "It's not legal yet. We haven't even obtained the certificate." Xiao Jun promptly shot her a fierce glare, saying through gritted teeth, "Just you wait. I'm almost at my birthday." The age is rapidly approaching. Ding Sha suddenly realized that Xiao Jun's birthday was imminent, something she had completely forgotten amidst her recent busyness. No wonder he had been so irritable. Despite her attempts to soothe him, Ding Sha quickly apologized. "It's my fault, my fault. What do you want to eat? I will make it for you." Xiao Jun furrowed his brow and pouted, looking rather pitiful for a man over 6 feet tall. "I want sesame sauce cold noodles." "All right, I'll make it for you. We'll have it today, okay?" "Not enough. What else do you want?" Xiao Jun cast a glance at her and whispered something in her ear, causing Ding Sha's face to flush deeply. He added, "Tonight, Aunt Zhao will take little Ping into sleep." Ding Sha mumbled an indistinct agreement, treating it as consent. Xiao Jun's spirits lifted, and he settled on the swing, inviting Ding Sha to sit on his lap. She exclaimed in fright, "What if it collapses?" In the kitchen, Wang Wenhao observed the scene with a sense of nostalgia, exchanging a knowing glance with Du Ro. "How intense!" Du Ro paused for a moment before retorting, "You scoundrel," and promptly walked away. Wang Wenhao scratched his head, pondering, if they fight so fiercely, what if someone gets hurt? Why not intervene? Xiao Jun was dispatched by Ding Sha to buy noodles while she rummaged through the kitchen for sesame paste. She poured 2 full jars of sesame paste into a large basin, diluting it with water and sesame oil until it reached a non-sticky consistency. After mixing in chicken essence, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, and aged vinegar, she set it aside. Wang Wenhao swiftly sliced cucumbers, while Xiao Jun insisted he practice his knife skills without any tools. Upon Xiao Jun's return with the noodles, the water was just boiling. A generous handful of noodles was dropped into the pot to cook, then retrieved and submerged in icy water to cool, rendering them delightfully chewy. Once cooled, The noodles were mixed with a drizzle of sesame oil and placed in a large bowl. Chopped cilantro and minced garlic were prepared, alongside thoroughly washed and blanched bean sprouts. Finally, the table was adorned with a spread of noodles, cucumber shreds, bean sprouts, cilantro, minced garlic, chili oil, and sesame sauce. Each person served themselves, taking as much as they desired. Xiao Jun, who had a particular fondness for noodles, was the first to fill his bowl generously. He even added a couple of cloves of raw garlic, savoring the delightful combination of noodles and garlic. In the sweltering heat, indulging in the rich, spicy, and fragrant cold noodles was nothing short of a redemption. Du Ro appeared utterly enchanted by the dish. Eventually, the group polished off all the noodles, each of them reclining in their chairs, sated and unwilling to move. Outside, cicadas began their fervent announcement of summer as passers-by in short sleeves entered, drenched in sweat. "Excuse me? I do like a dish that isn't too hot. What kind of weather is this?" One passerby lamented, sweating profusely. "Is this a day for shopping or for bathing?" Du Ro burst into laughter. "Today is indeed hotter than the previous days. You must be suffering quite a bit running errands in this heat." Indeed, a passerby waved his hand, exclaiming that he would not run anymore, as he was heading home to relax after a meal, feeling utterly exhausted by the heat. "What are you all up to that smells so delightful?" he inquired, his nose twitching as he inhaled the fragrant air. "We had just finished our meal." Du Ro pointed to the uneaten bowls and chopsticks on the table, sesame cold noodles. "Ah, do bring me a serving of those sesame cold noodles," he exclaimed, suddenly invigorated, adding, "I have quite the taste for them, and do include an extra clove of garlic." "Simply exquisite." Ding Sha could not help but remark to Xiao Jun, "Just like you." Xiu Yun remained silent, the lingering spiciness of garlic still on his palate, fearing that speaking might drive Ding Sha away. Wang Wenhao stood up, saying, "Allow me to take care of it. Master and mistress, please take a moment to rest." With that, he made his way to the kitchen. As darkness fell, the setting sun cast a beautiful glow upon the wall. Du Ro picked up her camera, asking Sister Sha, "What shall we photograph today?" "Preserved plums and snowflake cake," came the response. Chapter 50. Candied plums with snowflake cake. To prepare the delicacy, one must grind fresh rice and glutinous rice into a fine powder. If manual grinding seems cumbersome, a high-speed blender can achieve the same result. Next, an appropriate amount of water and sugar should be combined to form a fluffy mixture. Do not fret, as the ideal proportions will be disclosed at the conclusion of the video for those interested in replicating the process. Although the mixture appears fluffy, it is essential to sift it to achieve a finer texture, enhancing the overall mouthfeel. Subsequently, a layer of finely powdered brown sugar should be sifted over the mixture. If the brown sugar at home has clumped, it can be pulverized using a blender. Then, take the square mold that was prepared in advance, layering the cake powder and brown sugar alternately, ensuring the top is smoothed out. Depending on the size of the mold, one may choose to cut it into smaller pieces. However, in my case, the mold is rather small, and cutting it further would result in a negligible yield, so I opted not to cut. The next step involves steaming the mixture for approximately 30 minutes. Once cooked, remove it from a mold and adorn the top with the prepared candied plums. Candied plums can be purchased pre-made, but if the flavor is unsatisfactory, I can later demonstrate how to make them from scratch. Du Ro aimed her camera at the neatly arranged white square cakes on the wooden platter, showcasing their exquisite beauty. "Perfect." After capturing enough footage, she switched off the camera, declaring her intent to edit the video. "I'll assist shortly." "Go ahead, take your time," Ding Sha nodded, carrying the pastries out to Xiao Jun whenever she recorded videos. The limited number of cakes she produced often became Xiao Jun's delightful snacks to nibble on. Consuming sweets daily, Ding Sha harbored serious doubts about his recent complaints of toothaches being due to cavities. In the living room, everyone gathered around the television. Ding Sha glanced around, noticing the absence of Sister Tong. "Where is she?" "Oh, she went out to buy reading glasses. De Zhuang's clothes are worn out, and she mentioned she could mend them for further use, but her eyesight has deteriorated, so she decided to visit the nearby thrift market to find a pair." Aunt Zhuang replied. Just as her words faded, Sister Tong entered, accompanied by Si Lo. "Little Lo," Ding Sha exclaimed, surprised by the black gauze wrapped around his arm. "Sister Sha." Silu initially maintained a brave facade, but upon seeing the familiar concerned faces, he could no longer hold back his tears. My mother. I. I no longer have a mother. Ding Sha was taken aback and quickly urged him to sit down. Don't cry, don't cry. What happened? Sister Sha Sha. Silu sobbed. My mother drank too much, suffered from alcohol poisoning, and couldn't be saved. Ding Sha was momentarily speechless. Oh my, then what now? She hastily inquired. What is the current situation? Have the arrangements been made? What will you do moving forward? What about Xiao Shi too? Is he all right? With a quivering voice, Si Lu replied, the community committee helped with the arrangements. They said they would send Xiao Shi to the orphanage and I must go too. Ding Sha felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. May I refrain from going? The welfare institution they mentioned is one I have visited before, filled with unruly children who engage in daily fights and bullying. I do not wish for Little Stone to be a part of that environment. Ding Sha steadied himself and turned to seek assistance from Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun approached, his voice grave. Do not rush. Share your thoughts with me, and only then can I assist you. I wish to continue working for you. I can provide for Little Stone. Sita replied, have you considered what would happen if your earnings are insufficient to support both of you? Furthermore, Little Stone will need to attend school. He too requires sustenance. What about your studies? Have you contemplated the impact of working on your education? And a more pressing concern, what will transpire once you enter university? Have you given that any thought? Xiao Jun crouched down to meet Si Li's gaze. You are growing up, becoming a man. I understand your desire to shoulder the responsibilities of supporting a family, but such a decision must be made with careful consideration, lest it result in regret. I understand. Si Lu murmured, his head bowed. I am capable. I can endure hardships. Xiao Jun found himself at a loss for how to articulate the complexities of the situation, hoping to make Si Lu realize that such a monumental task could not be accomplished with mere determination. Xiao Jun was not concerned about the financial burden. Rather, he feared Si Li's future regrets. Sleepless nights spent pondering the choices he made today, decisions that would echo throughout the decades to come. The atmosphere became tense. Aunt Zhuang observed Si Lu and then Xiao Jun, and suddenly spoke, I have an idea. Ding Sha looked at her. Aunt Zhuang hesitated for a moment before speaking plainly. I have been thinking of adopting you. She continued, I am all alone now. My husband and children are gone. At my age, I have no desire to seek companionship, and I do not wish to take on others' burdens. Instead, I propose to adopt you and Little Stone to live with me. I will provide for your education and meals, and when I can no longer care for myself, you will support me in my old age. What do you think? Silu wiped away his tears. I am willing. As he began to accept the kindness of these newfound acquaintances, he could not help but think how wonderful it would be if they were a family, and now it seemed possible. Silu touched the black silk on his arm, silently resolving to pursue their own happiness. Mother, you have never held me close or embraced me since my birth, and Little Stone has never experienced a mother's love. Since I became aware, I have worked to earn money for you, buying you drinks and meals. I have repaid the debt of your motherhood. Henceforth, I too shall seek our own happiness. If fate permits in the next life, we shall surely be a close and loving mother and son. With these thoughts, Silu stood and bowed deeply to Aunt Zhuang. I am willing. Aunt Zhuang smiled joyfully. Good. Auntie, you wish to adopt us? Our home may be humble, but it can provide shelter from the elements. I keep it clean daily, and you're always welcome to stay. Silu produced a key from his pocket. This is the key to our home. If you're not busy, I can take you to see it. There is no need to rush. Aunt Zhuang waved her hand dismissively, asserting that proper procedures must first be followed to establish the connection. As she spoke, a thought crossed her mind. Where is Shi to? Where could that little one be? Si Lu replied, I instructed him to wait at the community center with the auntie there. He has been feeling a bit under the weather lately, and I feared he might catch a chill. I have my mother's phone, so if anything arises, she will contact me. Just then, the phone in his pocket rang. Sila took it out and saw it was the aunt from the community center. Auntie? Little Lu, this is terrible. I just stepped out to pick up a document, and upon my return, I discovered Shi too is missing. What? Si Lu exclaimed, his anxiety mounting. When I got back, the door was open, and upon entering, I found that the little sofa where Shi too usually lies was empty. Auntie, Please look around the vicinity. I will return home immediately. Silu turned and dashed out. I will drive you, Xiao Jun said, removing his apron to follow. Ding Sha asked Sister Tong and Du Ro to manage the shop. Then joined Wang, Wen Hao, and An Zhang, realizing that having more people would expedite the search. Where could Shirtu have gone? Silu was on the verge of tears when suddenly an epiphany struck him. I know. Shirtu must be there. Chapter 51. Chicken and vegetable pie. The group finally drove to the original location of the small shop. As expected, they spotted a tiny figure at the entrance, peering through the dust-laden door. Little Stone, without waiting for the car to come to a complete stop, Silu rushed out and scooped him up. After examining him thoroughly and finding no issues, he sighed in relief. Exhausted, he sat down on the ground, overwhelmed with emotions, and could only utter, "You nearly gave me a heart attack." Little Stone sat beside him, his sun-kissed face nuzzling against Silu as he softly whined. Annie 1T opened the door. Silu remained silent, merely observing the child. Stone repeated, Annie 1T opened the door. There was a hint of grievance in his voice. Annie 1T opened the door. I knocked for a long time. He even showed Silu his little hand, which was red from knocking. Silu felt a pang of sympathy as he looked at the child's hand. Are you foolish? If she doesn't open the door, why keep knocking? I miss Annie. Little Stone blinked, watching Silu blow gently on his palm, causing him to giggle. The tickling sensation made him instinctively shrink his neck. As Annie Zhuang stepped out of the car, she spotted the beaming Little Stone and breathed a sigh of relief. Stone. Her unique way of calling him made him turn instantly, and upon seeing her, he joyfully patted Silu, exclaiming, Auntie, Auntie. Silu smiled and lifted him up, saying, Yes, Auntie, but you might have to call me Mommy from now on. Mommy? Little Stone repeated in confusion, reaching out to touch the black veil on Silu's arm. Mommy is sleeping. He was referring to the last time he saw his mother, lying cold in the morgue, unresponsive to his calls. You wouldn't understand. Silu chuckled softly, deciding it was best to leave it at that. He handed Little Stone over to Annie Zhuang, who received him with a warm embrace. Oh my, let Annie see, why are you so thin? Where's Annie's little piggy gone? Little Stone briefly forgot the trials of the past few months, happily wriggling in Auntie Zhuang's arms. When Ding Sha and Xiao Jun approached, he glanced at Ding Sha and exclaimed, Belly, the belly is gone. Only a little brother remains. Do you want to see him? Ding Sha playfully pinched his cheek. Brother. Little Stone was overjoyed. Thus the group, accompanied by the two children, drove back to the small shop. Du Ro had been waiting at the entrance, her mind wandering until she spotted the familiar car. Exclaiming joyfully, They're back. They're back. As the car came to a halt, she rushed over, asking, Did you find Stone? Annie Zhuang carried Stone out of the car. Look, here he is, the little rascal. Du Ro teased him for a moment, but noticing his fatigue, she stepped aside to let him enter. Once Annie Zhuang had lulled Little Stone to sleep and returned, Ding Sha inquired of Silu, What happened to Stone? He seems different from before the pandemic. Sa felt somewhat despondent. I was unaware of the situation during my evening study session at school, only to discover upon returning home that he had been burning with fever all day without anyone to care for him. My mother had vanished, and the door was locked, leaving Shirtu unable to escape. By the time I got him to the hospital, he was in such a state. The doctor mentioned that he might be a bit slow in his responses from now on, but he would not be foolish. Sile felt a twinge of guilt. Had he not returned late, Shirtu would not have ended up like this. Due to Shitu's slight delay in reaction, I feared he might be bullied, which is why I was reluctant to send him to the welfare institution. That place is truly terrifying. It's all right. We will take our time to teach and heal him. He will surely improve. Ding Sha gently patted Sile's head, assuring him that it was merely a matter of being slightly slow, and they would patiently practice together. Ding Sha gazed at the back of Sile's head, silently sighing. He was still a child. Why must he bear such burdens? Xiao Jun patted Ding Sha's shoulder. She glanced at him, smiled faintly, and turned to enter the kitchen. The two children must be hungry after all their antics, and she intended to prepare something delicious for them. Fresh chicken breast was diced and ground into a paste, while broccoli, carrots, and corn kernels were blanched, with the carrots and broccoli chopped finely. After combining all the ingredients, she seasoned them with pepper, starch, cooking wine, soy sauce. oyster sauce, and salt, mixing them in one direction until they formed small patties the size of her palm. In a frying pan, she cooked them until both sides turned golden and cooked through. Meanwhile, Wang Wenhao on the side prepared a pot of seaweed and egg drop soup. By the time the meal was ready, little Shirdu groggily awoke, sitting dazedly on the bed, neither crying nor making a fuss. Lost in thought as he stared at his tiny feet, Aunt Zhuang entered and gently touched his little face, asking if he was hungry. After a moment of contemplation, Shirtu nodded. "Let us go, it's time for dinner." Aunt Zhuang lifted him into her arms. The patties were fragrant and tender, with a savory meat flavor, and the two brothers ate heartily without lifting their heads. They even finished the entire pot of soup, primarily consumed by Sile, while Shirtu, having eaten his fill, began to play with his fingers, oblivious to the world around him. "Auntie, I want to sell the house and let Shirtu live with you. Would that be all right?" Sile proposed. "Huh? What? And where will you go if the house is sold?" Aunt Zhuang was taken aback. "I can stay at school. The high school entrance examination is approaching, and once I enroll in high school, I can apply to live on campus. Shirtu is very attached to you, and I would feel reassured if he stayed with you," Sal explained. "In a couple of days, once my mother's funeral arrangements are finalized, I will seek out an agent to sell the house." "No, in my opinion, you should keep this house," Aunt Zhuang insisted. "Why sell it? Listen to me. Don't mind if I sound harsh, but as long as the house is there, you have a home, a sense of peace. If this house is gone, then you truly have no home." Sile shook his head. "This house holds little significance for me. Selling it for money would be beneficial for both Shirtu and me. Rest assured, when I grow up, I will buy you a bigger house." "I'm not adopting you out of greed for your house," Aunt Zhuang retorted. "I have enough to eat and a place to stay, and every month, Shasha still pays me a salary. So, supporting the two of you is more than manageable." "I understand," Sila laughed, "but I wish to purchase it for you." After much debate, neither party was willing to concede. It was only after Ding Sha's persuasion that Si Lu agreed to wait until his 18th year to discuss the matter further, should he still desire to sell the house. That evening, Si Lu stayed at the small shop. Ding Sha even jested with Xiao Jun, relieved that they had moved to a larger residence, or else they would have struggled to accommodate everyone. The next day, Si Lu promptly registered for school. It was not until he completed the high school entrance examination that he took Aunt Zhuang and Shirtu to handle the household registration and adoption procedures. Upon their return, apart from the somewhat bewildered Shirtu, both of their faces reflected a myriad of emotions. Ding Sha prepared a lavish feast and had intentionally closed the shop early, eager to celebrate with Aunt Zhuang and Si Lu. With tears welling in his eyes, Si Lu expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Thank you all, truly. Thank you." After finishing his drink, he bowed deeply in appreciation. Chapter 52. Longevity Noodles. "Oh dear, my esteemed master's wife." As Wang Wenhao stepped out of the backyard, he was taken aback to see Ding Sha standing atop a stool, gesturing with a wooden board against the wall. Alarmed, he rushed over, exclaiming, "You nearly gave me a heart attack. If you need anything, just call my name and I shall come at once. If my master sees this, I'm finished." "Is it really that dramatic?" Ding Sha descended from the stool just as he arrived. "Come take a look. Does this placement seem appropriate? What should I be looking at?" Wang Wenhao replied, accepting the wooden board, revealing 3 large characters: Wang Family Cuisine. He paused, speechless. "I discussed this with A. Jun yesterday," Ding Sha continued. "He believes it is time for you to engage with your grandfather's recipes. Coincidentally, Uncle Wei has prepared the names and signs for these dishes, making it an opportune moment to unveil them." Master S. wife Wang Wenhao was at a loss for words. His father had sent the recipes out. He had no justification to shamelessly ask for them back. Not only had he insisted on taking a master, but he had also requested a dedicated display of Wang Family Cuisine at the establishment. He wiped his face, saying, Master S. wife, I will certainly dedicate myself to cooking well." Ding Sha nodded, patting his shoulder. "We've seen your potential. It's merely been squandered until now. Had you studied under old Mr. Wang from a young age, you would undoubtedly surpass our teachings. However, the past is immutable. What is done is done. Focus on learning and improving now, understand?" Ding Sha, concerned that he might still be grappling with his past, felt compelled to elaborate. "I understand, Master S. wife. Rest assured, I won't dwell on it. Whatever my master instructs, I shall follow, he assured her. You little rascal. Why haven't you been this obedient before? If you had listened for the past decade, I could have lived for another century. Wang Xingyang's voice boomed from the doorway. Wang Wenhao was momentarily stunned. Dad! Wang Xingyang snorted. Your mother is worried and sent me to check on you. I'm doing well, Dad. Please tell Mom not to worry. I will certainly carry on my grandfather's culinary legacy with great dedication, Wang Wenhao proclaimed earnestly. Wang Xingyang's expression softened slightly as he turned to Ding Sha with a smile. Boss lady, this little rascal of ours is quite resilient. If he makes mistakes, feel free to scold him. He holds no grudges. Indeed, my father speaks true. Wang Wenhao nodded vigorously. If I err, just reprimand me directly. Ding Sha could only chuckle at the absurdity. Why is everyone standing around? Xiao Jun had returned, having just come back from the maternity store, as little Ping and was weaning off breastfeeding. Xiao Jun entered carrying a mound of formula, and Ding Sha hurried to take it from him. Did you purchase so much? Ping and has a hearty appetite. These past few days, Aunt Zhao has mentioned that he fusses at night, demanding 2 feedings before he will sleep. Before I left, I held him, and my goodness, he has gained quite a bit of weight. Xiao Jun didn't allow her to assist, but carried the items to the back himself. After setting down the formula, he returned. Has Uncle Wang come? Care to sit for a moment? I'll pour you some tea. No. I'm merely passing by to check in. I must get to the shop to supervise. Wang Xingyang quickly waved his hand. Just carry on with your activities. With swift movements, he stepped outside. Why has the old man come? Xiao Jun felt a tinge of curiosity. To visit Wenhao. Ding Sha gently pressed a warm towel to his face, scolding him with fervor, yet inwardly thinking, the old gentleman is tough on the outside but soft-hearted within. What shall we have for dinner? Xiao Jun glanced at the array of dishes on the table. Go out to eat? Ding Sha was puzzled. Aren't you the one who runs a restaurant? Why go out? Have you forgotten what day it is today? Xiu Yun pinsitia knows playfully. What day? Ding Sha looked utterly perplexed. She casually tucked a passing egg yolk into her arms, which looked at her calmly before settling down to doze off. It's your birthday. Xiao Jun found it amusing that she could forget her own special day. Ah. Ding Sha then recalled. No wonder she had felt as if something was amiss these past few days. Is it the teacher's birthday? Wang Wenhao chimed in excitedly. Then we must have a grand feast. A birthday celebration? Ding Sha suddenly felt as if she had aged considerably to warrant such a celebration. I'll search for renowned birthday banquets and quickly make a reservation. Duhu adid shefudi. Ding Sha laughed. Fine, I shall go change into something suitable. Yay! Du Ro cheered as she dashed off to find her phone. They ultimately settled on a nearby restaurant reputed for its longevity noodles. Ding Sha donned an exquisite ethnic embroidered long dress, exuding an ethereal charm. The group proceeded towards the restaurant, consisting of Ding Sha, Xiao Jun, Du Ro, Wang Wenhao, Sister Tong, Aunt Zhuang, Aunt Zhao, Little Ping and Little Stone. De Zhuang, upon receiving the news, hurried over while Si Lu remained at school for self-study and could not join. The banquet hall was spacious, and after Xiao Jun ordered the signature birthday banquet, the dishes arrived at a surprisingly swift pace, featuring fish, shrimp, and pork knuckles. There were options for frying, steaming, boiling, and more. They even presented a small cake. The longevity noodles also came out promptly. Ding Sha took a bite. The broth was rich with chicken flavor, delectable and fragrant. The handmade noodles were chewy, accompanied by mushrooms, greens, and a piece of chicken. The portion was modest, and Ding Sha finished it quickly. Throughout the meal, they shared drinks and laughter, reveling in the joyous atmosphere. Ding Sha, delighted, imbibed quite a bit, surrounded by family celebrating her birthday, filling her heart with joy. The consequence of her merriment was that she became tipsy, feeling lightheaded. The journey back was tranquil, yet upon arriving, she began to playfully misbehave. She wasn't completely drunk, but occasionally caused a ruckus, enough to stir the hearts of those around her. Xiao Jun effortlessly carried Ding Sha back to her room, observing her slightly fluttering eyelids, her rosy cheeks, and the intoxicating scent of alcohol on her breath. Unable to resist, he kissed her tenderly. Ding Sha did not protest, gazing at him softly, playfully pushing Xiao Jun away with gentle huffs when he pressed too close. Of course, Her feeble attempts were futile. Xiu Yun leaned over her, studying her closely. He relished the act of gazing at Ding Sha, his eyes filled with an unmistakable possessiveness. Ding Sha felt a sense of dizziness, her vision clouded. In a half-dreaming state, she perceived the overhead lights swaying, and she wondered if it was she herself who swayed. Awakening in the latter part of the night, parched and restless, she carelessly donned a garment to cover herself before descending to quench her thirst. Xiao Jun was absent. The gentle sound of water trickling from the shower filled the air. Ding Sha felt a slight ache in her body, longing to bathe once Xiao Jun emerged. When he finally appeared, clad only in shorts, droplets cascaded down his chest and muscles, vanishing into the shadows of his attire. Upon opening her eyes, Ding Sha felt a surge of desire. Xiu Yun, fully aware of her reaction, approached her in 2 strides, guiding her into the depths of the bed. The gasp that nearly escaped her lips was silenced by another's presence. As the moonlight quietly danced around the window, illuminating the delicate, pale hand clasped tightly by a larger one. Even the moonlight seemed to blush. Chapter 53. Vegetable salad. As Xiao Jun entered the room, she noticed Ding Sha lost in thought. "What troubles your mind?" she inquired with curiosity, gently brushing Ding Sha's hair aside. "Ping'an seems rather peculiar today," Ding Sha replied. "What is the matter? Is he unwell?" Xiao Jun took a seat. "Not ill," Ding Sha mused, stroking her chin. "He just keeps staring at me, neither crying nor fussing, and he wants to be held. Isn't that typical of him?" Xiu Yun xiaokut. "He can be so endearing while also being a little trickster." Reflecting on it, Ding Sha agreed. Usually, after throwing a fit, he would fix her with an innocent gaze, pretending not to notice her presence despite singing loudly. "I truly wish to know what thoughts occupy his little mind," Ding Sha declared, rising to her feet. "Indeed, I am equally curious." Xiao Jun followed suit. The couple made their way into little Ping An's room, where Aunt Zhao was preparing his formula. With unwavering focus, he gazed at the bottle. Upon hearing their voices and spotting Ding Sha, he began to stare intently at her, cooing and reaching out with his tiny hands for a hug. Ding Sha hurried over, scooping him up. "Oh, where did this little darling come from? Let Mama have a look," she exclaimed, showering him with affectionate kisses, enchanted by the sweet scent of the baby. "So beautiful, so well-behaved, so adorable." Cradling Ping An, she began to sway gently, walking around the room. After Aunt Zhao tested the milk's temperature, she handed the bottle to Ding Sha. "I'll go wash Ping An's little blanket and other linens. The sun is lovely today. They'll dry nicely." "Thank you, Aunt Zhao," Ding Sha smiled. "In a bit, Xiao Jun and I will take him out for a stroll." Aunt Zhao, burdened with a pile of linens, made her way to the courtyard. Ding Sha gathered a large bundle of items and placed them beneath the stroller while Xiao Jun pushed it, holding Ping An in her arms, eager to explore the outside world. Since little Ping An had hardly ventured out, she wanted to show him the sights. Ping An nestled against her neck, occasionally twisting to glance at Xiao Jun or peering up at Ding Sha. They ventured to a nearby shopping mall. Along the way, Xiao Jun surprised Ding Sha with a cup of milk tea, while he cradled Ping and little Ping and sat securely in his father's arms, curiously observing his mother. "Would you like a sip?" Ding Sha asked playfully, inadvertently inserting the straw into Xiao Jun's mouth. Xiao Jun grimaced after tasting it and pushed it away, finding it overly sweet and puzzling as to its appeal. Ding Sha dismissed his reaction and savored her drink with delight. "What splendid weather!" She squinted against the sun. "I recall there's a toy store in the mall. Let us choose some enlightening toys for Ping An." She began counting off on her fingers, listing numeral cards, alphabet cards, and various other items to consider. "Isn't a bit early for that?" Xiu Yun post, surprised. "Let's buy them first, and we can sort out later," Ding Sha replied. It seemed a common trait among women. When in high spirits, they couldn't resist the urge to shop. They strolled into the mall, and only after Ding Sha finished her milk tea did she take Ping An back, allowing Xiao Jun a moment to rest. Ping An has always been obedient, nestled comfortably in the embrace of his parents, occasionally emitting soft coos to signify his engagement in the discourse of shopping opinions. On the way home, Ding Sha continues to hold Ping An, exclaiming, "Oh dear, how well-behaved our baby is today." She pretends to ponder for a moment, concluding that a reward is in order. In response, Ping'an playfully grasps her finger resting against his chin, cooing in agreement. Ding Sha wipes his drool and asks, "Shall we prepare some rice cereal for you when we get home? How about carrot flavor?" Aware of the universal aversion children have towards carrots, she has strategically arranged for carrot-flavored baby rice cereal to be introduced on Ping'an's very first day of solid food, aiming to cultivate an affinity for this oft-despised vegetable within him. Upon returning, the little shop is bustling with preparations. Ping'an, weary and struggling to keep his eyes open, clings to Ding Sha's hair. She gently sets him down, planting a tender kiss on his cheek before stepping out. Wang Wenhao is still in the kitchen, poring over recipes, while the wall displays only 2 dishes, both of which were approved by Wang Jingyang and Xiao Jun before being showcased. Du Ro, half asleep with a notebook in hand, edits videos, her mind drifting as she captures the blooming flowers that have flourished in the yard, a vivid tapestry of colors. Delighted by the floral beauty, Du Ro insists on filming numerous videos with Ding Sha. Their footage has evolved to incorporate flowers into pastries, and the viewership on their video platform is quite impressive. This account, dedicated to sharing traditional confections, has garnered a substantial following and received numerous promotional offers, all of which Ding Sha has graciously declined. Recently, Xiao Jun has brought home a computer and, having stumbled upon video editing techniques, has developed an insatiable curiosity. He is determined to learn diligently at home, asserting his ambition to surpass Du Ro and become the foremost supporter of Ding Sha's endeavors. Du Ro, with newfound confidence, faces Xiao Jun without fear, declaring, I'm a student of editing on the brink of graduate school. Though you are impressive, surpassing me will be quite a challenge." Yet 2 months later, she finds herself feeling less certain. Xiao Jun truly begins to carve out his own niche, displaying an unexpectedly sophisticated aesthetic reminiscent of traditional ink landscape paintings, harmonizing beautifully with Ding Sha's style. Du Ro occasionally wonders how this couple manages to excel in every aspect: good looks, prosperous lives, intelligence, a harmonious relationship, and a charming child. It seems almost unfair. Frustrated, she takes a bite of the weight loss meal that Ding Sha has specially prepared for her. Indeed, in response to numerous customer requests, the little shop has introduced a summer special of weight loss meals, and the dish she is enjoying is particularly popular. It consists of oil-free pan-seared cod, a generous serving of bitter chrysanthemum lettuce and other greens, accompanied by broccoli, tomatoes, avocado, corn, chickpeas, and a handful of mixed grain rice, along with 2 small purple sweet potatoes and a boiled egg. Although it appears plentiful, the caloric content remains remarkably low. When topped with Ding Sha's specially crafted oil and vinegar dressing or low-fat sesame sauce, there is no sense of deprivation typically associated with dieting. Many young women come to grab a portion to take away, especially after Sister Tong starts juicing fruits and vegetables nearby, further boosting its popularity. Ding Sha, with her phone in hand, scrolled through videos, contemplating what to film next. The little egg yolk nestled against her leg, playfully seeking her affection, while 2 kittens meowed and climbed onto the stool, eager to perch upon her lap. Aunt Zhuang was absent, having gone to visit Si Li's school. Si Lu was soon to face the high school entrance examination, and the teachers had urged every parent to familiarize themselves with the advantages and disadvantages of high school selections. Little Shi, too, had also been sent to kindergarten. Although he was somewhat slow to react, he was obedient and well-behaved, with a little girl in his class looking out for him. Lin Jiayu entered, relishing the refreshing coolness inside. He donned a crisp white shirt, its sleeves neatly rolled up, and his hair was impeccably styled. A book was in his hand, suggesting he had just finished class before arriving. Wearing silver-rimmed gray glasses, he bore a gentle smile, inquiring if the proprietress had introduced new desserts, expressing his intention to lend his support. Chapter 54. The Peony Flower Pastry. It has been a while since you last visited. As Ding Sha smiled and served him a glass of mint lemonade, she took a seat and asked, "Would you like something to eat? Do you still have that peony flower pastry you featured in your video a few days ago?" Lin Jiayu inquired with a smile. "As soon as I finished watching the video, I knew I had to come over. It's not difficult to make. I happen to have some today. I'll go fetch it," Ding Sha replied as she stood up, also calling to do ro to prepare some tea. Traditional Chinese pastries are best enjoyed with tea. Du Ro excitedly placed a pot of the prized Taiping Ho Kuei tea before Wang Wenhao, who was visibly touched. After setting down the tea, Du Ro asked, "Are you Professor Lin?" Lin Jiayu paused for a moment. "You know me?" "Yes, yes. I am a student of Professor Lu Yongfang. He often mentions you in class." Du Ro eagerly nodded. "Ah, Professor Lu," Lin Jiayu gently smiled. "He is an exceptional teacher who has imparted much knowledge to me. You should learn diligently from him." Du Ro nodded vigorously, unable to contain herself. Professor Lin, most of the videos by Sha were edited by me. Could you possibly give me some feedback on my work?" She felt a bit shy. Lin Jiayu was genuinely pleased. A student's eagerness to learn is something every teacher appreciates. After a brief contemplation, he offered several suggestions for improvement. Du Ro quickly grabbed the menu to take notes. When Ding Sha returned, she witnessed this scene. Du Ro, clutching her notes, had retreated to practice her skills. Ding Sha smiled and offered her a taste. "Here, try this." Lin Jiayu examined the delicacy closely. "It looks exquisite. Could you explain it to me in detail?" "Of course," Ding Sha replied as she settled down. "This is a small pastry mentioned in Dream of the Red Chamber. It was referenced during Granny Lu's second visit to the Grandview Garden. You prepare glutinous rice flour and wheat starch, adding hot water gradually while stirring. Once it forms a fluffy texture, you place it on a board, incorporating lard until a dough is formed. Extract the pomegranate seeds to obtain juice due to the numerous seeds. It is best to use a juicer and subsequently filter it through cheesecloth, though a mortar and pestle will suffice. Knead part of the dough with pomegranate juice to achieve a pale pink hue and another portion with pumpkin juice for a vibrant yellow. The technique is not particularly challenging. However, shaping the dough into flowers requires some skill." As Ding Sha pushed the plate towards Lin Jiayu, she added, after shaping the flowers, "Steam them for 4 to 5 minutes, and they will be ready to eat." Lin Jiayu gazed at the exquisite and beautiful pastry, momentarily hesitant to take a bite. The pink petals and yellow stamens layered artfully were truly a sight to behold, appearing almost lifelike. "What a masterpiece!" Lin Jiayu exclaimed in admiration. "Would you like to try it?" Ding Sha offered. In truth, it does not taste as delightful as it appears, but its beauty is undeniable. After finally summoning the resolve to take a bite, Lin Jiayu had to concede to her statement. After sipping some tea to cleanse his palate, he broached the purpose of his visit. "I have some matters I wish to discuss with you." Lin Jiayu produced a stack of papers, emphasizing the unique nature of our course, which places significant value on practical work. "I wish to bring my students here for a photo shoot. With graduation approaching, they require a final project to accompany their resumes." What Lin Jiayu presented was a contract detailing the shooting location, schedule, and requirements, as well as the compensation for the shoot. In previous years, we would typically rent a small garden for its variety, but this year as circumstances are exceptional. So I have set my sights on your remarkable venue as our shooting material. Lin Jiayu winked playfully, a rare display of whimsy. Ding Sha flipped through the contract, and without much contemplation, agreed, saying, "All right, just inform me a day in advance of your arrival, so I can clear the space." "No need," Lin Jiayu replied. "The restaurant patrons also contribute to the scenery, provided they have obtained consent from others." Once everything was settled, Lin Jiayu stood, brushing off his clothing. "It's getting late. I must take my leave." Ding Sha accompanied him to the door, extending an invitation for a future visit. "I will certainly come again," Lin Jiayu said, waving his hand gracefully as he strode away. "Why are you so kind to him?" Sha inquired, feeling a twinge of discomfort as she approached. "Do you not find him impressive?" Ding Sha continued to gaze at Lin Jiayu's upright figure. "I am impressive too," Sha declared, lifting her arm to showcase her muscles. "It's different," Ding Sha responded, wrapping her arm around Sha's. "Lin is the kind of person who is both gentle and powerful. He is genuinely heartbroken, yet resolute. His eyes allow no room for doubt. After years of affection, he can simply let go. Moreover, he has adjusted remarkably quickly, as if nothing could ever bring him down. He seems forever capable of moving forward with love and tenderness." Understanding her sentiment, Sha patted her head, allowing her to lean on her shoulder. "We too shall carry on, always with love. Ding Sha smiled. Sha Sha. Du Ruru burst into the room with urgency. There's a major issue. What is it? Speak slowly. Don't rush, Ding Sha replied, startled by her demeanor. Do you know the famous pickled vegetable factory fan, Xiang Xiang? Of course, we have plenty at home. Ding Sha pointed towards the kitchen, noting that whenever her homemade pickles fell short, she would use those from that brand, which are both delicious and clean. He sent me a message, Du Ruru exclaimed, pointing excitedly at her phone. What did he say? An invitation for a job? Wang Wenhao interjected. Get lost. Du Ruru retorted angrily before continuing. It wasn't tea for me. It was a message sent to Sha Sha's account. For me? Ding Sha asked, puzzled. Why would he message me? They mentioned two things. The first was to inquire if you would consider co-branding a new series of pickles, and the second was to ask if you would be open to promotion. Promotion? Co-branding? Ding Sha felt utterly bewildered. It is as follows. Although the brand Fang Xiang enjoys considerable notoriety, it has struggled to achieve significant profits in recent years, leaving the factory on the brink of closure. Thus, Du Ruru contemplated a breakthrough, considering it a final endeavor. She expressed her bewilderment and, upon conducting some research, discovered that such a seemingly outstanding factory was indeed facing dire straits. Ding Sha hesitated momentarily, prompting Du Ruru to propose, Sister, if you're concerned, why not visit their factory for an on-site inspection? If the situation is as dire as suggested, we can then deliberate on whether to proceed. Ding Sha pondered this suggestion and deemed it feasible, promptly instructing Du Ruru to respond. The representatives from Fang Xiang readily agreed to the visit, even covering the round-trip airfare and accommodation expenses. Xiao Jun remained behind to oversee the shop, while Ding Sha accompanied Du Ruru on their journey. After approximately 3 days, they returned, travel-worn yet triumphant, bearing the signed contract. Chapter 55. Heartbreak Liangfen, is there some sort of magic in our shop? Du Ruru said, her face a portrait of confusion. What's the matter? Ding Sha, who was in the midst of adjusting the recipe for the pickled vegetables for the third time, inquired curiously. Well, I just heard about the third couple breaking up this month. Du Ruru replied, feeling exasperated. Ah, breakup season? Ding Sha pondered for a moment. Du Ruru considered this and nodded. Perhaps it is, if it weren't for the pandemic. We would probably be entering graduation breakup season. Speaking of which, it seems that during this time, the trees at school shed even more leaves. Ha! How about we make some heartbreak Liangfen today? Ding Sha suggested with a spark of inspiration. Heartbreak Liangfen? Let me look it up. Du Ruru posed. Isn't that a spicy snack? No, Ding Sha replied, placing the prepared pickled vegetables into a small glass jar devoid of water or oil, and then into the refrigerator. It's similar to Chuanbei Liangfen, another type of cold noodle dish that has a numbing and spicy flavor. Are we not making pastries? Special circumstances call for special measures. Once prepared, it can be added to the menu for sale. The Liangfen is made from pea flour. After mixing, it is set aside to solidify, which takes a bit of time. Therefore, Ding Sha took a newly purchased round-bottom vase to arrange some flowers. The various flowers in the yard had grown too exuberantly, with many thorny branches exceeding the originally planned flower bed and spilling onto the path. Just the other day, Aunt Zhao had gotten scratched. Ding Sha decided to buy numerous vases, pruning where needed, discarding what should be discarded. The arranged flowers were perfectly suited to adorn the tables inside the restaurant, bringing both fragrance and beauty. Once the Liangfen solidified, it was cut into small pieces and topped with scallions, garlic, cilantro, and a specially crafted Sichuan-style spicy seasoning. The dish was numbing and fragrant, causing those who partook to sweat and tear up, truly embodying the name Heartbreak Liangfen. Having made plenty of Liangfen, Du Ruru retrieved the menu to have Ding Sha write down the new dish and assisted in placing the arranged flowers outside. Recently, the restaurant had acquired several new decorations and furnishings, many of which were gifts from Uncle Wei, while others were creatively crafted by Xiao Jun, all displayed in the dining area, exuding a whimsical charm. Aunt Zhao was taking a peaceful nap, while Xiao Jun had stepped out for unknown errands. Wang Wenhao was in the kitchen diligently honing his knife skills. He was quite slender and lacked strength, so he had been eating voraciously to gain weight. A girl walked in and asked, "Are you open now?" "We are indeed open. Please have a seat, and I'll bring you a menu." Ding Sha replied as he handed her the menu. I'd do like a sweet and sour pork tenderloin, and I'll also have a heartbreak liangfen, please." "Oh, and a freshly squeezed fruit juice as well." The girl ordered swiftly. Ding Sha conveyed her order to Wang, one hao in the back, and then brought out the liangfen. The girl appeared to be someone who couldn't handle spicy food well. After a couple of bites, her eyes began to water. She smiled at Ding Sha, saying, "It's so spicy." Ding Sha brought her a fruit juice to help alleviate the heat. The girl took a sip and remarked, "But it's quite delicious." Once all the dishes were served, Ding Sha chose not to disturb her further, quietly settling at a side table to continue communicating with the delightful aromas of the meal. The young girl lingered for a moment after finishing her meal, gazing at Ding Sha, and remarked, "The weather is truly delightful today." "Indeed," Ding Sha replied with a smile. "There's a gentle breeze, and the sun shines brightly, yet it isn't too hot. Your shop is quite charming," the girl continued. "Thank you. I will be delighted to welcome you again," Ding Sha responded thoughtfully, offering her a handful of refreshing sour plum candies. "Next time, perhaps?" The girl chuckled softly. "I suppose so." As she rose to settle her bill, she expressed her gratitude, stating how pleased she was to have encountered Ding Sha in her establishment that day. Ding Sha felt an inexplicable oddity about the interaction, yet could not discern the reason, and merely echoed, "I too am glad to have met you today. Do visit again." After the girl departed, a lingering sense of unease remained with Ding Sha. Before long, she observed a sudden surge of people flowing towards a particular direction outside. She opened the door and stopped a neighbor returning from that way. "Sister, why are there so many people over there? Is there an event?" "Oh, an event?" The neighbor sighed. "There's a young girl by the river threatening to take her own life." "Take her own life?" Ding Sha gasped in shock. "Yes. She's quite beautiful and appears calm, dressed in a pale pink dress with long hair. I cannot fathom what has driven her to such despair." Ding Sha paused, realizing this was the very girl she had just seen dine moments ago. Instinctively, she sprinted towards the river, despite her friend Dururu calling after her in vain. Ding Sha arrived breathlessly at the riverbank, not far from her little restaurant, where a crowd had already gathered and the faint sound of a police siren could be heard. The girl sat serenely on a pillar by the water, gazing at the horizon. Her expression was tranquil and content, entirely at odds with the notion of her being in peril. While the crowd whispered and pointed, Ding Sha's anxiety grew, and her heart raced with fear. Summoning her courage, she took a few steps closer, attempting to engage. "Miss?" The girl, noticing her, smiled and said, "Thank you, dear shopkeeper. It's too dangerous there. Please come back." Ding Sha urged, inching forward. "Don't come any closer, sister," the girl replied, shifting further back, appearing precariously balanced, as though a mere gust of wind could send her tumbling. "I'm grateful for the conversation we shared today. It brought me joy," the girl continued. "Sister, I just made some delightful treats. Would you care to try?" Ding Sha's mind raced blankly, struggling to find words. The girl shook her head gently. "No, today is too lovely. I cherish it." "Then why?" Ding Sha could not restrain her curiosity. "I am simply weary," the girl replied softly, "and even in good weather, I find no solace. Life holds countless possibilities." As Ding Sha endeavored to persuade her while cautiously approaching, the girl seemed lost in thought. "I am so tired." Just as those words escaped her lips, firefighters emerged from behind the bridge and swiftly pulled her back from the brink. The girl fell heavily to the ground, momentarily stunned. Ding Sha rushed to her side, assuring her that everything would be all right. The girl made no effort to struggle. In truth, she had felt a twinge of regret after finishing her meal earlier that day, contemplating that it might be better to leave next time. "Then I shall come every day, and I will prepare delicious meals for you," Ding Sha mused, thinking that a daily greeting of welcome back would surely keep her around. The girl fell silent, leaning against Ding Sha, lost in her thoughts. "How ridiculous," Ding Sha scoffed, as if she were truly going to jump, merely seeking attention. "What a waste of my time." Just then, a discordant voice pierced through the crowd, startling Ding Sha, who instinctively covered the girl's ears. The girl had already heard. She stood up, pushed Ding Sha aside, and before anyone could react, leaped off the edge. "Ah!" Ding Sha screamed in shock. The firefighter, momentarily stunned, quickly followed her down to rescue her. Ding Sha abandoned her thoughts of the onlookers and rushed to the bridge's edge, finally breathing a sigh of relief when the firefighter quickly located the girl. Yet, her fury intensified. Ding Sha turned and confronted the man who had spoken first. Do you truly wish for her demise? Is your penchant for cruel remarks insatiable? Is your time so precious that it eclipses a human life? Do you lack compassion? Do you harbor animosity towards her? Must you force her to the brink of death? The man remained unfazed, retorting, if she wanted to die, she would have jumped long ago without my prompting. She is merely putting on a show. Oh, my temper, exclaimed a nearby elder brother, who, seething with anger, swung his fist at the man. What is this? Are you striking someone? The man stumbled sideways from the blow. Not just anyone, but a scoundrel, a wretch, a disgrace. I do not strike people, but I will not tolerate such filth, the elder brother said with a grin, his fist cracking ominously. The man, seeking to assert his bravado yet wary of further blows, glared at the elder brother and attempted to leave. However, the elder brother seized his collar, saying, Not so fast, this isn't over. You will apologize to the young lady when she returns, and only then may you depart. Understood? Chapter 56. Pork rib and winter melon soup until Xiao Jun returned. Ding Sha could not cease trembling. I almost lost her. Xiu Yun, having grasped the situation, embraced her gently, reassuring her that everything would be all right, that the ordeal had passed, and that the young girl had been saved. With the scoundrel apologizing, it was all behind them. Ding Sha, still gripped by fear, clutched Xiao Jun's clothing tightly. I have never felt so powerless. After much contemplation, she finally uttered those words. Xiao Jun pressed a tender kiss to her forehead, proclaiming, You are incredibly brave. You held on to her, and she did not solely wish to escape. She has her attachments. Still haunted by the experience, Ding Sha pondered briefly before rising. I will go prepare some soup. I shall visit her at the hospital shortly. All right, I shall assist you, Xiao Jun replied, following her into the kitchen. As Ding Sha prepared the soup, her mind wandered, causing Xiao Jun to rescue her fingers from the edge of the knife several times. Ultimately, with a mix of concern and urgency, he guided her to a chair. Be good. You should watch me prepare it instead. Ding Sha conceded, sitting in the chair as she observed Xiao Jun concocting the pork rib soup. Upon arriving at the hospital, the young girl remained unconscious. The police recognized Ding Sha and engaged her in conversation. The young girl had lost her entire family. What was once a happy household had been decimated by the pandemic, leaving her utterly alone. Perhaps overwhelmed by exhaustion, she exhibited signs of melancholy, the officer sighed. Ding Sha inquired with difficulty, They are all gone? Yes, entirely. There is no one left from either her father S or mother S side. She is the sole survivor. When we visited her home this afternoon to speak with the neighbors, we learned that she was quite pampered and had never performed household chores. Now, she bears the burden of arranging her family's affairs alone, growing thinner each day, her face devoid of smiles. The officer reminisced about the news they had heard that afternoon, feeling a twinge of sorrow. However, I noticed she seems to have fondness for you. If you're not too busy, please do encourage her. She is still so young, and saving her would be a virtuous act. Certainly, I will make it a point to visit her often and offer her guidance. Ding Sha resolutely nodded. By the way, we have also addressed those who were causing a ruckus. When the girl awakens, please remind her of this, the officer said. It is nothing serious. We shall return to the station, as there are many matters to attend to. However, should any situation arise, do not hesitate to call us. We will respond promptly. All right. Thank you, Ding Sha assured. The two entered the hospital room quietly, where the young girl lay pale, peacefully asleep. Unable to resist, Ding Sha gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. The girl stirred slightly, struggling to open her eyes. Upon seeing Ding Sha, she managed a smile and whispered, Sister, how are you feeling? Is there anywhere that hurts? Ding Sha inquired, taking a seat beside her. The girl shook her head, replying softly, No, thank you, sister. She attempted to sit up, and Ding Sha placed a pillow beneath her, while Xiao Jun adjusted the bed for her comfort. I have prepared some soup for you. Would you like to try it? It is a delightful pork rib and winter melon soup, Ding Sha offered, pouring a bowl. The steam wafted from the soup. its aroma enticing. The girl took a sip, her eyes lighting up. It tastes very much like the soup my mother used to make. I miss her so much. The young girl bowed her head, making it difficult to discern whether she was crying. It had been a long time since I'd seen her. Ever since the onset of the pandemic, I had been unable to return to school, and upon eventually coming back, I was quarantined, leaving me without the chance to meet her again. I missed our last encounter altogether. With a sigh, the young girl expressed how much she longed for her loved ones. Ding Sha sat up and gently embraced her. The girl began to sob uncontrollably, questioning why it had to be their family, what wrong they had committed, and lamenting the absence of her parents. I miss them. I want to see them. I crave my mother-esque cooking. I wish to run with my father. I yearn for my grandparents, and I long to return to our little courtyard in the countryside to enjoy ice-cold watermelon and catch crickets. Ding Sha could not help but shed tears as well. She was at a loss on how to comfort the girl. Death remains an insurmountable chasm, rendering any words of solace utterly inadequate in its presence. The girl cried for an extended period, leaving Ding Sha's clothes soaked, as it seemed she had not found a shoulder to lean on and weep for quite some time. She might have been hastily growing up alone, burdened by the tragic and cruel departure of her family, preparing for all that lay ahead by herself. When the girl finally cried enough, her eyes swollen and red, she apologized, saying, "I'm sorry for burdening you with my sorrow this afternoon." A child's melancholy can sometimes be unrestrained. Ding Sha gently stroked her hair. "I actually do not wish to die," the girl confided. "I simply felt that, even under such splendid sunshine, it bore no relevance to me, prompting thoughts of leaving. But now, I have found someone to share the beauty of the sun with." The girl smiled faintly. "The journey may be challenging, but I will seek help from a psychologist, diligently take my medication, and actively combat my negative emotions. May I call you when I feel sad?" "Of course. You're always welcome to," Ding Sha replied, providing her own phone number. "I will check on you daily." "Thank you," the girl said with heartfelt sincerity. "I have been experimenting with new recipes lately. If you don't mind, you can come over every day to taste them. The shop is quite busy, and I might need your assistance. Would you be willing?" Ding Sha still felt a tinge of concern. "I would," the girl nodded. At last, Ding Sha felt a weight lift from her heart. On their way home, Xiao Jun tightly grasped Ding Sha's hand. The experience had left a profound impact on both of them, and they were at a loss for words to express their feelings. Upon returning to the shop, they were met with the sound of Xiao Ping and crying, full of distress and commotion. Ding Sha strode over, asking, "What's wrong, Ping'an?" The child was squirming in Aunt Zhao's arms, tears streaming down his face, causing Ding Sha's heart to ache. "I haven't seen you all day. I was looking for you." No amount of coaxing seemed to soothe him. He continued to cry. Aunt Zhao handed Ping to her. "Come here, don't cry. Mama is here." Ding Sha held Ping in, soothing him gently and patiently. Xiao Jun cast a glance at the mother and child before retreating into the kitchen. Ding Sha had also endured a considerable amount of stress that day. Her health was fragile, and she feared she might develop a fever that night. Despite having consumed ginger soup, she still awoke in a state of feverish confusion. Calling out for a Jun Xiao, Jun measured the temperature twice, his brow furrowed. "This won't do. We must go to the hospital." In the dead of night, as he watched Ding Sha gradually find solace while receiving 4 fluids in the emergency room, he finally felt a sense of relief. However, this commotion led to the temporary closure of their small shop. Ding Sha sent the revised recipe for the pickled vegetables to Fan Xiangxiang and instructed Du Ruru to inform the online community about the inventory video. Only then did she feel at ease to isolate herself at home and recuperate. Xiao Jun chose to isolate with her, and the two spent their days indulging in sleep and meals, waking only to eat again. They busied themselves with recipe research, and by the end of their isolation, they had inexplicably gained a few pounds. The happiest among them was Du Ru, as she could once again enjoy a plethora of delicious dishes. When the shop finally reopened, business boomed unexpectedly. Aside from Aunt Zhao, who took care of the children, everyone was occupied with various tasks. Ding Sha even neglected to replace the wilting flowers on the table. On a day when they finally found some leisure, Ding Sha ordered an array of new flower varieties from the florist, and their little shop welcomed a pair of special guests. Chapter 57. Kung Pao Shrimp Balls. The guests who entered were a couple, seemingly well-matched. The man held his wife's hand and inquired about her culinary desires. She shook her head, appearing to lack an appetite. After glancing at the menu presented by Du Vu, the man decided, "Let us have a serving of Kung Pao shrimp balls, a plate of tiger skin green peppers, a bowl of Westlake beef soup, and 2 bowls of rice." The dishes arrived promptly, and as the woman inhaled the enticing aromas wafting through the air, her appetite stirred. "The flavors are delightful. Do have a taste," the man urged, offering her a piece of succulent shrimp, which was undoubtedly fresh. After savoring a few bites, the woman concurred, "Indeed, it is quite good." Once they had dined to their satisfaction, an air of silence enveloped the table. The man broke the quiet, asking, "Are you full? Would you care for a serving of iced jelly? I noticed it on the menu." "No, I've been too busy lately to indulge," the woman replied, shaking her head. Another silence fell between them. "Well then, shall we depart?" the woman finally suggested. They walked silently to the front to settle the bill. Dururu greeted them with a smile. "How was your meal? Did you enjoy it?" "It was splendid. We dined very well," the woman responded with a smile. "That's wonderful to hear. You two seem very well suited for each other. Your bond must be quite strong," Dururu remarked while counting the cash the man provided. "Well suited?" The man glanced at his wife. "Indeed, you both possess a unique charm, and your energies harmonize beautifully. It's evident you are a perfect match." The woman chuckled softly. "Thank you, dear girl." "Not all. I welcome you both to visit again," Dururu said, escorting them to the door. Approximately a week later, the couple returned, ordering the same dishes. Dururu remembered them well and greeted them with a smile while serving their meal. The woman reciprocated with a grin. The restaurant was not crowded, allowing Dururu to sit at a nearby table engrossed in a substantial professional book. Suddenly, the man asked, "Are you not considering separation?" "Not anymore," the woman replied. "Upon reflection, there is nothing truly unacceptable. You are out on missions to protect the nation, while I am at the hospital saving lives. It seems we have, as the young lady said, found our match." Yet the man still appeared hesitant. "When we wed, you were engaged in earthquake relief efforts, and I was so busy at the hospital that even our marriage certificate was procured in a hurried hour-long break." The woman reminisced with a sense of nostalgia. "Looking back now, it strikes me as rather amusing." The man remained silent, his gaze lowered. The woman continued, "I once contemplated divorce because our encounters were so sparse, making a lifetime together seem rather pointless. Now, I no longer wish to part, as I realize it's unnecessary to let someone else endure my discontent. We are meant to be together. As we age, even in retirement, we can still cherish one another as if we were still in love, never growing weary of each other's company." The man's eyes glistened with emotion as he lifted his gaze. "Xiao Qing, I have wronged you. What have you to apologize for?" She chided playfully. "I've already told you, we are a perfect match." The voices of the two conversing were not quiet. Duru, overhearing their discussion, found herself listening intently. As the couple resumed their meal, she stood up and made her way to the backyard. "Sister Sha, Dururu hurried to find Ding Sha, recounting all that she had just heard. "I want to buy 2 small cakes for them. Could you possibly?" She hesitated, feeling slightly embarrassed to ask Ding Sha to make them on the spot. Ding Sha smiled and replied, "Of course, however, it may be too late to prepare cakes now. How about you make 2 bowls of iced jelly, and I'll treat you." Dururu prepared 2 lavish bowls of iced jelly and went to the front desk to exchange money before delivering them to the couple. "Young lady, we didn't order this," the woman said, somewhat surprised. "It's my treat," Duru replied shyly. "I accidentally overheard your conversation just now. I apologize. Consider this a token of goodwill." The woman paused for a moment, while the man, for once, revealed a rare smile. "Thank you, young lady." Duru shook her head, smiled, and retreated a bit, clutching her book. The woman took a large bite of the sweet watermelon, finding it refreshingly cool to her core. As she left, she secretly thought that she must return during her break time. After Ding Sha finished her tasks, she shared this incident with Xiao Jun, as she had never concealed anything from him except for the matter of her time travel. Xiao Jun suggested, "Once Ping grows a bit older, let us travel together. Shall we? How about to the seaside?" Ding Sha blinked in confusion, wondering why he suddenly brought this up. "I just think you're missing out. Becoming a mother at such a young age, I don't want you to feel tethered here. Let us explore the world outside, shall we?" "And Ping'an?" Are we to leave him behind for fun? There's Aunt Zhao, sister-in-law, and Annie to look after him. Ding Sha countered. What about the shop? Wen Hao is there as well. In the end, Ding Sha ambiguously concluded the conversation with a "let us discuss it later." Sister Sha. Dururu peeked through the curtain. The samples from Fan Xiangxiang have arrived. Ding Sha immediately walked over. How is it? Is it satisfactory? I haven't tasted it yet, but the packaging seems quite nice. The packaging featured an illustration of Ding Sha's little courtyard and a depiction of her silhouette. Ding Sha opened a jar and poured a bit out. Try it. What do you think? Dururu sampled a taste, her eyes lighting up. Delicious. Perfect for meals. Ding Sha tasted it as well. Although it did not match the exquisite flavor of her own creations, it was certainly superior to what was commonly available on the market. Fan Xiangxiang had raised the price slightly, and as Dururu ate, she perused the messages sent from there. They expressed a desire for her to host a live stream to promote the goods. A live stream? Ding Sha shook her head. I have so few followers. I am realistic about my situation. Don't underestimate yourself. Dururu insisted. You've already surpassed 500,000. That is quite an achievement. She listed several other influencers, noting that none had experienced such rapid growth in followers as Ding Sha. Encouraged by Dururu, Ding Sha felt less apprehensive about appearing on camera, yet still harbored some trepidation. What if I mess it up? No. Dururu analyzed for her for a long time before finally saying, You will find it difficult to fail. Ding Sha glanced at Xiao Jun, who nodded in agreement. Though I am not fond of them calling you my wife, I believe you can succeed. Ding Sha began to feel a sense of anticipation. So, shall we give it a try? Dururu joyfully replied to Fan Xiangxiang's message, while Ding Sha contemplated how best to prepare. The announcement of Ding Sha's upcoming live broadcast was made, with numerous enthusiastic fans expressing their unwavering support for their beloved. Ding Sha was so anxious that she hardly noticed the envious Xiao Jun, who was preoccupied with thoughts of making dumplings. At last, the day of the broadcast arrived, and Ding Sha sat nervously in front of the screen. Hello, everyone. I'm the idle wanderer of the wind and moon. Chapter 58. The Peach Bun. The inaugural live broadcast, though fraught with difficulties and discomfort, ultimately garnered a favorable response, with the donation leaderboard momentarily soaring into the top 10. After concluding the stream, Ding Sha let out a significant sigh of relief. Patting her chest in a gesture of exasperation, I was terrified. At last, it's over. Dururu was perusing the comments when, after a while, she gasped in astonishment upon glancing at the back-end statistics. My goodness, that's an immense sum. Ding Sha, intrigued, leaned in for a closer look, her eyes widening. Wow. Indeed, it's quite a lot. However, she quickly added, but we must allocate half to the platform. After a moment's contemplation, she proposed, if we can withdraw the remainder, let us donate it. What? Donate? Dururu was taken aback. Yes, let us donate it, whether to a hospital or a school. If that is not feasible, we could use it to provide benefits for doctors, police officers, or firefighters. Ding Sha stretched languidly. Money is endless. Besides, we are not in dire need at the moment. We could use it to assist others. Are you perhaps a female bodhisattva? Dururu couldn't help but chuckle, covering her mouth. If others find out, they might call you a saint. I couldn't care less. They can say whatever they wish, Ding Sha replied nonchalantly. For me, it's merely a way to accumulate virtue for little Ping. And with that, she mimicked a pious gesture, clasping her hands together and closing her eyes as she recited fervently, Bodhisattva? Buddha? God? Can everyone hear me? I hope all blessings are bestowed upon my son, Xiao Xijin. It is imperative that he receives them. At that moment, Xiao Jun happened to pass by and overheard, joining in the chant, Bodhisattva, Buddha, God. Please disregard her. It would be best if my wife and son each received half. Ding Sha opened her eyes and shot him a reproachful glare, though a smile lingered on her lips. By the way, Teacher Lin mentioned he would bring students over on Friday morning. Xiao Jun recalled the phone call he had just received. That is only 2 days away. We can certainly conduct a thorough cleaning, Ding Sha mused. We can't possibly let them film in a dusty and disheveled environment. By the way, Sister Sha, I would like to request a day off tomorrow. My grandfather is celebrating his 90th birthday, and I want to be able to attend. Du suddenly remembered something she had meant to mention, but had consistently overlooked. Not a problem. Consider it approved. Ding Sha waved her hand dismissively. I also want to order several dishes. I'll prepare the list for you shortly, and pick them up tomorrow, if that is all right. Du inquired. Of course, that is perfectly fine. I'll have everything ready for you by 11 tomorrow morning. Just remember to come collect it. Du had ordered a few intricate dishes that were challenging to prepare at home, and Ding Sha also made an additional batch of taro-filled peach buns, both visually appealing and delectable. The following day, when Du arrived around 11 to pick up her order, everything was ready. Ding Sha packed it up for her, adding, "And please convey my wishes for longevity to your grandfather." With a beaming smile, Du said, "Sister, if you and the boss aren't too busy, you should come along. My grandfather has asked me to bring you both back." "What?" Ding Sha froze for a moment. "That seems rather inappropriate." She quickly waved her hands in protest. "What is inappropriate? My grandfather always expresses a desire to meet you. It's just that he is elderly and finds it inconvenient to go out. This time, as he celebrates his birthday, he hopes to meet you and the boss." Du sincèrement plaided Ding Sha. Unable to refuse, Ding Sha called for Xiao Jun, and the two hurriedly tidied up before following Du to her grandfather's house. The elderly gentleman resided in a modest courtyard, exuding elegance and warmth. Due to the celebration of his birthday, the place was bustling with guests who greeted Du with smiles. "Ruru has returned." She greeted each one, placing the dishes in the kitchen for her mother before leading Ding Sha and Xiao Jun to the study. The elderly man, with hair as white as snow, sat in a wheelchair yet appeared spirited, his face radiant with a gentle smile, his eyes filled with kindness. "Ruru has returned." When Rushuan expressed his delight upon seeing her, Du smiled and crouched down. "I'm back, Grandpa. I brought Sister Sha and Boss Xiao along." "That is wonderful," when Rushuan replied, visibly pleased. He glanced at the somewhat shy Ding Sha and Xiao Jun and beckoned. "Come here, children." Ding Sha and Xiao Jun promptly approached. "Hello, Grandpa. Wishing you longevity as vast as the East Sea and a life as enduring as the South Mountain." When Rushuan smiled warmly, "Thank you, my dear. My wife is quite elderly and unwell. She is resting now. I will introduce you to her once she awakens." Ding Sha quickly responded, urging the elderly man to rest well. When Rushuan instructed Du to brew tea, "Please sit, don't stand. It's tiring. I often hear Ruru speak of you, which is why I wish to meet you. This child is quite spirited and has caused you trouble." "Not at all. Ruru has been a great help to me, and I owe her my gratitude," Ding Sha replied earnestly. Hearing this, when Rushuan felt joyful. "In any case, thank you both. I am well aware of her nature. She has shared much with me. Meeting you is indeed a blessing for her." As he spoke, he shakily maneuvered his wheelchair aside, and Ding Sha stood to assist him, guiding him towards a desk. When Rushuan opened a drawer and retrieved a pair of small gold ornaments, "I have something I wish to give you." "This is too much," Ding Sha exclaimed hastily. "They are not of great value," when Rushuan replied, extending his hand. "They are items from my youth with my wife, symbolizing good fortune, wishing you both a long life together." Xiao Jun also approached, observing the elderly man's hands, which were spotted with age, cradling a pair of tiny pendant charms. "Though these pendants are gold, they hold little worth. They are quite small," when Rushuan remarked, "but they are carved in the shape of love beans." He extended them to Ding Sha. "Accept them for good fortune, dear." Ding Sha reached out to accept them, glancing at Xiao Jun. "Thank you," Xiao Jun said solemnly. "I am old now, having witnessed much. I hold no regrets, only a desire for everyone to thrive." The elderly man's eyes, though clouded by age, remained wise and loving. "May you find happiness." After the birthday banquet, until late into the night, Ding Sha would occasionally take out the love beans from around her neck to admire and touch. "I truly like the old gentleman," Ding Sha suddenly remarked. Xiao Jun, unusually unjealous, also fondled the love beans, and their bond is truly beautiful. The elderly gentleman has never let go of the lady's hand, his gaze imbued with profound affection for her. "Will we too celebrate our birthdays together until we reach the age of 90? Ding Sha turned to look at Xiao Jun. "Of course, without a doubt." Xiao Jun gently placed a kiss on the tip of her nose, devoid of any desire. "I swear to you, when we are 90, I will still be by your side." Ding Sha said nothing but nestled closer into his embrace. Sleep now. In that moment, their hearts were exceptionally close. Chapter 59. Sour Soup Beef Hot Pot. As Ding Sha stepped into the hall, the resounding huff and frantic yelping of the egg yolk echoed through the space, soon followed by Du Ro Ro's startled exclamation. Hastening towards the reception desk, Ding Sha inquired, "What is happening?" Approaching the doorway, she was met with the sight of a large, muddy dog innocently sitting at the entrance. Where did this dog come from? Ding Sha pondered, a hint of confusion in her voice. I have no idea, Du Ro replied. I was just about to groom the egg yolk when it slipped in through the door, startling the little one in the process. However, the dog remained calm, having sat patiently on the welcome mat, its wet, muddy coat dripping onto the floor. Sigh, let us take it to the backyard for a bath. It's far too filthy, Ding Sha remarked, glancing around, contemplating how best to lead the creature to the back. The dog wagged its tail, and with a piece of chicken jerky in hand, Ding Sha coaxed the dog along to the yard. Tong's sister-in-law gasped upon seeing the dirty dog. What a filthy creature, Ding Sha commented lightly, as Tong's sister-in-law hurriedly grabbed a mop to clean the floor. Ding Sha offered the jerky to the dog and turned on the hose. Together with Du Ro, they began scrubbing the mud off the large dog. After considerable effort and an abundance of pet shampoo, the dog was finally clean, sitting obediently as it raised its paws and shifted positions, displaying an admirable demeanor. Once washed, Ding Sha recognized it as an elderly golden retriever, its face flecked with white. Its dark, bright eyes sparkled, and its mouth hung open with its tongue lolling out, giving it a comical, cheerful appearance. Unable to resist, Ding Sha reached out to pet it, noting its polite disposition. However, drying the dog proved to be quite a task. They took turns until their arms ached, ultimately leaving the finishing touches to Xiao Jun. The freshly washed dog approached Ding Sha, rubbing against her leg, its grape-like eyes fixed intently upon her. Ding Sha delightedly scratched the dog's head, enchanted by its thick, plush fur. Noticing its courteous nature, she surmised it must belong to someone. The dog was rather lethargic, flopping down at Ding Sha's feet and remaining still, its warmth and thick coat enveloping her legs. She crouched down to stroke it, asking, "Have you lost your way? Do you remember where your home is? Shall I take you back?" The dog merely yawned widely, resting its head on its crossed paws, occasionally glancing up at Ding Sha with gentle, submissive eyes. With a sigh, Ding Sha, unable to bear the sun's heat any longer, led the dog into their living quarters. Upon entering, the dog began to sniff around, making a beeline for the crib of the little Ping, and Ding Sha, startled, followed closely, observing as the dog circled the crib, sniffing incessantly. Just then, Aunt Zhao returned, cradling Ping and Wow. Where did such a large dog come from? Aunt Zhao exclaimed upon noticing the dog. It came in on its own, Ding Sha replied, gently clapping her hands to summon little Ping, and who immediately reached out for a hug. Ding Sha embraced him, gently guiding his soft little hand to stroke the dog's head and large ears. It was the first time Ping had ever touched a dog. The sensation was unlike that of touching an egg yolk, which felt like a soft, plump mass of flesh. The dog, on the other hand, was much more substantial to the touch, with sinewy muscles that rippled as it moved about. Little Ping emitted a series of delighted giggles. After playing for a while, Ding Sha suggested, "Aunt Zhao, why not feed Ping and let him take a nap? He didn't sleep well last night and has been restless." Aunt Zhao took the child in her arms and left. Ding Sha pondered for a moment before tying a silk scarf around the dog's neck, pretending it was a leash, intending to take the dog for a stroll nearby in hopes of finding its owner. The dog obediently followed her out, matching her pace. When Ding Sha walked, it walked. And when she paused, so did it. Ding Sha was utterly enamored with the creature. However, after a round of searching with no sign of the owner, she decided to stop by a pet store and purchased a proper leash, securing it to the dog before heading home. Upon entering, she was greeted by the sight of a lobby filled with orange-clad firefighters. Ding Sha inquired of Du Ro, "Why are there so many people here?" Du, busy preparing juice, explained that a woman down the street had set her house ablaze in a fit of rage over her husband's infidelity, causing havoc among the neighbors. They had just finished extinguishing the fire and came for a meal. Among them were several young soldiers from the Yunnan-Guizhou Sichuan region. appearing to be no older than 18 or 19, with youthful faces that were both handsome and bashful. Upon hearing their accents, Xiao Gu retreated to the back to prepare a few bowls of sour soup beef hot pot. Du Ro Ro interjected, "Have you found the dog's owner?" Ding Sha shook her head. "No, I took it to the backyard, and I'll be right back to help." Just then, the captain at the register glanced at the dog and suddenly called out, "Hey, Sean." The dog joyfully took a couple of steps in place, trying to restrain its excitement while wagging its tail and panting happily. Ding Sha blinked and asked, "Your dog?" The captain approached, explaining that it belonged to the team and was nearing retirement. He squatted down, affectionately ruffling the dog's fur, and Heishan rolled over in delight. Heishan is officially registered. The captain continued, "We were on a mission today, originally heading to rescue someone, but received a call about a fire on our way back. We didn't let him out because we were worried about the flames singeing his fur and later discovered he was missing." The captain seemed unhurried, adding that Heishan knew the way home, but they feared someone might mistake him for a stray since he wasn't wearing collar or leash. A team member was already searching the area, and since Heishan was here, the captain could notify them to return quickly for a meal and some rest. He took out his phone, made a brief call, and hung up after conveying a few instructions. Heishan was well behaved, albeit a bit dirty from his adventure, but he was polite and refrained from moving about at the entrance. Ding Sha smiled. "That's good. Heishan loves visiting other homes. Perhaps he came here because he finds it pleasant." The captain chuckled in agreement. Du Ro Ro chimed in, "Captain, why is he called Heishan? When it first approached us during our viewing of a Chinese ghost story in its youth, we were captivated by its presence. Not only did it accompany us, but it also barked excitedly when the Black Mountain old demon appeared, prompting us to affectionately name it Black Mountain. Black Mountain has always been remarkably gentle, sitting patiently at our feet, exhibiting no unnecessary movements unless commanded." Du Ro Ro couldn't resist petting it several times, exclaiming how well-behaved it was. This year, Black Mountain is set to retire, as its handler plans to take it home for a leisurely life. The captain remarked on its good nature, allowing for a few more affectionate strokes during off-duty hours. Du Ro Ro seized the opportunity to pet it several more times, while Black Mountain merely gazed at her with a calm demeanor. In the end, the fire brigade offered a generous discount. The captain, with a wry smile, remarked that he would not return as it would hinder the business's profitability. Ding Sha turned to Xiao Jun and expressed a longing to have a dog, asking if it might be possible for them to adopt a Black Mountain-like companion. Chapter 60. Mooncakes of Mid-Autumn in the Blink of an Eye. Autumn's refreshing breeze filled the air. Young Xiao Sijin received a delightful gift, a pair of exquisite little shoes. Occasionally, Aunt Zhao would playfully grasp her arm, guiding her as she stumbled about on the ground. Ding Sha had brought back a bounty of salted egg yolks. Contemplating the upcoming Mid-Autumn Festival and the prospect of crafting mooncakes, she intended to make both salted egg yolk and lotus seed paste mooncakes, as well as savory meat-filled ones. As for the snowskin mooncakes, after some consideration, she opted to order a few boxes online, lacking the confidence to prepare them herself, as she was not particularly fond of their taste. Recently, Xiao Jun had developed a fascination with skateboarding, donning loose-fitting trousers as he eagerly headed to the nearby park to enjoy himself with his skateboarding companions. Wang Wenhao's menu had been displayed for nearly half the time, and Xiao Jun pondered hiring another chef so that he and Ding Sha would no longer be burdened with the hectic pace in the kitchen. After returning, slightly sun-kissed, Xiao Jun first took a refreshing shower, then playfully engaged with Xiao Sijin for a while. Once their father-son bonding was complete, he approached Ding Sha to lend a hand. "Had enough fun?" Ding Sha inquired. Xiao Jun observed her expression, unable to discern whether she was upset. "Sha, he said, playfully leaning in closer. Ding Sha retorted, "You big black egg, keep your distance." Undeterred, Xiao Jun inched closer still. Ding Sha sighed in exasperation. "It's not that I'm forbidding you, but you ought to apply some sunscreen. You've already gotten sunburned. Do you not realize how much skin you've peeled off?" Xiao Jun wrinkled his nose and replied, "I don't want to apply it. That stuff feels suffocating." Ding Sha rolled her eyes. "That's just in your head. If you don't apply it tomorrow, don't bother coming home." "All right, I'll apply it," Xiao Jun conceded with a nod. However, the next day, Ding Sha noticed the sunscreen remained untouched on the shelf. When Xiao Jun returned home, he found Ding Sha ignoring him entirely, treating him as if he were invisible. Alarmed, he hurried to her side, attempting to lighten the mood with jokes. Yet Ding Sha, usually easy to amuse, offered no reaction whatsoever. He tried to engage her in conversation, but she wouldn't even spare him a glance. Dururu had been observing from a distance and eventually whispered to Wang Wenhao in the kitchen. Sister Sha Sha and brother Xiao are fighting. Fighting? Wang Wenhao listened carefully, but I don't hear anything. It's a cold war. Sister Sha Sha isn't talking to brother Xiao anymore, Dururu explained. Just then, they saw Xiao Jun dejectedly enter the kitchen. Wang Wenhao, fearless and curious, approached. Master, does the mistress not pay you any attention? Xiao Jun replied with a gloomy Why is that? Wang Wenhao asked, intrigued. Since Ding Sha was always amiable and smiling towards everyone. Xiao Jun briefly summarized the situation, to which Wang Wenhao responded, Is that all? Midimida siu uniformed. Master, therein lies your mistake. The mistress cares about you. You got sunburned, yet you ignored her advice. Wouldn't that make anyone upset? Wang Wenhao remarked. Who wouldn't be angry in such a case? Wang Wenhao remarked, Master, just think about it. If Madam goes out every rainy day without an umbrella, and when asked why, she replies that she is too lazy to carry one, only to catch a cold each time and persist in this behavior, wouldn't that frustrate you? Xiao Jun initially felt that it was insignificant, merely a matter of sunscreen. But upon Wang Wenhao's words and envisioning the scenario, he suddenly comprehended why Ding Sha was upset. He patted Wang Wenhao on the back, promising to send him a bonus by the end of the month before dashing out. 10 minutes later, Ding Sha entered. Where is your master? She searched around, but did not see Xiao Jun, assuming he had gone out to play again. I haven't seen him, Wang Wenhao replied. Ding Sha huffed and left. Wang Wenhao quickly messaged Xiao Jun, Master, Madam is looking for you. Come back quickly. Where are you? Where did you run off to? Master? Xiao Jun did not respond for a long time. Ding Sha placed the prepared mooncake dough into the oven, intending to create the traditional layered pastries filled with colorful candied fruits. As she gazed at the mooncakes in the oven, her frustration grew. Duohu, who was capturing moments alongside her, suddenly noticed a pale hand striking the table in the frame. Sister? Duohu gasped in surprise. Ding Sha snapped back to reality. I'm sorry, did I startle you? Duroro shook her head. It's fine, sister. Are you all right? Although aware that she was older than Ding Sha, Duroro still instinctively called her sister. My uncle said that in the workplace, leaders should be addressed as sister. Ding Sha examined her palm. It's nothing. Just a bit red. What do you mean a bit red? Siu Yun insult killing a bake. Duroro glanced at Ding Sha before taking her camera to find Wang Wenhao. Xiao Jun sat down, still angry. I'm sorry, it was my fault. I want to do it again. As he spoke, he opened the bag. Look, I bought a lot of sun protection items, hats, cooling sleeves, and plenty of sunscreen spray. I promise to cover myself thoroughly every time I go out. Ding Sha rolled her eyes at him, and Xiao Jun recognized this as a sign that she was no longer upset, grinning as he leaned in to embrace her waist. Ding Sha pushed him away in disdain. It's too hot. You smell. Stay away, big black egg. Xiao Jun sniffed himself. What do you mean I smell? I just took a shower. Ding Sha glared at him. You do smell everywhere. The smell of sweat. And you're dark. Xiao Jun realized that the descriptor dark would likely stick with him. I'll go wash again. He stood up to take another shower. Ding Sha sifted through the pile of sun protection items, inspecting each one to ensure they posed no adverse effects before carrying them back to her room. The people in the little shop noticed that Ding Sha no longer referred to Xiao Jun as boss, but instead used a rather comical name, Big Black Egg. The first time Ding Sha called Xiao Jun Big Black Egg in front of everyone, Xiao Jun, with a face full of resignation, responded. Wang Wenhao nearly spat out his drink. Duroro laughed from a distance. Sister Sha, did you just call Xiao Good Big Black Egg? Indeed, Ding Sha replied with remarkable nonchalance, his complexion so dark that one could scarcely find him in the absence of light. What else could he be called but Big Black Egg? Xiao Jun, with a sense of resignation, accepted this moniker. On the occasion of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the little shop graciously gifted a mooncake to each patron. After tasting, some inquired if Ding Sha could sell a few to take home. However, Ding Sha had prepared only a limited quantity. After enjoying some herself and distributing a few, there were hardly any left, thus she decided against selling them. Yet, she mused that perhaps next year she could prepare in advance and offer some mooncakes for sale, just after the long National Day holiday. When the workers were lethargically reluctant to return to their jobs, Xiao Jun presented Ding Sha with 2 plane tickets. Come, let us embark on a journey. Ding Sha was momentarily taken aback, completely forgetting her yawn. What? As she accepted the tickets and glanced at the one bound for Chengdu, she found herself in a state of bewilderment. Travel? What about her son? What about the shop? Chapter 61. A Trip to Chengdu, Part 1. Until she disembarked from the plane, Ding Sha remained in a daze, scarcely able to believe that she had left her beloved son and Xiao Jun behind to embark on this journey. Xiu Yun, holding her hand with one and pulling the luggage with the other, inquired whether they should rest first or dine. Ding Sha surveyed the vast airport, momentarily at a loss. Shall we head to the hotel first? We could drop off our luggage and then venture out, suggested Xiao Jun, guiding her towards the subway. I have booked a homestay near Chunxi Road, right across from Tan Duck Blood. He continued, we could take a stroll around Chunxi Road. Didn't you always say that you wanted to experience the bustling atmosphere? Ding Sha retrieved her phone, intending to inform Ro and the others of her safe arrival. As she spoke, she felt a pang of longing for the little one, Xiao Xijin. Typically, Ding Sha would check on her child multiple times a day, showering him with kisses and hugs, reluctant to part. Now, with him absent, an unsettling anxiety gripped her. Sister, as the video call connected, Du Ro's cheerful face filled the screen. Have you arrived? How is it? Are you tired? Not tired, Ding Sha shook her head. Is the shop busy? How is Ping'an? Not busy, Du Ro replied, walking with the camera. Ping'an woke up and looked for you for quite a while, but couldn't he find you? He whimpered a bit, so Aunt Zhao took him to play, but it seems he is still searching for his mother. He might be shedding golden tears, Du Ro teased, sticking out her tongue and flipping the camera around. Ding Sha then saw Ping'an playing in the backyard with Aunt Zhao. Ding Sha's heart raced with unease. I merely wanted to let you know we've arrived. There's nothing else. Let us end the call. She feared that if they continued to converse, she might impulsively book a ticket to return. Xiu Yun embraced her dienstly. Thinking of Ping'an? Yes, he has never been apart from me for so long. You cannot always confine yourself for him. Remember how you yearned to travel when you were younger? Xiu Yun remarked. Children are important, but so are you, he added. Ding Sha took a deep breath and smiled. I understand. I will strive to balance both. Ultimately, no one is inherently obliged to sacrifice their entire being for another, even if that person is a mother. Before becoming a mother, she too was a cherished little princess. After disembarking the subway and walking a short distance, they found themselves amidst a throng of people. It was hard to believe that even on a non-holiday, Chunxi Road was still so bustling. The homestay Xiao Jun had reserved was spacious, featuring an open kitchen and a bright, roomy bathroom, with decor and amenities that were quite comprehensive. Ding Sha surveyed the room, unable to discern whether it exuded Mediterranean charm or Arabian style. The vibrant blues and vividly saturated checkered patterns uplifted her spirits. After a brief tidying up, the pair ventured out, eager to check in at Chunxi Road. Following a series of photographs, they ascended to the top floor of IFS via the elevator. The rooftop, where one could take pictures with a giant panda, was not overly crowded. After capturing a few snapshots, Ding Sha and Xiao Jun turned into a nearby restaurant. The establishment boasted a Western ambience, offering a delightful array of afternoon teas and meals. Ding Sha ordered a few light dishes, hoping to satiate her hunger momentarily. The flavors exceeded their expectations by a considerable margin. After finishing their meal, the two strolled down to Chunxi Road. Heeding the advice to refrain from purchasing food along Chunxi Road, Ding Sha earnestly adhered to this counsel, merely wandering and absorbing the leisurely afternoon atmosphere of Chengdu's residence. In the evening, they did not venture far, opting instead for a nearby Xiaolonkan hot pot, which left Xiao Jun's face flushed from the spiciness. And despite his incessant drinking of water, relief eluded him. After their meal, they lingered without haste, hand in hand, enjoying a leisurely walk. Although it was nearing 11 o'clock, the streets were more vibrant than during the day, as if everyone's nightlife was just beginning. On the way back, Ding Sha overheard nearby students chatting and resolved to visit Kuaishing Lu Street next to Quanzhai Alley the following day to continue their culinary adventures. Chapter 62, A Journey in Chengdu, Part 2. The next day, they rose around 8 or 9 o'clock. Xiao Jun's face was slightly puffy, his eyes squinting, and his hair tousled. Ding Sha couldn't help but chuckle, asking if he'd like to sleep a little longer. Xiao Jun shook his head and, with a series of twists and turns, made his way to freshen up. The cool water jolted him awake. Ding Sha, dressed in a delicate water blue embroidered long dress, with her hair elegantly pinned up with a hairpin, radiated grace. Xiao Jun opted for a simple white t-shirt paired with jeans, and together they stepped out, fresh and vibrant. Their first stop was a roadside stall with a savored 2 buns filled with bean sprouts, followed by a bowl of tofu pudding from Aishan, leaving them completely satisfied as they boarded the subway to Quanzhai Alley. The subway was not overly crowded, and they found a seat among passengers leisurely engrossed in their phones. The girls around them were adorned in beautiful attire with meticulous makeup, accompanied by friends, all out to enjoy the day. Ding Sha could not help but smile. This place was truly delightful. It felt as though everyone was living leisurely, free from the burdens of life. When we grow old, shall we come here? She mused. Yesterday, I saw many elderly couples strolling hand in hand through the park. Very well, Xiao Jun replied. When we are old, we shall come here and take leisurely walks together every day. He gently brushed aside a strand of hair that had blown across her face. Upon reaching Quanzhai, they traversed a lengthy corridor teeming with people at the subway exit. Many locals donning sun hats and clutching maps. Perhaps due to it not being a holiday, the crowds were less than expected. The passers-by spoke in a local dialect, ambling along with hands clasped behind their backs. The melodious chirping of birds echoed in the air, and the sky was a brilliant blue. Unconsciously, they slowed their pace, blending seamlessly with the throng. Xiao Jun attempted to converse in broken Sichuan dialect, inquiring about the price of ice cream. After meandering through 2 alleys without purchasing anything, they began to feel the heat. They strolled past Polonia Tree Street, wandering through the shaded avenues, inhaling the enticing aroma of hot pot skewers wafting from street vendors. Eventually, they ducked into a quaint tavern adjacent to Polonia Tree Street and ordered 2 glasses of mango sago. The moment the icy drink touched their lips, a wave of calm washed over them, a refreshing respite from the sweltering summer heat. The transition from the bustling street to the cool, air-conditioned haven filled them with a sense of relief. They had survived. Ding Sha and Xiao Jun lingered in the CAF until nearly 2 in the afternoon, their stomachs empty but their spirits high. Although they had spent considerable time chatting, it seemed they had not spoken of anything particularly significant. They simply enjoyed the moment, savoring life's little pleasures. Strolling along Kuaishing Tower Street, they ultimately decided to dine at a Spanish restaurant. As Xiao Jun had suffered from an upset stomach that morning and found spicy food unpalatable. The restaurant was serene, accompanied by soft, romantic melodies. A lovely young lady approached, inquiring if it was just the 2 of them. They settled at a table by the window, sipping on lemon water while ordering a seafood paella, a small serving of potatoes, and some shrimp. They refrained from over-ordering, as they intended to sample local snacks later in the afternoon. The flowers adorning their table were exquisite, prompting Xiao Jun to take out his camera and capture Ding Sha's beauty. The waitress, upon seeing Ding Sha's face, was momentarily taken aback, and without hesitation. She exclaimed, "Miss, you are so beautiful, so charming." Recently, Ding Sha has been the recipient of numerous praises, as it seems that the people of Chengdu possess an innate warmth and are generous in their compliments regarding the beauty of strangers. Initially, Ding Sha felt a touch of shyness, but she has since learned to respond with a joyful smile and a grateful thank you. She has begun to look forward to adorning herself, as if the long-suppressed spirit of youthful femininity has been set free once more. Xiao Jun observes with delight as Ding Sha selects her attire in front of the mirror, becoming increasingly engaged in the art of makeup and personal presentation. He feels no annoyance whatsoever. Instead, he is filled with happiness. He relishes witnessing the vivacious and spirited side of Ding Sha, as if she has yet to encounter the trials and tribulations of life. Chapter 63. Autumn pear syrup. The journey did not last long. For the little one at home was inconsolable. Tears welled in Tion's eyes as he wept softly before the camera. Ding Sha felt a pang of heartache. Struggling for quite some time to soothe him, Xiao Jun decided to purchase return tickets, for although it was a trip meant for two, their child was also dearly cherished. Moreover, the purpose of their journey had been fulfilled. Ding Sha appeared more generous and radiant, her smile more frequent, her words more abundant, and she had become a tad mischievous. On the way back, she expressed her reluctance, saying, "I still want to have that delicious ice powder. The one from that shop is particularly exquisite." Xiao Jun playfully pinched her nose, assuring her they would indulge in it upon their next visit. This made Ding Sha beam with joy once more. Upon returning home, the child was still slumbering. Ding Sha distributed the local specialties and gifts she had brought back, then lay beside the little Ping and eagerly awaiting his awakening. After about 10 minutes, Ping wrinkled his nose, kicked his legs, fluttered his eyelashes, and slowly opened his bleary eyes. He turned his head and, upon seeing the smiling Ding Sha, paused in surprise. It was only after sitting up that he realized his mother had returned. In a heartbeat, tears filled his eyes, his expression one of longing as he reached out, calling for a hug. Ding Sha hastily scooped him in her arms, showering him with affection, whispering tenderly, "Don't cry, my precious, Mommy is here." Little Ping clung tightly to Ding Sha's neck, unwilling to let go, even during mealtime, fearing that if he loosened his grip, she might vanish again. That evening, drowsy and bleary-eyed, he continued to grasp her fingers. When Aunt Zhao approached to take the child, he wailed at her touch, refusing to close his eyes no matter how she tried to soothe him. Ding Sha kissed him gently, saying, "Let him sleep with me tonight." Aunt Zhao agreed, noting that the little one felt secure only by his mother's side. Once Aunt Zhao had departed, Ping climbed beside Ding Sha, cuddling against her arm, curling up obediently in her embrace. After a few soft sounds, he gradually closed his eyes. Ding Sha held Ping with tenderness and affection, gently patting his back to lull him to sleep. When Xiao Jun emerged from the bath, he noticed Ping still unwilling to leave. "Let him sleep with us. I miss him too," Ding Sha whispered. Xiao Jun dimmed the lights and lay down, kissing their son gently. "Sleep well, my little one. You've had quite a tiring day." "MHM," Ding Sha replied softly, gradually closing her own eyes. Xiao Jun settled in beside them, and Ping instinctively stretched out his legs, reaching for Xiao Jun as he drifted off into slumber. The family of three slept soundly, only rising late in the morning when the sun was high in the sky. As Ding Sha emerged with Ping in her arms, Silu was already seated, teaching Xiao Shi to recognize characters and count. Upon seeing Ding Sha return, Silu beamed, displaying a wide grin. "Boss lady?" Ding Sha approached and affectionately ruffled his round head. "You're back? Have you eaten?" "I have," Silu replied cheerfully. Xiao Shi too, slow yet eager, chimed in, "Boss lady." Ding Sha laughed, exclaiming, "Oh, Xiao Shi too is truly well-behaved. Brother." Xiao Shi too leaned over the table, peering curiously at Ding Sha's embrace of Ping, who was also intrigued, nibbling on his finger as he gazed at Xiao Shi too. "Come here, little brother, and greet us," Ding Sha said as she half-squatted, taking Ping's hand to greet Shi too. "Hello, brother Shi too. I'm little Ping." Little Ping turned to bury his face in Ding Sha's shoulder while secretly peeking at little Shi too. Little Shi too, momentarily taken aback, responded, "Ah, hello, little brother." He attempted to stand on a stool, but Silu quickly embraced him, allowing him to see little Ping. After the two children exchanged friendly pleasantries, Ding Sha carried Ping outside, taking a couple of steps at the entrance. However, lunch was soon upon them, and guests continuously arrived. Xiao Jun and Wang Wenhao took turns cooking, and the visitors greeted Ding Sha with warm smiles. Du Ro Ro, nibbling on her chopsticks, remarked, "Sister, you've changed so much." "Oh, really?" Ding Sha replied with a smile. "Is that a good thing?" "Yes." Du Ro nodded enthusiastically. Ding Sha began to passionately extol the virtues of Chengdu, its culinary delights, and a positive outlook on life. By the end of their conversation, the two girls agreed to plan a trip to Chengdu together. Wang Wenhao removed his apron and said, "Sister, I need to take a leave of absence." My grandmother has passed away. Huh? Ding Sha was momentarily stunned. My grandmother is gone, and my father has called me back. Wang Wenhao wiped his face. You should return quickly. If you need anything from us, just let us know. Ding Sha assured him with a nod. Wang Wenhao didn't say much more, simply nodded, and rose to leave. Du Ro was still processing the news, muttering, How can this be? Ding Sha shook her head with a sigh. She glanced at the child in her arms. With arrivals come departures. Perhaps this is the essence of life. A week later, Wang Wenhao returned. How are you? Ding Sha inquired with concern. Wang Wenhao's expression was neutral as he replied. It's all taken care of. My grandmother passed away peacefully after a nap. Her expression was serene, so I suppose it was a natural end. I believe she went to find my grandfather. When he wasn't around, I heard her whispering to him, asking him to wait for her and mentioning she wanted to try the foods my grandfather loved. I thought she wanted to share her feelings about those dishes with him. Wang Wenhao even managed to smile, recalling how fondly the elderly couple regarded each other. Their occasional quarrels never lasted into the next day. Ding Sha fell silent for a moment. Perhaps she missed her grandfather too much. Yes, I think so too, Wang Wenhao responded. Life continued in its mundane rhythm. Autumn slipped away in the blink of an eye, and Ding Sha donned a thick coat, pondering why it felt as though autumn had vanished without much notice. Do we really have autumn? Xiao Jun laughed. Though brief, you cannot deny its existence. Ding Sha pouted. All right then, I suppose it did exist. With that, she stepped out to buy pears, intending to make autumn pear syrup. Recently, many in the shop had been experiencing mild coughs. While not serious, the coughs were still uncomfortable. Preferring to avoid medication, she decided to prepare some syrup to drink daily. She called Du Ro to join her, and together they returned from the market with 2 large bags of pears. Du Ro set up her camera, seizing every opportunity to capture material for her work. The preparation of autumn pear syrup is not particularly difficult, but it is rather time-consuming. Fortunately, Ding Sha possesses a great deal of patience, diligently progressing through each step with meticulous care. Meanwhile, Du Ro assists her while sharing updates about recent happenings in the background. The Fragrant Rice team has released a report indicating that their sales data is quite promising, expressing hope for further collaborations. Collaborate on what, one might wonder? Ding Sha blinked, pondering that she scarcely has any pickled vegetable recipes to offer. Not just pickled vegetables, Du Ro interjected, Fragrant Rice has other brands as well. As she spoke, she retrieved her phone and, with a few taps, showed Ding Sha the information. They also have a line of instant food products, although very few are aware of it due to lackluster sales. They expressed interest in discussing this instant food line with you. Instant food products? Chapter 64. Grilled meat with lettuce. The situation was much as Du Ruru had described. Fan Xiangxiang's establishment had indeed launched a new production line dedicated to instant food products. However, due to either unpalatable flavors or insufficient promotion, the venture had not yet flourished and had been in continuous deficit. The manager, at his wit's end, had heard of Ding Sha's success in selling pickled vegetables and sought to try his luck with her. Ding Sha did not acquiesce immediately, but instead made another visit to the facility for an inspection. It was evident that the production line was quite impressive, utilizing high-quality ingredients. After returning, she began to explore which dishes would be most suitable for promotion within the instant food sector. She re-signed a contract with Fan Xiangxiang, and the manager, beaming with delight, shook her hand, expressing hope for future collaborations. Ding Sha reciprocated with a few polite remarks. Upon returning home, she procured every variety of instant food available on the market, including rice, hot pot, and spicy sour noodles. Fan Xiangxiang primarily produced self-heating instant meals, and Ding Sha would prepare several instant rice dishes daily, inviting Xiao Jun and Du Ruru to join her. Eventually, Du Ruru's face turned pale at the sight of instant rice while shopping at the supermarket. Ultimately, they decided to create a classic dish of beef and potatoes, a timeless pairing of tender, stewed beef and soft potatoes immersed in a savory broth that tantalized the taste buds. Ding Sha believed that no one could possibly refuse such a dish. After sending her recipe proportions to Fan Xiangxiang, she finally took a moment to rest. After several busy days, she filmed a review video of instant food products. with her fans joking that she might develop her own due to the poor quality of existing options. In a sense, they were not far from the truth. Ding Sha found herself sitting at the cash register, a place she hadn't occupied in quite some time, and it felt somewhat novel. A knock at the door interrupted her thoughts, and a pair of gnarled, brown hands pushed it open. A frail, elderly man, speaking with a rural accent, inquired, "Young lady, do you have leftover food?" Ding Sha did not comprehend at first, feeling a bit awkward, but Dururu kindly repeated his question. The restaurant had very few leftovers, and what there was typically discarded in the evening for the garbage truck to collect. The old man stood at the door, hunched and anxious, gazing at her with uncertainty. Dururu quietly informed Ding Sha that he was a scavenger. Seeing his advanced age stirred Ding Sha's compassion. At that moment, the restaurant had only a few diners, so she instructed Duru to take him to the backyard, where Wang Wenhao prepared a bowl of beef noodles for him. The beef was braised and thinly sliced, artfully arranged atop the noodles. The old man appeared somewhat bewildered as he looked at Ding Sha. "Please eat," she urged, placing the bowl before him. The elderly man rubbed his hands together, then pressed them together in a gesture of gratitude before tremblingly accepting the chopsticks to eat his meal. Although he ate slowly, he savored each bite. Concerned that he might feel uncomfortable, Ding Sha quietly moved aside, taking little Ping into the swing to play. Once the old man had finished his meal, she approached him again. "Are you full? There's more if you need." He repeatedly waved his hands, indicating that he had had enough. His gaze fell upon the plump and cherubic Pingyan, and he remarked, "What a lovely child. Truly fortunate. He is likely an introverted old man, coming and going while uttering just a single phrase." Ding Sha smiles and expresses her gratitude, and he waves his hand in response. As Ding Sha sees him off, she says at the door, "If you're ever hungry, feel free to come here. While I cannot provide much, I can certainly offer a hearty meal." The old man joins his hands in a gesture of thanks, and she smiles while stepping aside. He shuffles a couple of steps, then turns back, and Ding Sha waves goodbye to him. He clumsily waves back before slowly walking away with his burlap sack. Du Ro approaches and says, "Sister, you're truly kind." Ding Sha shakes her head, replying, "There is nothing particularly kind about it. I simply wish for everyone to lead a better life. We all grow old, and as I assist others now, I hope that when I am old or when my son is old, someone will extend a helping hand to us." Du Ro responds with a simple "oh," adding, "To me, you are simply kind." Ding Sha chuckles and shakes her head again. "It is merely a bowl of noodles. It means little to me, but is significant to that old man. If I can help, then I shall." Holding on to Ping and she heads back indoors as the winds have begun to pick up, fearing that Ping and might catch a chill. The colder it gets, the more one yearns for something warm to eat. At the behest of the fragrant food, Ding Sha shares her hot pot broth recipes, including spicy, mushroom, and tomato flavors. Fan Xiang, with ambitious aspirations, seeks to revive her business. The small eatery has also introduced a new menu of health-focused soups, resulting in an exceptionally prosperous business lately. Customers, after savoring a bowl of soup, recline comfortably in their chairs, appearing quite content. Little Ping is growing quickly. He can now stand alone and take a few steps while holding onto Aunt Zhao's hand. His large eyes are dark and bright, resembling grapes. The neighbors commend the care he receives, and Ding Sha contemplates that by the next new year, he should be able to taste what real food is like. After all, how could the child of a restaurant owner not know the flavor of food? Ding Sha thinks with amusement. De Zhuang has completed several orders and is filled with pride over his earnings. He buys new clothes and gifts for his children and Sister Tong. Though Sister Tong scolds him, she is secretly delighted. Before she can voice further complaints, De Zhuang dashes out again with a new order. Sister Tong watches him leave from the doorway, letting out a soft sigh. "Do not worry, he will be back soon." Ding Sha reassures her. "I do not expect him to earn a villa for me, as long as we have enough to spend and can save for emergencies. Without owing anything to the children, that is sufficient," Sister Tong replies. "I just fear that he is working too hard. He seems to have lost quite a bit of weight." Wang Wenhao interjects, "Such is life." Sister Tong sighs and returns inside. Du Ro shoots him a glare, and Wang Wenhao, feeling guilty, rubs his head. Ding Sha has collected a substantial amount of charcoal from Uncle Wei and has ordered a small grill for roasting meat. Lean cuts of beef, high-quality pork belly, and plump, chewy sausages are grilled over charcoal until perfectly cooked, wrapped in lettuce with garlic slices, and dipped in barbecue sauce before being devoured. The satisfaction is heavenly. The small eatery is bustling year-round, offering a different delightful culinary experience each day. Over time, it astonishingly ascended to the top 5 of the local must-try culinary list. Numerous diners from neighboring cities chose to drive over during their weekends to indulge in the experience. They chuckled, declaring that once one has tasted the offerings of this establishment, there is no turning back. The satisfaction of the patrons serves as the highest form of praise for a chef. Wang Wenhao, brimming with enthusiasm each day, has seen his culinary skills flourish, causing the name of Wang family cuisine to resonate widely. Upon learning of this, Wang Jingyang felt a profound sense of pride and took the time to commend Wang Wenhao while also advising him to remain humble and avoid arrogance. However, Wang Wenhao, known for his bluntness, often speaks before fully processing his thoughts, leading to an irritable reaction from Wang Jingyang, who huffed in frustration and stormed off. That evening, Xiao Jun intentionally kept Wang Wenhao behind, saying, "In a few days, you should pack your things and head back." "Master, are you sending me away?" Wang Wenhao exclaimed in alarm. Chapter 65. Dog food, I am not driving you away. Rather, I have been contemplating this, Xiao Jun said. Once you have mastered the culinary arts of the Wang family, you should return to your own restaurant. What do you think you're doing lingering here? What do you mean by that? Wang Wenhao shook his head. I simply enjoy my time here. My master has encouraged me to stay. Your father came today with the intention of calling you back, Xiao Jun remarked, though he did not voice it. He wishes for you to return and inherit the family business. I have no desire to do so. Wang Wenhao pouted stubbornly. I am quite content here and wish to remain. You incorrigible brat, Xiao Jun chided him playfully. What about your family business? Do your parents not matter to you? My father has taken on apprentices, and the restaurant will undoubtedly thrive. He is only in his 50s and still quite vigorous. If I were to force him into retirement, he would be displeased, Wang Wenhao replied. Let me stay here. I will return when the time is right. Xiao Jun ceased his insistence and acquiesced. Du Ruru emerged from the doorway. Wang Wenhao, are you leaving? She inquired, having risen for a glass of water and inadvertently overhearing the conversation. Her heart raced as she stepped forward to seek clarification. Wang Wenhao shook his head. I am not leaving. Du Ruru seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Not leaving is good. Are you reluctant to see me go? Wang Wenhao teased. Du Ruru jumped in surprise. Do not flatter yourself. I am not. I will be leaving tomorrow, returning home, Wang Wenhao suddenly announced. Weren't you just saying you wouldn't leave? Du Ruru was taken aback. I was jesting, he replied. As master said, I cannot remain here forever. Then, Du Ruru began to fidget with the hem of her garment. Promise you will come back to visit. Wang Wenhao pressed. Are you truly going to miss me? Du Ruru initially remained silent, but upon observing his unusually earnest expression, she nodded softly. Yes. Why is that? Wang Wenhao pursued. Well, we are colleagues and friends, of course. There will be some sense of loss, Du Ruru explained. Just colleagues? Just friends? Wang Wenhao stepped closer, causing Du Ruru to instinctively retreat. He gazed intently into her eyes, and Du Ruru felt her heart race, her lips parting to speak, but no words emerged. Wang Wenhao remained steadfast, his eyes fixed on her. Eventually, Du Ruru seemed to surrender, confessing, yes, it is more than that. Before she could elaborate, Wang Wenhao interrupted. I understand. What do you understand? Du Ruru faltered, momentarily lost. I comprehend your feelings, Wang Wenhao asserted. Allow me to articulate the rest. Ruru, I have harbored feelings for you for quite some time. Will you be with me? His tone was solemn, his usual playful demeanor replaced by profound sincerity. Du Ruru found herself at a loss. I may merely be a chef, Wang Wenhao continued, but I vow that my future will revolve around you. You will always be my priority. Du Ruru's face was slightly flushed. She never anticipated that a simple midnight trip for water would lead to such an encounter. Biting her lip, she ultimately acquiesced, for she had unknowingly developed feelings for Wang Wenhao. With a smile playing at the corners of her mouth, she returned to bed, her heart filled with youthful longing, tinged with a hint of impending separation. The following morning, upon rising, she found Wang Wenhao in the kitchen, diligently practicing his knife skills as usual. Aren't you supposed to leave? I was merely teasing you, Wang Wenhao replied lightly, then swiftly dashed away before she could fully comprehend his words. Wang, Wen, how? Her fists clenched in frustration. That scoundrel shall pay. Chapter 66. Lantern Festival. The first snowfall of winter arrived swiftly, more rapidly than one could anticipate. It seemed as though just yesterday they were deliberating on knitting a cozy autumn sweater for little Ping Yin, and today they found themselves unexpectedly preparing to purchase a down jacket for the baby. The passage of time left Ding Sha somewhat disconcerted. Reflecting on the same period last year, when she was anxiously expecting Ping Yin, she found it wondrous that this year he was already making indistinct sounds in response. On New Year's Day, they opened a shop early. Xiao Jun insisted on selling Tang Yuan, and Ding Sha acquiesced to his wishes. She prepared fillings of sesame, peanut, rose bean paste, and fresh meat, each concocted by her own hand, delivering them to the Tang Yuan shop for wrapping. The cooked Tang Yuan, infused with sweet fermented rice, was delightful and brought a blissful squint to one's eyes upon tasting. Du Ro, disliking the cold, huddled beside Wang Wenhao, sharing a bowl with him. Si Lu fed little Shi too before indulging himself. Sister Tong prepared a bowl in a thermos to send to the Zhuang later. Aunt Zhuang looked at Si Lu with a gentle smile, radiating warmth. Lin Jiayu knocked before entering, greeting them with a cheerful good morning. Ding Sha returned the salutation. Good morning, Teacher Lin. Have you eaten? Would you care for a bowl of Tang Yuan? Lin Jiayu chuckled, to be honest. I came in because I caught a whiff of the aroma. Can you believe that? He settled down comfortably, showing no pretense. Ding Sha then playfully inquired about his choice of filling. Lin Jiayu pondered for a moment before requesting 2 of each. The Tang Yuan were small, easy to consume in 2 bites, allowing one to enjoy several without feeling overly full. In winter, few ventured out for breakfast. Most were either bleary-eyed dog walkers or those heading to work, hastily entering for a bowl of Tang Yuan and grimacing as they consumed the steaming delicacy before rushing to the bus stop. Sitting by the window, Lin Jiayu observed the sparse passers-by and sighed contentedly. I thought about doing this in summer. When I first walked in, I wasn't particularly saddened. Rather, I imagined how pleasant it would be to sit here in winter with a cup of tea. Ding Sha asked him, and how is it now? Lin Jiayu understood her inquiry, lazily resting his chin on his hand like a contented cat. It's quite good. One might even say a blessing in disguise. Ding Sha tilted her head curiously. Lin Jiayu then began to share his thoughts with her. He had always kept himself tightly guarded, never revealing his sexual orientation to others. Over time, this had left him feeling stifled, and now, with someone like Ding Sha to confide in, he felt at ease to speak. My parents have always disapproved of us being together. I moved out for college, and despite living in the same city, we rarely crossed paths. I know they deliberately avoided any area where I might appear. When they discovered his infidelity, they were furious and awkwardly insisted I return home. I was rather pleased, having prepared myself for a life of solitude, but to my surprise, my stubborn and traditional parents even went so far as to inquire about other men. He chuckled, shaking his head, finding the absurdity rather endearing. And you? Ding Sha paused, momentarily taken aback. One day, I shall bring you to meet him, and we shall have truly met. I will definitely bring him along in the future, Lin Jiayu said with graceful confidence. Indeed, Ding Sha felt genuinely delighted for him. After bidding farewell to Lin Jiayu, Xiao Jun emerged, cradling the little one, Ping Yin. Why are you bringing him out? It's freezing out here, and he hasn't even fully awakened yet, Ding Sha cautioned, ensuring that Ping Yin was wrapped snugly. Just to get some fresh air. He can't be cooped up indoors all day, Xiao Jun replied, freeing one hand to grasp a skateboard. You still have your skateboard? Ding Sha exclaimed in surprise. Yes, I intend to show it to the boarders. They have been eager to meet my son, Xiao Jun said with a hint of pride. If your son falls ill, you'll just take your skateboard and glide away from here. Do you understand? Ding Sha smiled. I swear if I fall ill, my son must remain unharmed, Xiao Jun declared, raising 3 fingers. Ding Sha scoffed at him. I don't believe that. Nevertheless, she embraced her son and accompanied Xiao Jun to the park where they often skateboard. As they approached, The boarders were engaged in a spirited game, and upon noticing the handsome couple approaching with their exquisitely crafted child, they gasped in awe. Chapter 67. The wedding. It appeared that all the young men were dressed casually yet distinctively, and they were all quite youthful. Xiao Jun adeptly greeted everyone before introducing Ding Sha and Xiao Ping'an. The boys chuckled and exchanged friendly, polite greetings. After chatting for a while, Ding Sha chose not to intrude further, quietly cradling the child and stepping aside. The boys gathered around Xiao Jun, expressing their admiration. Wow, Brother Jun, your wife is stunning, and your child is utterly charming. Your family is truly remarkable. Xiao Jun, with a hint of arrogance, pouted slightly, his expression playful, as Xiao Ping'an awoke. He gazed intently outward, particularly fixating on Xiao Jun, his eyes wide and unblinking, which piqued Ding Sha's curiosity. Was Xiao Ping'an gazing at his father, or merely fascinated by a moving object? After playing for a short while, Xiao Jun approached, saying, "Let's go back." "You're not going to play anymore?" Ding Sha inquired, taken aback, as Xiao Jun usually indulged in play for much longer. "No, I just wanted to bring you here to meet them, to spare myself from their incessant inquiries about whether the child is enjoyable," he replied, feeling a bit sweaty and warm. He first warmed Ding Sha's icy hands before lifting Xiao Ping'an into his embrace. The two then returned home together. Unable to sit still, Xiao Jun drove to the market to purchase festive goods, while Ding Sha stayed indoors baking egg tarts. Having been tempted by the delightful aroma from a bakery a few days prior, she decided to try her hand at making them today. Duel, with her laptop in hand, awaited the egg tarts while editing videos. Ding Sha's blogging career was gradually gaining momentum, and since she found herself overwhelmed, she enlisted Du Ru to manage this aspect, offering her a separate salary. Du Ru, having found a job aligned with her expertise, was immensely happy every day. This year, the new year arrived early. Shortly after New Year's Day, it was already the first day of the Lunar New Year. Xiao Jun granted his employees a holiday and distributed benefits, leaving only their little family and Aunt Zhuang along with Silu. The four of them sat together, making dumplings, stir-frying dishes, and preparing a cake to celebrate Xiao Ping'an's first birthday during the festive season. With a table laden with fine food and drink, Xiao Jun sat at the head, lifting his glass, but momentarily lost for words. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. "Today is New Year's. I wish everyone a joyful New Year." Everyone joyfully raised their glasses in response. After the first toast, Xiao Jun lifted his glass once more. "This toast is to thank Aunt Zhuang for her assistance. Without you, I might never have met Sha. Even without mentioning it. The fact that he was absent during Xiao Ping'an's birth was something he would never forget." He raised a third glass, declaring, "I would like to ask everyone to bear witness." As he spoke, he turned toward Ding Sha. "April 3rd is an auspicious date. Shall we hold our wedding then?" Ding Sha paused for a moment before smiling and replying, "Yes." This time, she did not shed tears but merely smiled, grasping Xiao Jun's trembling hand beneath the table. "There will be both Chinese and Western styles. I have prepared several plans for you to choose from," Xiao Jun stated. Ding Sha nodded, suddenly feeling a surge of anticipation for April 3rd. However, before the romantic wedding could unfold, there lay a long and tedious preparation process. Ding Sha found herself overwhelmed with dress fittings and arrangements, to the point of contemplating cancellation. Siu Yun exulit spirited vitality, eagerly urging her to rise each day in preparation, while Ding Sha simply allowed him to handle the arrangements, focusing instead on organizing menus and other matters at the shop. Xiao Jun dashed in and out daily, showing no signs of fatigue. Little Ping'an relished his supplementary meals, delighting in each bite, often expressing his joy with exuberant sounds and animated gestures. He was growing swiftly, his features increasingly resembling Xiao Jun, a miniature version of him. Ding Sha occasionally pondered the curious notion that boys resemble their mothers while girls take after their fathers. How could little Ping'an be so much like his father? Quietly, Ding Sha confirmed once more with a diaper that indeed, he was a boy. Aunt Zhao smiled warmly at Ding Sha's bemusement, advising her not to worry, as with time, he would surely come to resemble his mother. Ding Sha stuck out her tongue playfully. The wedding was modest in scale, attended by a select group of familiar faces. As Ding Sha gracefully approached in her pristine white gown, Xiao Jun could not contain his tears. "Fool, why are you crying?" Ding Sha gently wiped his tears away. "I am just so happy," Xiao Jun replied, his voice thick with emotion. Unsure of what to say, Ding Sha continued to tenderly dry his tears. "We willingly unite as partners. From this day forth, we shall jointly embrace the responsibilities and obligations that marriage bestows upon us, honoring our parents, nurturing our children, respecting and loving one another, fostering trust and encouragement, understanding and yielding, supporting each other through thick and thin, cherishing one another for a lifetime. Henceforth, in times of prosperity or adversity, in wealth or poverty, in health or sickness, in youth or old age, we shall weather life's storms together, sharing joys and sorrows, becoming lifelong companions. We shall steadfastly uphold today's vows, and we shall indeed honor them." Their vows were not the conventional ones, often recited. Xiao Jun had chosen with great care the vows typically spoken when obtaining a marriage certificate, although they could not yet formalize their union. The moment felt akin to having done so. After the ceremony, instead of resting indoors, Xiao Jun and Ding Sha took a shower, changed their clothes, and under the cover of night, stealthily drove away. Xiao Jun took her to the only mountain in Nanjing City. Atop the peak, where vegetation was sparse and the sky expansive, stars twinkled brilliantly, creating a breathtaking sight. The two sat on the car roof, whispering sweet nothings. Leaning against his shoulder, Ding Sha inquired, "Will we be together for a lifetime?" "Yes," he affirmed. "Will you love me forever?" "Yes." "Will you abandon me and our son?" "No." "What do you think is the best kindergarten for our son?" "I don't know," Xiao Jun replied, feeling somewhat exasperated. Was it too early to be considering kindergartens? "It's good to plan ahead," Ding Sha added, not genuinely seeking a kindergarten for their child, merely engaging in idle conversation. "Do you think our son will grow up to be more like you or more like me?" Xiu Yun suddenly asks. Ding Sha paused, well aware of the original character of the male protagonist. He will be exceptional, bright, and cheerful, with a penchant for delicious food and an affinity for the kitchen. He will love skateboarding and playing basketball, surrounded by many good friends, always gathering a crowd to join him in play. He must be remarkably handsome, undoubtedly charming to the ladies, with a personality that is both mischievous and serene, reminiscent of you and me. However, Ding Sha firmly believes that Xiao Ping is different. Her Xiao Ping has not grown up in solitude, suffering the adversities of life, but is instead enveloped in love and warmth. He is surely a bright and cheerful young man. Indeed, he certainly will be. Xiao Jun tightened his embrace around Ding Sha and spoke with unwavering determination. At the end of July, Ding Sha and Xiao Jun finally stepped into the Civil Affairs Bureau, obtaining 2 pristine red booklets. Once again, they recited their wedding vows, resolute and blissful. The sun shone perfectly, and a gentle breeze caressed the air. Chapter 68, Epilogue. The tale of Suli the night was enveloped in deep darkness and stillness. Suli lay awake on the soft, expansive bed, unable to find solace in slumber. He could hardly recall how many times he had experienced insomnia. Turning his head to gaze out at the moon, he noted its exquisite beauty, large and round. It was said that today marked the Mid-Autumn Festival. He remained oblivious to the flavors of mooncakes. Lost in thought, Suli glanced at the clock. It was 3:30. He lay quietly, staring at the ceiling, allowing his mind to drift until dawn broke. Secretary Zhou Yao arrived early, bringing breakfast. By the time he entered, Suli had already risen. Zhou Yao proceeded to convey the day's busy schedule, meticulously arranged. After finishing, he hesitated before saying, "Boss, Miss Lee called me yesterday. She expressed a desire for your financial assistance to help her family's company. She mentioned that if you were willing to invest, she would marry you." Suli remained calm, savoring a shrimp dumpling without uttering a word. Zhou Yao waited, biting his lip. "Boss, I find Miss Lee quite pitiable. She was sobbing on the phone, and her family's company is indeed on the brink of bankruptcy. You, am I merely throwing money into a void?" Suli interjected. "You are far more aware than I of whether her family's company is worth saving. I refuse to give away my money only to witness her reluctantly marry me, all the while harboring affections for another." Zhou Yao, I am not that desperate. His gaze toward Zhou Yao was cold, and he added, I hope this is the last time we discuss this. Zhou Yao lowered his head, feeling a twinge of shame. He had witnessed how Li Qingqing had previously manipulated Su Li's emotions, nearly causing him great distress. This was not lost on him. Puzzled, Zhou Yao wondered why he had felt a pang of sympathy upon hearing Li Qingqing's voice yesterday, when he had always despised her. Su Li chose not to dwell on Zhou Yao's distraction and left for the office after finishing breakfast. The day was filled with a multitude of tasks, and at noon, he had a lunch meeting with the CEO of a partner company. The CEO, appearing affable, nevertheless made veiled disparagements about Su Li's background throughout their conversation. Su Li maintained a serene and gentle demeanor until the CEO, growing increasingly arrogant, mentioned his parents. At that, Su Li picked up a napkin to dab his mouth and said, Mr. Zheng, I will have the contract for termination delivered to your company within 3 days. The CEO was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening. Mr. Su, one may indulge in food, but one should not speak carelessly. I urge you to reconsider. Xiangxing is formidable, yet we established companies are not to be underestimated. Your disregard for elders is not commendable. I believe there is no longer a necessity for our collaboration. While Xiangxing may lack your esteemed qualifications, we can certainly afford a nominal penalty for breach of contract. We will soon launch new software and games, which I personally believe are quite promising. You are welcome to download and review them at your convenience. With that, he stood and departed with Zhou Yao, leaving the CEO fuming and hurling objects in the private room behind them. Zhou Yao understood that Su Li's parents had always been a sensitive subject for him, and thus refrained from further urging. Su Li sat in the back seat of the car, eyes closed, without indicating their destination, while Zhou Yao quietly awaited his words. After a considerable time, Su Li murmured, I had a dream. He felt a cacophony surrounding him, and as he furrowed his brow in an effort to open his eyes and see, they felt heavy and burdensome. In the struggle, he succumbed to slumber once more. Soon after, he was gently roused. Little Pinga, my dear. Su Li gradually opened his eyes to find a warm, kind yet unfamiliar middle-aged woman softly patting his arm. Startled, he was about to inquire her identity when she lifted him into her embrace. Are we awake now? Pingan, are you hungry? Su Li gazed silently at his short, plump little body. Am I dreaming? It must be. Yet, he did not resist. His first instinct was to ponder. If he were still a child, if he hadn't been sent to the orphanage, would he be able to see? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the door swung open. A beautiful woman with long hair cascading down to her waist entered, her eyes crinkling into a smile upon seeing him. Little Ping and is awake. Did you sleep well? Are you hungry? Come, let Mama hold you. Manga. Su Li felt slightly disoriented, yet instinctively raised his arms. His body's subconscious betrayed him. He felt an undeniable closeness to this woman. Nestled in her embrace, he clung to her neck, unwilling to let go. Ding Sha, somewhat surprised, gently patted his back. Why are you so affectionate today, little Pingan? As she spoke, she began to walk outside, and Su Li beheld a remarkably beautiful and vibrant courtyard. It was adorned with large, colorful blossoms, a swing hung from a tree, and charming wooden animal carvings were scattered about. A round, plump tabby cat, accompanied by 2 kittens, chased after the woman, while Aunt Zhao began washing and hanging out a pile of small quilts. In the sunlight, Su Li buried his head in her shoulder, tightening his embrace around her. It is Mama. He opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. The woman lifted the curtain and entered the kitchen, where 2 men stood with their backs turned. She walked directly towards a broad, sturdy figure. A Jun, Su Li heard, turning his gaze to scrutinize the man. He possessed a resolute and handsome face, strikingly similar to his own countenance in adulthood. The man wiped his brow, busying himself with chopping, and upon noticing his wife and child, he washed his hands before lifting his son into his arms. Good boy, did you miss Daddy? Unlike the soft, warm embrace of the woman, the man's arms felt somewhat rigid, yet they exuded a profound sense of security. Su Li clung tightly to the man. Even if it were merely a dream, he wished to linger a little longer. He spent the entire day enveloped in the warmth of the man and the woman, reluctant to release his grip around their necks. As evening fell, the woman coaxed him to sleep, A child's body could not endure for long, and he soon drifted into a deep slumber. His fingers still grasped the woman's sleeve, hoping that when he awakened again, he would find her by his side. Yet, when he did awaken, he was met only with the dark, heavy night. The vast house was both empty and silent, devoid of any liveliness or warmth. Suli found himself engulfed in the chasm of such stark contrast, unable to awaken from its grasp. The dream had been so vivid that it led him to believe he was the little child named Xiao Ping and cherished by loving parents. Leaning back in a rear seat, Suli pondered over that dream. Whenever he rested, thoughts of it would inevitably resurface, overwhelming him with a profound sense of loss and confusion that cast a shadow over his spirit. Goyo, perplexed by Suli's aperansoro, inquired about the nature of his dream, but Suli remained lost in thought, silent. Zhou Yao blinked and asked, "Shall we go, boss?" "Let us depart," came the reply. "Where to? The company?" "No, take me home instead." "Home?" "Yes, I wish to rest for a while." Chapter 69. The story of Suli to boss. There's an interview. Zhou Yao entered with a document, presenting an opportunity from the official side that held considerable significance. "What do you think? Should we accept it?" "I've reviewed it. This time, it's journalist due, a renowned figure known for her integrity and gentleness." "She is quite commendable," Suli remarked, rubbing his temples. "It's unnecessary. Let us decline." "Boss, are you experiencing another headache? Have you been resting well lately?" Zhou Yao inquired with concern. "Perhaps the fatigue has taken its toll. I've been sleeping a lot at home." Zhou Yao expressed his worries about Suli's health. He recalled how Suli had tirelessly devoted himself to the company, and despite its current stability, Suli still found little time to rest. "No, just a bit tired." Suli preferred to remain reticent, having long ceased to dream of that small courtyard. "I'll contact the television station to decline the interview," Zhou Yao said. "It's rather unfortunate. I hear journalist Du Ro is exceptionally talented. My cousin's daughter, only 8 years old, aspires to be a journalist because of her." "Wait, who did you say?" Suli paused in surprise. "Journaliste du? Ou Yao replié, puzzled. What is her full name?" Suli asked softly. "Du Ro, with Ro meaning gentle," Zhou Yao answered. "Go. Inform them that I've agreed to this interview." Suli finally regained his voice after a moment's hesitation. As Zhou Yao left, Suli sat at his desk, somewhat dazed. Du Ro, that name resonated with him. The lively little girl who had once been by his mother's side in that small courtyard was indeed named Du Ro. He remembered her vividly. Suli remained distracted throughout the day. Zhou Yao, increasingly concerned, suggested, "Boss, perhaps you should go home and rest. I can handle the work from here." "When is the interview scheduled?" Suli inquired. "Next Saturday," Zhou Yao replied. "Can we move it to tomorrow?" Suli asked. "Why the rush?" Zhou Yao scratched his head. "I'll communicate with them." About an hour later, Zhou Yao returned, drenched in sweat. "It's set. Tomorrow at 3:30 in the afternoon. Journalist Du will come to our company." Suli's emotions were complex. "All right, I'll give you a raise." Zhou Yao, intrigued by Suli's demeanor, remarked, "Boss, you've been rather peculiar these past few days. Is that so?" Suli smiled faintly. "Let us just say I'm a bit curious." "Curious about what?" Zhou Yao asked, equally intrigued. "About magic or perhaps miracles." The following afternoon, the journalist arrived as promised. Suli, dressed impeccably in forma latire, awaited them in his office. "Mr. Su, I've heard much about you." "I'm Du Ro," she introduced herself. Suli gazed at the familiar face and smiled gently. "Ah, the honor is mine." Journalist Du. The interview proceeded smoothly, and as it concluded, Suli invited, "I've reserved a table at Xin Yuan. Would you care to join me for dinner?" Journalist Du. Du Ro raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Xin Yuan was an upscale private dining establishment with a membership policy that was notoriously stringent. "Of course," Du Ro replied with a smile. The atmosphere of the private meeting was considerably less serious, and Du Ro's expression had relaxed significantly. "I was grateful to President Su for his generosity, which afforded me the pleasure of this delightful meal." Suli poured her a glass of champagne, expressing that she had long admired Ms. Du's esteemed reputation. "To be candid, I had initially presumed you would decline the interview invitation, but your acceptance took me by surprise," Du Ro remarked. She was elegantly dressed, her face bearing subtle wrinkles that conveyed wisdom and gentleness. Is it true that Ms. Du did not major in journalism during university? Su Li inquired. Indeed, I studied editing at Nanjing University and later pursued a dual degree in my graduate studies, eventually becoming a reporter upon joining the station, Du Ro Ro replied. Then, are you familiar with Wang Wenhao? Su Li asked again. Who? Du Ro Ro appeared puzzled. I'm afraid I haven't heard of him. That's quite all right. It was merely a casual inquiry, Su Li said with a smile, shifting the topic. Throughout the meal, the atmosphere remained congenial, and as they departed, Du Ro Ro sighed. If only my son could be as refined and successful as President Su, I would truly feel blessed. Your son? Su Li inquired. Yes. My husband and I married later in life. My son has just started university this year. He is quite the spirited one, always out playing, and I struggled to keep him in check. Su Li refrained from probing further and instructed the driver to take Du Ro Ro home, contemplating a visit to Nanjing City as he walked along the road. After returning home, feeling somewhat fatigued, he messaged Zhou Yao to confirm his flight to Nanjing City before slowly closing his eyes. He once again dreamt of that small courtyard, and this time, he had grown a bit older. Su Li sat up in bed, eagerly dressed himself, and pushed open the door. The courtyard was bustling with activity. Some were tending to the flowers, others were washing clothes and sweeping, while children chased each other in playful abandon. Su Li stood hesitantly at the threshold, bracing himself against the doorframe. Xiao Jun approached from the front hall, instantly spotting him. He strode over and lifted his son onto his shoulders, declaring, "Come on, son, let's go skateboarding." Su Li froze, perched on the man's shoulder, overwhelmed by a sensation of unfamiliarity. It was exhilarating yet comforting as the man's strong hands held him securely. With one hand steadying his son and the other gripping the skateboard, Xiao Jun exited the courtyard and glided towards the park. Neighbors greeted them along the way. "Xiao, off to skateboard again? Oh, Xiao Ping is joining you? Stay safe." The man cheerfully acknowledged them, occasionally prompting Su Li to speak a few words. Su Li remained silent, tightening his grip around the man's head. Upon arriving at the park, Xiao Jun greeted his friends and found a flat area to begin teaching Su Li. The child's small stature struggled to maintain balance, nearly toppling several times. Yet the man consistently caught him with ease. Su Li quietly stifled a smile. After playing for a while, the man gently took him back home. Just as they arrived, Ding Sha spotted them. She approached, first taking the child from Xiao Jun's arms before playfully nudging him with her foot. Xiao Jun circled around her with a cheerful smile, ensuring that he did not fall. "I caught him, didn't I, son?" Su Li immediately nodded vigorously. Ding Sha shot him an annoyed glance, questioning his decision to take the child out in such heat. What if he suffers from heat stroke? What if he gets sunburned? Xiao Jun scratched the back of his head and slipped away. Ding Sha took Su Li to wash up. At first, Su Li felt a bit uneasy, but then he realized this is a dream, and moreover, this is his mother. After the bath, Ding Sha meticulously applied a myriad of lotions and dusted him with talcum powder. Su Li sneezed twice, and Ding Sha grew somewhat worried, wondering if he had caught a cold or was overheated. Su Li shook his head, indicating he was fine. Ding Sha playfully tapped his nose and led him to the living room. She handed him a bowl of double-skim milk, saying, "Here, eat this. Didn't you say you wanted some yesterday?" Su Li recognized the dessert. He had always yearned for it in his childhood, but it was too expensive back then. As he carefully took a spoonful and placed it in his mouth, the cool, sweet flavor with the soft red beans brought him immense joy. He squinted his eyes in delight, realizing this was the taste he had longed for. Unconsciously, he began to swing his little legs. At noon, after enjoying a meal prepared by Ding Sha, Su Li was overjoyed and ate his fill, his belly round and full, which made Ding Sha a bit anxious. She worried about him overeating and possibly throwing up. Sure enough, after chasing a yoke in the yard for a few steps, he vomited all over the place. Ding Sha took him to see a doctor. Fortunately, there was nothing serious, just that he appeared a bit lethargic. Ding Sha was somewhat angry. "Xiao Si Jin, are you foolish? Why did you force yourself to eat when you couldn't eat? Have you forgotten what your mother taught you?" Su Li mumbled to himself that his mother hadn't taught him, but he replied aloud, "It was delicious." Ding Sha was both amused and exasperated. Delicious food can be enjoyed later. You cannot gorge yourself, you understand? "I understand," Su Li replied, a hint of disappointment in his tone. Would he still be able to eat it in the future? After returning from the hospital, Su Li nestled against Ding Sha's shoulder, feeling dejected. Xiao Jun visited a few times, concerned, declaring that he would no longer take him skateboarding. Ding Sha gently patted the child's head, reassuring him. It's not your fault. You simply ate too much. Xiao Jun remained adamant, unable to help it. The slightest abnormality in the child could alarm him. Sister Tong affectionately patted his back, asking, "Why does our little Ping and seem so listless? Are you still feeling unwell?" Su Li obediently shook his head. Ding Sha struggled to hold him, wanted to set him down, but Su Li clung tightly. With a sigh, Ding Sha lifted him again, finding a spot to sit, and finally set him on her lap. At dinner, he barely ate a few bites, so Ding Sha carried him back to rest. Su Li held onto her tightly, reluctant to let go. Ding Sha comforted him, singing lullabies. As Su Li's eyelids grew heavier, he suddenly wanted to speak, to tell her who he was. Mama. I miss Mama. The moment the words left his lips, the little boy had already drifted off to sleep. Ding Sha covered his belly, adjusted the air conditioning to a comfortable temperature, and kissed his forehead before stepping out. When Su Li opened his eyes, he felt an emptiness within. A pervasive sense of desolation threatened to engulf him. He sat up, trembling hands retrieving a cigarette to smoke. The phone buzzed twice. It was a message from Zhou Yao. He expressed his agreement, addressing him as boss. Su Li picked up the phone and called him. The internet-addicted youth, Zhou Yao, still awake, was startled by the call from his employer. "Boss, would it be all right if I changed my name?" "Never mind. Just joking. Is the flight ticket booked?" "Yes, for next Tuesday. We need to push through these next few days to complete the work ahead of time." "Understood. Thank you for your hard work. You should rest now." "Boss, what is it? Are you unable to sleep?" Zhou Yao asked cautiously. Su Li paused for a moment before responding, "No, I just had a dream. I dreamt of my parents." Without waiting for him to inquire further, Su Li continued. Zhou Yao felt a pang of sympathy for his boss, who had always been an exceptional individual, but was often looked down upon or mocked due to the tragic circumstances surrounding his parents. Their memory had nearly become an obsession for Su Li. "So, what were your parents like in a dream?" Zhou Yao wanted to ask. "Get some rest. We have work tomorrow," Su Li replied. "I wanted to Nanjing City early." Chapter 70. Su Li. The airplane landed gently, and the early autumn in Nanjing City remained sweltering. Zhou Yao glanced at Su Li, who had been lost in thought since boarding the plane, with a hint of concern. "Boss, have we arrived? Let's go." Su Li quickly snapped back to reality. Guided by the vague recollections from his dreams, he found the old street. It had undergone several renovations, appearing somewhat different from his memories, yet upon closer inspection, familiar traces still lingered. Zhou Yao observed Su Li's hand brushing against the wooden fence, as if he were cherishing something. "Boss, were you originally from Nanjing?" Zhou Yao could not help but inquire. "I suppose so," Su Li replied with a smile, not concealing the joy that radiated from every pore of his being. "It truly feels like coming home." At a corner, he bought Zhou Yao a cup of milk tea and strolled leisurely down the street until he reached a quaint yet foreign little shop. It was cloaked in dust, devoid of bustling patrons and the lively atmosphere he once remembered. There were no wooden signs or glass doors, no flourishing flower beds, nor a cheerful mother always standing at the entrance. Su Li gazed at the place for quite some time, feeling that its dusty and forlorn appearance was utterly inappropriate. "Yao, could you find out who owns this property and see if they would be willing to sell it to me?" Su Li suggested. Although Zhou Yao was puzzled, he agreed and went to inquire about the owner's contact information from the neighbors. Before long, he returned with the news that the owners were an elderly couple who had passed away, leaving their children settled abroad. "I've already emailed them," he informed. "Good," Su Li said, standing at the entrance, contemplating for a while. "Let's find a place to stay in Nanjing and then locate a carpenter." "Boss, how long do you plan to stay in Nanjing?" Zhou Yao asked, taken aback. He had initially thought Su Li was merely visiting, not intending to settle down. "I'm not sure, but I should be here for the foreseeable future," Su Li replied. "There are some matters I would like you to investigate. The sooner, the better." Zhou Yao was left bewildered, yet he dared not dissuade him, simply driving off to handle the tasks at hand. As Su Li sat in the back seat, he gradually closed his eyes. Upon awakening, he felt refreshed. It had been ages since he had enjoyed such a deep slumber. Zhou Yao had already parked the car in the hotel lot, waiting for him to awaken. "Boss, you're awake?" Zhou Yao was organizing the upcoming tasks. Knowing that if Su Li intended to stay in Nanjing long-term, many responsibilities would need to be transferred for smooth operations. "I've reserved dinner at the hotel. Shall we head upstairs?" "Not going there. Let us go to Wang's restaurant," Su Li replied, fiddling with his phone for a moment. Zhou Yao opened the navigation app. Relieved to find it was not far, they arrived in less than half an hour. Wang's restaurant was bustling with patrons, and a receptionist politely smiled, informing them that they might need to wait. Su Li had no objections and settled into the waiting area. As they waited, he noticed a man with a rebellious demeanor, yet despondent, slowly shuffling towards them in flip-flops. After a brief exchange of whispers among the reception staff, one of them went inside, and shortly thereafter, a stern-faced elder emerged. "Dad," the man continued to speak slowly, his mouth agape. "Do you still remember to come here?" The old man, with a square face, wore an expression of deep anger. The man raised his eyes to glance at him, saying, "I've bought my ticket. I'll be leaving tonight and won't be working at home anymore." "Preposterous. Where do you think you're going?" The old man was visibly upset. "Have you forgotten how your grandfather passed away? You remain so obstinate. If you dare leave today, don't ever think of returning to this home." The man hesitated, his hand poised to assist the old man, but fell slowly to his side instead. "Dawon and Bai Lin are good people. They will take care of you, Dad. I'm leaving now." With that, he walked away, oblivious to the tears that fell from the old man behind him. TSK. The old man clearly was reluctant to part with his son, yet insisted on speaking harsh words. The son, too, was at a loss for gentle words. Zhou Yao frowned at this scene. Su Li, having observed the situation, lost his appetite for dinner. He stood up, stating, "I'll head back first. You can eat alone. I'll reimburse you once you're done." Zhou Yao was momentarily taken aback. "Boss?" Su Li waved his hand dismissively. "I'll walk by myself." Zhou Yao did not pursue him. Ever since Su Li arrived in Nanjing, he had seemed rather unusual, lost in his thoughts, oscillating between smiles and frowns. As university classmates, Zhou Yao chose not to dwell on it and continued to wait cheerfully, having heard that Wang's restaurant offered delightful cuisine. He couldn't help but wonder where his boss had discovered such a place. Su Li walked quietly along the street, enveloped in tranquility, feeling a sense of safety akin to returning to the womb, allowing himself to relax completely. Upon returning to the hotel, he remained in a state of soft comfort. "Su Li, we need to talk." Li Qingqing awaited him at the door, her expression one of desperation. "I don't believe there is much to discuss," Su Li replied. "I made my stance clear. I don't wish to waste money, nor do I want to marry you. I've already compromised. What more do you want?" "Su Li, don't be unreasonable." Li Qingqing felt utterly humiliated. "Do you not comprehend human language? I said I hope to never see you again. I don't wish to have any connection with you." Su Li stated flatly, devoid of emotion. Li Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such words from Su Li. He pulled out his phone and called the hotel front desk, requesting security to escort Li Qingqing out. She remained in disbelief until her departure, unable to reconcile the fact that a man who had once adored her had so suddenly changed. She had merely regarded him as a brother. She did not love him. Was it wrong to refuse Su Li? How could he not assist her when it was clear he had feelings for her? Yet, Su Li would no longer offer her any explanations. His good spirits were shattered for the day. Su Li opened a bottle of red wine, leaving the lights off as he sat on the sofa, gazing at the stars in the sky. Before long, Su Li retrieved the digital tablet he had brought along, determined to quickly capture the essence of his memories through drawing, fearing that if he waited too long, he might truly forget. Upon returning to his room, Zhou Yaogang received a message from Su Li, instructing him to investigate whether a person named Ding Sha had given birth at the Nanjing Municipal Maternal and Child Health Hospital 32 years ago. "Understood, boss," he replied, though curious about the reason behind his employer's inquiry into another's childbirth. The hallmark of an exemplary secretary is to remain discreet. After replying, Zhou prepared to freshen up and rest. Just as he lay down on his bed, a sudden thought jolted him upright. 32 years ago, was his boss delving into his own lineage? The drowsiness that had enveloped him vanished instantly. His employer had been tirelessly searching for his parents. Could it be that he was finally on the verge of discovery? Zhou could not help but feel a surge of excitement on his behalf. Meanwhile, Su Li was gradually lost in his recollections, his mind drifting to the canvas. With delicate strokes, he sketched a beautiful female figure, capturing the essence of Ding Sha. As he gazed upon the sketch, he began to immerse himself in the artistry. The night was still young, and he could continue to paint for hours on end. Chapter 71. The family portrait of Su Li. Boss, I have obtained the information, reported Zhou Yao. His work capability is exceptional. He found the materials Su Li requested in just a few days. Ding Sha. Indeed, she is your mother. Zhou Yao had perused the documents beforehand and felt a pang of reluctance to divulge the details. Su Li accepted the documents, her gaze immediately drawn to an old, yellowing photograph. It was unclear who had captured the image, but it featured her leaning against a yellow tree, clad in a pale yellow dress, her belly prominently rounded, radiating a gentle smile. It is that face. A wave of emotion surged within Su Li, her eyes brimming with tears. Without a doubt, it is her, my mother. She caressed the photograph repeatedly, unable to suppress a smile of bittersweet nostalgia. He had known her, had spent time in her embrace, indulging in affection. Zhou Yao, standing nearby, found it difficult to continue revealing what he had discovered. Is there more? Su Li inquired. Your mother cherished you dearly. I located Dr. Liu, who was responsible for her care at that time. He mentioned she was always obedient, meticulously inquiring about how to nurture her baby, appearing quite content. She truly loved me. Su Li responded without hesitation. Additionally, I followed the leads regarding your father's identity. Zhou Yao turned a page, presenting another photograph. It showcased a young man with a scarred brow, gaunt and fierce, glaring defiantly at the camera, clad in prison garb and shackled. This was obtained from the Nanjing City Prison. Your father's name is Xiao Jun. He was imprisoned for gang-related activities and soon perished in a prison brawl. Zhou Yao closed his eyes momentarily. Investigate further. Su Li commended resolutely. My father cannot possibly be that kind of person. He was perfectly content to guard my mother peacefully in a small courtyard. He would never engage in such deeds. I have already conducted inquiries, Zhou Yao replied. I contacted the officer who apprehended Mr. Xiao. The officer expressed that there were numerous inconsistencies surrounding the case, leading him to suspect that Mr. Xiao was taking the fall for someone else. However, before he could clarify the situation, that brawl transpired. They deeper uncover everything from the reasons for his imprisonment to the truth behind the brawl, Su Li insisted. Zhou Yao departed. Su Li placed the two photographs side by side, the rebellious youth and the graceful, gentle woman. This was his sole family portrait. The new house was located not far from the skateboard park, featuring a charming little courtyard, quite delightful. Zhou Yao had enlisted an exceptionally skilled carpenter, rumored to be a disciple of an old master carpenter, known for his honesty and meticulous craftsmanship. The carpenter, Mr. Li, with his thick brows and large eyes, examined the sketches Su Li had drawn, attentively listening as Su Li detailed his vision, striving to recreate the semblance from his memories. Though somewhat naive in social matters, Mr. Li possessed an innate talent for woodworking. After a brief contemplation, he patted his chest confidently. Rest assured, boss, I will craft exactly what you envision. This is not difficult. The main challenge lies in achieving this particular style. It's quite imaginative. Su Li smiled softly. I will transfer the payment to your account. I'm untroubled by the expense or the time it may take. As long as you can realize this effect, that is all that matters. Not a problem. Have you finalized your choices for the renovation team? I would like to oversee their plans and determine the order of tasks. Su Li shook his head and continued to observe. If you don't mind, I can recommend someone. He works meticulously. To be honest, this room needs a complete renovation. Many areas of the wood have rotted, said Li the carpenter. Su Li nodded slightly. No problem. Then I shall return now, boss. Li the carpenter said cheerfully as he departed. Seated in the rocking chair in the courtyard, Su Li gazed at the sky, recalling how much his mother cherished such moments. His father had mentioned that the rocking chair had moved with him to 3 different places. When Zhou Yao returned, he bore a look of concern. He called the boss his only good friend. Hello? When will you return to the country? The boss nearly scared me to death just now. It was the middle of the night for Zhou Wenyu, who was initially groggy but became alert upon hearing Zhou Yao's words. What's wrong? Zhou Yao relayed Su Li's recent situation, particularly how he seemed utterly untroubled, even smiling nostalgically while uttering strange remarks, as if he had once shared moments with his parents. Zhou Yao's expression shifted to one of fear. After all, his mother had passed away during childbirth, and his father had died even before he was born. I suspect he may be mentally unwell. I will book the earliest flight back home, Zhou Wenyu replied tersely before hanging up. Zhou Yao returned to report the findings. Boss, I've discovered that your father took the fall for someone else, all for money. He wanted to retract his confession. But the gang members in prison got wind of it, and the ensuing conflict was intended to ensure he had no chance to testify. Su Li was not surprised. He had suspected as much from the beginning. His hand clenched tightly around the small wooden carving that Li the carpenter had casually given him, then loosened again. What about the remains? They are in the cemetery. Purchase a plot. I wish to arrange a proper farewell for them. Understood. On a sunlit day, Su Li went to the cemetery to retrieve his parents' ashes. They were interred in the same cemetery, one to the left and the other to the right, separated by a sea of people. As he gazed at the gravestones, which bore nothing but names and dates, he respectfully knelt and bowed 3 times, holding his mother's urn. He approached his father's gravestone and bowed 3 more times, clutching both small urns tightly. I have been an unfilial son, only returning to bring you both home after all these years. You must be stricter with me in the next life, Su Li murmured. He found a small slope adorned with blooming trees and, cradling the 2 urns, asked Zhou Yao, please take a photo of me. Huh? Zhou Yao was momentarily taken aback. Take a photo for me, Su Li reiterated patiently, offering a slight smile to the camera. It's a family portrait. Zhou Yao, unable to bear the sight, lowered his head to wipe away his tears. Boss, let us go. We shouldn't miss this auspicious moment. Su Li nodded and slowly descended the hill. The newly purchased plot was spacious, surrounded by flowers and trees. As he placed the urns down, he silently recited in his heart, this place is designed in the manner my mother adored. Father, you loved her dearly. You must surely approve. If anything is unsatisfactory, please let me know in a dream. I have long anticipated this moment. In my childhood, I harbored resentment for lacking both a father and a mother, yet my perspective has since transformed. I now understand the depth of your love for me. I am thriving now, having navigated the years with resilience, so please do not worry about my well-being. In the next life, would you be so kind as to be my parents once more? I miss you dearly. Zhou Yao wept more profusely than Su Li, who maintained a smile without shedding a tear. Why are you crying? He inquired of Zhou Yao with a hint of amusement. I feel sorrowful, boss. If you're troubled, you must let your tears flow. Do not bottle it up inside. Zhou Yao reached for a tissue. I am not sorrowful, Su Li replied. I once believed my sadness stemmed from feeling neglected and abandoned, but I now realize that they have done me no wrong. Their love for me remains unwavering. As Su Li sat beside the gravestone, leaning against the side bearing Ding Sha's name, the emptiness within me began to fill. Boss, Zhou Yao was in utter despair, while Su Li appeared detached, as if ready to bid farewell to the world. At that moment, Su Li's phone rang. He glanced at the screen. Wenyu, why are you calling all of a sudden? I'm about to board a flight. Remember to pick me up? Zhou Wenyu instructed. Su Li cast a helpless glance at Zhou Yao. Did he call you? Do not worry, I am well. Zhou Wenyu remained unconvinced and insisted on returning. All right, change your arrival to Nanjing City Airport. I will come to fetch you. 2 days later, Zhou Wenyu touched down. Come with me to see a psychologist. Chapter 72. Another dream. I understand you might think I'm insane, but I genuinely believe I am well, Su Li said with a hint of resignation. Zhou Wenyu furrowed his brow as he reviewed the perfectly normal reports provided by the psychiatrist. Su Li led him to the small courtyard and gradually recounted his experiences and the events he had encountered. Zhou Wenyu, initially frowning, soon found himself utterly astonished, and ultimately, he lapsed into a thoughtful silence, which was perhaps a positive development. Brother, you understand me, Su Li reassured him, patting his shoulder. I wish you all the best. Zhou Wenyu responded. He stayed with Su Li for a week. On the day Zhou Wenyu departed, Su Li discovered a cat at his doorstep, a rather plump creature that certainly lived up to its orange fur. The little kitten curled up at the entrance, shivering. "Where did you come from, little guest?" Sully mused as he picked it up. The orange kitten nuzzled his palm and let out a soft, mewling sound. "Have you nowhere to go? Would you like to accompany me? I promise you won't go hungry." Sully found a scarf to wrap the kitten snugly and took it to the veterinary clinic. The kitten was healthy, perhaps merely in search of a long-term benefactor. Sully returned home with an array of supplies, and as soon as he set foot inside, the little orange cat began to frolic about the house, showing no signs of unfamiliarity. Sully believed the veterinarian's assertion that the kitten was indeed looking for a permanent provider. Zhou Yao returned with a stack of documents. "Boss, the owner of Chibing Company is also in Nanjing and wishes to invite you for a meal. You could decide how to arrange it." Sully was in good spirits. "I encountered a peculiar individual today. He appeared quite normal until he began speaking like a lunatic," Zhou Yao complained. "What happened?" Sully asked, intrigued. "A person came holding a proposal, claiming his studio could research time travel and even parallel world theories. He is quite mad," Zhou Yao grumbled. "I have no idea where he got the information, but he knows you are here and has been incessantly calling me. If he continues, I'll have to report him. Gather all the information regarding his studio and his claims, including the theories he mentioned. You want everything," Sully suddenly instructed. "Boss." Zhou Yao was incredulous. "You can't possibly believe him, can you? We're in the modern age. You must trust in science." Zhou Yao was on the verge of despair. "Just do as I say," Sully insisted. "I want to see it as soon as possible." Zhou Yao took a deep breath and walked away, clutching his heart. Yet, a bold and absurd idea began to take shape in Su Li's mind, sending shivers down his spine. 2 days later, Zhou Yao begrudgingly entered with a folder. "Do you really want to see this?" "Hand it over," Su Li said eagerly, unable to contain his anticipation. After meticulously reviewing the individual's hypotheses and theories, he declared, "I must meet him. Arrange an appointment for me." Zhou Yao, having reached his breaking point, simply nodded and left. The person turned out to be younger than Su Li had imagined, reminiscent of Dr. Agasa, his face alight with an excited and fervent smile. "Mr. Su, I am aware that you are a visionary with profound insights. Only someone of your stature can truly appreciate the feasibility and greatness of my project. If you were to invest in me and support my research, I assure you that the results will be most gratifying. To be succinct, I can offer you an initial investment of 20 million, with the promise of a further 200 million to follow." Sully took a sip of coffee as the man rubbed his hands together, inquiring about any requirements. "The stipulation is that I expect to see results from this 20 million, to which Sully responded with a faint smile. 2 days later, the account of the research lab received a transfer of 20 million. Dr. Jing commenced his relentless pursuit of research. Sully sat in the courtyard, gazing contemplatively at the yellow wood tree. He was uncertain if his actions were right or what meaning they held, yet he pondered the potential success of his endeavors. A small orange cat ambled over, leaping onto his lap, its whiskers and fur still adorned with remnants of milk. Sully couldn't help but chuckle, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe its mouth before retrieving a comb and a pair of nail clippers. With such splendid weather, it was indeed the perfect time for grooming and nail trimming. Sully made a cheerful decision. After the little orange cat was thoroughly groomed, it was placed on its back on his lap as he began to trim its tiny claws. The cat let out a couple of yowls in protest, but once Sully finished, he cradled it gently, stroking its fur. Unbeknownst to him, the little orange cat began to purr and soon dozed off. Its tiny paws nestled against its chest. Sully gradually closed his eyes as well, drifting into a dream once more. In his dream, he was grown, awakening in a classroom. The teacher, with a serious demeanor, called upon him to answer a question. Sully stood up leisurely, glanced at the problem, and provided the correct answer. The teacher's expression softened slightly, instructing him to sit down and to stand when feeling drowsy in the future. "Understood, teacher," Sully replied, taking his seat and opening his book where the first page bore the name Xiao Xijin. "So, these 3 characters are it," he thought, as he meticulously penned them on paper. The school bell rang soon after, and a stranger approached, playfully draping an arm over his shoulder. "Impressive, Xiao Xijin. I watched you doze off, yet you were still paying attention in class. Incredible. Teach me how to multitask." Sully shook his head, attributing it to talent. "Oh, what a dazzling light. Is that the glow of your pretentiousness? The boy exclaimed dramatically. Suli smiled, but chose to remain silent. As school ended, he hesitated briefly. Having taken just a few steps, someone snatched up his backpack. He looked up to see a boy with large eyes, pulling him along. Pingin, let's go home. The boy appeared unchanged, still possessing that childhood habit of gazing at others with wide eyes. Suli acknowledged him with a hum, retrieving his backpack from the small stone's hands. Let's go. The small stone, a beat behind, glanced at his own hands before reaching for the backpack again. Suli sidestepped, insisting, I can carry it myself. The small stone slowly acquiesced with an "oh," following closely behind. After a couple of steps, Suli paused to look at the small stone, suggesting, you go ahead. The small stone halted, grasping Su Li's hand, and together they walked home. The sight of two large boys holding hands may seem somewhat peculiar, yet Suli contemplated for a moment and chose not to release his grip, obediently following him back to the familiar little shop. The establishment remained bustling with customers, and Suli meticulously surveyed every corner, striving to commit each detail to memory. Ding Sha brought him a plate of dim sum, inquiring gently, Are you tired? Hungry? We will be having dinner soon. Would you like to have a little something now? As Suli gazed at Ding Sha, a wave of emotion washed over him, and he felt a lump in his throat, almost moved to tears. She had aged a bit, her face bearing the marks of time. I'm going to do my homework, he said, accepting the plate and retreating to the backyard. Upon finding his room, he sat at his desk, lost in thought. He stared at the plate of dim sum and gradually picked up a piece, placing it in his mouth. It was sweet. He gazed foolishly at the plate, looking out of the window into the yard, until it was time for dinner. During the meal, he spotted his father. Xiao Jun appeared even more charismatic, resembling a handsome uncle, and he bore a striking resemblance to Suli's future self. As he ate, Suli pondered, why is Ping so well-behaved today? Aunt Zhuang asked with a smile. It's nothing, just a bit tired, Suli replied. Later, as he prepared for bed, Ding Sha came to him. Are you feeling unhappy today? She asked, concern evident in her voice. No, I'm very happy, Suli replied sincerely. I've never been this happy before. Ding Sha gently ruffled his hair, advising him not to stress too much, as his parents were there for him. Suli nodded with a smile. Mom, I love you so much, he called out as Ding Sha was about to leave. And I love Dad too. Ding Sha paused for a moment, then smiled, we love you too. As Suli lay down, he was filled with joy, thinking that even if he could never dream again, he would have no regrets. Chapter 73. There was a young lady. The reconstruction of a small courtyard was a protracted and gradual endeavor. After meticulously refining several details, Suli entrusted the new design to Carpenter Li and purchased a set of carving tools to practice at home. Whenever he found a moment of leisure, he would unfold drawing paper by the window, carefully sketching and occasionally picking up the carving knife to hone his skills. Despite the unfamiliarity, Su Li's spirits remained buoyant. Once the renovations reached completion, Zhou Yao accompanied him to the flower and bird market, where Su Li acquired a plethora of flowers to plant and learned numerous techniques for their care. The small courtyard began to take shape, and as Su Li stood at the gate, his eyes twinkled with delight. Not bad at all. You truly have a knack for this, boss. I always thought you were just a techie, but it turns out you possess a flair for the arts. Zhou Yao exclaimed, astonished. Su Li refrained from clarifying that this artistic inclination was not his own, but rather inherited from his mother. When the flowers bloom next summer, we can have barbecues here, Su Li suggested, pointing to a corner intentionally left vacant for a future gazebo. Absolutely, leave it to me, Zhou Yao replied excitedly. Next came the addition of furnishings within the house. Su Li ensured that everything was in place, awaiting only the handcrafted furniture from Carpenter Li. Although he did not intend to open a shop, Su Li fashioned the lobby to resemble a dining area. A small blackboard at the entrance bore sketches of Ding Sha and Xiao Jun, while the flowers were already planted. Zhou Yao heaved a sigh of relief. At last, it's all set. How did you come up with so many charming little details? I could never think of such things, he remarked. Su Li chose not to respond. After tidying up, Su Li moved in with his belongings. Zhou Yao paused for a moment, surprised. You really plan to live here? Why not join me? Su Li replied. Never mind. I still prefer staying in hotels. Zhou Yao shook his head repeatedly. Su Li enjoyed brewing a cup of coffee and settling into a window-side seat, where he would either read or tend to work throughout the day as the sunlight streamed in just right. He preferred his coffee unsweetened and relished the rare moments of tranquility, often dozing in his chair. Suddenly, a gentle knock interrupted his reverie. Suli opened his eyes to see a young lady entering. "Excuse me, is this a coffee shop?" she inquired. "No, this is a private residence," Suli replied. "Oh." I saw tables and chairs from outside and assumed it was a CF. The girl appeared somewhat embarrassed. "But that painting at your entrance is truly beautiful. Is it of you and your girlfriend?" "No," Suli shook his head. "It's of my parents." "Wow, they must be both happy and beautiful," the girl exclaimed in admiration. Suli smiled slightly, feeling in good spirits today. He stepped forward and invited her. "Would you like to come in and sit for a while? I can offer you a cup of coffee." "That would be quite embarrassing." She hesitated, but without further ado, she stepped inside. "Wow, it's even more beautiful in here. May I take some pictures?" "Of course," Suli replied, pouring her a cup of coffee with extra milk and sugar. "Delicious. What a pity you're not running a coffee shop," she said, her eyes widening after a first sip. "My name is Ran Shan Shan, and I'm here on vacation." The young lady began to introduce herself. Enchanted by the beauty of her surroundings, she knocked on the door and entered. "Are you here for a visit?" Suli invited, curiosity evident in her tone, as Nanjing was neither a tourist destination nor particularly renowned. "Indeed, I am drawn to such ancient streets and alleys. As a history student, I have a profound interest in ancient cultures," Ran Shan Shan replied. "I love to travel. I simply pack my bags and purchase a ticket for the next departing train, regardless of the destination." Suli raised an eyebrow slightly. "As a young woman, don't you worry about your safety?" "I have been practicing martial arts since elementary school," Ran Shan Shan proclaimed proudly. When Zhou Yao returned, he was taken aback to see Suli sending a girl off. "Who was that?" he asked, his curiosity piqued. Once the girl had departed. "Just a girl who lost her way," Suli replied nonchalantly. Zhou Yao was about to say more when Suli cut him off, instructing him to hurry along with matters at the research lab. Zhou Yao begrudgingly added another task to his already exhausting schedule for the following day. To Suli's surprise, Ran Shan Shan returned the next day. "Hello, boss." She tapped on the glass and peeked through the door. "Do you have time to show me around Nanjiang City?" "I'm not very familiar with the area," Suli politely declined. "I have just moved here recently." He expected her to leave disappointed, but instead, her eyes lit up. "That's all right. I can guide you. I have explored quite a few places these past few days." Suli was taken aback by her enthusiasm, momentarily speechless, before Ran Shan Shan dashed over and tugged him outside. "Come on, I'll treat you to some delicious food. You must be bored sitting here all day." After a moment's hesitation, Suli found himself being pulled along. He had faith in her martial arts skills, for her strength was genuinely impressive and she wielded it adeptly. In no time, this robust young woman had ushered him out the door. "Let us go. I'll take you to Yuko Street. You surely haven't been there yet. They have a most delectable fried meat." Suli spent the day running around the city with Ran Shan Shan, and by the end, he felt rather fatigued. Nevertheless, she remained exuberant, expressing a desire to visit a place known for its shrimp dumplings. "Are all girls this intimidating?" Suli mused, shaking his head in disbelief. Finally returning home, he found Zhou Yao sitting by the door, propping his chin on his hand. "Where have you been? You do remember how to come home, right?" Ignoring Zhou Yao's woeful expression, Suli replied, "I'm tired. Let us get to the point." The doctor mentioned there has been progress. They detected an unidentified signal fluctuation, and it could possibly be a temporal spatial anomaly. Zhou Yao's voice lingered, still skeptical of the claims. Suli continued his pace, instructing him to confirm the findings and then provide him with 200 million for further research. TSK, TSK, TSK. Zhou Yao sensed Suli's growing discontent and refrained from pestering him further, feeling a chill at the depths of human fear. In the days that followed, Ran Shan Shan would consistently arrive around 10 in the morning, knocking on Suli's glass, eager to drag him around the city, sampling various foods. Initially, Suli felt a sense of annoyance, but gradually, he began to anticipate her daily visits with enthusiasm. Ran Shan Shan did not always insist on taking him out. Some days, After enjoying a countryside feast the previous day, she would accompany Su Li in tending to the flowers and arranging the furniture delivered by the carpenter Li. "This place is truly beautiful," exclaimed Ran Shanshan as she sat on the swing. "I absolutely adore it here. It was designed by my mother," Su Li replied, gently stroking the head of an orange cat. "Wow, she must be incredibly talented. Is she particularly gentle?" Ran Shanshan marveled. "She is very gentle, as if she never gets angry, always wearing a smile," Su Li said. "How wonderful. Unlike my mother, who glares at me every day as if ready to pounce." Like a fierce tigress, Ran Shanshan teased, sticking out her tongue playfully. Ran Shanshan also works here as a travel blogger, regularly sharing her videos on public platforms. While she sat editing videos, Su Li attended to his work, occasionally rising to prepare a cup of coffee for himself and for Ran Shanshan. In a fleeting moment, Su Li felt as though he had touched the tranquility and happiness his parents longed for, despite having never met them. Thus, Ran Shanshan accompanied him for 2 months. I must take my leave now. Chapter 74. The experiment. The nature of Ran Shanshan's work made it difficult for her to remain in one city for an extended period. So Su Li did not urge her to stay. Before boarding the plane, Ran Shanshan expressed her regret, saying, "I wanted to invite you to travel with me. The videos you helped me shoot are fantastic. My fans think I've hired an expensive photographer." Su Li smiled, replying, "If I have the opportunity to return, I will help you shoot again." Ran Shanshan nodded, and in the brief moment they locked eyes, a silence enveloped them. The announcement for boarding began, and Ran Shanshan waved. "I must leave now. Goodbye." "Goodbye," Su Li said as he escorted her inside. She turned back once more, but said nothing. Zhou Yao was waiting for him in the car. Upon his return, he remarked, "I thought you would either leave with her or persuade her to stay." "I am 32, not 22, Su Li replied after a moment of contemplation. "If I were 22, I would indeed have the courage to ask if she wanted to stay." "So what?" Zhou Yao scratched his head. "No matter where you are, a flight can take you anywhere in an instant. Are you afraid of a long-distance relationship?" "I do have some feelings for her," Su Li admitted, "but it is merely a fleeting affection." His tone conveyed a sense of regret. Affection alone cannot bear the weight of life, especially for someone like him. "Let us head to the laboratory," Su Li quickly suggested. Zhou Yao nodded and started the car. The laboratory was situated in the outskirts, and upon entering, they were greeted by individuals clad in white coats. Su Li donned a mask as he stepped inside. The doctor was engrossed in the intricate calibration of a machine, oblivious to his assistant's calls. Su Li seated himself on a stool and waited until the doctor noticed him. Then inquired, "How is it progressing?" "I need a considerable number of test subjects," the doctor exclaimed. He had dedicated his life to researching the concept of time travel. And now, with ample funding, he was finally making progress, nearly overwhelmed with excitement. "If the subjects can prove my machine and theory are viable, I will succeed." Su Li pondered for a moment, asking, "What kind of test subjects do you require? Animals? Humans?" "I need living subjects." The assistant was startled and hurried over, exclaiming, "Boss, human experimentation is illegal." Su Li nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. The doctor interjected, "I do not intend to harm them. I merely require them to test the machine to see if it can traverse different timelines or access memories from alternate realities." Zhou Yao remained apprehensive, insisting, "Forget it, boss. This is utterly impossible." "It is possible, absolutely possible. I would stake everything I have to guarantee it." The doctor insisted. "Then you should conduct the experiment yourself, or at least have your assistant do it." The assistant instinctively took a few reluctant steps back. Zhou Yao noticed and quickly seized the opportunity, saying, "See, even you are unwilling. You don't even believe it yourself." The doctor grasped his assistant's hand, urging, "You will participate in the experiment. Tell him it is feasible. I can succeed. Everyone be quiet." Su Li interjected sternly. "I will do it." "No, boss," Zhou Yao shouted. "Will there be any risk to your life?" Su Li asked the doctor. "No," came the reply. "Then I will do it." "Impossible. Don't even think about it." Zhou Yao took out his phone to call the police. Su Li restrained him, insisting, "I have my reasons. Trust me. I will be fine." Zhou Yao refused, questioning, "Have you been brainwashed by him? Then accompany me. If anything seems amiss, take me to the hospital." They remained locked in a stalemate, neither willing to yield, which unexpectedly became the most prudent course of action. Suli removed his metallic accessories and lay upon the apparatus, while the doctor equipped him with the necessary devices. Zhou Yao stood vigil, clutching a phone in each hand. With the emergency numbers 110 and 120 glaring on the screens, should anything go awry, he would dial immediately. As Suli closed his eyes, an inexplicable force began to connect with his brainwaves, and he felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Before long, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Goyao vad Suli anxiously. While the doctor perspired profusely, Suli found himself enveloped in a haze of white mist. He ventured forward and beheld a yellow cassia tree. Beneath its boughs stood a woman of gentle beauty, tenderly caressing her belly. Drawn by an inexplicable urge, Suli took a few steps closer. Yet the woman remained oblivious to his presence. After several attempts to engage her, he concluded his invisibility. He settled on the ground, resting his chin on his hand as he observed the woman, who sang a hauntingly unfamiliar tune while cradling her belly. After a time, the woman's expression shifted, perhaps weary. She struggled to rise, clutching her abdomen, intending to retreat indoors for respite. Her frail frame, burdened by her considerable belly, appeared precariously unsteady. As she walked, her foot caught on a stone, and she lost her balance, tumbling to the ground. Suli, startled, sprang to his feet, forgetting that she could not see him, and attempted to assist her, only to find his efforts futile. He watched in despair as the woman's dress became increasingly stained with blood, the flow intensifying. Desperate to summon help, he realized that no one could see or hear him. He could only helplessly witness the blood pooling around her, her cries growing fainter. By the time a neighbor arrived, the woman had already slipped into unconsciousness. Suli stood frozen, tears streaming down his face as he watched her being carried away. Zhou Yao, panic-stricken, observed Su Li's previously tranquil body trembling violently, the veins in his neck bulging as he cried out in agony. "Help, help!" he stammered, his struggles intensifying. "Stop! I command you to cease," Zhou Yao shouted to the doctor. The doctor, flustered, hurriedly operated the machine, and, after shutting everything down, he uttered, "All right, it's over." Suli jolted upright from his seat, resembling a dying shrimp, tilting his head to one side, retching in immense distress. Zhou Yao, tearing the wires from Su Li's body, asked anxiously, "How are you? Are you all right? Do you need to go to the hospital? Would you like some water?" After a few coughs, Suli waved his hand dismissively. "I'm fine." "How can you be fine? You were thrashing about so violently," Zhou Yao exclaimed. "I saw some things." Suli stumbled to his feet, grasping the doctor's collar. "What is happening? Why can no one see me?" The fabric of time is irreversible. Once altered, the present you, I, and even others may change trajectory or vanish entirely. To return to the past means the current existence must cease, the doctor explained. Suli was momentarily taken aback. Then, what is the significance of all my efforts? Tell me, what is the meaning? With tears mingling with laughter, he covered his face. Zhou Yao rushed over to embrace him, exclaiming, "We won't continue. We won't. You still have me. You have when you. And the company. And Miss Ran." Zhou Yao spoke in a flurry of words. Dejected, Su Li sat there, pondering the irreversibility of the past. What if it weren't for my past? He mused. What? The doctor was taken aback. Not my past. Not. Suddenly, Su Li recalled something and pulled the doctor into the adjacent office. Zhou Yao lagged behind, anxiously knocking on the door. "Boss, Su Li." Su Li shared his dreams and the realities he discovered within them with the doctor. The doctor, filled with excitement, stood up and paced the room. Parallel voice. This is undoubtedly a parallel world. We can alter the history of this parallel world. If we can surpass this critical juncture, everything could be transformed. Su Li only asked him, "How much more is needed? I will refine it further." The doctor had already tuned out his words. As Su Li opened the door, a frantic Zhou Yao stumbled in, clutching Su Li tightly. "Let's go home," Su Li said. Zhou Yao, unable to shake his concerns, even spread out a makeshift bed in Su Li's room that night. Su Li opened his phone and came across a new post from Ran Shanshan. She shared a picture of a wooden horse, adorably crafted, with only 3 words accompanying it. "I like it." Chapter 75. The conclusion, Zhou Yao was thoroughly unsettled by Su Li, refusing to leave his side for several consecutive days, even prompting Zhou Wenyu to nearly return from America. Su Li, lacking the energy to protest, acquiesced to his presence. He sat once more in that rocking chair, gazing blankly at the sky. In truth, despair had begun to dissipate. After all these years, reflecting on the past, whether bitter or sweet, left little lasting impression. The wounds endured and the derisive laughter heard had mostly faded from memory. The fade of concern was merely a result of his stubbornness, clinging to the emotions of resentment and regret from those times of hurt. Taking a sip of tea, Su Li rested his hands beneath his head, softly humming a little tune. Inside the room, Zhou Yao was engaged with paperwork, frequently glancing up with concern towards Su Li in the courtyard. After lying there for a while, Su Li rose and announced his intention to visit the cemetery. "I will accompany you." Zhou Yao immediately stood up in response. "Aren't you busy?" Su Li observed the mountain of documents on his desk. "Not busy." Zhou Yao shut down his computer and approached him, appearing somewhat anxious. "Then let us go." Su Li did not decline his offer. The cemetery was serene, nearly devoid of visitors. Su Li purchased 2 bouquets of fresh flowers to place before the grave. As he brushed away fallen leaves, he spoke to Zhou Yao. "I will converse with them for a while. It may take some time. You can wander about on your own, and I will call you when I am ready to leave." Zhou Yao nodded, stepping back yet hesitating to depart, ultimately settling on a distant bench to observe him. For a long while, Su Li remained silent. "I truly wish I could alter history," he mused. "Does that sound like a fanciful notion? I do not understand why I dream of you, nor what I should do after such dreams. It feels wrong to act, yet equally wrong to refrain from action. So I have chosen to embrace this seemingly absurd research. I suspect you would scold me if you knew." Su Li chuckled softly as he spoke. "Let the research continue, for however long it may take. It provides me with hope. The thought that I might assist another version of our family in a different world feels remarkably uplifting. Yet, I find myself still lacking in resolve. If only I could decisively allow the doctor to pursue this research without restraint, to insist on change. But then I see so many, Aunt Ro, Zhou Yao, Wenyu, Shan Shan, and many others, living their lives well, and I fear I might disrupt their happiness. The doctor once said that humans are the most unpredictable of beings. In fleeting moments, they may make vastly different choices, leading to divergent futures. This implies that, if given another chance, they might not exist as they do now. I genuinely do not wish to bring misfortune to those who deserve happiness. Will you forgive me for not being able to save you? I shall endeavor to reconcile with myself. I am on the cusp of 33, no longer a child. Although I did not grow up by your side, I am truly grateful for the opportunity to have encountered you. Father, mother, I love you." Su Li began to recount tales from his childhood, sharing moments of joy when he was rewarded for his academic excellence with delightful treats. The sorrow of having those treats snatched away, and the ridicule that followed his tears. Occasionally, he chuckled, marveling at his own foolishness during those times. Zhou Yao sat on a chair, intently observing him, his heart racing as he watched Su Li frown and smile in turn. Su Li lingered in the cemetery until dusk, and on their way home, he suggested dining at the Wang family restaurant. The establishment was relatively quiet that day, and once inside, Su Li ordered dishes he had once admired on the walls of a small eatery. The food arrived promptly, and Su Li savored each bite, though he felt something was amiss. Upon exiting the restaurant, Su Li suddenly inquired if there was a bookstore nearby. Although puzzled, Zhou Yao drove them to the bookstore. Inside, Su Li gravitated towards the cookbook section, diligently selecting a few volumes. Zhou Yao stood there, somewhat astonished by his actions. Once they returned home, Su Li called out to Zhou Yao, announcing his intention to appoint him as the company's professional manager. "What?" Zhou Yao instinctively tensed up. "I plan to learn cooking, wood carving, and perhaps skateboarding. I may not have the energy to manage the company," Su Li stated slowly. "I might also travel in the future. So, I will be relying on you, Zhou Yao." Zhou Yao blinked, slowly grasping the implications of Su Li's words. "All right, I will manage the company diligently and become the cash cow for the boss's skill acquisition." Su Li rolled his eyes, suggesting he take a rest. As Zhou Yao had worked hard these past few days, Zhou Yao left elated. However, Su Li could not sleep. He opened a tutorial video on crafting picture frames, illuminating his desk lamp. It was only when fatigue set in that he finally laid down his work to rest. Days passed gradually, autumn yielding to winter. Su Li's 33rd birthday was celebrated in an unremarkable manner. Zhou Yao yearned for a grand celebration, but Su Li was disinclined. The biting cold of winter prompted Su Li to commission a large wardrobe from Li the carpenter. He purchased many thick, warm garments and cooked hot pot indoors with the heating on. Sukiyaki, speechy hot pot, sor soap hot pot, beef hot pot. As winter wore on, Su Li remained unchanged, while Zhou Yao ballooned in size. The laboratory continued its silent research, and Su Li periodically transferred funds to its account. During the new year, Zhou, when you burst through the gate of the courtyard, I sold my company in America and returned to work for you. Zhou Yao lamented daily about being overwhelmed with work as Zhou when you shed his coat. I heard you've been living quite well. I've returned with a bit of extra weight. To welcome Zhou Wenyu, Su Li prepared another hot pot feast. Zhou Yao indulged, his mouth greasy, as he pulled Zhou Wenyu to join him in drinking beer. Two inebriated souls lay sprawled on the carpet, their snores resonating like thunder. Fortunately, the warmth of the room enveloped them, and Su Li cast a blanket over herself without a care. Zhou Wenyu had settled in the small courtyard, exuberantly proclaiming daily that Su Li's culinary creations were exquisite. He even ordered a comprehensive cookbook online as a gift for her. As the spring breeze warmed the treetops and the season-s attire was donned, Su Li opened the door to find a girl with crescent-shaped eyes standing at the entrance of the courtyard, dragging a suitcase behind her. Hey, shall we embark on a journey together? Su Li suddenly smiled. Yes, she replied. Ran Shan Shan paused for a moment. I meant to say, let's travel together. Su Li nodded, affirming, I agree. Ran Shan Shan beamed once again, and thus the gentle spring breeze gradually verdure the branches. The end.